The Peverell Contingency. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. The Last Hogwarts. Harry Potter came back to Hogwarts through a hole in the outer wall, because the gates were gone and he didn't have the strength left to pretend that entrances mattered. Rain had worked its way through the cracked stones for years, leaving black trails down the castle's sides, and the wards that once hummed beneath his skin answered him now with only a thin, broken ache. He paused with one hand pressed against the jagged edge of masonry, breathing through the pain in his ribs, and looked across the courtyard where children had once crossed with satchels, laughter, and complaints about homework. The stones were split, the fountain was dry, the doors to the entrance hall hung crooked on one hinge, shivering slightly in the wind as if the castle itself was too tired to stay closed. He stepped inside anyway. His boots dragged dirt and rainwater over the marble, and the sound went too far in the hollow space. Hogwarts had always been loud in his memory, full of footsteps, arguments, portraits, ghosts, and the restless noise of living children. Now every sound belonged to him. That seemed fair. He had outlived too many people who should have been here to make noise of their own. "Hello?" he called, and his voice broke before it reached the staircase. He hated himself for that. There was no one left to answer, and still some foolish part of him had asked. The silence pressed back. Harry lowered his wand, though he didn't remember raising it, and forced himself onward past the smashed hourglasses. Gryffindor's rubies lay scattered across the floor like dried blood. Slytherin's emeralds had spilled in a glittering green drift beneath the shattered case. He looked at them too long, then turned away because grief had begun playing its old tricks again, putting faces where there were only stones. Ron at 11, grinning through a dirty nose. Hermione with her hand in the air before she'd learned not to care who resented her for knowing the answer. Neville standing straighter than he believed he could. Ginny laughing with fire in her hair. None of them had died in one clean ending. That had been the lie people told about wars after they were too exhausted to remember the middle. Voldemort had not fallen at Hogwarts. He had slipped away wounded, diminished, and still impossible to destroy, and the world had learned that victory speeches could rot into ration lines, curfews, and new lists of missing names. Years of hunting had followed. Safe houses had burned. Children had grown up learning the sound of anti-apparition wards failing. Hogwarts had held longer than most places because Hogwarts had always held, until it hadn't. The final siege had broken the towers, scattered the students who still sheltered here, and left the castle as another corpse Harry had been too late to save. He took the stairs slowly. His left leg had never healed properly after the last hunt, and the cold made it worse, but pain was at least honest. It didn't promise anything. It didn't forgive anything. By the time he reached the corridor outside the headmaster's office, his breathing had gone shallow and sharp. The gargoyle was broken in half, its stone face lying on the floor with its mouth open in permanent surprise. Harry stopped before it and gave a rough, humorless laugh. "I'm out of passwords," he said. "You'll have to forgive me." The spiral stare remained still. For one moment, stupidly, that felt like refusal. Then Harry reached into his coat, closed his fingers around the Elder Wand, and lifted it with the calm of a man who had already decided where he meant to die. The spell cracked through the corridor with more force than he meant to give it. Stone split, old enchantments screamed in the walls, and the broken gargoyle lurched aside as if some last remnant of obedience had remembered him too late. The headmaster's office had survived better than the rest of the castle, which somehow made it worse. The windows were broken, the shelves were half empty, and the portraits hung silent in their frames, but the circular room still held its shape. Dust covered the desk. A dead phoenix perch leaned in the corner. The pensieve waited on a side table beneath a protective charm gone thin and silver with age. Harry crossed to it before he looked at Dumbledore's portrait. He had not meant to, but his feet carried him there all the same. The shallow basin glimmered when he drew near, and beneath the surface a memory stirred like moonlight trapped in water. A cracked glass vial lay beside it, sealed with a charm he recognized even before the parchment tag turned under his fingers. Severus Snape's narrow writing remained legible after all these years. For Harry, when he is finally willing to look. Harry's throat closed. He remembered taking the memories from Snape in the Shrieking Shack. He remembered blood, venom, hatred, and the strange, pleading urgency in the dying man's eyes. He had meant to view them. He had told himself there would be time after the battle, after the dead were named, after the world stopped burning. Then time had become survival, and survival had become years, and the vial had followed him like an accusation he refused to hear. Still interfering from beyond the grave, Harry said, but there was no strength in the insult. Dumbledore's portrait stirred at last, its painted hands folded in its lap. No, Harry, this time, I believe he is only telling the truth. Harry didn't look up. If he looked at the portrait first, he might ask questions, and questions were safer than knowing. Instead he uncorked the vial with stiff fingers and poured the silver thread into the pensieve. The memory took it greedily, brightening at once, and Harry leaned over the basin before fear could make him old again. The pensieve swallowed him with the old, sickening lurch of falling without ground, and Harry landed on his feet in a summer bright street that had no right to be whole. Spinner's End rose around him in narrow brick and dirty windows, but the dirt here belonged to ordinary poverty rather than ruin, and that hurt in a way he hadn't expected. He turned as two children came running into view, a thin, dark-haired boy with watchful eyes and a red-haired girl whose laughter struck Harry like a hand against his chest. Lily Evans was alive in front of him, small and fierce and unguarded, and Severus Snape looked at her as if she'd invented kindness by noticing him. "You're a witch," the memory boy said, breathless with certainty and terror both. "I know you are." Lily stopped laughing. "That's not a very nice thing to say." "It's true," Snape insisted, and Harry felt the adult bitterness in him recoil from the child's hunger. He had spent half his life hating the man Snape became, and he still had reason to, but watching this lonely boy reach for the first bright thing in his world made hatred less simple. It didn't clean anything. It didn't excuse anything. It only made the wound older than Harry had wanted it to be. The scene shifted before he was ready. Hogwarts rose around him, warm with torches and noise, and James Potter swaggered through a corridor with Sirius Black at his shoulder. Harry's breath caught. His father was young, handsome, bright with confidence, and so painfully alive that Harry wanted to step forward and warn him about everything. Then James flicked his wand, and Snape stumbled. Laughter broke around them, quick and careless, while Lily's face tightened with anger. "Leave him alone," Lily snapped, stepping between them with her wand already out. James grinned, but there was uncertainty under it now. "All right, Evans, since you ask so sweetly." Harry's hands curled at his sides. He had adored the idea of his father for so long that the real boy in front of him felt like a betrayal and a gift at once. James wasn't a monster, but he wasn't the clean legend Harry had needed as a child. Lily wasn't a saintly photograph either. She was sharp, embarrassed, loyal until loyalty became impossible, and tired in a way Harry recognized too late. The memory turned again, darker now, and Dumbledore's office formed around him with Snape standing rigid before the desk. His face was older, hollowed by fear, and the plea in his voice stripped the room bare. "Hide them all, then. Keep her safe, please." Harry watched Dumbledore study him over folded hands, and for the first time he heard not wisdom first, but calculation wearing grief's face. Dumbledore leaned back behind the desk, his hands folded as if he had all the time in the world, and the memory sharpened until Harry could see the tremor in Snape's fingers. It wasn't the theatrical grief Harry had seen in men trying to purchase sympathy. It was naked terror, ugly and desperate, dragged out of him because the one person he loved had been marked by a monster who didn't understand mercy. "You disgust me," Dumbledore said quietly. Snape flinched as if the words had struck skin. "I came to you because you can hide them." "Her," Dumbledore corrected, and there was something precise and terrible in the way he said it. "You came to me because you want me to protect Lily Evans. Her husband and child matter only because they stand beside her." Snape's face twisted. Shame passed through him, but it didn't drive him away. He looked smaller for a second, younger than the man Harry had known, and then fear hardened him again. "Hide them all, then. Keep them safe, please." Dumbledore watched him over the rims of his spectacles. "And what will you give me in return, Severus?" The answer came at once, raw enough to scrape the room clean. "Anything." Harry stood very still. He knew the story, or he had thought he knew it, but watching it unfold inside the memory made knowledge feel useless. Snape had not become kind in that moment. He had not become good by confession. He had bartered himself because love and guilt had cornered him, and Dumbledore had seen the shape of that corner with absolute clarity. Harry wanted to hate them both for it, and could not. There was too much damage in the room, and too much need. The memory folded, and years passed in the turn of a breath. The office returned colder, dimmer, with Snape and Dumbledore facing each other across the same desk. Dumbledore's hand lay blackened and ruined upon the polished wood, and Snape's mouth had gone thin with fury held under discipline. "You have arranged it all," Snape said. "The curse, the boy, Draco, your death." "My death was arranged the moment I put on the ring," Dumbledore replied, weary but steady. "The manner of it remains useful." Snape's face became a mask, but the hatred in it was not simple. "Useful. If Voldemort is to trust you fully, he must believe you have served him at the highest cost. Draco's soul must not be destroyed by murder. And when the time comes, Harry must be told what he carries." Harry's chest tightened before the words finished forming. He tried to step back, but the pensieve held him in place. "The scar," Dumbledore said, softer now. "Not a true Horcrux, not made with ritual intent or protected as the others were, but a fragment of Voldemort's soul lodged in him. It must be destroyed." Snape stared at him. "You have kept him alive so he can die at the proper moment." Dumbledore closed his eyes, and Harry felt the memory darken around that silence. When the old man opened them again, grief was there, but so was the plan beneath it. When Voldemort uses the killing curse, and Harry meets death willingly, the fragment may be severed. Lily's protection, carried in Voldemort's own blood, gives him a chance to return. But he must choose it. He must walk to it. Harry had no breath left. The office, Snape, Dumbledore, all of it blurred at the edges, and the silver memory began to pull him onward before he was ready to understand what he had been shown. The pensieve threw Harry out hard enough that his knees hit the office floor, and for a few seconds he stayed there with one hand braced against cold stone and the other clenched around nothing. The memory was gone, but Snape's voice remained in him, raw with that terrible word, anything, and Dumbledore's calm explanation sat beneath it like a blade left waiting under cloth. Harry sucked in air that tasted of dust, old ash, and rain through broken windows, then pushed himself upright by the edge of the desk because falling again would have felt too much like agreeing. Dumbledore's portrait watched him from the scorched frame. He looked older than paint should have allowed, and Harry hated that softness because he had once trusted it with the whole shape of his life. "You saw enough," the portrait said quietly. "Not all, perhaps, but enough." Harry laughed once, and the sound came out ruined. "Enough to know I missed the only chance I had because I couldn't bear to look at memories left by a man I hated. Enough to know I kept fighting Voldemort as if he was only out there, hiding in bodies and shadows and borrowed servants, when part of him was still in me. Those memories were the crossroads, weren't they? I had them in my pocket, and I walked past the door." Dumbledore's gaze lowered for a moment, and that was answer enough before he spoke. "They were meant to bring you to the truth when the choice could still matter. When the choice could still save people," Harry said. His voice hardened because if he let it break now, he might never get another word out. "Ron died 3 years after the battle because Voldemort wasn't finished. Hermione spent 7 years holding what was left of the Ministry together until they found her through a ward she designed herself. Ginny died getting children out of Hogsmeade when the last shield failed. Teddy never reached 20. Hogwarts is a ruin because we kept losing one more battle after the battle everyone thought should have ended it. And all the while, the thing that let him cling on was lodged under my skin." "I intended you to know when you needed to know," Dumbledore said, and the words were careful rather than defensive. "I was wrong about many things, Harry. I cannot ask the dead to excuse me, and I will not ask it of you." Harry crossed the office slowly, each step waking pain in his leg and ribs, until he stood beneath the portrait. The pensieve glimmered behind him on the desk, innocent as water, and he wanted to smash it for showing truth too late. "Then don't ask forgiveness. Ask what you actually waited 10 years to ask." The portrait's eyes lowered. "If there were a way back, not by time-turner trickery, not by borrowed hours, but by blood, death, and inheritance older than Hogwarts, would you take it?" Harry went still. Outside, the castle groaned in the wind, but he barely heard it. The thought should have been impossible, and because it was impossible, some exhausted part of him reached for it with all the hunger he had left. "Back how far?" "Far enough to change the road before it narrows," Dumbledore said. "Far enough that the boy in the cupboard still lives, and the dead you mourn have not yet been taken. The price would be everything you still possess." Harry looked down at his own hands, scarred, shaking, and almost empty. He thought of Ron's grin and Hermione's fierce eyes. He thought of Ginny's laugh, Teddy's small fingers wrapped around his thumb, Neville bleeding in the greenhouses because he wouldn't leave his students, Luna singing to frighten children under siege so they could pretend the shelling was thunder, and Minerva standing on the broken steps with her hair white and her wand still steady. He thought of all the graves he had visited until names blurred together through rain and age, and of the worst names that had no graves at all because some bodies had never been found. "What do I still possess?" Harry asked. Dumbledore did not answer at once. The quiet between them felt kinder than denial and crueler than truth. "Your life," he said at last. "Your memories. The Hallows. The claim of your blood. The last strength of the protection your mother gave you. Perhaps your chance to rest." Harry looked past him to the broken windows, where rain moved through the office in silver lines. Rest had sounded tempting when he crossed the courtyard. It had sounded like lying down beside the dead and finally having no one left to disappoint. But the memories had put Lily's laugh in his ears, James alive in a corridor, Snape's terrible bargain, and Dumbledore's unfinished road. The dead were not asking for rest. They were standing behind every breath he took, not as ghosts, but as debts he still loved. When he raised his head again, there was no peace in him, but there was decision. "Anything," Harry said. 2. The hidden niche. For a moment after Harry said the word, nothing happened. The office remained broken and cold, with rain ticking against the floorboards near the shattered windows and dust lying thick across instruments that had stopped measuring anything useful years ago. Harry stood beneath Dumbledore's portrait with his hands still clenched around the vial of Snape's memories, waiting for thunder, fire, judgment, anything large enough to match the price he had just offered. Instead, Dumbledore only bowed his painted head and closed his eyes. "Then hear me, Harry James Potter, last heir of Ignotus Peverell, last master of the three, and last witness of this failed road," Dumbledore said, and the room seemed to listen around him. "By blood returned, by death refused, by inheritance neither stolen nor broken, open." Harry's grip shifted toward the elder wand. He did not raise it, but he wanted its weight in his hand as the old frame gave a soft click. The portrait swung outward from the wall, not like canvas loosening from a nail, but like a hidden door remembering hinges that had been waiting for decades. Behind it lay a narrow recess cut into the stone, sealed from dust and rain by a shimmer of old magic. A chest of blackened silver sat within, marked by a triangle, circle, and line worked so finely into the lid that Harry felt recognition move through him before thought caught up. "You had this here," Harry said, and the quiet in his voice frightened him more than shouting would have. "All these years." Dumbledore opened his painted eyes. "I guarded what I did not fully understand. I used what I thought I understood. Those are not the same sin, but they are close enough that I won't dress one as wisdom." Harry stepped toward the recess slowly. The air near it was colder, not with Dementor cold, but with the stillness of old vaults and unopened graves. He set Snape's vial on the desk, took up the elder wand, and touched its tip to the silver mark. The chest did not unlock for the wand. It waited. Harry stared at it, then looked back at the portrait. "Of course," he said. "Not power." "No," Dumbledore replied. "Claim." Harry drew the small ritual knife from beside the chest, its blade dull until his fingers closed around the handle. He pressed the edge across his palm, hissed as blood welled bright and warm, and laid his cut hand over the Peverell mark. The silver drank the first drop. The lock opened with a sound like a breath let go, and inside the chest waited old books, sealed vials, a black stone bowl, and a folded parchment labeled in a hand Harry did not know, the last resort of the three brothers. Harry stared at the folded parchment until the unfamiliar handwriting began to swim at the edges. It should have sounded like a fairy tale, but nothing in the chest felt childish. The black stone bowl sat beneath the books with a quiet weight that made his cut palm throb, and the sealed vials lay in fitted grooves as carefully as wand cores in Ollivander's old boxes. He reached for the parchment, but Dumbledore's voice stopped him before his fingers touched the ribbon. "Not yet," the portrait said. "Read the ledger first." Harry's hand stayed above the chest. "You don't get to give orders from a frame." "No," Dumbledore said, and the simple agreement left no purchase for anger. "But I can still warn you when haste may destroy what little chance remains." Harry took the warning like a slap and hated that it steadied him. He lifted the top book instead. Its cover was dark leather, cracked with age but clean beneath the preserving charm, and the Peverell mark had been pressed into it without ornament. When he opened it, the pages did not flutter. They waited under his thumb until a drop of blood from his palm slid onto the margin. Ink darkened in thin lines across the first page, forming words as if the book had only just decided he had the right to know them. Blood of Ignotus confirmed, Harry read aloud, his voice rough in the cold office. Mastery of the Three confirmed. Death-marked survival confirmed. Maternal protection confirmed through sacrifice and hostile blood binding. Contingency viable only under terminal collapse, voluntary surrender, and unrepaired soul breach. He stopped. The office had seemed quiet before. Now it felt like even the portraits were holding still. Soul breach, Harry said. The scar, Dumbledore replied. The fragment, the wound Voldemort left when he failed to kill you, and the wound that kept him from truly ending while you lived. Harry looked down at the page until the words blurred again, then forced them sharp. So even this needs him. It needs what he made of you, Dumbledore said. That is not the same as needing him. Harry's laugh came out low and ugly. Don't do that. Dumbledore's painted mouth closed. Harry turned the page with blood-sticky fingers. The next entries named anchors in a neat, merciless column: the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, the Cloak of Invisibility, Witness Truth, Living Blood, Willing Death, and a Life Freely Surrendered. Each item had a space beside it, blank and waiting. Harry set the book on the desk, then placed Snape's vial beside it with care he would not have admitted to anyone living. There, he said, Witness Truth. The blank space filled itself in dark ink. Accepted. Harry's breath caught despite himself. Dumbledore leaned closer within his frame, but Harry was already reaching for the Elder Wand. The ritual was no longer theory. It had begun answering him. Harry's fingers closed around the Elder Wand, and the book answered before he could decide whether to set it down. The blank space beside its name darkened, not with ink this time, but with a thin silver line that ran from the page to the wand itself. The wand grew warm in his grip, then hot enough to sting, and Harry clenched his teeth rather than let it fall. He had broken men with that wand. He had repaired wards, sealed safe houses, killed cursed things in forests and cellars, and held back death one battle longer than death wanted to be held. Now the wand pulled against him like a living accusation. It doesn't want this, Harry said. No, Dumbledore replied. It was made to master endings, not surrender them. Harry laughed once, breathless and bitter. Then it picked the wrong master. He lowered the wand toward the book. The silver line tightened, and pain shot through his cut palm into his wrist. For an instant the office blurred, and Harry saw the wand as it had been in other hands. Dumbledore's, Grindelwald's, Voldemort's stolen grasp, his own bloodied fingers after the last hunt. Power had passed through it like a disease men kept calling victory. Harry pressed the wand flat across the open page anyway. The wood juddered once beneath his hand. The ledger burned the word accepted beside it. Dumbledore's painted face had gone very still. You did not hesitate. I'm tired of worshipping things because everyone else died for them, Harry said, and reached into his coat for the snitch he had carried long after it stopped being useful. Its gold wings twitched when he touched it. The old catch opened under his breath, and the resurrection stone rolled into his palm, black, cracked, and colder than the room around it. The moment Harry set it beside the wand, the air changed. Not dramatically, not kindly. It changed the way a room changed when someone familiar entered behind you and you knew them by silence before sight. Harry froze with one hand still over the stone. He did not turn, because if he saw Ron's grin or Hermione's worried frown or Ginny with rain in her hair, he would reach, and some part of him knew reaching would ruin everything. Are they here? Harry asked. Near, Dumbledore said softly. Not summoned, not yours to hold. Harry swallowed, and the movement hurt. That's cruel. Yes, Dumbledore said, so is returning for them. Harry placed the cloak beside the stone with shaking care. The ledger accepted it at once, and the black bowl in the chest gave a low, hollow sound. Harry looked down at the remaining blank spaces and understood that relics were the easy part. The ritual had taken objects. Next it wanted him. The remaining spaces in the ledger did not fill. They waited beside words that looked simple until Harry tried to breathe around them. Living blood, willing death, and a life freely surrendered. He had offered death before, in the forest, when he was 17 and still young enough to believe walking toward Voldemort was the hardest thing anyone could ask of him. This was worse. Death had been a door then. Now it was an exchange, and the life on the page was not only his body, but every scar, every mistake, every grave he could still name. What does freely surrendered mean? Harry asked. Dumbledore's portrait looked toward the broken windows rather than at him. It means you cannot go back as a conqueror carrying your life like a weapon. You cannot demand the past repay you. You must give this Harry Potter up so another may live with what remains. Harry's hand tightened around the edge of the desk. That's a very pretty way to say I may not remember enough. It is an honest way to say the ritual protects the child from being crushed by the man, Dumbledore said. Memory may return unevenly. Instincts, dreams, warnings, grief without context. Knowledge may surface when need calls it. Or it may not come cleanly at all. Harry looked down at the book. The accepted marks beside the Hallows and Snape's vial seemed too small for what they had cost. So I could go back, forget the reason, and fail again. Yes, Dumbledore said. The answer should have enraged him. Instead it steadied something cold and frightened inside him, because Dumbledore had not softened it. Harry reached into the chest and lifted the black stone bowl with both hands. It was heavier than it looked, smooth beneath his fingers, and his blood left a dark smear along its rim. He set it in the center of the desk, then moved each anchor into place with deliberate care. Snape's vial at the north edge, the Elder Wand across the open ledger, the stone beside the bowl, and the cloak folded at his left hand like a shadow made obedient. And if I refuse now? Harry asked. Then you rest, Dumbledore said. No shame, no punishment, only the end you have earned. Harry closed his eyes. Rest tempted him more than he wanted to admit. Then the air behind him shifted with the almost presence of people he loved and could not touch, and rest became another name for leaving them dead. Harry opened his eyes, picked up the ritual knife, and laid his bleeding palm over the final blank space. Accepted, he said before the book could judge him. Take it. 3. The stolen inheritance. The book did not take him. For one suspended breath Harry expected the office to vanish, the floor to fall away, or death to open beneath his feet like a door he had finally learned to stop fearing. Instead the blood under his palm warmed, the black bowl answered with a dull pulse, and the ledger wrote one more word beside the final line. Incomplete. The letters sat there with calm cruelty, as if the ritual had heard his surrender and found it honest but insufficient. Harry stared down at the page until the words sharpened into insult. His palm hurt. His head hurt worse, crowded with the almost presence behind him and the impossible promise in front of him. Incomplete, he said, and his voice came out scraped thin. I said take it. Dumbledore's portrait shifted in its frame. The contingency was not built on desperation alone. Harry turned on him so quickly the chair beside the desk knocked against his leg. Don't you dare make this another lesson. It isn't, Dumbledore said quietly. It is a safeguard. The ritual requires a declared inheritance, not merely discovered tools. You have found the outer layer of what was hidden. You haven't yet understood what was taken. The word caught harder than the knife had. Taken. Harry looked back at the open chest, at the books lying beneath the top ledger, at the sealed vials still nested in silver grooves, at the black stone pensieve whose surface waited without ripple or reflection. He had seen old magic before. He had broken curses in abandoned manors and carried relics out of ruins while smoke thickened the air around him. This felt different. It didn't feel like Dumbledore's careful hoarding. It felt like a family voice buried so deeply that even anger had to kneel to hear it. Harry reached into the chest and lifted the next book. Dust should have clung to it, but the leather was clean beneath preserving charms, dark green rather than black, with a small stag pressed into the corner below the Peverell mark. His breath stopped. Not because the mark was grand, because it was familiar in the plainest, worst way. Potter, not school history, not legend, not a war story told by other people who had survived long enough to lie badly about the dead. Potter. He set the book on the desk with too much care and picked up a vial from the nearest row. The label brightened under his bloody thumb. Charles Potter, Ward Notes, Inherited Obligations. The next vial named Doria. The next Fleement. The fourth made his hand close so hard the glass gave a warning click. James Potter, Restricted Family Instruction, sealed for heir. Harry looked up at the portrait, and the office seemed colder than any grave. Explain. Dumbledore did not answer quickly, and that almost made it worse. Harry watched the painted old man gather himself inside the frame, robes settling around knees that were nothing but pigment and spellwork, and felt the last thin restraint inside him begin to fray. The vial marked with James's name sat in his hand like a living accusation. He had spent years starving for anything that belonged to his father. A photograph, a story, a laugh overheard from someone else's memory. Now a whole chest of Potter and Peverell records had been waiting behind Dumbledore's chair while Harry had gone to war half-blind. "Explain," Harry repeated, and the elder wand shifted on the open ledger as if the word had touched it. Not carefully, not kindly, truthfully. Dumbledore bowed his head. "After your parents died, Potter Manor became unstable. Wards were damaged, blood protections had been torn, redirected, and confused by what happened at Godric's Hollow. I entered with Ministry permission and removed what I believed could be used against you." Harry's fingers tightened around the vial until the glass clicked again. "You entered my house." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "You took my family's books." "Yes." "You took my father's memories." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment, and Harry hated him for needing the pause. "I took sealed instructional vials meant for the Potter heir, Peverell ritual texts, ward ledgers, bloodline records, and certain potions whose purpose I could not safely identify. I believed, at the time, that leaving them there risked theft by Death Eaters, Ministry scavengers, or old families who would have stripped the estate bare under legal language." "At the time," Harry said, and the quiet was back in his voice, colder than rage. "That was what, a week after my parents died? A month? Before or after you left me on a doorstep with a letter?" Dumbledore's painted face tightened. "Before." Harry set James's vial down because he no longer trusted his hand. The glass touched the desk with a soft sound, absurdly gentle for something that should have shattered the room. He picked up the green book instead and opened it. The first page showed a family tree inked in careful lines, Potter names joining older Peverell branches, births and deaths and marriages recorded in a hand that had expected descendants to read it. Harry found James's name, then Lily's, then his own, written small beneath theirs. Beside it waited a blank space labeled heir instruction pending majority. He looked up slowly. "You didn't guard this from them. You guarded it from me." "I feared what might happen if too much reached you too soon," Dumbledore said, and the admission carried more weight than any excuse. "I feared Voldemort's connection to you. I feared your fame, your anger, your isolation, and my own uncertainty. I told myself delay was protection." Harry laughed once, without humor, and turned another page. A folded letter lay inside, sealed with a stag and a thin triangle worked through the wax. The magic stirred beneath his thumb, recognized his blood, and opened. The first line was James's, bright and careless in a way that hurt more than grief had any right to hurt. "To my son, when you're old enough to know what being a Potter means." Harry stopped breathing properly. Dumbledore said his name softly, but Harry raised one bloody hand and the portrait fell silent. He read the line again, then lowered the letter to the desk as if it were too fragile for a ruined world. "You had his letter," Harry said. "You had it while I slept in a cupboard. You had it when Hagrid handed me a cake and told me I was a wizard. You had it when I begged mirrors and stones and ghosts for scraps." Dumbledore's voice broke around the answer. "Yes." Harry leaned over the desk, blood dripping from his palm onto the old wood, and pulled the chest closer. "Then we're done pretending this is help," he said. "Tell me what else you stole." Dumbledore looked older in the frame than Harry had ever seen him look in life, which was absurd, because paint did not age unless magic taught it guilt. The old man's hands folded together, then loosened, and Harry watched the motion with a sharp, ugly patience that felt nothing like mercy. The chest sat open between them, its silver edges bright under candlelight, and every vial inside seemed to ask why no one had come sooner. "I removed 4 categories of material," Dumbledore said. "Peverell ritual texts, Potter ward and estate ledgers, instructional memories sealed by your parents and grandparents, a small number of bloodline potions and preservation drafts I did not dare leave in a damaged manner." Harry drew the green book closer with 2 fingers. "You keep saying removed." "Yes," Dumbledore said, and his eyes lifted to meet Harry's. "Because I meant to preserve them." Harry picked up James's letter again. The seal had opened for his blood without hesitation, as if the dead had known him better than the living ever had. He stared at the first line until the words stopped cutting and began burning instead, then folded the parchment along its old crease with hands that had become too careful. Preservation is what you do to keep something safe for its owner. Dumbledore did not answer. Harry set the letter on top of the family tree and rested his bloody palm beside his own small written name. The book warmed under his touch. Ink moved across the page, tracing a thin line from James Potter to Harry Potter, then back through Fleamont, Charles, Doria, and older names he had never been taught to claim. The Peverell mark at the top of the page darkened, and the stag in the corner shone with a soft green light. The magic recognized him. It did not ask Dumbledore's permission. "Say it properly," Harry said. Dumbledore's face tightened. "Harry." "No," Harry said, and his voice rose enough that rain blew in through the broken window behind him. "You don't get to put my name around it like a bandage. Say what you did." The portrait's painted shoulders bowed under a weight no frame should have been able to carry. "I took them." Harry nodded once, because the words mattered. They did not repair anything. They did not give him back a childhood, or a father's letter read by candlelight at 11, or the knowledge that he had been more than a famous scar wandering blind through other people's plans. But truth had shape, and lies became harder to hide once named. "You stole them," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore replied. Harry pressed his cut palm flat over the family tree. The book answered with a low pulse, and the silver chest gave a soft click as if another hidden catch had yielded. "Then hear me clearly. I am Harry James Potter, son of James Potter and Lily Potter, heir of the Potters by blood and law, heir of Ignotus Peverell by descent and mastery. These books, these memories, these letters, these potions, and every sealed instruction in this chest are my ancestral property." The candle flames bent toward him. The open ledger beside the elder wand wrote in dark ink across a fresh line. Potter claim acknowledged. Peverell claim acknowledged. Dumbledore stared down from the frame, and Harry felt the room's old magic settle around his words, not comforting him, but recording him. Harry reached beneath the green book and drew out the oldest volume in the chest, bound in black leather so worn it looked almost smooth. Its title appeared only after his blood touched it. The Last Resort of the Three Brothers opened under his hand. The old volume did not behave like the ledger. It opened, but it did not hurry to reveal itself. The pages lifted in slow sequence beneath Harry's hand, passing over diagrams of the Hallows, blood circles, lunar markings, and narrow columns of warnings written by men who had understood death well enough to fear neat answers. At last the pages stopped on a ritual map drawn around a black bowl: 3 Hallows, witnessed truth, inherited claim, living blood, and the scar-marked breach in a soul that should never have been divided. Harry leaned closer despite himself. The ink did not glow. It simply settled into sense under his eyes, and that made it worse, because some part of him had wanted the ritual to remain strange enough that he could blame mystery instead of choice. "It says the soul breach must be opened, emptied, and carried through the surrender," he said. "Not destroyed first." Dumbledore's painted face tightened. "Yes. If the fragment is cut away before the ritual, the bridge collapses. If it remains unbound, it may poison the transfer. The contingency must use the wound as the road and the Hallows as the law that governs it." Harry looked at the resurrection stone, then at the elder wand lying across the ledger, then at the cloak folded like darkness beside his left hand. "So I need the thing Voldemort left in me. I need the memories Snape gave me. I need my family's stolen claim. And I need to die properly, but not before the ritual has finished taking me apart." "That is a brutal summary," Dumbledore said. "It's an accurate one," Harry replied. The book warmed sharply under his palm. Words appeared beneath the ritual map, forming in a hand older than the Potter letter and colder than Dumbledore's careful regrets. The candidate must not flee the cost by ignorance. The candidate must not be sent blind. The candidate must declare what is being surrendered and what is being protected. Harry read the lines twice, and the second reading found the hollow place inside him where years of obedience had once lived. He reached for James's sealed instructional vial, then stopped before touching it. There was a terrible hunger in him, sudden and young and humiliating, to see his father move, speak, laugh, explain what being a Potter meant before the world ended again. But the ritual map waited with the patience of a knife. This was not the moment to feed grief. This was the moment to aim it. "Not that one," Harry said, withdrawing his hand. Dumbledore blinked. "Harry? If I watch him now, I may not leave, Harry said. He chose Snape's vial instead and set it in the black bowl. The glass rang softly against stone, and the bowl's surface darkened until it looked deeper than any pensieve should. I need the truth that I failed to use. I need to know exactly where I broke the road. The portrait's voice came carefully. You did not break it alone. No, Harry said, and uncorked the vial. But I'm the one standing here. Silver memory poured into the bowl, spreading in long strands that caught the candlelight and twisted through the shadowed stone. The room changed as the first thread touched the surface. Not into Snape's office or the Shrieking Shack or the headmaster's tower as they had been, but into a cold pressure behind Harry's eyes, a door he had refused to open at the right time. He gripped the edge of the desk with his bleeding hand and forced himself not to look away. The ledger beside the Elder Wand wrote one final line before the memory rose. Witness truth prepared. The ritual bowl pulsed once, and from the silver surface came Severus Snape's voice, thin with pain and sharpened by urgency. Look at me. 4. 3 keys burn. Snape's voice hung above the black bowl, thin and urgent, and Harry felt the old refusal rise in him like sickness. He had once turned away from this truth because rage had been easier than obedience, because Snape's face had been too tangled with cruelty, grief, and all the years Harry had not understood. Now the silver memory opened in the stone, and he made himself watch without stepping into it, one hand braced beside the ledger, the other curled hard around the edge of the desk as Snape's dying plea became instruction instead of accusation. The memory did not play kindly. It showed him Dumbledore speaking of the scar fragment, showed Snape's fury and horror, showed the sentence Harry should have carried into the forest before the world broke worse than death. Harry listened until the words stopped being history and became measurement. The thing in him had been a wound, a road, and a threat. He had needed to go willingly, not blindly. He had needed to understand what he was surrendering before death could be made into passage. When the silver surface quieted, Harry reached for the last resort of the 3 brothers again. His bloody thumb left a dark mark beside the ritual map, and the page responded by sharpening the old script line by line. Peverell blood anchors the candidate. The cloak conceals the breach from the old claim of death. The stone calls witness from beyond the veil. The wand commands passage, not victory. Harry read the words aloud because silence made them feel too much like another secret. 3 keys, he said. Not trophies, keys. Dumbledore's portrait watched him with sorrow pressed into every painted line. Yes. Harry looked at the cloak folded beside the bowl, at the resurrection stone dull and black in its setting, and at the Elder Wand lying across the ledger like a verdict. And they don't come with me. No, Dumbledore said quietly. The rite spends them. That was why it was never used lightly. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus built a last resort, not an escape charm. Harry almost laughed, but there was no room left in him for that kind of sound. A last resort for 3 brothers, and I'm stealing it for one orphan who was never told what he owned. You're claiming it, Dumbledore said, and the correction was careful enough to hurt. At last. Harry bent over the book again, refusing the softness in the words. He traced the order with his eyes rather than his fingers, afraid that one wrong touch might begin what he did not yet understand. Blood first, witness truth second, declared inheritance third, hallows placed as keys, not carried as weapons. The scar breach opened but not cut away. Living surrender offered after comprehension. He swallowed, tasting ash and old fear, then drew the cloak closer with reverent hands. I need to know every step before I start, Harry said. No riddles, no faith, no sending me into death with half a sentence and a hope. Dumbledore bowed his head inside the frame. Then read, Harry. This time, I will answer. Harry read until the words stopped arranging themselves like instructions and began cutting at him like verdicts. The ritual text named the 3 brothers not as owners but as witnesses, each hallow bound to a surrender only its bearer could make. The Elder Wand was not to conquer death. The stone was not to bargain with it. The cloak was not to hide from it. Together they formed a road only if the hands holding them willingly let them go, and the old Peverell script repeated that warning in 3 different margins, as if some ancestor had known a desperate descendant would try to cheat. He lifted his eyes to the portrait. It was meant for 3 people. Yes, Dumbledore said. 3 brothers. 3 deaths refused or postponed. 3 claims laid down at once. Harry looked back to the chest. The vials lay in their silver grooves with labels that brightened when his gaze lingered too long, and he understood the next step before the book finished telling him. He chose 3 older vials, not James's, not Lily's, not anything that would drag his grief away from the work. Antioch Peverell, deathbed oath. Cadmus Peverell, witness confession. Ignotus Peverell, last instruction to blood. The names looked like legend until his fingers closed around them and found ordinary glass, ordinary stoppers, and the awful human weight of people who had made mistakes large enough to become fairy tales. Dumbledore's painted hand tightened on the edge of his chair. Harry, those memories may not be gentle. Nothing here is gentle, Harry said, and uncorked Antioch first. The memory poured into the black bowl like tarnished silver. A broad-shouldered man stood over a table in some rough old room, blood-soaking linen beneath one hand while the elder wand lay beyond his reach. He laughed through broken teeth, not because anything was funny, but because pride had finally found a wall it couldn't break. Harry watched him shove the wand away with the last of his strength and heard him rasp that power held too tightly became a hook in the soul. Cadmus's vial followed. His memory was quieter and worse. A man knelt before the resurrection stone with a face hollowed by longing, whispering apologies to someone who stood half-seen in silver light. He did not surrender because he was brave. He surrendered because love dragged through death had become cruelty, and he could no longer pretend the woman before him was comfort rather than punishment. Ignotus came last. His memory showed an old man folding the cloak across his knees while children slept in the next room. He spoke to no portrait and no court, only to the blood that might one day hear him. The cloak is not cowardice, Ignotus said softly. It is time borrowed for the sake of those who still need you. But when the last door comes, even shelter must be given back. The bowl went still. Harry stood over it with the 3 empty vials beside his hand, and for a moment the office seemed too small to hold the dead, the Hallows, and the ruin waiting outside the windows. He touched the cloak first, then the stone, then the elder wand. Each answered, not with comfort, but with recognition. So that's the price, Harry said. Not using them, giving them up. Dumbledore's voice was barely above the rain. Willingly. Harry drew the ritual book closer and reached for the row of stabilizing drafts. His hand shook once before he forced it steady. Then help me place them properly. Harry cleared the desk with a care that felt almost obscene in a broken office at the end of the world. He moved the family ledgers aside, placed James's unopened letter beneath the green Potter book, and set the 3 empty Peverell vials in a straight line where he could see them. The Hallows remained on the cleared wood, separate from one another now, no longer a wand, a stone, and a cloak in the ordinary sense, but 3 old promises waiting to be spent. Dumbledore guided him without softening the work. The bowl sits at the center. The cloak must form the outer concealment line, but it cannot cover you yet. The stone rests north of the bowl, within reach of your uninjured hand. The wand lies south, point toward the blood mark. If the wand points toward you, the right may read command as refusal. Harry looked at the elder wand and felt the bitter pull of it. He had carried it as a weapon, a problem, a symbol of everything men like Voldemort wanted and everything Harry had never wanted enough to keep. Now he lifted it with 2 fingers and set it exactly as Dumbledore said, point toward the dark smear his cut palm had left beside the ledger. No victory, he said quietly. Passage. Yes, Dumbledore said, and no return for them. Harry's hand stopped over the cloak. It looked impossibly small folded on the desk, too familiar to be myth, too soft to be law. His father had used it. He had used it through school corridors, hospital wings, midnight kitchens, battlefields, and grief. It had hidden him when he was a child breaking rules and when he was a man trying to survive them. Letting it go felt less like sacrificing an object than signing away the last proof that James Potter had once wrapped protection around him. The past will still have its Hallows, Harry said, though the words felt thin. Their past versions, yes, Dumbledore said. Not these. These remain burned out here. There will be no second elder wand waiting to answer you, no second stone carrying this surrender, no second cloak owed to your hand. Harry spread the cloak around the bowl, smoothing the fabric into a dark ring. It resisted at first, then settled, edges trembling as old enchantment recognized old law. He placed the resurrection stone at the northern point and felt it chill the skin of his fingers even after he let go. Then he uncorked the first stabilizing draft and poured 3 drops into the black bowl. The liquid struck the memory silver surface and vanished with a soft hiss. The ritual book brightened. Harry followed each line, adding blood from his palm, then a drop from the draft labeled breath anchor, then another from temporal cohesion. Each motion had to be deliberate. Each choice made the room colder and the ruined castle beyond the door feel further away, as if the future had begun stepping back before he had earned the right to leave it. Dumbledore watched him place the last vial down. "You may still stop." Harry looked at the cracked windows, the dead rain, the office that had become confession chamber, inheritance room, and gallows all at once. "If I stop, they stay dead for nothing," he said, and drew the stone closer. "Tell me the words." Dumbledore told him the words, and Harry repeated them until they stopped sounding like language and began feeling like a door shaped inside his mouth. The ritual book brightened with each phrase. The black bowl pulled at the air above it, and the memory silver surface sank lower than stone should allow, showing not a reflection but a narrow darkness threaded with 3 faint lines of light. Harry placed his bleeding palm on the marked page, held the stone in his left hand, and forced himself not to look toward James's unopened letter. "I, Harry James Potter, claim by blood what was hidden, by law what was stolen, and by mastery what was won," he said, and the elder wand answered with a sharp crack against the desk. "I surrender conquest. I surrender summons. I surrender shelter. I ask no crown from death, no bargain from the dead, and no hiding place from the cost." The cloak began to move. Its edges lifted from the desk without wind, dark fabric thinning into long black threads that circled the bowl and drew tight. Harry felt each thread touch the cut in his palm, the scar on his brow, and something deeper that had never belonged to him. Pain flashed behind his eyes, white and ugly, but he stayed upright because the words were not finished and he had failed once by not understanding enough. Dumbledore's portrait leaned forward. "Harry, keep hold of the stone until it calls. Do not drop it from fear." "I know," Harry said through his teeth, though he didn't know, not really. He only knew that stopping would make every grave outside the window permanent. The stone pulsed cold in his hand, and voices rose around him without forming bodies. His mother's warmth, his father's courage, Sirius's fierce, reckless love, Remus's tired steadiness, Fred laughing as if death had not earned the right to silence him. They did not ask him to stay. That mercy nearly broke him. The scar opened. Harry gasped as the foreign thing inside him twisted awake, not as Voldemort's voice, not as a true soul with words, but as a rotten knot of hunger and terror trying to cling to the only road left. The elder wand leapt from the desk, spun once above the bowl, and splintered lengthwise with a sound like old bone under pressure. The fragments burned white, then fell into the darkness. The stone cracked across Harry's palm. The cloak threads tightened until the fabric frayed into smoke and vanished into the black bowl. "Go," Dumbledore whispered. Harry looked once at the open chest, at the Potter book, at the letter waiting for a son who had never been allowed to read it. "I'll come back for what's mine," he said, and pressed his bleeding hand into the bowl. The office disappeared. Cold tore through him, then heat, then a crushing pull that dragged breath, pain, memory, and body through a space too narrow for living flesh. Harry hit wet grass on his hands and knees, vomiting black smoke onto clean earth while birds screamed from trees overhead. Rain touched the back of his neck, ordinary and alive. When he lifted his shaking hand to his face, his fingers found the scar still there, quiet at last, and the body beneath him was not 11 years old. It was his own adult body, battered, breathing, and impossible beneath a gray morning sky. 5. The Boy in the Cupboard. Harry stayed on his hands and knees until the black smoke stopped spilling from his mouth and the world proved it was not another trick of death. Grass soaked through the knees of his trousers. Rain slid under his collar, cold, clean, and ordinary, while birds scolded from a hedge with the offended fury of living things. He laughed once, a cracked sound that hurt his ribs, then pressed both palms flat against the earth because the ground was real and the scar on his brow was silent. He pushed himself upright too quickly and nearly went down again. His adult body had come with him, but it had not come gently. Every joint felt dragged through stone. His wand was gone. The elder wand burned behind him in a future that no longer had a right to keep everything, and his pockets held only torn cloth, blood, and the green Potter ledger tucked impossibly against his ribs beneath his robes. Harry touched it, breathed through the shock of having anything at all, and looked toward the neat suburban roofs beyond the trees. Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive. The name struck him harder than the fall. He crossed the verge carefully, keeping to hedges and garden walls, and used the reflective side of a parked car to see himself before any muggle did. A gaunt man with James Potter's bones and Lily's eyes stared back from the curved metal, older than his father had ever been allowed to become. No one could see him and think Harry Potter had survived childhood into a stranger's body. No one sensible, at least. That meant he needed a name before anyone else tried to give him one. Hadrian, he said under his breath, voice raw from the ritual. Hadrian Peverell. The word settled badly and then held. Not Harry, not here, not where a child still wore that name and deserved to keep it. Hadrian wiped mud from his hands, pulled his torn robe close like a coat, and walked until the familiar row appeared. Number 4 looked smaller than memory had made it and crueler because of that. The car in the drive gleamed. The curtains sat straight. The front step was scrubbed clean, as if decency could be polished onto brick. A thin boy with black hair stood in the garden, dragging a bin bag nearly as large as his chest. Dudley's shout came from inside, muffled but sharp, and Petunia's voice followed. Hurry up, boy, don't you dare track dirt back through my kitchen. Young Harry flinched. Hadrian stopped breathing. The boy was alive, small, and bent under an ordinary chore as if the world had not once depended on his shoulders. Hadrian's hand closed around the garden wall hard enough for old Brick to bite his palm, and the need to walk across the road and take him away rose so violently that he nearly obeyed it. Hadrian didn't cross the road. He made himself stay behind the low wall while young Harry hauled the bag toward the side gate, one shoulder hitched higher than the other because the weight kept pulling him crooked. The boy's jumper hung past his wrists, gray and shapeless, with one sleeve rolled badly enough to make his hand disappear whenever he lost his grip. Hadrian remembered that jumper. Dudley had hated it because the collar scratched, which meant Petunia had declared it perfectly good for Harry. The side door opened before young Harry reached it, and Petunia stood there with her arms folded tight across her thin chest. Her eyes flicked once toward the street, sharp as a knife checking for witnesses, then settled on the boy with familiar irritation. Not through the kitchen with that, she said. Round to the bins, then come back and wipe your shoes. If I find one mark on my floor, you'll scrub it until supper. Yes, Aunt Petunia, young Harry said, and the answer was so small, so automatic, that Hadrian's teeth came together hard enough to ache. Petunia's mouth pinched. And don't mumble, I won't have people thinking we failed to teach you manners. Young Harry straightened at once, trying to make himself taller inside clothes meant for a child twice his size. Yes, Aunt Petunia. Hadrian's fingers loosened from the brick by force of will rather than calm. He watched the boy drag the bag to the bins, struggle with the lid, and flinch when it clattered against the fence. The movement was not fear of pain exactly. It was worse because it came before thought, a body trained to expect blame from sound. Hadrian knew that flinch from the inside. He had carried it into Hogwarts, into war, into rooms where adults praised his courage while never asking what had taught him to freeze first and breathe after. The back door opened again. Vernon's voice rolled out, thick with breakfast and temper. Boy, where's my paper? Young Harry turned too quickly and nearly tripped over the bin bag. I'll get it, Uncle Vernon. You should have got it already, Vernon snapped. Lazy little thing, always waiting to be told. Hadrian stepped back before his body betrayed him. His hand went to where a wand should have been, found only torn cloth, and the emptiness saved the street from fire. No wand, no Hallows, no clean, foolish rescue that would hand young Harry straight from one cage into another built by adults with better manners and longer plans. He made himself look again because rage wanted a single villain, but the morning gave him evidence instead. The cupboard door visible through the hall when Petunia turned, the thin mattress edge inside it, the small pair of shoes tucked beneath the stairs like contraband. Young Harry ran for the paper, bare ankles flashing between oversized trousers and broken trainers. Hadrian watched him pass within 20 feet and had to swallow the sound trying to leave his throat. The boy was not a memory. He was hungry, cold, obedient, and alive. That made every plan Hadrian had imagined in the dead future too slow, and every reckless instinct he had now too dangerous. Hadrian moved before he decided to move. One step took him from the garden wall, another carried him off the curb, and for 3 mad seconds the whole world narrowed to the thin boy bending over the newspaper with rain darkening his hair. Young Harry had the paper under one arm and both hands full of Morning Post, most of it gripped awkwardly against his chest so it wouldn't fall into the gutter. He looked too small to be carrying anything heavier than a school bag, and yet the house behind him had already taught him to carry blame, silence, hunger, and everyone else's convenience. A car turned the corner. Hadrian stopped hard enough that pain shot up through his knees, and the driver leaned on the horn before swerving around him. Young Harry, startled, dropped 2 envelopes, and looked straight at him. For a moment Hadrian saw his own eyes in a child's face, without prophecy, without battlefield ash, without the dead pressing behind them. The boy blinked through the rain, wary but not yet running. "Sorry," young Harry said quickly, as if Hadrian had been the one wronged. He crouched to gather the fallen letters, shoulders tucked in before anyone had raised a hand. "I didn't mean to drop them." Hadrian's throat closed. He took another step, slower this time, and forced his hands to stay open at his sides. "You didn't do anything wrong." Young Harry's eyes flicked toward number 4 before they came back to him. That tiny glance broke more of Hadrian's restraint than a scream would have done. It said the boy knew wrongness was decided by the nearest adult, not by truth. It said kindness from a stranger was less safe than anger from family, because at least anger had rules. "Boy," Vernon shouted from inside the house. "Where is that paper?" Young Harry flinched and clutched the bundle tighter. "Coming, Uncle Vernon." He looked at Hadrian once more, confused by the stranger standing in the rain with blood on one hand and grief all over his face. "Are you hurt, mister?" Hadrian nearly reached for him then. He could take 3 steps, scoop the boy up, and run. He knew alleyways, wards, hidden roads, old safe houses, and names that still had power. He could vanish with the child before Vernon managed the front door. The fantasy hit so fiercely that his muscles gathered for it, and then the rest of the board appeared in his mind with brutal clarity. The boy who lived missing from Dumbledore's blood wards, the Ministry hunting a violent unknown wizard, Aurors dragging young Harry back as evidence, Dumbledore wrapping concern around control, and Petunia crying abduction loudly enough for every law to listen. "No," Hadrian said, and the word tasted like blood because it was meant for himself. "No, I'm not hurt badly." The front door opened. Vernon filled the frame in shirtsleeves and suspicion, his small eyes moving from young Harry to the stranger in the road. "You there," he barked. "What are you staring at?" Hadrian made himself lower his gaze like a harmless passer-by and stepped back onto the pavement. "Nothing. Wrong address." Vernon's face purpled with the pleasure of having someone to dismiss. "Then move along." Hadrian moved. He hated every step, but he took them because young Harry was still watching, and because saving him had to mean keeping him saved after the first brave minute ended. Hadrian kept walking until number 4 fell behind him, but he didn't leave Privet Drive. He turned at the end of the road, crossed to the opposite pavement, and slowed beside a clipped hedge where he could see the front door through rain and leaves without standing openly in front of the house. Vernon had dragged young Harry inside by then. The door had closed, the curtains had twitched once, and the spotless little prison had swallowed the boy again. He stood there with his cut hand hidden inside his sleeve and forced himself to think like a man who meant to win, not like a survivor who had just found the wound still bleeding. Rage offered easy pictures. Vernon on the floor, Petunia screaming, Dudley bawling, young Harry wrapped in Hadrian's arms while the house shrank behind them. Those pictures warmed nothing. They ended with Aurors, questions, blood wards, and Dumbledore's gentle voice explaining why Harry had to go back until proper arrangements could be made. "No," Hadrian whispered, and this time the word held. "Not your arrangements. Mine." An elderly woman came up the pavement with a little wheeled shopping trolley and slowed when she saw him. Her gaze traveled over his torn robes, his wet hair, and the blood at his cuff with polite English alarm-fighting curiosity. "Are you all right, dear?" Hadrian straightened carefully and gave her the harmless half-smile he had once used on reporters who wanted a savior instead of a person. "Bad morning, I'm afraid. I took a fall cutting through the park." "You should have that hand seen to," she said, still watching him, but less afraid now that he had sounded tired instead of mad. "There's a surgery 2 streets over." "Thank you," Hadrian said. "I will." She nodded, accepted the lie because society ran on accepted lies, and moved on. Hadrian watched her pass number 4 without seeing anything worth noticing. That was how the Dursleys had survived scrutiny for years. They were not monsters in a castle. They were respectable people behind clean windows, and respectable people were armor in this country. Hadrian needed better armor. He needed papers before accusations, money before movement, witnesses before confrontation, and a lawful claim strong enough that Dumbledore could not smile it aside. Gringotts first, identity first, Peverell first, then solicitors, guardianship law, property, school access, and every sharp old rule that had once been used around him while he was too young to know the blade was there. The front door opened again. Young Harry appeared with a scrubbing brush and a small bucket, and Petunia pointed sharply at the front step as if rain itself had offended her. Hadrian's jaw tightened, but he didn't cross the street. The boy would not stay there long. Not years, not months, if Hadrian could cut the law quickly enough. "I'm coming back for you," Hadrian said softly, and turned toward the road that would take him out of Little Whinging. Properly. 6. Hadrian Peverell. By the time Hadrian reached the leaky cauldron, the rain had washed most of the blood from his hand but none of the fury from his bones. He kept his head down through the pub, letting the torn black robes and exhausted silence do the work that confidence could not yet manage. Tom looked up from polishing a glass, eyes sharpening at the sight of him, but Hadrian crossed to the rear courtyard before curiosity became a question. His fingers remembered the bricks better than his mind did. 3 up, 2 across, and the wall opened onto Diagon Alley with a groan of shifting stone. The alley smelled of wet cobbles, owl feathers, potion smoke, and money. Hadrian didn't stop for a wand, clothes, food, or the sight of shop windows he had once pressed his nose against with Hagrid beside him. Every delay was a hand left on young Harry's shoulder inside number 4. Gringotts rose at the far end of the street, white and cold and sharp enough to cut through nostalgia. Good. He needed something in this world that still respected proof more than sentiment. The goblin at the main desk looked up when Hadrian approached. Quill paused above a ledger. His gaze moved over the torn robes, the mud, the adult face that belonged too much to James Potter and not enough to any living registry. "State your business." "Identity verification," Hadrian said, keeping his voice steady because goblins heard weakness as clearly as wizards heard shouting. "Bloodline claim and estate access. Peverell primary, Potter secondary." That earned him a second look. Not surprise. Goblins didn't waste surprise on humans where humans could see it. The quill came down with a click. "Name claimed?" "Hadrian Ignotus Peverell." The goblin's mouth thinned around the smallest edge of interest. "Peverell is not a name taken for convenience." "I know." Many have thought they knew. The goblin slid a narrow silver blade across the desk, followed by a black stone dish etched with runes Hadrian had last seen in a Peverell book beside Dumbledore's stolen pensieve. "Blood first. Lie second, if you are foolish." Hadrian took the blade without flinching. The cut across his thumb reopened skin already raw from brick and ritual, and he let 3 drops fall into the dish. The blood smoked black for one breath, then silver, then a green so dark it was almost night. Runes woke along the rim, crawling over one another in tight, hungry lines. The goblin stopped pretending disinterest. "How did you know to request Peverell primary?" "Because Potter answers through James," Hadrian said quietly, watching the dish as if it might accuse him aloud. "Peverell answers through Ignotus. The wrong order would bury the older claim under the louder one." The goblin's eyes narrowed. "That is not common banking knowledge." "No," Hadrian said. "It was expensive knowledge." A second goblin appeared from a side arch before the first had called him, older, heavier at the shoulders, with rings of black iron on 3 fingers. He studied the dish, then Hadrian's face. "You will come below." Hadrian closed his bleeding thumb around the green Potter ledger beneath his robes and inclined his head. "Lead the way." The older goblin led Hadrian through a side arch and down a narrow stair cut into black stone, leaving the public hall and its polished counters above them. The air cooled with every step. Lamps burned in iron brackets without smoke, and the walls carried old scratch marks where carts, blades, or claws had tested the same passage long before Hadrian had been born the first time. He followed without asking for comfort, because comfort was not what Gringotts sold, and because the goblin in front of him had not invited weakness below the bank. At the bottom, they entered a chamber with 3 desks, no windows, and a round table marked by rings of silver. The older goblin gestured to a chair but did not sit himself. "I am Ragnarok, Senior Blood Rights Examiner for Dormant Lines and Contested Inheritances." You have presented Peverell blood strong enough to wake a dish that has slept through frauds, cousins, and desperate widows. That does not make you safe. I didn't come here for safe, Hadrian said, lowering himself into the chair because his knees threatened to choose the floor for him. I came here for lawful. Ragnar's teeth showed briefly. It was not quite a smile. Good. Safe men lie badly. He touched one claw to the table, and silver lines brightened in a slow circle around the dish the desk goblin had carried down after them. Potter answers. Peverell answers. The Potter vaults remain active through the minor, Harry James Potter, currently under outside guardianship by blood placement and magical monitoring. You do not hold primary claim over him by naming yourself. I'm not trying to take his name, Hadrian said, and the words cost more than he let show. I need enough proof to act without being dismissed as a madman, imposter, or kidnapper. The desk goblin placed the green Potter ledger on the table after Hadrian surrendered it with visible reluctance. Ragnar opened it, read 3 lines, and went very still. This ledger should not be outside a Potter hand. It was given into a Potter hand, Hadrian said. Mine, by blood if not by calendar. Ragnar looked up sharply. Careful. Gringotts dislikes riddles unless they pay interest. Hadrian held his gaze. Then charge me for the answer when I can afford to tell it properly. The old goblin's attention sharpened rather than softened. He turned another page, then pressed a claw beside a line of cramped green script. There are dormant Potter sub-accounts, sealed instructional holdings, and older Peverell-linked repositories never merged into the main Potter estate. Some answer to you, some answer to the boy. Some will bite if touched in the wrong order. Then we open only what I can lawfully open today, Hadrian said. Identity papers, sufficient funds, access to Peverell records, and the names of solicitors who understand guardianship, blood wards, and old family law. Ragnar closed the ledger with care. Old claims attract old enemies. They also wake old debts. A Peverell name moving openly in Britain will not remain a banking matter for long. Hadrian thought of a thin boy clutching the Morning Post in the rain and made himself breathe evenly. Then we make sure the first story they hear is the one I choose. Ragnar did not summon a clerk. He summoned 3. One brought a tray of narrow brass cylinders sealed with wax. Another carried a stack of parchment so thin it almost glowed under the chamber lamps. The third set down a small box of black ink, a silver stylus, and a flat charm stone that began humming softly the moment Hadrian's cut thumb passed over it. The sound made the hairs rise along his forearm, but he kept his hand steady. Identity is not a cloak, Ragnar said, taking his seat at last. It is a contract between blood, record, and public lie. If one part fails, the other 2 become evidence against you. Then we make all 3 agree, Hadrian said. Ragnar tapped the stylus against the table. You are Hadrian Ignotus Peverell. Foreign raised. Which country? Hadrian's mind moved through maps, schools, ministries, and the shape of questions pure bloods would ask over dinner. Too ordinary, and they would look for records. Too exotic, and they would look harder. Canada, he said. Old branch. Quiet money. No public seat in Britain for generations. Convenient. Useful, Hadrian corrected. Not too convenient. A Canadian branch explains the accent drift, poor familiarity with recent British politics, and why I know old family law better than current gossip. The younger goblin's quill scratched across parchment. Ragnar watched Hadrian rather than the page. Relationship to the Potters? Distant blood relation through an old Peverell Potter marriage line, Hadrian said. The lie sat close enough to truth to breathe. Strong enough to explain resemblance. Not strong enough to challenge Harry James Potter's primary Potter claim. Wise, Ragnar said. A man who looks like James Potter and claims too much Potter blood becomes a scandal. A Peverell who resembles the Potters becomes a curiosity, then a rumor, then a dinner argument. That's survivable. That is expensive. Ragnar pushed the charm stone closer. Place your hand flat. Speak the public identity you are willing to defend under oath, in court, at Gringotts, before Wizengamot scrutiny, and in front of enemies who will enjoy finding cracks. Hadrian laid his palm on the stone. Cold climbed through his skin, old magic tasting blood and intent rather than memory. For a moment he saw young Harry in the rain again, clutching letters to his chest and apologizing for being startled. Hadrian let that sight harden him instead of break him. My name is Hadrian Ignotus Peverell, he said. I am the lawful adult heir of a foreign-raised Peverell branch, returned to Britain to settle dormant family interests. I am a distant Potter relation by blood and custom, with no intent to displace Harry James Potter from his name, inheritance, or legal personhood. The stone pulsed once beneath his palm. The quill stopped. Ragnarok bared his teeth. Acceptable, not clean. Clean stories rot quickly. This one has enough mud to live. Ragnarok's clerks worked more carefully after the charm stone accepted him. Wax softened under wandless heat, parchment drank ink, and brass cylinders clicked open one at a time, each seal waking with a low metallic note that made the silver rings in the table tremble. Hadrian signed where Ragnarok pointed, but never quickly. Each line was read aloud in gobbledygook and English, and every pause had weight. This was not a convenient identity being assembled from scraps. It was an old lordship remembering that it had not died. This confirms recognition of Hadrian Ignotus Peverell as lawful adult holder of the Peverell blood right, Ragnarok said, laying the first parchment flat. No branch qualification, no provisional courtesy. The line answers to you alone. Hadrian's hand tightened around the stylus. The words should have felt like triumph. Instead they landed like another obligation on top of a morning already crowded with ghosts, rain, and a child behind clean curtains. And Potter? Ragnarok's claw moved to the next page. Potter does not answer to you as a claim. The Potter name, primary estate, and direct blood right remain with Harry James Potter. What remains in you is kinship echo, enough for old magic to recognize concern, resemblance, and lawful distance. It gives you standing to ask careful questions. It does not give you standing to possess him. I don't want to possess him, Hadrian said, and the anger in his voice was quiet enough to be dangerous. Enough adults have tried. Ragnarok watched him for a long breath, then pushed a sealed folder across the table. Then use the distinction well. You are Lord Peverell. You are Potter kin only where magic and law find kinship useful and defensible. That makes you powerful, not omnipotent. Powerful men who mistake those words often become profitable corpses. Hadrian opened the folder and looked down at the name written in clean official ink. Lord Hadrian Ignotus Peverell stared back at him with the fragile strength of a door built during a fire. Beneath it lay banking recognition, foreign history attestation, Peverell estate seal authority, and a temporary Gringotts correspondence mark. He touched the edge of the parchment once, then shut the folder before the ache in his chest reached his hand. Ragnarok slid a sealed pouch beside it. Immediate liquid funds from accessible Peverell accounts. Enough to clothe yourself, arm yourself lawfully, hire counsel, and begin moving. Deeper vaults, properties, ritual libraries, and seat documentation require formal opening procedures. Not because your claim is weak, but because old things are dangerous when woken by exhausted men. Then we wake them properly, Hadrian said. A rare human preference. Ragnarok produced a narrow slip of parchment. 3 firms, one fashionable and useless, one competent but too fond of ministry approval. The third is old, unpleasant, expensive, and difficult to frighten. That one, Hadrian said at once. Ragnarok's teeth showed. Marchbanks, Gallivan and Quill. Ask for Euphemia Quill. Tell her Gringotts referred a Peverell lordship matter involving guardianship concerns, blood wards, Potter kinship distance, and old family standing. She will overcharge you and dislike you until you become interesting. I can live with that. Can you live with being noticed? Ragnarok asked, and the chamber seemed to lean closer around the question. Because the moment you leave through the public hall under that seal, Peverell becomes a word in other mouths. Hadrian thought of young Harry clutching wet post to his chest and apologizing for being startled by a bleeding stranger. He stood, tucking the folder inside his robes and the pouch beneath his torn sleeve. Good. I need the right people looking before the wrong ones decide they own the story. Ragnarok escorted him up by a different stair. The public hall's marble brightness struck Hadrian like daylight after a cell, and several quills paused as he crossed the floor beside a senior goblin with black iron rings. A witch in pearl-trimmed robes turned her head. A narrow-faced wizard near the currency desk stopped mid-sentence when Ragnarok said, clearly enough to carry, Gringotts recognizes Lord Hadrian Peverell for lawful business. Hadrian did not look back. He stepped out into Diagon Alley with papers against his ribs, money in his sleeve, and Euphemia Quill's name burning brighter in his mind than any wand. Behind him, the doors of Gringotts closed, and the whisper began before the bronze had finished ringing. 7. The Peverell Chair. Euphemia Quill's office sat above a narrow apothecary that smelled of peppermint, brass polish, and medicinal threat. Hadrian climbed the stairs with Gringotts papers inside his robes and the whisper of his new name still following him from the bank. By the time the clerk admitted him, rain had darkened his torn sleeves again, and 3 portraits in powdered wigs were pretending not to stare at his face. That was useful. If portraits stared, people would talk, and if people talked, the Board of Governors would hear Peverell before Dumbledore could fold the name away into one of his kind silences. Euphemia Quill did not rise when he entered. She was a thin witch with iron-gray hair, sharp spectacles, and a desk arranged as if disorder had once tried to approach and been legally restrained. Her eyes moved from his damaged robes to the Gringotts seal, then to his face. "Lord Peverell, according to the goblins. Sit before you bleed on anything irreplaceable." Hadrian sat because refusing would waste strength. "I need access to Hogwarts." "Many men want that. Most pretend it's for education." Euphemia opened the folder, read the first parchment, and her expression changed by one careful degree. "You have money, blood recognition, and a name people will either flatter or fear. That buys doors. It doesn't buy Albus Dumbledore." "I'm not trying to buy Dumbledore," Hadrian said. "I'm trying to buy something he can't refuse without explaining why." That earned him a longer look. Euphemia leaned back and steepled her fingers. "Then you don't want a teaching application. He can delay those forever with courtesy. You want the board. I want a legal position inside the school that doesn't touch defense against the dark arts." One of the few sensible sentences I've heard from a client this month. Euphemia drew a ledger from the left side of her desk and turned several pages with brisk, dry hands. "The governors are proud, cautious, and mostly convinced Hogwarts belongs to their childhood memories. 1 is rich enough to ignore you. 2 are too loyal to Dumbledore to move first. 1 is Lucius Malfoy, which is its own disease. And 1 is weak." Hadrian's attention sharpened. "Weak how?" "Debt hidden under old carpets. Pride polished daily. Family seat retained by habit rather than strength." Euphemia tapped a name with one fingernail. "Governor Septimus Roll. He will not sell honor, but he may accept rescue if it lets him call the rescue tradition." Hadrian looked at the name until it became a door. "Then we don't offer charity. We offer an endowed chair, old family patronage, and a public chance for him to restore practical standards at Hogwarts." Euphemia's mouth tightened into something almost approving. "Now you sound expensive enough to be taken seriously." Euphemia did not move for several seconds after Hadrian named the shape of the attack. Then she reached to the right side of her desk, opened a drawer with a brass key worn smooth by use, and removed a flat black case no larger than a book. Inside lay 3 parchment slips, each folded through with red thread and sealed in dull brown wax. She chose the middle one, weighed it between 2 fingers, and looked at him over her spectacles. "Understand this before you grow pleased with yourself. Debt is not a leash unless the debtor believes the hand holding it can ruin him without looking vulgar." "I don't need Roll humiliated," Hadrian said. "I need him grateful, cornered, and proud enough to call surrender tradition. That sentence is why my fee just doubled." Euphemia broke the seal and spread the slip flat. "Septimus Roll owes money to 3 parties he would rather not name in front of his wife, 2 cousins, and 1 portrait that apparently screams when disappointed. The cleanest note is held through a goblin intermediary. The ugliest is held by a cousin who wants the board seat for himself. The useful one is old school fee debt converted twice and hidden under family maintenance language." Hadrian leaned forward despite the pull in his ribs. The parchment was not a bill so much as a map of weakness, all polite terms and careful omissions. He read the figures, the dates, and the creditor's mark, then looked at the pouch Ragnarok had given him. Money was supposed to be heavy because it mattered. Today it felt obscene because a child in Surrey was scrubbing steps while Hadrian bought a road into the castle. "How much to acquire the useful note?" he asked. Euphemia's quill scratched once across her blotter, paused, then scratched again. "Enough that a foolish man would wince. Not enough that Lord Peverell should. I can purchase it through a holding instrument by late afternoon, provided Gringotts confirms liquidity and you sign authority now." "Do it." She pushed a parchment toward him before the words had finished leaving his mouth. "No, read it first. I don't care how desperate you are. Men who sign unread papers because their hearts are bleeding become clients for their enemies. Hadrian took the parchment, and the rebuke landed because it deserved to. He read every line. Euphemia watched without approving, which was more useful than kindness. The authority named Marchbanks, Gallivan and Quill as acting solicitor for the acquisition of a royal family note, concealed the Peverell interest until disclosure became strategic, and forbade use of the note for public scandal without written approval. He signed at the bottom with the new name, and the ink darkened as if the page had been waiting to see whether he could bear it. Euphemia sanded the signature, folded the parchment, and rang a small silver bell. A young clerk appeared from the outer office with the expression of someone trained not to notice history happening. Miss Bletchley, Gringotts Courier, priority seal. Then send word to Mr. Gallivan that we are acquiring the roll maintenance note before tea. The clerk's eyes flicked once toward Hadrian's torn robes and the Gringotts folder. Yes, Madam Quill. When the door closed, Euphemia drew a fresh sheet toward her and wrote the heading in a hand so neat it looked carved. Proposal for the endowment of the Peverell Chair of Practical Defense at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hadrian stared at the words, and for one dangerous moment the office faded into a classroom full of children who had once learned theory while monsters walked the corridors. Funded entirely by my estate, he said. No tuition burden, no ministry grant, no dependence on Dumbledore's appointment process. And no claim to the cursed defense post, Euphemia added, underlining practical defense with a hard stroke. You are not replacing Quirinus Quirrell. You are restoring an old family-sponsored practical chair under board authority. That gives cautious men something to vote for and Albus Dumbledore something awkward to oppose. Hadrian looked at the title again until it stopped being ink and became a door. Then open it. Euphemia did not open the door with speech. She opened it with ink, seals, and a sequence of owls that left her clerk pale from running between the outer office and the roof. By the time the first replies returned, Hadrian had been fed a bitter restorative, bullied into accepting a clean bandage, and given a dark robe from a wardrobe Euphemia described as, for clients who arrived dramatic and underdressed. It hung too formally across his shoulders, but torn black cloth would have made him look desperate, and desperation belonged nowhere near the Board of Governors. The first response came from Hogwarts in Dumbledore's hand, all graceful loops and polished concern. Euphemia read it aloud without asking permission. Albus Dumbledore expresses admiration for Lord Peverell's generous interest in the welfare of Hogwarts students, but suggests such a substantial educational addition would benefit from reflection after the coming school year begins. He's delaying, Hadrian said. He's smiling while delaying, Euphemia corrected. That matters. A man who says no can be fought directly. A man who asks for reflection must be made to look as though he's reflecting while children remain underprepared. Hadrian took the letter when she offered it. The handwriting was familiar enough to hurt. In another life, Dumbledore's words had arrived like instructions from the only adult who seemed to understand the war. Now Hadrian saw the velvet around the hook. He doesn't know what I am yet. No, Euphemia said. He knows you are rich, old, inconvenient, and moving quickly. That's enough for him to prefer tomorrow. The second owl arrived with green wax and too much confidence. Euphemia broke the seal, scanned the page, and gave a dry little sound that was not quite laughter. Lucius Malfoy supports further discussion of the proposal. He praises restoration of old family stewardship, private patronage in place of ministry interference, and the revival of proper practical standards among wizarding children. Hadrian looked up sharply. He supports it? He thinks you are proof that old blood is remembering its responsibilities. Euphemia slid the letter across the desk. He also thinks supporting you costs him nothing while letting him stand against Dumbledore without looking reckless. Hadrian read Lucius's elegant phrasing and felt the board shift beneath his feet. Malfoy saw a restored Peverell Lord, a possible ally, and another polished weight to place against Dumbledore. Dumbledore saw a problem to be slowed until he understood it. Neither man saw a future corpse standing between them with the memory of children dying under castle stones. Good, Hadrian said, setting both letters side by side. Let them misunderstand me in opposite directions. Euphemia's spectacles caught the lamplight as she studied him. Misunderstandings are useful only while managed. If Malfoy thinks he owns part of this before the vote, he'll expect repayment. Then he gets courtesy, Hadrian said. Not ownership. And Dumbledore? Hadrian touched the heading of the proposal, where practical defense waited in dark ink. He gets a public question he can't answer privately. Does Hogwarts need children better trained, at no cost to the school, under board supervision, without touching his cursed defense appointment? Euphemia's expression sharpened into approval at last. She rang the silver bell again. Miss Bletchley, prepare notices for an emergency governor's consultation. Include Headmaster Dumbledore's appreciative reflection and Governor Malfoy's favorable comments. Hadrian leaned back as the clerk hurried in, exhaustion pressing behind his eyes but not dulling the line of the plan. Somewhere in Surrey, a boy was still waiting without knowing anyone had begun moving the law around him. Hadrian could not reach him yet. He could, however, force Hogwarts to open a door before September. The emergency consultation did not gather in Euphemia's office, but the first vote was born there all the same. By late afternoon, the rain had turned the office windows gray, the lamps had been lit, and Miss Bletchley had stacked replies in 3 neat piles marked favorable, cautious, and poisonous. Hadrian stood because sitting too long made his body remember how recently it had been dragged through death, while Euphemia remained behind her desk with the patience of a spider at the center of a web. The roll reply arrived last. Its owl was old, damp, and offended, with a ribbon tied badly around one leg. Miss Bletchley brought it in with unusual care, and Euphemia broke the seal without ceremony. Her eyes moved across the page once, then again more slowly. Governor Roll agrees that a privately endowed chair may be considered under board authority, provided the old rights of educational patronage are respected and the dignity of Hogwarts is preserved. Hadrian watched her face rather than the page. He knows. He knows someone has acquired the note, Euphemia said. He doesn't know who. He knows I know. He knows that if he refuses to take a dignified path, less dignified paths exist. That is often enough for an old family man with cracked foundations. Does he support the proposal? Not publicly yet. Euphemia placed Roll's letter between Dumbledore's graceful delay and Malfoy's elegant encouragement. He supports consideration. That gives us the consultation. The consultation gives us minutes. Minutes give us a formal question. A formal question gives Dumbledore less room to turn this into tea and postponement. Hadrian looked at the 3 letters until the shape of the trap settled in his mind. Dumbledore's politeness, Malfoy's ambition, and Roll's fear did not belong together, but Euphemia had pinned them to the same parchment and made them hold. Then send the amended notice. Euphemia dipped her quill. Say it properly. You are not a boy asking permission. You are the patron placing the matter before governors who like pretending they still govern. Hadrian's mouth tightened, but he took the correction. Send notice that Lord Hadrian Ignotus Peverell formally places before the Board of Governors an endowed, a state-funded chair of practical defense, under board supervision, independent of the Defense Against the Dark Arts appointment, and available for implementation before the coming school year. Miss Bletchley's quill flew over the page. Euphemia nodded once. Better. Add that Lord Peverell is prepared to fund staffing, materials, practice equipment, safety wards, and insurance bonds for the first 7 years. Hadrian glanced at her. 7? 3 looks temporary. 5 looks cautious. 7 sounds old enough to be tradition and short enough that governors can pretend they retain control. Euphemia signed the notice with a hard stroke and passed it to Miss Bletchley. Priority owls. Copies to all governors, the headmaster, and Gringotts witness record. The clerk left at a near run. Silence followed her out, thinner than before. Hadrian let his hand rest on the back of the chair, and for the first time since leaving Privet Drive, a piece of the future moved because he had pushed it. Not enough, not nearly enough, but Hogwarts had been given a question in ink, and ink made cowards answer where whispers let them hide. Euphemia closed the roll file and looked up. Now you need credentials. Hadrian stilled. I fought a war. Not on parchment. Euphemia's tone was merciless enough to be useful. By tomorrow, someone will ask who you expect to put in front of children. If the answer is yourself, we must make you look lawful before they make you look dangerous. Hadrian thought of young Harry in oversized clothes, of Quirrell standing in a classroom with Voldemort behind his skull, and of children who would enter Hogwarts believing adults had prepared the way. He straightened despite the ache in his bones. Then we make me lawful. 8. Diagon from the other side. By the morning Hagrid brought young Harry to Diagon Alley, Euphemia Quill's last lesson had settled under Hadrian's skin more stubbornly than the ache in his ribs. Lawful before dangerous. The words followed him through the leaky cauldron's back room, past Tom's curious glance, and into the courtyard where the bricks waited to become a door. His papers were folded inside his coat, heavy with seals, board authority, and the fresh legal shape of a man allowed to stand near Hogwarts without asking Albus Dumbledore's permission. None of that made the waiting easier. Hadrian did not open the wall himself. He stood beneath the shadow of the passage, partly screened by a delivery stack of potion crates, and watched Hagrid count bricks with one large finger while young Harry stood beside him in clothes that still belonged to Dudley more than to him. The boy's hair was damp from the London morning, his glasses sat crooked on his nose, and he held himself with the wary stillness of someone who expected delight to be taken back if he reached for it too openly. 3 up, 2 across, Hagrid muttered, tapping the brick with his umbrella. Stand back a bit, Harry. Wouldn't do tear have ye squashed before y'ave bought books. Young Harry obeyed at once, too quickly, and Hadrian felt the old anger rise before he forced it down. Hagrid saw a polite child. Hadrian saw training. Then the wall folded open, brick sliding away from brick, and Diagon Alley spilled itself before the boy in color, noise, owls, robes, smoke, coins, and living impossibility. Young Harry's mouth parted, his shoulders loosened by a fraction so small most adults would have missed it, but Hadrian did not miss it. He could not afford to miss anything. A witch leaving the pub nearly stepped into him and stopped with a little gasp when she recognized his face from yesterday's gossip rather than from any memory she had earned. Lord Peverell, she said, lowering her voice as Hagrid and the boy moved ahead. I hadn't realized you were acquainted with Hagrid. Hadrian kept his eyes on young Harry's back until the crowd swallowed him almost to the shoulders. Not today, he said. The witch glanced toward the half-giant, then toward the small boy turning in a slow circle under the arch of the alley. Is that him? Yes, Hadrian said, and the answer cost more than he let show. And no one with sense should crowd him before he knows where he's standing. Her curiosity cooled into embarrassment. Of course, my lord. Hadrian inclined his head just enough to dismiss her gently, then stepped into the alley only after Hagrid had drawn young Harry toward the shops. The boy laughed once when a cage of owls hooted together, startled and bright, and Hadrian's hand closed around the edge of his sleeve instead of reaching. He had come to witness, not possess. He had come to guard the road without stealing the wonder at its beginning. So he followed at a distance, letting the crowd, the shopfronts, and the newly awakened name of Peverell hide him badly enough that the right people would notice and the wrong child would not. Hadrian let Hagrid lead young Harry toward Gringotts before he followed, keeping 3 knots of shoppers and a passing witch with a cage of canaries between them. The boy looked everywhere at once, stunned by cauldrons stacked outside shop doors, broomsticks turning lazily behind glass, and a tiny silver instrument in a display window that puffed blue smoke whenever anyone came too near. Hagrid's kindness was plain in the way he slowed his stride without making a lesson of it, but his carelessness traveled just as openly. Every time the half-giant said Harry's name, heads turned. Every time a head turned, Hadrian counted the eyes that lingered too long. Inside Gringotts, the marble hall amplified everything. Hagrid's boots struck the floor like mallets, young Harry's gaze lifted to the high counters and sharp goblin faces, and a queue of witches near the currency desk stopped pretending not to stare. One of them whispered, "That's him," with enough awe to make Harry shrink closer to Hagrid's coat. Hagrid beamed, proud and warm and utterly blind to the way fame pressed around a child like hands reaching from every side. A goblin clerk's eyes flicked from Hagrid to Harry, then past them to Hadrian. Recognition sharpened there. "Lord Peverell," the goblin said, voice low but not low enough for the nearby queue to miss. "Do you require service?" Hadrian stepped closer to the counter, letting his body block part of the hall's view without making the movement look protective. "Not service. Discretion." The goblin's mouth thinned. Humans usually request that after failing to practice it. "Then mark me as early," Hadrian said, keeping his tone dry while young Harry watched Hagrid produce a small key and a letter from Dumbledore. "The boy is here for ordinary school business. Let it remain ordinary as long as the world allows." The goblin glanced toward Harry, then toward Hagrid's letter. "That is not an ordinary errand." "No," Hadrian said, catching the words Albus Dumbledore and Vault 713 as Hagrid's voice carried across the marble. "That's rather the problem." A narrow-faced wizard 2 counters away turned at the vault number. then looked quickly down when Hadrian's eyes found him. Hadrian filed away the face, the signet ring, and the pretense of boredom. He could not seal every mouth in the hall. He could, however, remember which mouths opened first. The clerk slid a blank banking chit across the counter as if it were a receipt. A note for Senior Examiner Ragnarok? Hadrian took the quill, wrote 3 words, and folded the chit once. Observe the observers. The goblin read it without expression, then made the paper vanish beneath his ledger. Across the hall, young Harry smiled uncertainly at Hagrid as a cart bell rang somewhere below the bank, and Hadrian made himself step back before the boy could turn and catch him watching too closely. Hadrian remained in the marble hall after Hagrid and young Harry disappeared toward the carts, because leaving too quickly would tell the watchers that the boy had been his only concern. He turned instead to a side writing desk, selected a public banking form, and bent over it with the deliberate patience of a man occupied by his own affairs. Reflections moved in the polished brass edge of the inkstand. 2 witches in pearl-trimmed robes whispered near the currency counter. The narrow-faced wizard with the signet ring crossed to a different queue without finishing his transaction. A clerk vanished through a side door, and Hadrian watched the door close as if he had not noticed it at all. Lord Peverell, Lucius Malfoy said from behind him, smooth as oiled silver. Diagon Alley is fortunate today. A new patron of Hogwarts and the boy who lived arrive in the same morning. One could almost believe the old families are stirring again. Hadrian finished the line he had been pretending to write before he turned. Lucius stood with one gloved hand resting on his cane, pale hair immaculate, eyes bright with calculation dressed as courtesy. Near his side, a fair-haired boy looked bored in the practiced way of children taught that boredom was a rank. Hadrian saw Draco Malfoy alive and 11, untouched by fear, war, or the ruined manor he had once entered under another sky, and kept his face still. Coincidence carries more weight when people are eager to load it, Hadrian said. Lucius smiled faintly. Hogwarts rarely receives coincidence kindly. Your proposed chair has caused considerable discussion. So I hoped. Some discussion is admiration, Lucius said, angling the word as if offering a gift. Some is concern. A Peverell lord returning from abroad, founding a practical chair, and appearing near Harry Potter on his first public day suggests either sentiment or strategy. Hadrian let his gaze pass once toward the cart doors, then back to Lucius. Children buying school supplies should not become instruments in adult sentences. Draco shifted, attention sharpening at the edge in Hadrian's tone. Lucius noticed the boy noticing and placed a gloved hand lightly on his son's shoulder. A generous principle, difficult to maintain in public life. Then it will be useful practice, Hadrian said. The pearl-trimmed witch had stopped whispering. So had the wizard with the signet ring. Lucius's smile did not change, but the hall had. Hadrian could feel the story forming around them already. Peverell speaking of Potter, Malfoy speaking of Hogwarts, old blood circling a child who had not yet bought a wand. The cart bell rang far below. Young Harry would return soon with gold in his pocket, fame in every mouth, and no idea how quickly adults had begun arranging themselves around him. Lucius inclined his head by a fraction. I look forward to seeing how your practice develops, Lord Peverell. Hadrian returned the courtesy with equal measure and no warmth. Then watch closely. Lucius moved away with Draco at his side, and Hadrian let him go without turning the parting into a contest. The hall had learned enough from their exchange. He could feel it in the careful quiet that followed, in the way the pearl-trimmed witch lowered her voice, in the way the narrow-faced wizard suddenly found business elsewhere. Old families had seen him refuse Malfoy's ownership in public language, and that meant the next rumor would arrive with teeth. Useful teeth, if he could make them bite in the right direction. The cart doors opened with a clatter, and Hagrid emerged first, bending beneath the arch, one hand half raised as if he could shield young Harry from the whole bank by being large enough. Young Harry followed with a small pouch clutched close to his chest, his face still bright from underground wonder and unsettled by the hall above. A goblin near the desk looked at the boy's pouch, then at Hadrian, and Hadrian gave the smallest shake of his head. Not now, not here. The goblin's eyes narrowed, but he returned to his ledger. Hagrid spotted a staring wizard and frowned in honest irritation. Come on, Harry. Best get her wand next. That's the important bit, that is. Young Harry looked up at him, distracted by the word wand, and nearly smiled. Will I really be able to do magic with it? Course ye will, Hagrid said, rough voice going soft around pride. It'll choose ye proper. Ollivander's odd, mind, but he knows his wands. Hadrian stepped behind a marble pillar before the boy could glance back. He had survived Voldemort, courts, ruins, and death itself, yet hiding from an 11-year-old smile hurt worse than most curses. He waited until Hagrid and young Harry reached the bronze doors, then crossed to the counter where the same clerk had taken his note. Send this to Ragnarok, he said, placing a folded parchment on the polished wood. Any unusual enquiry regarding Harry James Potter's accounts, guardianship papers, school purchases, or vault access comes to me through counsel, not gossip. The goblin opened the parchment, read the narrow lines, and showed a thin edge of teeth. Humans usually call this concern. Call it preparation, Hadrian said. Preparation costs, the goblin replied. So does lateness. Hadrian signed the authorization chit, watched the goblin seal it, then added a second note addressed to Euphemia Quill. Lucius has made contact. Publicly courteous. Privately measuring. Certify board minutes before the feast and prepare staff access papers for Hogwarts delivery. He sanded the ink himself, because sending another person to do it would make the decision feel cleaner than it was. By the time Hadrian stepped back into Diagon Alley, Hagrid and young Harry were already far ahead, moving toward the narrow shop where wands waited in dusty boxes. Hadrian did not follow closely. He turned instead toward the public owl office, carrying no wand, no hallows, and no right to stand beside the boy yet. Behind him, Gringotts began moving quietly. Ahead of him, young Harry's first wand waited, and Hadrian forced himself to let the child reach it without an old ghost at his shoulder. 9. The Sorting Feast. Hadrian entered Hogwarts through the staff doors, not the front gates, and the choice felt like another small theft he had no right to enjoy. The castle rose around him whole and warm, with torchlight along the stone, banners hanging clean above the great hall doors, and portraits muttering over the arrival of a man whose name had only recently been spoken aloud again. Every step dragged old ruins behind his eyes. He kept walking anyway, one hand resting lightly on the folder inside his robes where Gringotts' recognition, board minutes, and Euphemia Quill's staff access papers waited together like armor made from ink. Professor McGonagall met him outside the great hall, her posture rigid enough to make courtesy look like a shield. Her gaze touched his face and stopped there despite herself. The lamps caught the sharp line of his cheek, the black hair he had not tamed, and the Potter shape beneath the Peverell name. Hadrian watched recognition wound her before discipline covered it. Lord Peverell, she said, voice clipped but not cold. The headmaster asked me to confirm that you have found your rooms satisfactory. They're more than sufficient, Hadrian said. Thank you, Professor. Her mouth tightened at the voice, or perhaps at the politeness. You understand, I trust, that your board position does not place you above school order during term. I do, Hadrian said, and let the answer settle without defense. At Hogwarts, I'm here to teach the class the board approved. In board matters, I'll speak as a governor. I won't confuse the two unless someone else forces the confusion first. McGonagall studied him more closely then, and something in her expression shifted from grief toward caution. James Potter had a talent for sounding reasonable immediately before becoming impossible. Hadrian felt the name strike exactly where she had aimed it. I'm not James Potter. No, she said, softer now and worse for it. You are not. The doors behind her opened before either of them could mend the moment. Snape stepped out in black robes, his face already arranged into contempt, but the expression faltered for the space of one breath when he saw Hadrian properly beneath Hogwarts' torchlight. Hatred came after, not ordinary dislike, not professional suspicion, but something old and fast enough to make his eyes go flat. Peverell, Snape said, how generous of the board to send us a relic in Professor's robes. Hadrian turned to him fully. Professor Snape. Snape's gaze flicked over his face with surgical unpleasantness. You have the look of a man who expects history to thank him for arriving late. McGonagall's head snapped toward him. Severus. No, Hadrian said, before she could turn defense into a public kindness he had not earned. Let him decide what he sees. People usually do. Snape's mouth thinned. And what should I see? A colleague with papers in order, Hadrian said. Anything beyond that is your own lesson to manage. For a moment, The corridor held all three of them in a silence too crowded for the space. Then the great hall doors opened wider, spilling candlelight and student noise into the passage, and the first sound of arriving children rose from beyond the entrance doors. Hadrian looked past McGonagall toward the hall where young Harry would soon walk beneath the enchanted ceiling, small, nervous, alive, and unwarned. He made himself breathe once before stepping toward the staff table. Tonight he could not be a ghost reaching for a child. Tonight he had to be a professor everyone was already watching. Hadrian took his place at the staff table between Professor Sinistra and an empty chair that smelled faintly of pipe smoke and lemon polish, and the height of the dais made the great hall feel more dangerous than any battlefield. From here, he could see too much. 4 longhouse tables waited beneath floating candles, bright with students in clean robes, restless whispers, and faces that should have belonged to photographs, graves, and memory. Percy Weasley sat stiff-backed at the Gryffindor table, trying to look as if responsibility had been tailored onto him. Fred and George leaned together with identical expressions of badly hidden mischief. Hermione Granger stood among the first years with her chin lifted, hair untamed, eyes moving over every detail as if knowledge might escape if she blinked. Ron Weasley hovered beside young Harry, thin, nervous, alive. Sinistra glanced at Hadrian's untouched goblet. First feast as staff? In Britain, Hadrian said, because the lie was already part of the scaffolding holding him upright. Then brace yourself, she said, with a small, knowing smile. The sorting always looks charming until someone faints, argues with the hat, or tries to sit at the wrong table because their cousin told them Hufflepuff has better pudding. Hadrian almost answered. Then Professor McGonagall unrolled the parchment, and the hall quieted around the first name. One by one, children climbed onto the stool and vanished beneath the battered hat's brim long enough to become part of Hogwarts. Hadrian made himself watch all of them, not only Harry, because a teacher who stared at one child would be noticed and a ghost who ignored the living would deserve his haunting. Names passed. Houses cheered. The ordinary rhythm of the ceremony did what war never had. It hurt by being normal. Granger, Hermione. The hat took its time. Hermione sat rigid beneath it, hands clenched in her lap, and Hadrian remembered a woman holding the ministry together with ink-stained fingers and exhaustion carved into her face. Gryffindor, the hat called, and Hermione hurried to the table while Gryffindor cheered around her. Ron clapped because everyone else did. Fred and George made room with theatrical solemnity, and Hadrian had to lower his eyes to his plate until the room steadied. Potter, Harry. The hall broke before Harry reached the stool. Whispers ran over the tables like sparks through dry grass, and young Harry's shoulders tucked in as if fame were another oversized coat he had never asked to wear. Hadrian's hand closed around his napkin beneath the table. McGonagall placed the hat gently over the boy's messy hair, and Hadrian held himself still while the child beneath it sat small, frightened, and painfully brave. The pause stretched. Snape watched Harry with a hatred so practiced it might have been mistaken for discipline. Quirrell's turbaned head tilted slightly at the far end of the table, and Hadrian noted the movement without turning toward it. Dumbledore looked kind, which was sometimes the most dangerous thing in the room. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The table erupted. Ron's face lit with honest relief. The twins banged their hands on the wood. Percy rose halfway to guide Harry into place, and Hermione looked at him with bright, assessing curiosity. Young Harry sat among them, awkward and overwhelmed, while all Hadrian's dead gathered around him laughing, breathing, arguing over elbow room, and welcoming a boy who did not yet know how much he would one day lose. Hadrian lifted his goblet at last, because not moving had become more suspicious than grief, and drank pumpkin juice that tasted unbearably of childhood. The feast arrived in a rush of food, laughter, and children discovering that hunger could become celebration if enough golden plates filled themselves at once. Hadrian placed one spoonful of potatoes on his plate, then another, because a professor who did not eat at a school feast invited concern, and concern led to questions. Below him, young Harry stared at the food with the dazed caution of a boy who had learned not to trust plenty. Ron said something through a mouthful of chicken, Hermione frowned at his manners, and Harry smiled despite himself. The sight nearly undid Hadrian more effectively than grief had. Dumbledore rose near the center of the staff table, and the hall quieted by instinct rather than command. A few words before our excellent feast carries some of you into pudding-related regret, he said, eyes twinkling over the half-moon spectacles. First, our thanks to the governors, who have approved the restoration of a practical defensive studies chair at Hogwarts. Lord Hadrian Peverell joins us this year to teach practical defense to all years in addition to our usual defense against the dark arts curriculum. The hall turned toward him. Hadrian stood because not standing would look like fear, and bowing too deeply would look like theater. He inclined his head once, measured, neither inviting worship nor refusing scrutiny. Applause began uncertainly at Ravenclaw, grew at Hufflepuff, sharpened into curiosity at Slytherin, and became noisy at Gryffindor because the twins had decided noise was an acceptable response to anything new. Young Harry clapped with everyone else, polite and confused, and Hadrian felt the child's attention touch him without recognition. "Practical, Headmaster?" Snape murmured, low enough for the staff table but not the hall. How reassuring. One hopes the board remembered to define the word. Hadrian sat smoothly. "They did. I brought the minutes." Sinistra hid a smile behind her goblet. Quirrell gave a small nervous laugh from further along the table, then turned his head toward Dumbledore as if seeking permission to exist. The movement shifted the fall of his turban, and Hadrian's attention fixed with such sudden force that the rest of the hall seemed to fall back. Purple cloth, garlic beneath the feast smells, tremor in the left hand when no one addressed him, the careful avoidance of Snape's direct gaze, the body held like rented property. Quirrell noticed him watching and flinched. "Lord Peverell," he said, with a stammer so neat it might once have fooled a younger man. "I'm sure your class will be a great help to the students." Hadrian lifted his goblet, not in toast but in acknowledgement, and made his face mild. "That's the intention, Professor Quirrell." Behind the turban, nothing moved that the hall could see. Hadrian still felt the answer in the marrow of old memory. Not proof, not enough for a curse, accusation, or arrest. A hall full of children sat between him and the parasite wearing a teacher's body, and even if he struck cleanly, Voldemort might flee, possess, vanish, or force Dumbledore to protect the school by burying the truth under necessary caution. Hadrian set the goblet down without spilling a drop. Dumbledore resumed speaking, but his gaze passed over Hadrian once, light and kind and much too aware. "Our usual warning about the Forbidden Forest remains unchanged. It is forbidden because it is dangerous, not because the name has aesthetic appeal. Mr. Filch has also asked me to remind everyone that magic in the corridors is not a substitute for walking around one another." Laughter rippled through the room. Hadrian let it pass over him while Quirrell dabbed at his mouth with a napkin and Snape watched both of them through narrowed eyes. The feast had not even ended, and the war was already sitting at the staff table. By the time the puddings cleared themselves away, Hadrian had counted 5 glances from Dumbledore, 7 from Snape, and too many from Quirrell to call the man merely nervous. Young Harry yawned behind his hand at the Gryffindor table, trying to hide exhaustion because children who had learned to be grateful often treated tiredness as ingratitude. Ron leaned close, already talking with the easy confidence of a boy who had never wondered whether a bed would be taken away for wanting it. Hermione watched the staff table with open curiosity, and Hadrian had to look away before memory turned her 11-year-old face into another battlefield. Dumbledore rose again, and the hall settled slowly this time, heavy with food and the first soft edges of sleep. "And now, before your prefects rescue you from further speech-making, a final welcome to our new students and a welcome back to our old ones. May this year bring learning, friendship, and fewer attempts to charm staircases into shortcuts than last year managed." Laughter moved through the tables, and Dumbledore's gaze touched Harry for a warm public instant before passing to Hadrian. "Professor Peverell, I trust Hogwarts will prove a lively home." Hadrian felt the invitation beneath the sentence. Home was not a careless word from Albus Dumbledore. It came wrapped in kindness, hooks, and expectation. He inclined his head with the same measured courtesy he had used for the applause. "I expect it will prove instructive, Headmaster." Snape's mouth curled. "For whom?" "For anyone paying attention," Hadrian said, and let the answer rest lightly enough that the staff table could laugh if it wished and worry if it was clever. Sinistra's eyes brightened beside him. Quirrell looked down at his plate too quickly, and the movement confirmed nothing while adding one more thread to the knot. The benches scraped below as students began rising under prefect direction. Hadrian stayed seated until Harry's group moved, because standing too soon would draw a line toward the boy. Percy guided the first years with solemn importance. The twins shouted cheerful bad advice about trick steps, and Harry followed in the middle of the little Gryffindor cluster with his trunk waiting somewhere above and no idea how many eyes had measured him before dessert. For one dangerous second, Harry looked back toward the dais. Hadrian lifted his goblet before their eyes could meet, letting polished silver and pumpkin juice hide what his face might have shown. "Lord Peverell," Dumbledore said softly once the nearest students had passed from easy hearing. "A word in my office, perhaps? There are always small matters to settle on a first night." Hadrian set the goblet down with care. He could feel Snape listening. He could feel Quirrell pretending not to. Tomorrow would be wiser. Tonight I should find my classroom, review the approved lesson order, and make sure my materials haven't been placed somewhere alarming by a castle with opinions. Dumbledore smiled as if refusal amused him. "Hogwarts does enjoy testing new staff." "So do old professors," Hadrian said. McGonagall made a small sound that might have been warning or approval, and Snape's eyes narrowed in open dislike. Hadrian stood before Dumbledore could turn the moment softer. He gathered nothing from the table because he had brought nothing he was willing to leave behind, then looked once toward the doors where the last students had gone. Not after Harry. Not tonight. Lawful before dangerous. Prepared before desperate. As Hadrian stepped away from the staff table, Quirrell's sleeve brushed the edge of a serving knife and trembled hard enough to make the silver tap against porcelain. Hadrian heard it through the fading noise of the hall and did not turn. He only kept walking, because the first rule of hunting a hidden monster in a school was not letting it know when the hunt had begun. 10. Marks on the robe. Hadrian had spent half the night in the practical defense classroom, partly because he had refused Dumbledore's office and partly because sleep had turned every silence into the soft tap of Quirrell's sleeve against porcelain. By morning the room no longer looked like a place built for essays and recitation. The desks stood against the walls, the chairs were stacked in neat columns, and a broad chalk circle marked the open floor. 3 baskets of soft tennis balls waited near the front, bright, harmless, and absurd enough that a nervous child might laugh before realizing he had been handed a survival lesson. The first years arrived in a spill of whispers, robes, and house suspicion. Gryffindors came in loud because fear often wore noise at 11. Slytherins came in polished and watchful because someone had already taught them that being seen wrong was costly. Young Harry entered between Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, looking at the cleared floor before he looked at Hadrian, and the habit struck too sharply to name. The boy had checked the room for threat before authority, just as he had checked Privet Drive for Vernon's temper before truth. Ron stared at the baskets. "Are those tennis balls?" "They are," Hadrian said, closing the door with a flick of his wand before any late curiosity from the corridor could drift in. "Softened, cleaned, and charmed not to bruise unless someone is being remarkably dramatic." Draco Malfoy lifted his chin with careful disdain. "My father was told this was practical defense, Professor. Not Muggle games." Hadrian picked up one ball and weighed it in his palm. "Your father was told correctly, Mr. Malfoy. Defense begins with one simple principle. Don't be where the harm lands." Hermione's hand rose at once, straight as a wand. "Shouldn't we learn what kind of harm first, Professor?" "Eventually," Hadrian said, and sent the tennis ball in a slow arc toward Ron, who yelped and ducked half a second too late as it bounced gently from his shoulder. "Today your enemy is surprise." Laughter burst across the room, quick and relieved. Ron rubbed his shoulder, more offended than hurt, while Harry looked between Hadrian and the fallen ball with a startled interest that made him seem younger than his glasses. Hadrian let the laughter run for 3 breaths, then lifted a second ball, and the room quieted by instinct. "No wands," Hadrian said. "No essays. No house points for looking brave while standing still. You'll step, turn, crouch, and move before you explain why moving was sensible. Theory matters, Miss Granger, but not before your body learns it has permission to survive." Hermione lowered her hand slowly, not defeated, but recalculating. Draco's mouth tightened. Ron edged behind Harry without quite meaning to, and Harry's feet shifted into a stance no child should have known so well. Hadrian placed the second ball back in the basket with deliberate care, because the lesson had already begun working on him too. He drew his wand and tapped the nearest basket. "Pair off along the chalk line," he said. "When I call your name, step into the circle. If the ball touches your robe, you'll know it. If you freeze, everyone else will know it too." The first pair into the chalk circle were Seamus Finnegan and Theodore Nott, which Hadrian suspected had happened because neither boy had stepped back quickly enough when their neighbors moved. Seamus grinned as if this were already a story he might improve later. Nott looked at the chalk beneath his shoes, then at Hadrian's basket, then at the space between them, measuring risk with a quietness too practiced for 11. Hadrian tapped the rim of the basket once. The nearest tennis ball rose, hovered at shoulder height, and waited. "This is not a duel," he said. "There is no honor in being hit because you were too proud to move. When the ball comes, you step out of its path. That's all." Seamus bounced on his toes. "Is it going to come fast, Professor?" "Not unless you insult it," Hadrian said, and the ball drifted toward Seamus at the pace of an elderly owl. Seamus laughed, stepped the wrong way, changed his mind too late, and took the ball squarely on the sleeve. A round blue mark bloomed across his robe where it touched, bright enough for the whole room to see. The class laughed with him at first, then quieted when Hadrian pointed to the mark rather than the boy. "That," Hadrian said, "is a decision made visible. It doesn't mean Mr. Finnegan is foolish. It means his body had too many thoughts and no habit ready to help him." Hermione leaned forward despite herself. "So the charm records contact?" "It records the cost of hesitation," Hadrian said, and sent the ball toward Nott. Nott moved before the ball had crossed half the circle, neat and economical, but his foot caught on the chalk line and the ball brushed his hem, leaving a narrow blue streak. His face closed at once. Draco Malfoy's voice carried from the Slytherin side. "So even running away earns marks now?" Hadrian turned the basket slightly, and another ball rose without haste. "Step in, Mr. Malfoy." Draco hesitated just long enough for everyone to see that he had not meant to volunteer. Then he walked into the circle with his chin lifted and his hands folded behind his back, turning embarrassment into performance by sheer force of breeding. "I wasn't running away from anything, Professor." "No," Hadrian said. "You were speaking while someone else was being measured. That is braver when the measuring reaches you." The ball came gently. Draco stayed still a heartbeat too long because pride had roots in the floor, then twisted aside with polished contempt and poor footwork. Blue struck his shoulder, then his cuff, then the side of his robe as the ball bounced once and tapped him again before settling on the chalk. The Gryffindors laughed too loudly. The Slytherins did not laugh at all. Hadrian raised one hand, and the room obeyed before it knew why. "Marks are not shame," he said, letting his gaze pass over Gryffindor first and then Slytherin. "They are information. Anyone who uses another student's information as a weapon will spend the next round collecting more of their own." Ron swallowed audibly when Hadrian looked toward him. "That sounds fair, I suppose." "It is fair," Hadrian said, picking up the fallen ball and placing it back in the basket. "It may not always feel kind. Mr. Weasley, you're next." Ron walked into the circle as if the chalk had personally insulted him, shoulders hunched and ears already red. "Just so you know, Professor, I've got 5 brothers," he said, trying for bravery and landing somewhere near complaint. "I'm used to things being thrown at me." "Then you may have learned several useful mistakes," Hadrian said. He lifted one ball with his wand and let it hang between them. "Feet apart, knees loose. Don't guess too early." Ron spread his feet so far he nearly made himself easier to knock over. Harry shifted at the edge of the circle, small hands tightening in his sleeves as if he wanted to reach in and move Ron by force. Hermione noticed, of course. Hadrian saw the thought travel across her face before her hand rose halfway. She stopped herself this time, and that restraint told him almost as much as the question would have. The ball came in at Ron's left shoulder. Ron flinched right, then remembered Hadrian had said not to guess too early and tried to correct back left. The ball touched his chest with a soft tap, and a blue mark bloomed over his robe buttons. Several children snorted. Ron looked down at himself with injured dignity. That was worse than Percy. "Again," Hadrian said, before laughter could settle into shape. "Mr. Potter, if you see the answer, say it." Harry startled at being named. "He's leaning before it moves," he said, voice quiet but clear enough to carry. "Everyone can tell where he's going." Ron gave him a wounded look. "Thanks." "He's right," Hadrian said. "Use that. Don't announce the dodge before you've made it." The next ball came lower. Ron wobbled, bit his lip, and this time stepped late but properly, letting it pass close enough to stir his robe without touching. The room reacted with a small, surprised sound that warmed before it became applause. Ron grinned despite himself, and Harry smiled back with such honest relief that Hadrian had to make his hand loosen around the wand. "Potter," Hadrian said, because delaying would only make the room feel the importance of it. Into the circle. Young Harry went still, not reluctant in the ordinary way, not shy, but stopped by the sudden fact of every eye turning toward him. Then he crossed the chalk line, thin and watchful, glasses catching the classroom light. Hadrian sent the first ball slowly, aiming wide enough that any ordinary child could step clear. Harry moved before the ball had properly committed. He folded sideways, shoulder turning in, chin tucked, hands close to his ribs, not like a student avoiding a game, but like a boy making himself small before a fist found him. The ball missed him cleanly. Hadrian's breath stayed even only because he forced it. He sent another, this one lower and softer. Harry slid back, heel scraping chalk, and the motion was too practiced, too narrow, too used to walls, furniture, bigger bodies, and no room to fall safely. It was not Quidditch reflex. It was Dudley's hallway, Dudley's gang, Petunia's kitchen, Vernon's temper made into muscle. Draco's voice came too lightly from the edge. "Potter's good at dodging, then." Harry's shoulders tightened at once, as if praise and insult were both traps. Hadrian turned his head just enough to bring Draco into the lesson without giving him the center. He read the movement and protected himself. That is the work. Anyone here who thinks survival is beneath them may demonstrate a higher art when the basket reaches their turn again. Draco shut his mouth. Hermione looked at Harry with a new, sharp concern, while Ron's grin faded into something clumsier and kinder. Harry stood in the circle with no blue marks on him and no pride in the achievement. Hadrian lowered the ball back into the basket before his own anger taught the room the wrong lesson. "Out of the circle, Mr. Potter," he said, making his voice calm enough to be obeyed. "That was well done. Next, we learn how not to make one child survive alone." Hadrian let Harry return to the edge of the circle before he moved the baskets. The class watched him now with a different attention, less eager to laugh and more aware that the chalk was not a stage. Good. A little embarrassment could teach. Too much turned children into targets, and Hogwarts had already made targets of too many children by calling it destiny, house pride, or character. He tapped the chalk line with his wand, and the single circle divided itself into two halves with a clean white stroke. "From next week, this becomes a team drill," he said. "Two sides, equal numbers. One team attempts to cross the far line. The other prevents it with marked balls, shields when you know them, legal charms when you're able, and movement before pride. Today, no wands. Today, you learn the shape." Hermione's hand rose fully this time. "Professor, if the goal is crossing the line, won't the fastest students always win?" "Only if their friends let them run alone," Hadrian said. He placed 3 balls in Ron's hands, then guided Harry and Hermione to stand beside him. "Mr. Weasley is marked if a ball touches his robe. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger may warn, block with their bodies, distract with movement, or create space. They may not shove him over the line. Survival by dragging is not teamwork." Ron looked at the 3 balls in his hands, then at the line across the room. "I'm crossing while holding these?" "You're crossing while being inconvenient to stop," Hadrian said. "A useful skill." Draco made a soft sound from the other side, and Hadrian put him opposite Ron with Nott and Pansy Parkinson before the sound could grow teeth. "You may mark him below the shoulders only. Anyone aiming at the face sits out and writes me 3 feet of parchment on why eyes are useful." Ron swallowed, then glanced sideways. "Harry?" Harry's answer came too quickly, but it came. "Don't lean. Wait until they move." Hermione stepped half a pace forward, eyes narrowing at Draco's hand. "He's going to throw at your left because you're looking right." Draco's arm twitched. Ron moved late, but not blindly. Harry slipped across his path, not touching him, only becoming a momentary wall, and Hermione snapped, "Now." Ron lurched over the chalk line with 1 blue mark on his sleeve and a grin breaking across his face as if victory had surprised him by being allowed. The room erupted, not all at once and not evenly. Gryffindor cheered because Ron had crossed. Several Slytherins objected because Draco had missed. Hadrian raised his wand, and the remaining balls floated back into the baskets before argument could become the lesson instead. "That is the weekly drill," he said. "You will learn to move alone, then together. You will learn to notice who is exposed. You will learn that a clever warning can be worth more than a brave bruise." The bell rang through the classroom stones, and the children looked startled to find the lesson over. Hadrian opened the door with a small motion. "Keep the marks until supper. Let people ask. Tell them exactly how you earned them." Harry paused near the door, his robe still clean, his expression uncertain around praise he did not know how to hold. Ron's blue-marked sleeve brushed his as they left, and Hermione walked on Harry's other side, already explaining why group movement changed the problem. Hadrian watched them go, then saw Snape standing at the far end of the corridor, black eyes taking in the marked robes, the baskets, and Harry Potter leaving unmarked. Hadrian did not look away. The harmless looking system had begun, and the castle had noticed. 11. The Professor Who Sneered. The dungeon classroom smelled of cold stone, bitter roots, and old resentment left to steep. Hadrian took the rear observation chair because it had been placed there before he arrived, not by chance and not by courtesy. Snape had allowed the chair to remain in the exact center of the back wall, where every child could feel another adult watching and every adult could pretend the arrangement was professional. After the marked robes from Practical Defense had spent a day moving through corridors as visible gossip, Hadrian had expected response. He had not expected Snape to choose children as the surface on which to write it. "There will be no foolish wand waving or silly incantations in this class," Snape said, his voice carrying through the dungeon with controlled contempt. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making." Young Harry sat beside Ron near the middle, shoulders already too careful beneath the black school robe. The blue marks from Hadrian's lesson had faded from Ron's sleeve by breakfast, but not from the room's memory. Harry had none to fade. Snape's eyes had found that absence almost at once, and Hadrian watched the man place it beside the boy's face, his father's hair, his mother's eyes, and a decade of hatred that had never learned how to die cleanly. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death," Snape continued, turning his slow walk between the desks into a threat with a hemline. "If you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Hermione's hand rose before the echo of his last word had settled. Hadrian almost smiled despite himself. She had always met danger with the same first weapon, knowledge offered openly and too quickly for a room that might punish her for it. Snape's gaze passed over her as if earnestness were a stain on the bench. "Potter," Snape said. Harry went still. Ron looked sideways at him, alarmed and useless in the familiar way of an 11-year-old friend who knew something unfair had begun but not yet how to stand in front of it. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Snape asked. Harry's mouth parted. He glanced once toward Hermione's raised hand, then back to Snape. "I don't know, sir." Hadrian kept his hands folded on the head of his cane. His fingers wanted to move. They wanted wand, law, correction, proof. Instead he watched, because stopping the first cut too early would teach Snape only to hide the second. "Tut, tut," Snape said softly. "Fame clearly isn't everything." A few Slytherins smirked because the permission had been given. Draco Malfoy's smile was small and sharp, but less certain than it might have been yesterday. Practical Defense had already taught him that being watched could turn quickly. Harry lowered his eyes, not in guilt, but in the old cupboard habit of making himself a smaller target. That movement struck Hadrian harder than Snape's words. Snape turned away as if disgusted by the answer, but his voice cut back at once. "Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find a bezoar?" "I don't know, sir," Harry said again, quieter. Hermione's hand strained higher. Hadrian saw the effort in the girl's arm, the desperate hope that correct answers might rescue someone else from being wrong. Snape ignored her. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry swallowed. "I don't know, sir." "Clearly," Snape said, and the class breathed around the word. "Perhaps your fame has neglected to study for you." Hadrian rose before he had decided to rise. The chair's legs scraped once against the stone, not loudly, but enough. Every head turned. Snape turned last, black eyes narrowing as if Hadrian had stepped over a line he had drawn precisely to see whether it would be crossed. "Continue, Professor," Hadrian said, keeping his voice even. "I'm observing the lesson." Snape's mouth barely moved, but the whole dungeon seemed to lean toward him. "How generous. The board's newest ornament has discovered the difference between observation and interruption after only one class of his own. He turned back to the students with a sweep of black robes that made several first years sit straighter. Since Professor Peverell wishes the lesson to continue, perhaps he will also enjoy watching whether some minds can be coaxed into use before the cauldrons are lit. Hadrian remained standing long enough to make the choice visible, then sat again with deliberate control. The scrape of the chair had already done its work. Harry had stopped folding inward by a fraction, Hermione's hand had lowered but not vanished, and Ron was staring at Snape with an expression somewhere between fear and outrage. Across the aisle, Draco looked from Snape to Hadrian as if trying to decide which adult it was safer to admire. That, Hadrian thought, was already one of Hogwarts' oldest lessons, and one of its ugliest. Snape lifted his wand and sent a stack of instructions snapping across the desks. You will prepare a simple boil cure potion. Simple, in this case, does not mean forgiving. Crush, do not shred, the snake fangs. Add the horned slugs after removing the cauldron from the flame. Those of you inclined to heroics may discover that boiling porcupine quills react badly to stupidity. Neville Longbottom paled so quickly that Hadrian's attention caught on him. The boy's hands hovered above his equipment, too large for themselves and already apologizing before they touched anything. Snape saw it too, and the satisfaction in his stillness made Hadrian's jaw tighten. This was not discipline. Discipline built a safer hand. This fed on the tremor and then called the mess-proof. Snape passed Harry's bench slowly, pausing only when the boy reached for his knife. Not that way, Potter. Or do you intend to display the same natural talent for cutting ingredients that your father displayed for cutting corners? Harry's fingers froze on the handle. The words had been pitched lightly enough that half the class heard only insult. Hadrian heard the grave beneath it. James again, dragged into an 11-year-old's first potions lesson like evidence at a trial no child could answer. Professor Snape, Hadrian said, calm because anything else would give the man too easy a victory. Is parental comparison part of the standard method, or a local addition? Snape turned. For the first time, he looked at Hadrian as more than an irritant placed in his room by governors and old money. His gaze fixed on Hadrian's face, on the older line of the jaw, the black hair, the shape grief and years had carved into something close enough to James Potter to offend memory. A local necessity, he said softly. Some family habits announce themselves before the ink is dry on the register. Hadrian felt the hit land and refused to show the bruise. Then teach the habit you want replaced. The dungeon went very quiet. Snape's eyes narrowed, and behind the anger something sharper woke, not recognition exactly, but suspicion with teeth. How very noble, he said. Perhaps practical defense has made a doctrine of rescuing children from consequences. No, Hadrian said, letting his gaze touch Harry, then Neville, then the cauldrons waiting cold on the benches. Only from adults who confuse consequences with opportunities. For 3 breaths, no one moved. The dungeon held the sentence like a dropped vial waiting to shatter, and Hadrian knew he had spent more than temper. He had changed the room in front of children, and rooms remembered changes. Snape would remember too. The man's face went pale around the mouth, not with fear, but with fury disciplined into something thin enough to cut. Opportunities, Snape repeated. How fortunate that Lord Peverell has arrived to provide moral instruction alongside Muggle sports. Hadrian did not rise this time. Safety instruction, Professor. Morality can wait until no one is holding a knife incorrectly. A small sound escaped Ron before he turned it into a cough. Hermione's eyes flicked at once to Harry's hand, then to Neville's, as if the correction had given her permission to notice practical danger instead of only academic failure. Neville had picked up his knife in a tight fist, blade angled toward his thumb while he tried to crush a fang by force rather than pressure. Hadrian saw the mistake, saw Snape see it, and saw the moment stretch toward blood. Mr. Longbottom, Hadrian said. Neville jerked so hard the fangs skittered across the desk. Sorry, Professor. Don't apologize to the knife, Hadrian said, keeping his voice steady enough that the boy could follow it. Set it down. Turn the flat of the blade over the fang. Use your other palm to press, not your fingers. Snape's robes whispered as he moved nearer. How touching. We now pause potions so Gryffindor may learn cutlery. Neville went red to the ears. His hand hovered above the knife, trapped between Snape's contempt and Hadrian's instruction. Harry leaned forward before he seemed to know he had moved. Like this, Neville, he said quietly, setting his own knife flat over the fang on his board. He pressed with his palm, awkward but careful, and the fang cracked with a clean sound. Hermione breathed in as if she had found a rule. Oh, it spreads the pressure. Yes, Hadrian said, while Neville copied the motion and managed a cracked fang instead of a cut thumb. A useful thing to understand before heat, sharp edges, and panic are introduced to the same table. Snape's gaze slid to Harry, and the old hatred tried to reclaim the lesson. 5 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn. Hadrian looked at Neville's unbloodied hand, then at Harry's lowered head. And I'll note in my observation that Mr. Potter prevented an injury during supervised practical work. The scratch of Draco's quill stopped. The Slytherin side had heard the word observation and understood parchment before the Gryffindors did. Snape understood it at once. His eyes cut toward Hadrian with open promise. You are very fond of records. I've learned what happens when adults rely on memory after the damage is done, Hadrian said. Snape turned away first, which was not victory, but it was movement. Proceed, he snapped at the room. And if any of you require Lord Peverell to teach you which end of the cauldron is hot, I suggest you leave before embarrassing your ancestors further. The boil cure lesson ended with more silence than competence, but no cauldron melted through a desk and no child left the dungeon believing fear was the same as instruction. That was not victory. It was only a line held for 1 hour in hostile stone. Hadrian watched Neville Longbottom wipe shaking hands on his robe after setting down a finished vial cloudy enough to fail but harmless enough to live with. Harry's potion was thin, Hermione's was closest to correct, Ron smelled aggressively of cabbage, and Draco's was neat because he had followed the board rather than Snape's temper. Snape marked each result with a slash of red ink, and every slash sounded like a knife on paper. You will read chapters 1 and 2 before our next lesson, Snape said as the bell rang above them, faint through the dungeon ceiling. Those of you who find reading too great a burden may comfort yourselves with the knowledge that failure has always been popular. The students rose too quickly, benches scraping stone. Harry gathered his books with the careful speed of someone trying not to attract another word. Hermione looked as if she wanted to say 6 things at once and distrusted all of them. Ron muttered, popular with him, maybe, too quietly for Snape to punish and too loudly for Harry not to hear. Hadrian stepped aside as the children filed past, but he did not leave the room. Harry glanced at him once from beneath his fringe, uncertain whether protection had happened or merely another adult quarrel over his head. Hadrian gave the smallest nod, not enough to claim him, only enough to say he had been seen. The boy's shoulders loosened by a measure so slight it would have vanished if Hadrian had blinked. When the last rogue disappeared up the stairs, Snape shut the classroom door with a flick of his wand. The sound snapped through the dungeon. You have a talent for making yourself unavoidable. Hadrian turned from the empty benches. You have a talent for making children smaller. Snape's face closed. Spare me the imported nobility. Potter is not fragile glass. No, Hadrian said. He's a child. He is James Potter's son. He is Lily Evans's son too, Hadrian said, and watched the words strike harder than he had intended and exactly as hard as they needed to. If you cannot remember both facts while teaching him, your grief is less disciplined than your classroom. Snape crossed the space between them in 3 silent steps, black robes drawn tight around anger. You know nothing of my grief. Hadrian held his ground because retreat would make the next lesson worse for Harry. Then stop using it where children can bleed on it. For one moment, Snape looked as if he might curse him. Then a soft silver shape slid under the door and unfolded into Dumbledore's voice, mild and perfectly timed. Professor Peverell, Professor Snape, when convenient, I would appreciate a word in my office. The Patronus dissolved between them. Snape's mouth twisted. Convenient. Hadrian looked at the door, then back at Snape. No. Instructive. 12. The Troll in the Locked Door. Halloween filled the great hall with candlelight, floating pumpkins, and the warm smell of roasted meat, sugar, and spice, but Hadrian trusted none of it. Hogwarts knew how to dress danger as celebration. Orange lanterns grinned above children's heads, shadows moved kindly along the walls, and the staff table had arranged itself into the same civilized line that had held Snape's contempt, Quirrell's borrowed body, and Dumbledore's careful silences for weeks. Hadrian sat with his back straight, his plate mostly untouched, and watched the students because watching was only useful when it became preparation. Young Harry sat at Gryffindor with Ron Weasley beside him, the two boys leaning toward one another in the easy beginning of a friendship that still had too many rough edges. They laughed when Seamus nearly set fire to a napkin, and Harry's face opened for a moment with such ordinary boyish delight that Hadrian had to look at the pumpkins instead of the child. Ordinary happiness was dangerous. It made the future feel less like warning and more like theft. Hermione Granger was not with them. That absence had weight. Hadrian had seen her earlier in the corridor, chin high and eyes too bright, moving fast past a group of first years who had gone quiet after Ron's careless voice carried farther than he meant it to. The memory sat under Hadrian's ribs like a splinter. He had watched Hermione survive a ruined ministry with courage that could bend steel, but here she was 11, lonely, and too young to know that being right did not protect a child from being disliked. "Your class has made the first years lively," Professor Sinistra said beside him, following his gaze to Gryffindor. "They've been dodging one another in corridors all week." "They're learning not to stand still when startled," Hadrian said. "It's a useful habit." Snape's voice slid across the table from Hadrian's other side. "How revolutionary. Perhaps next week you'll teach them not to trip over their own feet." Hadrian turned his goblet once between his fingers. "If the need presents itself, yes." Sinistra coughed into her napkin. Snape's mouth tightened, and farther down the table Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward them with mild interest too polished to be harmless. Quirrell sat beyond him, pale under the turban, cutting food into pieces he barely ate. His left hand trembled when a pumpkin drifted too near the candles, and Hadrian marked the movement without staring. At Gryffindor, Harry glanced toward the doors for the third time. Ron said something, then looked too, less guilty than confused. Hadrian set his goblet down. Friendship was beginning there, but it had not yet learned how to turn around and notice who had been left behind. The doors burst open before Hadrian could rise. Quirrell came stumbling into the great hall with his turban askew, his face bloodless, and one hand pressed theatrically against the doorframe as if the wood alone kept him upright. The hall's laughter died in pieces, first near the staff table, then along Ravenclaw, then everywhere at once as the defense professor gasped for breath in front of hundreds of children. "Troll," Quirrell said, pitching the word high enough to break. "In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He swayed, rolled his eyes, and collapsed with more grace than terror should have allowed. Children screamed. Benches scraped back. Pumpkins bobbed wildly as the enchanted ceiling thundered above them, and for half a heartbeat Hogwarts became exactly what Hadrian remembered most bitterly, a room full of children waiting for adults to decide too slowly. Dumbledore rose with his wand already in hand, voice amplified and steady as he called for silence, but the staff table moved badly around him. McGonagall stood at once, white-faced and sharp with purpose. Snape's chair scraped back too quickly. Quirrell lay crumpled on the floor like a problem he had dropped for other people to solve. "Prefects," Dumbledore called, "lead your houses back to their dormitories immediately." Hadrian's gaze snapped from Quirrell to the house tables. Gryffindor was already moving. Percy Weasley puffed up with authority, older students gathering first years into frightened lines. Harry turned toward Ron, and Ron's face had changed from alarm to dawning horror. Good, terrible, but good, they remembered. Hermione's empty place had finally become more than a quarrel's aftertaste. Snape moved past Hadrian without looking at him. "The dungeons," he said to McGonagall, his voice clipped. "If the report is accurate." "If?" McGonagall demanded. "If," Hadrian said, standing. He kept his eyes on Quirrell's limp hand, which had relaxed too neatly beside his robes. A troll does not wander into a school feast by accident, and panic rarely arrives with such tidy timing. Dumbledore's gaze found him across the staff table. "Professor Peverell? Send the children away from the dungeons." "Yes," Hadrian said, already stepping down from the dais. "But don't trust the word dungeons to be the whole map." Quirrell's eyelids fluttered once, too small for the room and large enough for Hadrian. Harry and Ron slipped out of the Gryffindor line near the doors, half hidden by taller students and fear. Hadrian saw them go and did not call them back. Not yet. The troll could kill them. So could a future in which every brave choice was taken from them before it had the chance to become loyalty. He turned toward the side passage instead, wand in hand, and began moving before the castle chose its next locked door. Hadrian took the side passage at a controlled run, fast enough to gain ground and quiet enough that panic would not learn his direction from his footsteps. The castle had shifted under the feast noise, staircases turning with the maddening patience of old magic, but fear left trails if a man knew how to read them. A smear of mud too broad for student shoes marked the lower corridor. A rank animal smell thickened near the girl's bathroom. Somewhere ahead, stone cracked, wood splintered, and a girl screamed with a terror Hadrian remembered from too many ruined rooms. Harry and Ron were already at the corridor bend when Hadrian reached them. Ron had gone white beneath his freckles, wand clutched too tightly in one hand, while Harry stood closer to the bathroom door, small body braced as if courage could make up for mass. The door shuddered inward under another blow from inside, and Hermione's voice broke around a sob that turned Hadrian's blood cold. "Professor," Harry gasped, turning toward him with wild relief and guilt tangled together. "Hermione's in there." "I know," Hadrian said, and caught Ron by the back of the robe before the boy could bolt forward on terror alone. "Stop, both of you. Bravery without room to move becomes another body on the floor." Ron struggled once, furious because fear had nowhere else to go. "We can't just leave her." "No one is leaving her," Hadrian said, placing himself between the boys and the door. He flicked his wand toward the corridor behind them, and the nearest classroom door slammed open under a sharp unlocking charm. "You two get inside that room, keep the door open enough to see me, and if I fall, you run for McGonagall." "Not Dumbledore, McGonagall." Harry stared at him. "If you fall?" "Harry," Hadrian said, and the name nearly undid him because there was no time for softness. "Move." The bathroom door burst outward before either boy obeyed. The troll lurched into view in a stink of sweat, rot, and brute strength, its club dragging broken tiles behind it. Hermione was trapped against the far sinks, wand on the wet floor, face white and shining with tears. Hadrian stepped through the doorway as the troll lifted its club again, and the old war in him rose without glamour, without prophecy, only calculation and the terrible need to put himself between a child and death. "Eyes on me," Hadrian said, and sent a bright stinging charm snapping against the troll's face. The creature bellowed, turning from Hermione toward him, and Hadrian backed one deliberate step into the open space where broken porcelain glittered underfoot. "That's it, leave the girl alone." The troll swung for Hadrian's voice with the simple, horrifying certainty of a falling wall. Hadrian cut left, boots sliding on wet tile, and snapped a binding charm low across its ankle. The spell would not hold a creature that size, not from this wand and not in a room slick with water, but it stole one step at the right moment. The club crashed into the sinks instead of Hermione, exploding porcelain across the floor and spraying cold water over all of them. Hermione screamed and threw both arms over her head. Harry moved before Hadrian could order him back, darting through the doorway with Ron close behind him, both boys pale and terrified and coming anyway. Hadrian's heart tried to stop. His hand did not. He flicked his wand toward the ceiling lamp, shattered its chain, and sent the iron fixture clanging against the troll's shoulder hard enough to turn its head. "Harry, left side only," Hadrian said, backing another step to keep the troll's attention. "Ron, get Hermione clear. Do not stand under the club." Ron gulped so hard Hadrian heard it over the troll's bellow, but he ran. He slipped on broken tile, caught himself on a sink, and grabbed Hermione's sleeve. "Come on," he gasped. "Hermione, move." "My wand," Hermione said, choking on the words as if losing it mattered more than the bloodless fear in her face. "I've got it," Harry said. He ducked under the troll's swinging arm, snatched the wand from the wet floor, and threw it toward her with a clumsy, desperate accuracy that would have made Hadrian proud in any room not trying to kill him. The troll turned toward the motion. Hadrian saw the club rise, saw Harry too close, saw Ron hauling Hermione but looking back because bravery kept dragging his attention where survival needed his feet. Hadrian whispered one old warding syllable into the stones, too quiet for the children, too sharp for Hogwarts to mistake. The bathroom door slammed half shut behind the troll, striking its elbow and spoiling the swing. "Now," Hadrian snapped. Ron's wand shot up, Wingardium Leviosa. The club jerked from the troll's grip, floated for one wobbling second, then dropped onto the creature's skull with a dull, final crack. The troll swayed, blinked stupidly, and collapsed across the broken tiles hard enough to shake the floor. Hadrian stood between it and the children until he was certain it would not rise, then lowered his wand as running footsteps thundered down the corridor. McGonagall reached the doorway first, face white with anger and fear. Snape came behind her, eyes cutting from the troll to Hadrian, then to the door that still hummed faintly with the ward Hadrian had woken. Dumbledore arrived last, and his gaze went at once to the hinge, the stones, and the line of protective magic fading beneath Hadrian's feet. "What happened here?" McGonagall demanded. Hermione stepped forward, shaking, with Harry and Ron on either side of her. "Please, Professor," she said, voice small but stubborn. "I went looking for the troll. They came to stop me. Professor Peverell saved us, but Harry and Ron helped." Hadrian looked at the three children standing together in the wreckage, frightened, wet, alive, and changed. Dumbledore looked at the locked door, then at him. "So it seems," the headmaster said softly. "Very interesting." 13. The Mirror and the Stone. The school did not sleep easily after the troll. Hadrian had learned that long before the ruined future, but now the castle's restlessness had a sharper edge, as if the old stones were aware that too many adults had noticed too much and too little at the same time. Gossip moved through portraits, footsteps lingered outside staff doors, and Dumbledore's mild questions kept appearing in places where mildness had no business standing. By the third night after Halloween, Hadrian stopped pretending the ward trace in the bathroom had faded cleanly. It had been seen, it had been measured, it had become another thread in the quiet net forming around him. He walked the third-floor corridor close to midnight with a borrowed patrol list in his pocket and his wand low beside his leg. Officially, he was checking whether students had taken the troll as an invitation to test bravery in forbidden places. Unofficially, he was following the faint pattern of movement that had begun appearing near Gryffindor Tower after curfew. Small feet, hesitation before corners, a boy who had spent too much of childhood learning how to move silently through hostile houses. Young Harry had not learned stealth at Hogwarts, and that made the skill hurt more to watch. A suit of armor shifted as Hadrian passed. He turned his head slightly, and the helmet froze with the guilty stiffness of a witness pretending to be furniture. "Not tonight," Hadrian said softly. The visor dipped once. Somewhere ahead, a stair groaned and settled into place. Hadrian quickened his pace without running. Running would wake portraits, and portraits reported to whoever flattered them best. He found the boy 2 corridors later, half hidden beneath the old invisibility cloak, though the hem betrayed him by brushing dust into a pale line along the floor. Harry stopped when Hadrian stepped out from an archway, and for one suspended breath the two of them stood facing one another in torchlight, one child beneath James's cloak and one dead man wearing James's bones. Harry pulled the cloak tighter around himself. "Professor Peverell?" "Mr. Potter," Hadrian said, keeping his voice calm when every instinct wanted to gather the boy up and carry him back before the castle could put another trap under his feet. "This is a long way from Gryffindor Tower." Harry's eyes flicked behind him toward the dark corridor. "I wasn't doing anything bad." "No," Hadrian said, "because accusation would only teach him to lie better. You were doing something dangerous without knowing why it was dangerous. That's different from bad." The boy's mouth tightened, uncertain whether he had been spared or cornered. "I just wanted to look around." At midnight, under a cloak no first year should possess unless several adults have made interesting choices. Hadrian let the words sit between them, then offered one hand without stepping closer. "Come away from that corridor, Harry." Harry looked past him again. Curiosity pulled at his face with a hunger Hadrian knew too well. There was a door behind the boy, old, unused, and not as closed as it should have been. Hadrian could feel the magic beyond it, not loud, not hostile, but patient in a way that made his skin tighten. Desire had a taste when old enchantments gathered around it. Grief did too. "What's in there?" Harry asked. Hadrian looked at the door and felt the future lean close. "Something that shows people what they want most." Harry's hand tightened on the cloak. "Then why shouldn't I see it?" "Because it would give you James and Lily where I couldn't. Because Albus knows exactly what longing does to lonely children. Because I looked at the dead too long and called it love until the world burned around me." Hadrian swallowed all of that, then held out his hand a little farther. "Because wanting something doesn't make it safe, and because tonight I found you before it did." Harry did not take Hadrian's hand. He looked at it, then at the door, and the hesitation was so nakedly 11 that Hadrian felt the old future shift behind his ribs. The child had been given magic, friendship, a wand, and a cloak that could make rules vanish, but not enough ordinary trust to believe an adult's warning when a closed door promised an answer. Hadrian saw the choice forming in him and moved too late by half a breath. Harry backed through the half-open door, not running, not defying loudly, only retreating from the offered hand as if kindness might become a trap if he accepted it too quickly. "Harry," Hadrian said, following him into the room with his wand lowered. "Stop where you are." The room beyond the door was larger than it should have been, or perhaps it only felt that way because it had been emptied around a single object. The mirror of Arise stood beneath a dusty velvet cover that had already slipped halfway down the frame, silver glass waiting in candleless dark. Harry turned toward it before Hadrian could cross the floor. The boy's face changed at once. Suspicion went first, then fear, then all the careful guardedness Privet Drive had beaten into him loosened under something brighter and more dangerous than happiness. Harry stepped closer. "Mum?" Hadrian's throat closed. He had seen bodies, ruins, ghosts, memories, and the dead standing near through the cracked resurrection stone, but none of it prepared him for the sound of that word in a living child's voice. Harry lifted one hand toward the glass, fingers spread as if he could touch what stood beyond it. His reflection was not alone. Hadrian could not see the image clearly from where he stood, but he knew the shape of longing without needing the details. James's messy hair, Lily's smile, a family gathered where no family could be. "They're there," Harry whispered, wonder breaking around grief he was too young to name. "Professor, they're there. They're looking at me." "I know," Hadrian said. The words came out too rough, and he forced himself to take one careful step rather than three desperate ones. "Harry, listen to me. The mirror is showing you what you want. It isn't giving it to you." Harry shook his head without looking away. "No, they're there. I can see them." His palm touched the cold glass, and his shoulders trembled. "She's smiling at me." Hadrian stopped beside him, close enough to catch the boy if he broke, not close enough to drag him away and turn rescue into another adult theft. In the edge of the mirror, for one cruel instant, he saw not the boy's vision but his own. Ron laughing whole, Hermione alive and sharp-eyed, Sirius with young Harry's hand on his sleeve, and Lily watching Hadrian as if she knew exactly what he had failed to save. He looked away before the glass could learn him too well. Harry pressed harder against the mirror. "Can I come back tomorrow?" "No," Hadrian said, and the boy flinched as if the word had struck him. Hadrian softened his voice without weakening it. "Not alone, not in secret, not to sit here and starve on something that can't hold you back." The door opened behind them with a quietness too practiced to be accidental. Dumbledore stood in the threshold, blue eyes moving from Harry's hand on the glass to Hadrian's wand held low and ready. "Ah," he said softly. "I wondered when the mirror would find company." Dumbledore stepped into the room as if he had entered a lesson already in progress, and that small calmness made Hadrian's fingers tighten around his wand. Harry turned from the mirror only far enough to see the headmaster, but his hand stayed pressed to the glass. The movement told Hadrian more than any confession could have done. The boy had already begun dividing the room into those who might let him keep what he saw and those who might take it away. "This mirror shouldn't be here," Hadrian said. Dumbledore's gaze rested on Harry with gentle sorrow, then moved to Hadrian. "It is a powerful object, and powerful objects are rarely safe in ordinary storage. So you put it where a first year under an invisibility cloak could find it?" Harry looked quickly between them. "I wasn't supposed to find it. I just did." "Yes," Hadrian said, keeping his eyes on Dumbledore. "Children often just do, when adults leave temptation at their height and call the fall educational." Dumbledore's expression did not change, but the air between them sharpened. "You assume more malice than I intended." "I assume competence," Hadrian said. "That's less forgiving." Harry's hand slid down the mirror by an inch. He was listening now, confused and frightened by the quiet anger adults were trying to keep polished. Hadrian hated that, but he hated the mirror more. He hated the way it turned a lonely child into bait for his own hunger. He hated that some part of him, older and broken, still wanted to look again and see who the glass would return to him this time. Dumbledore came no closer to Harry. "The mirror of Arise shows us the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Men have wasted away before it. Some have gone mad. That is why Professor Peverell is right about one thing, Harry. You must not seek it out again." Harry's face went pale, but they were there. "They were shown," Dumbledore said softly. "Not there," Hadrian saw the sentence land and stepped in before kindness could become a blade left clean in the wound. "Your parents loved you," he said, and Harry turned toward him with eyes too bright behind round glasses. "The mirror didn't invent that. It used what was true and gave you no way to touch it. That's why it's cruel." Dumbledore watched him carefully. "Cruelty is not always in the object. Sometimes it is in what we bring to it." "No," Hadrian said. "Sometimes adults hide behind clever sentences because saying, 'I should have locked the door,' costs too much pride." For the first time, Dumbledore's eyes hardened. Not anger, not exactly, but the old steel beneath the wool. And sometimes younger men mistake obstruction for protection because grief has taught them to clutch at every danger before a child has learned what courage is. Harry pulled the cloak closer around himself. The old fabric shimmered under his fingers, and Hadrian forced himself not to stare at it like a relic from his own childhood. "Harry has courage," Hadrian said. "What he needs is not to be fed tests until courage becomes the only language adults understand from him." Silence settled over the room, broken only by Harry's unsteady breathing. Dumbledore looked at the mirror, then at the boy reflected with his impossible family. "Perhaps," he said at last, and the word sounded smaller than victory and larger than retreat. "Tonight, Mr. Potter, Professor Peverell will escort you back to Gryffindor Tower. Tomorrow, the mirror will be moved." Hadrian did not lower his wand. "Moved where?" Dumbledore's gaze met his, mildness returning by careful degrees. "Somewhere it can serve a better purpose than grief." Harry did not argue again after that. The fight had gone out of his face in a way Hadrian disliked more than defiance, leaving behind a small, careful obedience that belonged to Privet Drive rather than Hogwarts. Dumbledore stepped aside from the doorway, and Hadrian guided Harry out without touching his shoulder. The cloak trailed from the boy's hand until Harry remembered it and pulled the shimmering fabric close, as if even grief had to be hidden properly before an adult decided he had taken too much. They reached the stairwell before Harry spoke. "Will it really be gone tomorrow?" "Yes," Hadrian said, because if Dumbledore failed to move it, Hadrian would move it himself and accept the consequences afterward. Harry stared down at the next step. "I only wanted to see them again." "I know," Hadrian said. The words felt inadequate, so he made them carry what truth they could. "That's why you can't use it as a place to live. Your parents should be remembered in ways that let you keep walking, not trapped behind glass until the rest of the world starts feeling less real." Harry looked up at him then, sharp and wounded. "Did you know them?" Hadrian's hand tightened once around his wand. The safest answer would have been no. The truest answer would have broken the world open. He chose the narrow space between them and hoped it would hold. "I knew of them. Were they nice?" The question cut because it was too small for everything it held. Hadrian stopped beside a narrow window where moonlight lay pale across the stone and forced himself to answer like a man who had read old accounts and heard careful stories, not like someone carrying James's laugh and Lily's last stand beneath his skin. "They were brave, funny, stubborn, and young. Your mother had a way of making people want to be better than they were. Your father could fill a room too quickly, sometimes foolishly, but when he loved someone, he stood in front of them." Harry swallowed. "Oh." They walked on. Near the charms corridor, a faint scrape came from behind a half-open classroom door. Hadrian turned his head without changing pace. A shadow withdrew too slowly, and the smell reached him a heartbeat later, stale garlic, old sweat, and something frightened beneath both. "Quirrell." Harry noticed Hadrian notice, but the boy was too tired to understand what had shifted. "Professor?" Harry whispered. "Keep walking," Hadrian said gently. "Gryffindor Tower first." He delivered Harry to the fat lady with no lecture beyond a quiet promise that they would speak again in daylight. Only when the portrait closed did Hadrian turn back through the corridor, slower now, letting the castle settle around his footsteps. Quirrell was gone, but the classroom door remained ajar. Inside, dust had been disturbed near the window overlooking the third-floor passage, and a thin mark crossed the sill where a nervous hand had gripped old stone too hard. Hadrian looked toward the hidden route that led back to the mirror room and understood the shape Dumbledore had not said aloud. Somewhere it could serve a better purpose than grief. Not storage, not mercy, a test, a lock built from desire, placed around the stone because only someone who wanted to find it but not use it could take it. Clever, beautiful, and intolerable because Harry had already been allowed close enough to hunger for dead parents while Quirrell hunted the same trail for a living master. By morning, the mirror would be gone. By the end of the year, the children would find the path anyway unless Hadrian broke the board so violently that every player turned on him. He stood in the quiet corridor with Quirrell's fear still sour in the air and made the harder choice. He would not merely prevent the ending and teach the children nothing but absence. He would control it, narrow it, and stand close enough that when Voldemort reached for the stone, the trap closed on the right monster. 14. Through the trapdoor. By June, Hadrian had learned that a child's courage could not be warded out of corridors. He had moved stair patrols, questioned portraits, blocked 2 obvious routes to the 3rd floor, and quietly removed 3 scraps of information before Gryffindor curiosity could assemble them into certainty. It had not been enough. Young Harry had grown sharper under pressure, Hermione had the terrifying habit of making sense from crumbs, and Ron Weasley knew the castle's rule-breaking pathways with the careless inheritance of a boy raised on Fred and George's stories. The message reached Hadrian during the last sweep before curfew, not from a professor, but from the portrait of a sour-faced wizard who had been bribed for weeks with respectful conversation and the promise of being asked his opinion on medieval dueling forms. "The Potter boy has gone past with the Granger girl and the red-haired one," the portrait whispered as Hadrian turned the corner. "Under a cloak, badly. I saw shoes." Hadrian stopped with his wand still low beside his leg. "Which direction?" "3rd floor." They were arguing. The girl said they ought to find a teacher. "Good girl," Hadrian murmured. "The red-haired one said there wasn't time," the portrait added. "The Potter boy said Snape was going tonight." Hadrian closed his eyes for one measured breath. He had smothered Snape's trail where he could, but the old pattern had still drawn them to the wrong villain because children trusted visible cruelty more than hidden rot. Quirrell's absence from the staff table, Dumbledore's sudden summons to London, and the twitching fear around the stone had done the rest. The net had tightened without Hadrian pulling the final knot. He turned toward the 3rd floor passage, walking fast enough that his robe snapped around his knees. "Find Professor McGonagall if she passes," he said. "Tell her Peverell requests staff presence near the forbidden corridor." The portrait's painted eyebrows rose. "Requests?" "Demands politely." Ahead, a faint scrape of shoes echoed where no student should have been. Hadrian slowed before the last corner and looked through the narrow reflection in a suit of armor's breastplate. 3 shapes shimmered beneath the old cloak near the locked door. Hermione's whisper came sharp and frightened. "Harry, this is mad. We should go back and wake someone." "We tried," Harry whispered back. "Dumbledore's gone. McGonagall didn't believe us. If Snape gets the stone tonight, it's over." Ron shifted beside him, pale but stubborn. "We've got to do something, haven't we?" Hadrian's hand tightened once around his wand. He could step out, confiscate the cloak, send them to bed, and let Quirrell meet only adult opposition below. It would be cleaner. It would also teach Harry that every warning became a locked door, every instinct could be overruled, and every brave choice belonged to older hands. Hadrian had not come back to raise another child who survived by obedience. Harry opened the door. Hermione slipped through first with her wand up, Ron close behind her, and Harry glanced once down the empty corridor as if some part of him hoped an adult might still appear and make the choice unnecessary. Hadrian stayed in the shadow until the boy stepped inside. Then he moved, silent and close, and reached the doorway just in time to hear Fluffy's low, hungry growl rise from the dark below. Hadrian did not enter behind them through the open door. That way led straight into a room with 3 children, a 3-headed dog, and panic enough to make any adult's appearance more dangerous than useful. He touched his wand to the doorframe instead, found the supervisory ward Dumbledore had hidden beneath 3 layers of schoolmaster confidence, and cut a narrow path through the side of the enchantment with the care of a man picking stitches from living skin. The wall beside him softened into a service passage no student was meant to know existed, and he stepped into darkness as Fluffy's growl deepened beyond the stone. Below, Hermione's voice rose, sharp with terror and command. "The flute, Harry." Hagrid said music puts him to sleep. "I'm trying," Harry gasped, and a thin, shaking note drifted through the passage, broken at first, then steadier as the dog's snarls dulled into heavy, reluctant breathing. Hadrian moved fast through the hidden route, wand low, shoulder brushing cold stone. The passage bent around the chamber, letting him see through hairline slits as the children edged past 3 massive heads and the trapdoor yawned beneath them. Ron went first because bravery and bad planning often wore the same face at 11. Hermione followed with her lips pressed white, and Harry looked back once toward the sleeping dog before jumping after them. Hadrian whispered a cushioning charm into the air beneath the drop, soft enough to pass as old-school protection if anyone checked later. 3 muffled impacts reached him instead of the bone-cracking sounds his memory supplied from other falls and other wars. He took the alternate ladder down and reached the lower wall as the devil's snare closed around them. Ron kicked too hard and made the vines tighten. Harry fought for his wand with one arm pinned. Hermione froze for one awful second, knowledge crowded by fear, and Hadrian's own spell rose to his tongue before she dragged herself back. "Stop moving," Hermione snapped, voice trembling but alive. "It likes movement. Fire. I need fire." "Then make fire," Ron choked. Hadrian held his wand still while a vine crept around Harry's throat. Hermione's bluebell flames burst bright a heartbeat before Hadrian would have acted, and the plant recoiled with a wet, angry hiss. Harry fell free, coughing. Ron hit the stone beside him and stared at Hermione as if she had become taller in front of him. "That was brilliant," Harry said hoarsely. Hermione swallowed, shaking all over now that she had survived being right. "Next time, listen faster." Hadrian let the smallest breath leave him in the wall's darkness, then moved ahead before relief could slow him. The children had earned this much of the descent. His task was not to spare them the trial. His task was to make sure the trial did not become a grave. Hadrian reached the next viewing slit as wings filled the chamber beyond like a storm of silver knives. The children stood under the flying keys with their faces lifted, frightened and dazzled, while battered broomsticks waited against the wall. Harry saw the right key before either friend could argue him out of motion. He kicked off with awkward courage, too light on the broom and too quick in the turns, but his eyes stayed on the bent-winged key as if the whole room had narrowed around it. Hadrian held his own spell ready when the flock cut too close. He used it only once, a tiny deflection that turned a razor edge away from Harry's cheek without changing the catch. Harry's fingers closed around the key, and his grin flashed fierce and young before fear returned. The chest chamber nearly broke Hadrian's restraint. Ron understood the board before the others did, and that understanding put a terrible calm into his freckled face. "I've got to be taken," Ron said, voice thin but firm as the Black Queen glided toward him. "Harry, don't argue. Hermione, get ready to move." "No," Harry said at once. "Ron, we can find another way." "We haven't got time," Ron snapped, and the pressure in his voice made him sound older than 11 for one unhappy breath. "You're the one who has to go on. That's the move." Hadrian's wand came up inside the hidden passage. He could not stop the sacrifice without breaking the chain the children had made, but he could blunt the price. When the Queen struck, his silent cushioning charm caught Ron beneath the blow and turned killing force into a brutal, breath-stealing collapse. Ron hit the floor hard enough to stay down, not hard enough to die. Hermione screamed his name and ran to him before Harry could move. "Go," Ron groaned, eyes squeezed shut. "Both of you, don't make it pointless." Hermione looked at Harry, then at the open door beyond the board, and the choice wounded all 3 of them. "I'll stay with him," she said, shaking as she pressed her hands near Ron's shoulder without daring to shift him. "Harry, you go." Hadrian moved ahead before grief could drag him into the chamber. He passed the potions room through the side route, heard Hermione's logic behind him falter and then sharpen, and reached the final wall as Quirrell stepped into the last chamber alone. The Mirror of Arise stood waiting in torchlight, and Quirrell's stammer was gone when he hissed, "It should be here." Hadrian stepped from the hidden arch with his wand raised. "It is. That's why you can't have it." Quirrell spun, terror flashing naked across his face before something colder looked through him. The voice that answered did not belong to the man's throat alone. "Peverell," Voldemort whispered, "you were not on the board." Hadrian did not answer the voice behind Quirrell's mouth. Answering Voldemort had always been a kind of invitation, and the ruined future had taught him the cost of giving monsters time to enjoy themselves. He struck first, a binding curse aimed not at Quirrell's wand hand but at the line of control beneath the turban, where borrowed will clenched around a terrified man's spine. Quirrell screamed. The sound split between 2 throats, one human and one colder, and the Mirror of Arise shivered behind him as if desire itself had flinched. "Do not let him touch the glass," Voldemort hissed, and Quirrell lurched sideways with sudden strength, throwing off half the binding through raw possession rather than skill. "Kill him." Quirrell's curse smashed into Hadrian's shield hard enough to drive him back a step. Pain flashed up his arm, familiar and unwelcome. He answered with a cutting hex that snapped Quirrell's sleeve open and tore the wand from his fingers. But Voldemort dragged the body forward anyway, fingers hooked like claws, eyes bright with another mind looking out through them. The door behind Hadrian scraped open. Harry stood there, pale, dusty, and shaking from the trials, with his wand clenched in one hand and terror held down by stubbornness. "Professor Peverell?" "Stay back," Hadrian said, and the command came too late. The mirror brightened. Harry's gaze caught on the glass, and the room changed around the boy's face. Hadrian saw the moment the stone chose him. Harry's hand twitched toward his pocket in bewildered reflex, and Quirrell saw it too. He lunged past Hadrian with a snarl that belonged entirely to Voldemort. "Harry, move," Hadrian shouted. Harry did not move far enough. Quirrell seized him by the wrist, and then the chamber filled with burning. Not flame, not spellfire. Quirrell's skin blackened where it touched Harry, cracking under Lily Potter's old protection while Voldemort's shriek tore loose from the back of his skull. Hadrian caught Harry by the robe and pulled him away as Quirrell collapsed, clawing at his own turban while ash spread over his hands. "Don't look," Hadrian said, turning Harry against his side before the boy could see the face beneath the cloth. The turban split. Something pale and hateful ripped free from Quirrell's ruin, not body, not ghost, but a wraith-like remnant made of spite and hunger. Hadrian raised his wand and cast, but Voldemort fled upward through stone and ward shadow, shredding itself through cracks too narrow for pursuit. The spell struck empty air and left frost along the mirror's frame. Harry sagged against him. "Is he gone?" "For now," Hadrian said, closing one hand carefully over the pocket where the stone rested. "And the stone is safe." 15. Ashes of the First Year. Hadrian did not let Harry keep standing. The boy's knees had already decided the matter, and Hadrian caught him before pride could turn shock into another fall. The stone sat heavy inside Harry's pocket, absurdly small for the damage it had nearly caused, while Quirrell's body crumbled in ugly patches near the mirror. The chamber smelled of scorched cloth, old dust, and something bitter that did not belong to any ordinary death. Hadrian kept Harry's face turned against his robes and aimed his wand at the ruin on the floor, not because Quirrell could rise, but because Voldemort had taught the world that bodies were not the only way monsters escaped. "Professor?" Harry whispered, voice thin and scraped raw. "Ron, Hermione." "They're alive," Hadrian said, because he had made sure of that and because the boy needed one true thing before anything else reached him. "Injured, frightened, and about to be very cross with you, I expect, but alive." Harry's fingers clenched in Hadrian's sleeve. "I didn't mean to touch him." "I know." Hadrian drew the stone from the boy's pocket with two careful fingers and sealed it inside a conjured black case before the room could offer any more temptations. "You didn't do wrong by surviving." The door opened before Harry could answer. Dumbledore entered fast, robes disturbed, eyes bright behind his spectacles, with McGonagall just behind him and Snape a dark, furious shape at her shoulder. Dumbledore's gaze took in Harry first, then Quirrell, then Hadrian's wand and the sealed case in his hand. For one breath, even he looked old. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, and moved toward the boy. Hadrian shifted just enough to make the movement impossible without making it theatrical. "He needs the hospital wing, not questions." Dumbledore stopped. McGonagall's face tightened when she saw the way Harry leaned against Hadrian rather than standing by choice. "Potter?" "I'm all right," Harry said at once, because of course he did. His eyes had gone too wide, too fixed, and his whole body shook against the lie. "Ron got hurt worse." "Weasley is being brought up now," Snape said, his voice sharp enough to hide something less comfortable. "Miss Granger is ambulatory and insufferably coherent." "Good," Hadrian said. Dumbledore looked toward Quirrell's remains. "This must be handled with care. The school cannot wake to rumors of murder, possession, and Voldemort beneath the castle." "The school already woke to 3 children missing after curfew," Hadrian replied. "By breakfast, it will have rumors. The only choice is whether the truth arrives before cowardice dresses itself as calm." McGonagall drew a breath as if the words had struck near her own guilt. Dumbledore's expression softened, which Hadrian trusted less than anger. Parents will panic if the account is too raw. Parents should panic if the account is false, Hadrian said, keeping the sealed stone at his side. A teacher was possessed. 3 first years breached protections meant to guard a national treasure. One of them faced Voldemort in a locked chamber because the adults above him failed to stop the road from opening. Snape's mouth twisted. A stirring confession, Peverell. Hadrian looked at him. Yes, it is. Harry's grip tightened. Dumbledore lowered his gaze to the boy, and whatever answer he meant to give changed shape before he spoke. Hospital wing first, he said quietly. Then the board. Hadrian nodded once, because it was not victory, but it was a door. And the stone leaves with me until witnesses are named. The hospital wing did not soften the argument. Madame Pomfrey drove them all back from the beds with the same brisk fury she used for fevers, broken bones, and foolish boys who thought saying, "I'm fine," counted as diagnosis. Ron lay pale beneath a warming charm, one shoulder bound and his breathing steadier than the chest chamber had promised. Hermione sat wrapped in a blanket beside him, soot on her sleeve and stubborn terror still bright in her eyes. Harry had been settled 2 beds away, ordered not to sit up, and immediately tried to sit up when Hadrian entered with Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. "Lie down, Potter," Madame Pomfrey snapped, pushing him back with one hand and glaring at every adult in reach. "If any of you question him until I say he can answer, I will throw you out regardless of title, beard, or tragic expression." Hadrian inclined his head to her. "Then the children don't answer. We do." Dumbledore's gaze moved from Harry to the sealed black case in Hadrian's hand. The official account must protect them. It must not use them as fog, Hadrian said, stopping at the foot of Harry's bed rather than beside it. If he stood too near, the boy would look to him instead of resting, and Hadrian had no wish to become another adult who collected a child's trust by accident. 3 first years entered a forbidden corridor because they believed a teacher was stealing the stone. They were wrong about the teacher's name, not the danger. Snape's mouth tightened. "And you propose announcing that Quirrell carried the Dark Lord under his turban through a full school year?" "I propose recording that Professor Quirrell was compromised by hostile possession and attempted to seize the stone," Hadrian replied. "The board receives the full sealed account. Parents receive enough to understand that the threat was real, contained, and not the fault of the children who found the gap." McGonagall's fingers closed around the end of Harry's bedframe. "Minerva," Dumbledore said softly, but she did not look at him. "No," McGonagall said, voice clipped and wounded. "Lord Peverell is correct on that much. They should never have reached the door, let alone the chambers beneath it." Harry's eyes flicked from her to Dumbledore, confused by an adult admitting failure without turning it into a lesson. Hadrian saw the moment land and hated how rare it must have felt. Dumbledore folded his hands inside his sleeves. A sealed board account, then. The stone removed from school custody. Practical defense to continue under emergency review. Not review, Hadrian said. Expansion. Warded corridors failed. Staff assumptions failed. Children improvised better than the protections built around them. That goes into the minutes. Snape gave a soft, ugly sound. "You intend to make a career out of this?" Hadrian looked at Ron unconscious under Pomfrey's charms, Hermione shaking inside her blanket, and Harry trying not to show pain because too many adults were watching. "No," he said, "I intend to make it harder to repeat." By morning, the story had already begun trying to escape its cage. Owls crowded the staff room windows, portraits muttered in corners, and half the castle seemed to know that Harry Potter had gone somewhere forbidden and come back from it alive. Hadrian stood near the hospital wing doors while Dumbledore spoke with a grave-faced ministry liaison, 2 governors by Flo, and McGonagall with her mouth held thin enough to cut paper. Every sentence placed a wall around the children. Every sentence also polished Harry until the boy began to vanish beneath the shine. "Mr. Potter displayed remarkable courage," Dumbledore said, hands folded before him, voice low but carrying. "So did Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley. Their actions prevented a grave theft and bought time for adult intervention." Harry lay awake behind the privacy screen, pretending not to listen. Hermione had been moved to the next bed with a book Pomfrey had not actually given her permission to read, and Ron was still asleep, snoring faintly through a nose Madame Pomfrey had declared unbroken by luck rather than skill. The sound should have been funny. It only made Harry's eyes flicker toward him every few breaths, as if Ron might disappear if not counted. The ministry liaison, a tidy wizard with anxious fingers, dipped his quill. So the public language may refer to bravery, school spirit, and swift staff response? No, Hadrian said. The quill stopped. Dumbledore looked at him with the patience of a man deciding whether interruption could be made useful. Lord Peverell? Bravery, yes. School spirit, if you must put jam on it. Swift staff response, no. Hadrian stepped closer to the little knot of adults, aware of Harry going still behind the screen. Say the children raised an alarm by action when they believed no adult would listen quickly enough. Say staff arrived after the confrontation had begun. Do not make Harry the banner that hides our failure. The liaison swallowed. The public finds comfort in heroes. Children find danger in being called one too often, Hadrian said. McGonagall's gaze moved toward the screen, and something in her expression changed. She crossed the room, drew the screen aside by 6 inches, and looked down at Harry without the armor of Deputy Headmistress first. Mr. Potter, you and your friends will receive recognition for courage. You will also receive no punishment for this incident. Harry blinked at her. No punishment? No, McGonagall said, and the word seemed to cost her pride. But you will receive a lecture when Madame Pomfrey permits it, because courage and sense are not enemies, whatever certain Gryffindors appear to believe. Ron made a vague protesting sound in his sleep. Hermione sniffed from her bed. I told them to find a teacher. I remember, Harry said softly. Hadrian looked at the boy's pale face and saw the symbol forming anyway, fed by whispers, relief, and adult hunger for clean endings. Harry had survived Voldemort again. The school would make that into destiny by supper if left alone. Dumbledore's voice came gently from behind him. Hadrian, some symbols protect as well as burden. Hadrian turned back, keeping himself between the adults and the child. Then protect him with truth, not worship. The end-of-year feast should have felt like release, but Hadrian felt the strain in the Great Hall before the first golden plate filled. Rumor had been disciplined into an official account, the board had received its sealed record, and Harry's name had been polished carefully enough to keep the worst worship from clinging. It had not stopped the glances. Gryffindors watched him with pride, Slytherins with calculation, Ravenclaws with questions, and Hufflepuffs with the anxious sympathy of children who knew pain when they saw it. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, smaller beneath attention than he had looked facing Quirrell. Dumbledore rose after the last pudding vanished, and Hadrian set his goblet down before his hand could tighten around it. Before we close the year, it is right to acknowledge courage shown under circumstances no child should have been asked to meet, Dumbledore said, and the hall stilled around him. Mr. Ronald Weasley, Miss Hermione Granger, and Mr. Harry Potter acted with loyalty, intelligence, and bravery. They also reminded their elders that protections must be worthy of those they protect. The hall did not cheer at once. The words had weight, not spectacle, and Hadrian saw McGonagall's chin lift as if she had helped hammer them into shape. Dumbledore named the points then, enough to honor without turning the tables into a coronation. Gryffindor erupted anyway, because children heard victory before restraint, but Harry's first look went toward Ron and Hermione rather than the banners above him. Snape leaned slightly toward Hadrian without taking his eyes from the Gryffindor table. You have managed the miracle of making praise sound like a disciplinary memo. Better than making trauma sound like a school song, Hadrian said. Careful, Snape murmured. You may yet become popular with parents. Then I'll recover privately. Across the hall, Harry laughed at something Ron said, brief and startled, and Hermione wiped at her eyes as if she could make dignity arrive by force. Hadrian let himself hold the sight for one breath. Alive was not safe. Alive was not healed. It was only the condition under which work could continue. When the feast ended, Dumbledore did not stop him near the staff table. McGonagall did. Lord Peverell, she said, and her voice carried less formality than habit. The train leaves tomorrow. Mr. Potter will return to his relatives unless lawful arrangements change before summer's end. I know, Hadrian said, though the knowledge scraped on the way out. Her eyes sharpened. Do you? Hadrian looked toward the doors where Harry had gone with his friends, laughing now because Ron was alive and Hermione was walking beside him and tomorrow had not yet reached him. I know I can't steal him out of the station like a man choosing comfort over consequence. I know Privet Drive is not finished merely because Quirrell is dead. And I know the next fight is not beneath a trapdoor. McGonagall studied him for a long moment. Then make certain you win it properly. Hadrian inclined his head, accepting both warning and permission. That is the plan. The doors closed behind the students, leaving the staff table, the cooling lamps, and the quiet after celebration. Hadrian turned away before memory could turn the hall into ruins again. Tomorrow, Harry would board the train. Tonight, Hadrian would write to Euphemia Quill, Ragnarok, and every old law sharp enough to cut a child free without leaving him bleeding in another adult's hands. 16. The Rat in the Room. Hadrian did not sleep after the feast. By dawn, his desk held 3 neat piles of paper, none of them comforting. Euphemia Quill's copy of the Old Black custody record, Ragnarok's Gringotts note on compensation claims paid after the street murders, and a ministry summary so thin it might as well have been written to prove no one had wanted questions. Sirius Black had been arrested without trial. Peter Pettigrew had been declared dead on witness panic, a finger, and rubble. 12 Muggles had died in a blast no one had properly explained because the name Black had been convenient enough to close every door. Euphemia's flow call came through just as the first students began moving through the corridors for breakfast. Her head appeared in the green flames, spectacles flashing as she looked past him to the papers. Tell me you're not about to accuse the ministry of imprisoning the wrong man on the morning children go home for summer. I'm not accusing anyone yet, Hadrian said, sliding the ministry summary beside the Gringotts note. I'm finding the hole they used as a grave. That is not as reassuring as you think it is. Euphemia's mouth thinned when he held up the copy of the witness line. No body recovered, 1 finger found, presumed death accepted under emergency terror procedure. Merlin spare me from tidy wartime paperwork. Peter was an animagus, Hadrian said. Euphemia went still. Can you prove that? Not from paper. Hadrian looked toward the window, where the grounds shone damp and bright beneath a summer morning that did not deserve the work being done inside it. But I can prove there was no trial, no body, no wand analysis worth trusting, and no reason Sirius should still be in Azkaban if Peter Pettigrew is alive. Ragnarok's reply arrived by goblin courier rather than owl, which meant the bank wanted the timing noticed. The sealed note confirmed that Black family holdings had remained frozen under assumption of guilt, not conviction, and that certain Potter-linked compensation irregularities had been filed against a dead traitor whose estate had never existed. Hadrian read it twice, then folded it into his robes before leaving his office. He found Ron Weasley in the entrance hall with Harry and Hermione, all 3 half buried under trunks, owls, and the loud relief of children going home. Ron's battered old rat sat in his hands, whiskers twitching, 1 forepaw tucked close to its body. The missing toe showed pale against the fur. Hadrian's breath tightened, not with surprise, but with the horrible relief of being right. Harry saw him first and straightened. Professor? Hadrian made himself look at all 3 children rather than only at the rat. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, traveling home together? Until King's Cross, Ron said, shifting Scabbers against his chest. Then Harry's got to go back to the Muggles, haven't you? Harry's face closed around that truth before he could stop it. Hermione noticed. So did Hadrian. So, horribly, did the rat, whose small dark eyes fixed on Hadrian with an intelligence no ordinary pet should have carried. Hadrian smiled mildly and held Ron's gaze. Take care of your pet on the train, Mr. Weasley. Old rats are easily startled. Ron blinked. Scabbers? He's mostly too lazy to be startled. Even so, Hadrian said, letting his attention touch the missing toe once and move away before the creature could decide fear was safer than stillness. Keep him close. As the children moved toward the carriages, Scabbers twisted in Ron's grip and tried to burrow into his sleeve. Hadrian watched the motion, memorized it, and turned toward the staff doors before anger could make him careless. Peter Pettigrew was alive, frightened, and within reach of Harry's closest friend. That meant the next move had to be clean enough that no ministry hand, no headmaster's kindness, and no old coward's panic could bury him a second time. Hadrian reached the side corridor before the carriages moved and sent 3 messages in quick succession, each one narrow enough to sound procedural and urgent enough to make refusal awkward. One went to McGonagall under the authority of student safety. One went to Dumbledore under the authority of board evidence. The last went through the staff flow to Euphemia Quill, with Ragnarok copied by Gringotts' witness mark, because a captured truth without records was only a frightened man waiting for powerful people to decide what had happened. McGonagall arrived first in a sweep of tartan and suspicion, with Madame Pomfrey behind her and Snape moving like a black accusation at the rear. Lord Peverell, McGonagall said, taking in the closed classroom, the cleared teacher's desk, and the recording crystal Hadrian had borrowed from the board records cabinet. Students are boarding. This had better be urgent. It is, Hadrian said, setting the black custody summary beside the Pettigrew death record. I need Mr. Weasley and his rat brought here before the train leaves. Quietly, no announcement, no corridor drama, and no one touches the animal except Mr. Weasley until the door is closed. Snape's eyes sharpened, an impressive amount of theater for vermin. Animagi often are, Hadrian said. The room changed at once. McGonagall's expression went still in a way Hadrian trusted more than outrage, and Dumbledore entered through the doorway with his blue robes gathered in one hand, all softness stripped from his face by the single word he had heard. Hadrian, he said carefully, that is a grave claim. Yes, Hadrian replied, laying down a copy of the Old Order photograph with Peter's face circled in ink. So was Sirius Black's sentence. Ron came in a minute later, confused and red-eared, with Harry and Hermione crowding close behind him because friendship had already taught them to resist being separated at the worst possible moment. Scabbers squirmed in Ron's hands, thin body twisting with sudden, frantic strength. Professor McGonagall said he might be sick, Ron said, looking from Hadrian to Pomfrey. He's old, but he's not usually this wriggly. Put him on the desk, Mr. Weasley, Hadrian said gently, and when Ron hesitated, he softened his voice without softening the room. No one is blaming you. Keep your hands back once he's down. The rat hit the desk and bolted. Hadrian's wand moved first, not striking the creature, but sealing the desk edge in a clear barrier charm that turned the escape into a frantic scrabble against invisible glass. McGonagall was already beside him, face white with fury now that she had seen the missing toe, and her wand cut a precise arc through the air. Animagus Revelio. Scabbers screamed. The sound tore through the classroom, too human for any child to misunderstand, and Ron stumbled back into Harry hard enough that both boys nearly fell. Fur stretched, bones cracked, and the rat became a short, balding man crouched naked and shaking on the desk, one hand missing a finger and both eyes rolling toward the door. Hadrian bound him before panic became movement, silver cord snapping around wrists, ankles, and throat with custody seals burning bright along every knot. Peter Pettigrew sobbed once and tried to make himself small. Albus, he whimpered, please. Dumbledore did not move toward him. McGonagall covered Ron's eyes a second too late, and Hermione made a small, horrified sound behind her hand. Harry stared at the man on the desk as if the world had just explained a cruelty too large to fit inside a rat's body. Hadrian placed the Pettigrew death record beside Peter's shaking hand. Peter Pettigrew, he said, clear enough for the recording crystal, the teachers, the children, the flow, and every legal ear now tied to the room. Alive, identified, and captured under witness. Madame Pomfrey conjured a hospital blanket with a snap of her wand and threw it over Pettigrew without gentleness. The man clutched it as if modesty mattered more than the 12 dead muggles, the ruined street, and the godfather rotting in Azkaban under his name. Ron made a strangled sound beside Harry, and Hermione's hand found his sleeve while the recording crystal glowed blue on the teacher's desk and the dicta quill scratched steadily across prepared parchment inside Euphemia Quill's sealed frame by the flow. Mr. Weasley, McGonagall said, her voice clipped around horror, you are not at fault. Ron stared at the bound man on the desk. He slept in my room. Peter flinched harder at that than at the bindings. His eyes rolled from Ron to Harry, then to Dumbledore, hunting mercy in every face except Hadrian's. I didn't have a choice, he said, words spilling too quickly. You don't understand. He would have killed me. He would have killed all of us. Hadrian looked to Snape without taking his eyes from Pettigrew. Professor Snape, 3 drops, if you would. Standard Veritaserum measure, witnessed by the headmaster, deputy headmistress, school healer, council record, and Gringotts copy. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. For one breath, Hadrian expected the old softness to descend over the room and smother the moment under caution. Instead, Dumbledore stepped closer to the desk, face grave and terrible in its calm. As chief warlock of the Wizengamot and headmaster of this school, I order the administration of Veritaserum to the captured man identified as Peter Pettigrew, presumed dead under emergency terror procedure and now discovered in unlawful animagus concealment among children. Severus, proceed. Snape's mouth curled, but his hands were precise as he drew a small vial from his robes. How fortunate that someone in this castle believes in preparation. He placed 3 clear drops on Pettigrew's tongue while Madame Pomfrey held the man's jaw with professional distaste, then stepped back as Peter gagged, shuddered, and went loose-eyed beneath the binding cords. Hadrian set the old order photograph beside Peter's knee. State your full name. Peter Pettigrew, Peter whispered. You were secret keeper for James and Lily Potter, Hadrian said. Not Sirius Black. Yes. Harry's breath caught in a small, broken way. Hadrian wanted to turn, to shield the boy from the next words, but truth had already been withheld from Harry too often by adults who thought kindness and control were the same thing. Did Sirius Black betray the Potters to Voldemort? No, Peter said, voice flat and helpless. And the street? Hadrian asked. What happened when Sirius found you? Peter's face crumpled while the potion forced obedience through his terror. I shouted that he'd betrayed them so everyone would hear. I cut off my finger. I blasted the street behind me and changed before the dust cleared. Sirius was laughing because he knew what I'd done and couldn't prove it. Ron swayed. Hermione caught his arm. Dumbledore's face had gone old in a way no beard could dignify, and McGonagall's wand trembled once before she steadied it. Hadrian leaned closer, voice low and clear for the crystal. Did Sirius Black murder those muggles? No. Did you? Yes, Peter said, and the recording crystal burned silver. I did. The recording crystal held its silver burn for 3 long breaths before settling back to blue, and no one in the classroom moved as the dicta quill finished the line in hard black strokes. Peter Pettigrew lay bound beneath Pomfrey's blanket, breathing in thin, wet pulls through his nose, while the children stood together beside McGonagall as if the floor had become untrustworthy. Hadrian let the silence remain only long enough for the confession to land, then reached across the desk and turned the crystal a quarter circle to seal the first record. Madame Pomfrey, Hadrian said, keeping his voice level because fury would give everyone else permission to panic, please confirm the prisoner remains medically fit for transfer and that the administered dose has not exceeded standard measure. Pomfrey's face was pale with anger, but her hands were steady as she checked Pettigrew's pulse, eyes, and breathing without gentleness. He is fit enough to answer for himself. He is not leaving my sight until proper custody takes him, and if anyone suggests Azkaban before trial, they may first explain Dementors to me in small words. Agreed, Dumbledore said, and the quiet in him was worse than thunder would have been. He looked toward the sealed flow frame where Euphemia Quill's dicta quill had stopped moving. Madam Quill, you have the record? Euphemia's voice came through the frame sharp enough to cut through the room. I have confession, Veritaserum order, dosage witness, prisoner identification, and Gringotts copy confirmation. I also have 3 clerks running for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement before anyone at the Ministry discovers a sudden need to misplace paper. Harry found his voice before Hadrian could decide whether mercy meant removing him from the room. Sirius didn't do it? No, Hadrian said, turning fully toward him because the boy deserved a clean answer from an adult who wouldn't wrap it in riddles. Sirius Black did not betray your parents. He did not murder those muggles. He was sent to Azkaban without the trial that should have proved it. Harry's face went white. Ron made a small wounded sound, not for Sirius, not yet, but for 12 years of Percy handing him a rat, of Scabbers in his bed, of ordinary family life suddenly made filthy by a traitor's hiding place. Hermione's grip tightened on his sleeve, and McGonagall drew all 3 children closer with one arm as if house points, rules, and lectures had burned away to the older duty beneath them. Dumbledore looked at Pettigrew, then at Harry, and the sorrow in his face no longer had anywhere useful to hide. Harry, I am sorry. Harry stared at him. Did you know? No, Dumbledore said, and Hadrian watched the answer pass through the recording crystal's light without flicker. But I accepted too much because grief and war made the answer easy. That was still a failure. The classroom door opened under a hard knock, and 2 Aurors entered with wands drawn, followed by a severe witch with a monocle glinting over one sharp eye. She took in the bound man, the children, the crystal, Snape's empty Veritaserum vial, and Dumbledore standing beside the desk. "I am Amelia Bones," she said. "No one speaks further until I have the custody record in hand." Hadrian lifted the sealed crystal and placed it on the desk before her. "Then begin there. Pettigrew lives, Black was framed, and the children leave this room only after their names are protected from the report." Madam Bones looked at him once, sharp and measuring, then at Harry. "Agreed for now, but Lord Peverell, if this record says what I think it says, the Ministry is about to bleed in public." Hadrian thought of Sirius behind Dementor walls and Harry still bound for Privet Drive by sunset. Then it should have been more careful about proving guilt before throwing people into Azkaban. 17. Sirius Black walks out. Madam Bones did not let the classroom become a debate. She took the sealed crystal, the Dicta Quill transcript, Snape's empty vial, Pomfrey's medical confirmation, and Peter Pettigrew's bound, shivering body as if each piece were a weapon that needed pointing before anyone else could touch it. Hadrian watched her make the inventory twice, once aloud for the room and once in clipped notation on her own parchment, and felt the old future pressing at his back with every careful word. Sirius had spent 12 years behind Dementors because people had accepted a neat story quickly. This time, every door would have to close on someone's fingers before it closed on the truth. Fudge arrived by flow 7 minutes later in a whirl of green flame, bowler hat crooked, face flushed with the panic of a man who had smelled scandal before breakfast. "Amelia, what is this I'm hearing about Pettigrew? Surely there's been some confusion. Black's matter was settled years ago, and we can't overturn a wartime decision because of a classroom spectacle." Madam Bones looked up from the custody form without softening. "The dead man is breathing on the desk, Minister. Confusion is no longer our largest problem." Euphemia Quill's face sharpened in the sealed flow frame. "For the record, Minister Fudge has now been informed that Peter Pettigrew is alive, identified under witness, confessed under lawful veritaserum order, and is presently in Ministry reach. If the Ministry delays immediate review of Sirius Black's imprisonment after that notice, I will write the phrase knowing unlawful detention in letters large enough for the prophet to admire." Fudge stared at the frame as if it had bitten him. "Madam Quill, this is highly irregular." "Good," Euphemia said. "Regular procedure put an untried man in Azkaban for 12 years. Hadrian stepped in before Fudge could turn outrage into fog. He placed Ragnarok's goblin-marked confirmation beside Bones's parchment, keeping his voice calm because calm frightened bureaucrats more reliably than anger. "Gringotts has already accepted a witness copy tied to Black, Potter, and Peverell interests. The board record holds a second notice through my office. If this matter vanishes between Hogwarts and London, it won't vanish quietly." Dumbledore's eyes moved to him, grave and unreadable, but he did not interfere. McGonagall kept the children behind her, one hand firm on Ron's shoulder while Harry stood too still beside Hermione. Peter made a wet noise beneath the blanket and tried to turn his face away from all of them. Madam Bones signed the final line with a hard stroke. "Minister, I am invoking emergency review authority under the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sirius Black is to be removed from Dementor custody, examined by healers, and brought to a sealed hearing chamber under Auror guard. He is not to be questioned privately, kissed, transferred, misplaced, or declared too dangerous to appear before I see him breathing in front of me." Fudge opened his mouth, then looked at Pettigrew, the crystal, Dumbledore, Hadrian, and Euphemia's waiting Quill. Whatever political instinct had carried him this far found no safe floor beneath it. "Very well," he said, voice thin with resentment. "A review, then, strictly preliminary." Hadrian looked toward the classroom window, where the carriages had gone and the train was waiting to carry Harry toward another summer he could not yet escape. "Preliminary is enough," he said. "Bring Sirius Black into a room with the truth, and we'll see who survives it." The sealed hearing chamber at the Ministry smelled of old wards, damp wool, and fear polished into procedure. Hadrian stood behind Euphemia Quill's chair with the Gringotts copy in his hand while Madam Bones arranged the evidence on the central table herself, refusing 3 offers from clerks who looked as if they would rather have been anywhere else. Fudge paced near the door, muttering about premature conclusions, but every time he glanced toward Pettigrew's recorded confession, his voice lost some of its roundness. Dumbledore had come through the flow with McGonagall, Snape, and Pomfrey, all of them held to witness status by Madam Bones's order. Peter Pettigrew remained in a separate custody room under 2 Aurors and an anti-transfiguration charm, no longer on the desk, no longer pretending to be small enough for pity. Hadrian kept his attention on the chamber door instead. He had imagined this moment too many times in a dead future, usually with Sirius laughing, whole, and reaching for him. That fantasy died with every minute the Aurors were late. The door opened without warning. 2 Aurors entered first, wands drawn but angled down, and Sirius Black came between them in chains that looked heavier than his wrists. He was too thin, all bone and matted hair, his prison robes hanging from him as if Azkaban had gnawed away everything but rage. His eyes moved too quickly around the room, wild and bright, fixing on exits, wands, faces, then Pettigrew's name written across the top sheet on the evidence table. "No," Sirius rasped, and the word came out less like denial than damage. "No, don't you put his name in front of me unless you've got him. Don't play with that." Madam Bones stepped forward, monocle flashing. "Sirius Orion Black, you have been brought under emergency review. Peter Pettigrew is alive and in ministry custody." Sirius stared at her, then gave a cracked laugh that had nothing sane in it. "Alive? Of course he's alive. I said it. I said it until the Dementors ate the words. Where is he?" "In custody," Bones said, hard enough to stop him moving. "You will see him only under lawful condition, after healer examination and council presence." Sirius's chained hands flexed. "Lawful condition. That's rich." Then his gaze found Hadrian. The fury did not vanish. It froze, caught between recognition and impossibility, and for one terrible breath Sirius Black looked younger than his wasted face had any right to look. "James?" he whispered. Hadrian's grip tightened around the Gringotts parchment until the edge bit into his fingers. He wanted to answer as a son. He wanted to cross the room and say Padfoot with all the years returned to him at once. Instead he stood where the law had put him and made himself give the truth Sirius could survive. "No, my name is Hadrian Peverell." Sirius pulled against the chains once, not to attack, but as if distance itself had become an insult. "You've got his face." "I know," Hadrian said, and the words scraped on the way out. "And I have the records that can help get you out of here." Sirius stared at Hadrian as if the room had shifted under him, but the chains kept him from crossing the space between them and the Aurors kept their wands ready enough to remind everyone what fear had already decided about him. Hadrian did not look away. The resemblance was a cruelty neither of them had chosen, and he could feel Dumbledore watching it land, could feel Fudge preparing to use Sirius's shock as proof that damaged men should remain conveniently locked away. Fudge cleared his throat and reached for the safest word in any ministry room. "Clearly, Black is in no condition to participate meaningfully today. Perhaps St. Mungo's observation first, then a private review after emotions have settled." Sirius's head snapped toward him. "Private review? You threw me to Dementors without one." "Mr. Black," Fudge said, drawing himself up with a weak sort of dignity, "you were apprehended at the scene of a mass murder, laughing over the evidence." "I was laughing because Peter was gone," Sirius said, voice tearing on the name. "Because he'd done it in front of everyone and left me holding smoke, bodies, and a finger." Madam Bones struck her wand once against the table. The sound was not loud, but it cut cleanly through the chamber. "Enough, Minister. This hearing is now on record. Mr. Black's condition is evidence of Azkaban exposure, not grounds for hiding him from review." Euphemia slid one parchment forward without rising. "And if the ministry attempts to delay on medical grounds while refusing independent healer access, I will file for immediate emergency injunction before 3 separate benches. I have the papers drafted." Fudge looked at her, then at Hadrian, and his face tightened with the offended bewilderment of a man discovering that concern could be surrounded. "This is becoming a spectacle." Hadrian placed the Gringotts copy beside Bones's evidence stack, aligning the seal so the goblin mark faced the room. "No. A spectacle is what happens when the ministry lets the prophet learn that it kept a man in Azkaban after the confessed murderer was found alive in a child's hands at Hogwarts. This is your chance to make the record before the record makes you." Dumbledore's voice entered softly from the witness line. "Cornelius, Sirius must not return to Azkaban tonight." Sirius flinched at Dumbledore's voice, rage and old trust crossing his face in a flash too quick to separate. "Now you say that." Dumbledore bowed his head. "Yes. Too late, but yes." Madam Bones lifted the sealed crystal and set it into the review basin at the table's center. Pettigrew's confession rose clear and cold into the room, every answer stripped of pleading, every yes landing harder than the one before it. Sirius went still as the words named him innocent. He did not weep. He held himself too tightly for that, jaw clenched, chains trembling once where his hands had closed into fists. When the confession ended, Bones removed the crystal and signed the review order in black ink. Sirius Orion Black, you are not acquitted today. That is for a proper court, with evidence entered and witnesses heard. But I find no lawful basis to return you to Dementor custody while the Ministry reviews the confession of the man you were accused of murdering. You will be removed from Azkaban custody at once, placed under healer supervision and protected witness status, and brought before an emergency panel as soon as counsel is present. Fudge made a strangled sound. Amelia, you cannot simply undo 12 years in one afternoon. Madam Bones looked at him over her monocle. One afternoon is not long enough to clear him, Minister. It is more than long enough to stop feeding him to Dementors. The chains came off slowly, not because the spell resisted, but because Madam Bones made the aura remove each link under record. Iron slid from Sirius's wrists, one cuff, then the other, and the marks left behind were too thin, too old, too ugly for any room that still wanted to call itself lawful. Sirius watched his own hands as if he didn't trust them to remain attached. When the last restraint struck the table, the sound was small, but Fudge still flinched. This is not release from charge, Madam Bones said, placing a parchment before Sirius and weighing its corner with her wand. This is removal from Dementor custody, emergency healer transfer, and protected witness status pending panel review. You will have counsel. You will have examination. You will not leave Ministry supervision until lawful conditions are set. Sirius looked up at her with a smile too sharp for gratitude. Supervision sounds better than soul-sucking. It is, Bones said, and her voice gave him no pity to bite. Do not make me regret arguing that. Euphemia slid a quill toward him. Sign acknowledgement only, not confession, not waiver, not agreement to private questioning. If anyone asks you to sign anything else before I read it, bite them metaphorically. Sirius stared at the quill, then at her. Metaphorically? Preferably, Euphemia said. I bill extra for blood on documents. A rough laugh broke out of Sirius before he seemed ready for it. It cracked halfway through and left him swaying, one hand braced on the table. Pomfrey moved at once, but he jerked back from instinct before forcing himself still. The apology in his eyes came too late and too wild. Hadrian stepped no closer. Sirius had been handled by guards, Dementors, and fear for 12 years. Another sudden hand, even a kind one, would only teach his body the wrong lesson. Sirius dragged the parchment closer and signed with a hand that shook badly enough to blur the ink. Where's Harry? The room tightened around the name. Dumbledore's gaze lowered. Fudge looked toward Bones as if a child could be filed away until convenient. Hadrian felt the answer cut through every plan he had built since Privet Drive. On his way from Hogwarts, he said. Safe for the moment, but not yet where he should be. Sirius's head came up. The Dursleys? Hadrian did not soften it. Yes. The signed quill snapped in Sirius's hand. The Aurors lifted their wands, and Bones's voice struck before panic could do the Ministry's work for it. Lower them, Mr. Black, if you want standing to fight for that boy. You will not give anyone in this building a reason to call you unstable and dangerous. Sirius breathed once, then again, each breath scraping through teeth and prison-thin restraint. He dropped the broken quill onto the table. Then get me a healer, a lawyer, and whatever panel you need. After that, I'm going for my godson. Hadrian looked at him across the evidence, the ink, and the years that no ritual had restored. Sirius was not free, not whole, and not ready, but he had walked out of Azkaban's claim and turned at once toward Harry. That should have felt like victory. Instead it opened the wound Hadrian had avoided naming, because the boy in Surrey had a godfather now, and Hadrian's next duty was to help Sirius become what Harry needed, even if it left Hadrian standing outside the door. 18. The Trial of Sirius Black. Sirius Black did not sleep after the chains came off. Hadrian saw that in the set of his shoulders before anyone said it aloud, in the way his fingers kept closing around air where iron had been, and in the quick, animal turn of his head whenever a ministry door opened behind him. Pomfrey had bullied 2 nutrition drafts into him and threatened a sleeping potion with the authority of a woman who had frightened generations of injured children into obedience. But Sirius had only stared past the rim of the cup and asked 3 times whether Pettigrew was still alive. "He is alive," Madame Bones said on the 3rd answer, and she did not soften the words into comfort. She stood at the head of the protected witness room with 2 Aurors behind her, her monocle bright under the hard ministry lamps and a sealed custody folder tucked beneath one arm. "He is bound under anti-transfiguration restraint, held in a separate secured cell, and watched by Aurors who know exactly what will happen to their careers if he so much as loses a toenail without record." Sirius gave a rough, ugly laugh from the examination chair. "Careers. That's reassuring. I spent 12 years listening to Dementors because someone's career found it easier not to ask questions." Euphemia Quill looked up from the parchment stack she had turned into a barricade on the side table. "Then today we ask questions loudly enough that no one can pretend not to hear them. You will have counsel present, the evidence will be entered under seal, and the proceeding will make a record before Minister Fudge discovers a cupboard large enough for the scandal." Hadrian stood near the wall because sitting beside Sirius felt too much like claiming a closeness this Sirius had not chosen. The resemblance had already done harm enough. He watched Euphemia set out the papers in order: witness notice, healer condition, Veritaserum order, Gringotts copy receipt, Hogwarts witness list, Pettigrew custody charm confirmation. Every page turned emergency into architecture. Every seal made it harder for fear to become policy again. Madame Bones opened the folder and laid a thin strip of parchment on the table. The writing crawled once, then fixed itself in black. Chain of custody begins at Hogwarts classroom seizure and continues through Auror transfer, cell confinement, binding renewal, and evidence review. 2 Aurors signed each step. I signed the binding renewal myself. Lord Peverell, your goblin witness copy remains matched. Hadrian placed Ragnarok's sealed receipt beside her strip. Matched and witnessed. Gringotts will confirm if the ministry record changes. Fudge's voice sounded from the corridor before the door opened, low, strained, and trying to become pleasant. Surely we needn't rush into theatrical language before proper consultation. Euphemia dipped her quill without looking up. Write that down, Miss Bletchley. The minister has arrived and objects to speed before innocence has been reviewed. She finally raised her eyes as the door opened. Good morning, Minister. We've been waiting for you to catch up. The hearing chamber filled badly, not with crowds, but with people who mattered enough to make absence look like guilt. Wizengamot members arrived in formal plum robes, some still fastening clasps, some whispering behind hands as their eyes moved from Sirius to the sealed evidence table and away again. Hadrian stood behind Euphemia's left shoulder with Gringotts parchment in hand, while Madame Bones took the central position and refused to let Fudge arrange the room around his embarrassment. Sirius sat between Pomfrey and a grim-faced Auror, too thin for the chair, too alert for anyone to mistake him for calm. This emergency review is convened under Department of Magical Law Enforcement Authority, Madame Bones said, her voice carrying to the carved benches. The matter before us is the continued legal status of Sirius Orion Black in light of new evidence concerning Peter Pettigrew, alleged murder victim, alleged secret keeper, and living accused traitor. Fudge shifted near the minister's seat. Alleged is doing a great deal of work there, Amelia. We must be careful not to inflame old wounds before all proper facts are weighed. Euphemia's quill moved at once. Noted. The minister requests caution regarding old wounds after 12 years of Dementor imprisonment without trial. Several heads turned. Fudge went pink. That is not what I said. No, Euphemia said. It is what your position means if left unclothed. Madame Bones struck her wand once against the table before the murmur could spread. Evidence 1. Living identification of Peter Pettigrew. The side door opened under Auror guard, and Pettigrew was brought in bound to a rigid chair that glided without wheels, his wrists fixed in silver bands and his whole body held under an anti-transfiguration shimmer. A low sound moved through the benches when his face lifted. Sirius's hands closed on the chair arms, but Pomfrey placed 2 fingers on his wrist and he dragged himself back from whatever his body had meant to do. Madame Bones did not look away from the benches. Evidence 2. Confession under lawful Veritaserum order, witnessed at Hogwarts by myself, Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Severus Snape, Poppy Pomfrey, Lord Hadrian Peverell, and others. Entered by dicta quill transcript in sealed crystal. She placed the crystal into the basin, and Pettigrew's own voice rose, thin and stripped bare, admitting the switch of Secret Keeper, the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the faked death, the street blast, and the years hidden as an animagus in the Weasley household. A witch in the second row pressed a hand over her mouth. An older wizard leaned forward as if distance might make the words less damning. Hadrian watched Fudge instead, because ministers rarely feared truth itself. They feared the moment truth became public property. Evidence 3, Bones said when the confession ended. Animagus proof. She nodded to the aura beside Pettigrew. The binding flared, Pettigrew's body shrank into the familiar rat form for one horrible second, silver bands tightening with him, then forced him back into a sobbing man before anyone could pretend the change had been a trick. Unregistered. Previously concealed. Consistent with the method by which he avoided capture. Fudge's mouth opened, but Euphemia spoke first, soft and lethal. If the minister intends to suggest that the dead man turning into a rat and back is insufficiently relevant, I would enjoy hearing the phrasing. Madam Bones lifted the next parchment. Evidence 4. Original case record. No trial transcript exists because no trial was held. No formal testimony from Sirius Black was taken. Wand records from the scene are incomplete and will require further review, but the surviving blast descriptions are consistent with Pettigrew's confession of staged explosion and escape. She set the page down with controlled force. This record does not acquit by sentiment. It indicts the process that condemned him. Hadrian felt Sirius look toward him, but he kept his eyes on the table. If he turned now, grief would enter the room before the law finished speaking. The law had failed Sirius once. This time, Hadrian meant to make it finish its sentence. Fudge found his footing in the pause after Bones entered the last evidence sheet, and Hadrian watched the man choose shape over truth with the weary precision of someone who had seen governments survive worse by renaming it. The minister rose slowly, smoothing the front of his robes as if neat cloth might lend order to a room full of broken law. "No one here wishes to excuse suffering," he said, turning toward the benches with his public voice warmed and polished. "If mistakes were made in the confusion of war, then naturally the ministry regrets any pain caused. Those were terrible days, and many records were incomplete, many decisions made under pressure, many good people doing their best with imperfect information." Sirius made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost choking. Pomfrey's hand closed around his wrist again, but this time he did not pull against her. His eyes stayed fixed on Fudge with a coldness that seemed too steady for a man who had been shaking minutes before. "Mistakes," he said. "Is that what 12 years tastes like from your chair?" Fudge's face tightened. "Mr. Black, I understand this is emotional, but inflammatory language will not help restore confidence in due process." Euphemia stood so fast that her chair legs scraped against stone. Due process was not misplaced, Minister. It was denied. Sirius Orion Black was sentenced in effect, if not by lawful wording, to Dementor custody without trial, without entered testimony, without tested evidence, and without counsel. The ministry did not regret its way into that cell. It put him there. A rustle moved through the benches, sharper than before. Hadrian stepped forward before Fudge could drown the moment in concern, placing the Gringotts receipt beside the original case record and aligning both seals toward the panel. His voice stayed level because anger would let Fudge call him passionate, and passion could be patted aside. The record should not say wartime confusion. It should say wrongful conviction by public assumption, unlawful imprisonment by ministry action, and immediate restoration pending final compensation review. Anything less creates a second lie to protect the first. Fudge turned on him with relief almost visible beneath his irritation. "Lord Peverell, you are not counsel of record." "No," Hadrian said. "I'm a witness, a governor, a Gringotts noticed interested party through Potter and Peverell matters, and one of several people making sure this record survives the afternoon." Madam Bones lifted her wand before Fudge could answer. "The chair recognizes counsel's objection and witness clarification. The language of wartime confusion is rejected as insufficient. The panel will consider whether the ministry record must reflect unlawful detention and wrongful conviction." Sirius looked down then, not in surrender, but because the words had reached him more deeply than the confession had. Wrongful conviction, unlawful detention. They did not give back years, skin, sleep, or sanity, but they moved the blame out of his bones and into the room where it belonged. Hadrian saw his hands loosen on the chair arms one finger at a time. Dumbledore spoke from the witness line, quiet enough that the chamber had to lean toward him. I supported the assumption of Sirius's guilt. I did not demand the trial I should have demanded. That failure belongs on the record as well. Fudge stared at him as if betrayal had learned to wear half-moon spectacles. Euphemia's quill moved at once, merciless and exact. Sirius did not look at Dumbledore, but his mouth twisted with something too injured to be satisfaction. Hadrian kept his own gaze on Bones as she drew the ruling parchment toward her, because the room had finally stopped asking whether Sirius deserved mercy and started asking who had stolen justice from him. Madame Bones did not sign at once. She read the ruling parchment aloud line by line, forcing the chamber to sit with every word before ink made it harder to escape. The emergency panel finds that Sirius Orion Black was imprisoned without lawful trial, without counsel, without entered defense, and without sufficient review of material evidence. The panel further finds that Peter Pettigrew, previously recorded as deceased, is alive, confessed under lawful order, proven capable of concealed animagus transformation, and in secure custody pending full prosecution for betrayal, murder, conspiracy, and related wartime offenses. Fudge looked as if each charge landed against his own ribs. Amelia, I must insist that the ministry be allowed time to shape a public statement. You may shape one after the ruling exists, Bones said, and signed the first page. Not before. The quill cut across the parchment with a dry sound Hadrian felt under his skin. One signature became 3, then 5, then enough that the benches stopped pretending this could still become a postponement. Euphemia took each signed page as it passed, checked the seal, and placed a duplicate beneath her own charm. Dumbledore remained very still in the witness line. Sirius watched the ink as if it might vanish if he blinked. Madame Bones lifted the final page. Sirius Orion Black, this panel vacates the ministry's standing classification of you as a convicted murderer. You are cleared of the murders attributed to Peter Pettigrew's staged death and street attack pending final clerical correction, which I am ordering completed before sunset. You are released from criminal custody into mandatory healer supervision for treatment and recovery. Your wand rights, civil standing, inheritance access, and legal personhood are restored, subject only to ordinary medical advisement and any separate petitions filed under family law. For a moment Sirius did not move. Then his face twisted, not toward joy, but toward something rawer and harder to bear. His hand rose to his mouth and stopped there, trembling, while the chamber blurred around the edges of Hadrian's sight. This was not victory as stories promised it. It was a man being handed back a name after the world had taught him to live without one. Euphemia set a fresh parchment before Sirius with unusual care. Sign here to acknowledge receipt of restoration order. Not gratitude, not waiver, receipt. Sirius stared at her, then dragged the quill into his hand. Do I still get to bite metaphorically? Especially now, Euphemia said. You are once again legally responsible for your teeth. A broken laugh moved through the chamber before anyone could stop it. Sirius signed badly, ink shaking under his hand, and Pomfrey reached for his shoulder only after he swayed toward her. He did not flinch this time. Hadrian watched that small mercy land, then turned as Miss Bletchley entered through the side door carrying a proof sheet still warm from the press charm. Euphemia took it, read once, and passed it to Hadrian. The headline struck harder than he expected. Sirius Black cleared. Pettigrew alive and held. Beneath it, smaller print named Emergency Review, Unlawful Detention, and Ministry Inquiry. By morning every breakfast table in Britain would know the story Fudge had failed to bury. Sirius looked at the page, then passed it to Hadrian. Harry, he said, voice stripped down to the only thing that mattered. Hadrian folded the proof with careful hands. Next, we make sure the law remembers you're his godfather. 19. A summer not in the cupboard. The bars on Dudley's second bedroom window were new enough that the screwheads still shone. Hadrian saw them from the pavement before Vernon Dursley opened the door, and for one moment the whole neat face of number 4 Privet Drive became nothing but white paint, clean glass, and a child locked behind metal. The summer heat pressed down on the clipped lawn. A neighbor's sprinkler ticked patiently across the road. Everything about the street insisted that respectable people lived here, and that made the barred window worse. Vernon opened the door with suspicion already swollen across his face. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any. Madame Bones stepped into view beside Hadrian, her monocle bright and her voice flat with authority. Mr. Vernon Dursley. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We are here regarding Harry James Potter. Vernon's face darkened. We've had enough of your lot. The boy's upstairs, and he's staying there until that school takes him back. We won't have abnormality paraded through the house. Euphemia Quill's quill began moving before she crossed the threshold. Miss Bletchley, note the Guardian describes locked confinement as ordinary household management before being asked a question. Petunia appeared behind Vernon, thin mouth already pinched, but her eyes flicked once toward Hadrian's face and stayed there too long. The James Potter resemblance struck her like a hand she refused to acknowledge. You can't just come into our home. No, Hadrian said. That is why Madam Bones has a warrant, Miss Quill has council authority, and Gringotts has brought a ward auditor. We're doing this properly. The word properly did what shouting would not. It pushed past Vernon's bluster and found the fear underneath. He stepped back because an oar behind Bones had raised a parchment with too many seals for even Vernon's contempt to understand as harmless. Hadrian entered last, forcing himself not to run up the stairs. The hallway smelled of polish, frying fat, and old cupboard dust that no amount of scrubbing had ever removed from memory. A small sound came from above. Not a call, not quite a movement. Hadrian looked up and saw Harry at the top of the stairs in clothes too large for him, one hand on the banister, his eyes moving from face to face with practiced caution. Behind him, the second bedroom door stood open, showing a mattress, a school trunk, Hedwig's cage, and bars across the window. Professor Peverell? Harry asked, as if a teacher arriving in July with orders and solicitors might still somehow be about homework. Hadrian kept his voice gentle because rage belonged downstairs with Vernon, not on the landing with the boy. Hello, Harry, we need to talk to you, and this time the adults are going to answer questions before they make decisions. Harry came down the stairs slowly, not because he was disobeying, but because every step placed him deeper into a room full of adults who knew more than he did. Petunia's hand twitched toward the wall as if she might straighten a picture frame to prove the house had nothing to hide. Vernon planted himself near the sitting room doorway, breathing heavily through his nose, while Dudley peered from the kitchen with a biscuit in one hand and the fascinated horror of a child watching punishment happen to someone else. Madame Pomfrey met Harry at the foot of the stairs before anyone could crowd him. She bent only slightly, enough to make the conversation his height without turning him into a toddler. Mr. Potter, I'm going to check your arm and ribs in the sitting room. You may refuse any draft I offer unless I tell you it's urgent. Do you understand? Harry blinked at the permission first, then nodded. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Sirius had waited outside until the healer's first examination began. He entered only after Bones gave a sharp nod to the Auror by the door, and even then he looked as if every polished surface in the Dursleys' sitting room might accuse him of being too late. Clean robes hung loose on him. His hair had been tied back badly, probably by someone else, and the hands he held open at his side shook before he clenched them still. Harry looked up from the sofa. The bruised yellow light from the front window caught the line of his glasses and hid his eyes for a breath. You're Sirius Black. Sirius went down to one knee before Vernon could bark anything. The movement was careful, almost formal, and Hadrian understood why. A man who had spent 12 years denied gentleness did not trust his own hunger for it. I am, Sirius said, and I'm your godfather. I knew your mum and dad. I should have been here sooner. Harry looked at Madame Bones, then at Hadrian, then back at Sirius. Were you in prison because of me? No, Sirius said at once, and the answer broke halfway through but held. Never because of you, because Peter Pettigrew lied, and because too many adults accepted the easy story. You were a baby, Harry. None of it was your fault. Euphemia's quill scratched steadily near the mantelpiece. Petunia looked away. Hadrian saw that, filed it, and did not speak. Sirius reached slowly into his robe and stopped when the Auror shifted. Photograph, he said, only that. He set it on the coffee table instead of handing it over. James and Lily smiled from old paper, alive in the careless way photographs could be when they had never learned what came next. Harry touched the edge with one finger. Sirius watched him do it with all the restraint Hadrian had ever seen in a man. That's them? Harry asked. That's them, Sirius said softly. And that idiot wedged in beside your dad is me. I was very handsome and deeply foolish. Harry's mouth trembled toward a smile. You still look a bit foolish. Sirius gave a wounded little laugh that sounded almost alive. Good. Family resemblance. Then, the photograph stayed on the coffee table while the house around it lost the protection of pretending. Madame Pomfrey finished her notes with a face that had gone colder with every line, and the Gringotts ward auditor, a compact goblin named Brack, moved from the stairs to the cupboard beneath them with a silver-tipped rod held between two claws. Vernon spluttered when Brack opened the cupboard door. Petunia made a thin sound when the rod brightened over the small bedding still folded inside, but neither of them moved quickly enough to stop the record being made. "This was his room?" Madame Bones asked. Vernon's neck flushed purple. "Only when he was younger. We gave him Dudley's second bedroom." After Hogwarts letters began arriving, Euphemia said, without looking up from her notes. "Not before." Dumbledore arrived through the flow 10 minutes later, and Hadrian hated the timing because it was exactly right. The old man stepped from green fire into the Dursleys' fireplace with ash on his robes and sorrow already arranged on his face. His eyes moved to Harry, to Sirius kneeling beside the sofa, to the cupboard door, and finally to the bars visible through the open stairwell above. "This should never have taken this shape," Dumbledore said quietly. Sirius stood so fast the healer caught his elbow. "This shape?" He was locked up. "The blood protection required a home where his mother's blood dwelt," Dumbledore said, and his voice tightened beneath the calm. "If Harry is removed without care, we may endanger the very life we mean to protect." Hadrian stepped between the old man and the boy before Sirius could turn grief into a shouting match. "Then we audit the protection instead of worshipping your summary of it. Brack has the threshold. Madame Bones has the warrant. Miss Quill has the record. Petunia Dursley can be blood connection without being jailer." Petunia flinched at the word. Harry noticed. Hadrian wished he had not, because children should not have to watch adults finally name what they had survived. Brack tapped the silver rod against the inner doorframe. "Blood ward remains active, damaged by resentment, neglect, and hostile threshold practice. Strong at boundary, weak inside. It recognizes the boy as sheltered. It does not recognize comfort." The room went silent except for Dudley chewing in the kitchen before Petunia hissed his name. Madame Bones took the temporary placement order from Euphemia and laid it on the table beside the photograph. "Then this is the ruling. Harry James Potter is removed from Dursley custodial control pending full review. The blood ward will be preserved under monitored threshold obligation until replacement or restructuring is lawfully approved. Mr. Black may receive supervised temporary placement at a secured Black property, with healer visits, or a notice, and ward oversight." Sirius stared at the parchment as if it might vanish. Harry looked at him instead. "Does that mean I don't have to stay here tonight?" "No," Sirius said, rough and immediate. "Not tonight." Packing Harry's things took less time than it should have, which was its own kind of evidence. One trunk, already battered from school. One owl cage with Hedwig clicking her beak at everyone except Harry. A few textbooks, robes, broken trainers, and a handful of small possessions that looked lonely when placed together on Dudley's bed. Hadrian stood in the doorway and watched Sirius ask before touching anything, watched Harry answer in small careful phrases, and made himself accept that this was what winning looked like when it had arrived 12 years late for one man and 11 years late for another. "You can leave anything you don't want," Sirius said, holding up one of Dudley's cast-off shirts with open disgust. "In fact, I vote we leave this on moral grounds." Harry's smile came quicker this time, though it still looked unused. "Aunt Petunia says it's perfectly good." "Then Aunt Petunia can wear it," Sirius said, folding it with exaggerated care and setting it on the bed. "We are beginning a new household tradition. No clothing that can be mistaken for a tent unless requested by the wearer." Madame Pomfrey pretended not to hear him, but her mouth twitched as she checked Harry's trunk for potions, pests, and anything the Dursleys might claim had been stolen. Downstairs, Vernon's voice rose twice and fell twice under Madame Bones's colder replies. Petunia did not come upstairs. Hadrian was glad of that. Harry had enough to carry without one last performance of injured respectability. At the front door, Euphemia made Vernon sign acknowledgement of temporary removal, property inventory, and non-interference orders with a Muggle pen because she said she wanted him to feel every line. Vernon gripped the pen as if it had personally insulted him. "You can't just take him." Madame Bones took the sign page before Euphemia could answer too sharply. "The order says we can." Harry stood on the path with Hedwig's cage in one hand and Sirius beside him, close but not crowding. The summer evening had cooled. Mrs. Fig watched from behind her curtains across the road, and Hadrian caught the flicker of recognition in her eyes before the fabric fell still. Good. Let Dumbledore's watchers report the truth this time. Let them say the boy left under order, witnessed, recorded, and carrying his own owl into the open air. Dumbledore stopped beside Hadrian as the Auror opened the secured portkey case. You are making yourself necessary very quickly. Hadrian kept his gaze on Harry, who was looking back at number 4 as if trying to understand why the house seemed smaller from the outside. No, I'm making records necessary. People are harder to erase when the ink is dry. Sirius offered Harry the photograph before the portkey activated. Keep hold of that, and my sleeve if you want. Portkeys are vile things. Harry took both. Green light folded over them, and for one breath Hadrian saw the family circle close without him inside it. Then they vanished toward the small warded black house where Harry would have a bedroom. Sirius would learn fearfully how to be gentle, and Hadrian would remain what he had chosen to be. Not father, not godfather, not replacement, but the man outside the door making sure no one locked it again. 19. A summer knot in the cupboard. The bars on Dudley's second bedroom window were new enough that the screwheads still shone. Hadrian saw them from the pavement before Vernon Dursley opened the door, and for one moment the whole neat face of number 4 Privet Drive became nothing but white paint, clean glass, and a child locked behind metal. The summer heat pressed down on the clipped lawn. A neighbor's sprinkler ticked patiently across the road. Everything about the street insisted that respectable people lived here, and that made the barred window worse. Vernon opened the door with suspicion already swollen across his face. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any. Madam Bones stepped into view beside Hadrian, her monocle bright and her voice flat with authority. Mr. Vernon Dursley, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. We are here regarding Harry James Potter. Vernon's face darkened. We've had enough of your lot. The boy's upstairs, and he's staying there until that school takes him back. We won't have abnormality paraded through the house. Euphemia Quill's quill began moving before she crossed the threshold. Miss Bletchley, note the Guardian describes locked confinement as ordinary household management before being asked a question. Petunia appeared behind Vernon, thin mouth already pinched, but her eyes flicked once toward Hadrian's face and stayed there too long. The James Potter resemblance struck her like a hand she refused to acknowledge. You can't just come into our home. No, Hadrian said. That is why Madam Bones has a warrant, Miss Quill has council authority, and Gringotts has brought a ward auditor. We're doing this properly. The word properly did what shouting would not. It pushed past Vernon's bluster and found the fear underneath. He stepped back because an Auror behind Bones had raised a parchment with too many seals for even Vernon's contempt to understand as harmless. Hadrian entered last, forcing himself not to run up the stairs. The hallway smelled of polish, frying fat, and old cupboard dust that no amount of scrubbing had ever removed from memory. A small sound came from above. Not a call, not quite a movement. Hadrian looked up and saw Harry at the top of the stairs in clothes too large for him, one hand on the banister, his eyes moving from face to face with practiced caution. Behind him, the second bedroom door stood open, showing a mattress, a school trunk, Hedwig's cage, and bars across the window. Professor Peverell? Harry asked, as if a teacher arriving in July with Aurors and solicitors might still somehow be about homework. Hadrian kept his voice gentle because rage belonged downstairs with Vernon, not on the landing with the boy. Hello, Harry, we need to talk to you, and this time the adults are going to answer questions before they make decisions. Harry came down the stairs slowly, not because he was disobeying, but because every step placed him deeper into a room full of adults who knew more than he did. Petunia's hand twitched toward the wall as if she might straighten a picture frame to prove the house had nothing to hide. Vernon planted himself near the sitting room doorway, breathing heavily through his nose, while Dudley peered from the kitchen with a biscuit in one hand and the fascinated horror of a child watching punishment happen to someone else. Madame Pomfrey met Harry at the foot of the stairs before anyone could crowd him. She bent only slightly, enough to make the conversation his height without turning him into a toddler. Mr. Potter, I'm going to check your arm and ribs in the sitting room. You may refuse any draft I offer unless I tell you it's urgent. Do you understand? Harry blinked at the permission first, then nodded. Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Sirius had waited outside until the healer's first examination began. He entered only after Bones gave a sharp nod to the Auror by the door, and even then he looked as if every polished surface in the Dursleys' sitting room might accuse him of being too late. Clean robes hung loose on him. His hair had been tied back badly, probably by someone else, and the hands he held open at his side shook before he clenched them still. Harry looked up from the sofa. The bruised yellow light from the front window caught the line of his glasses and hid his eyes for a breath. "You're Sirius Black." Sirius went down to one knee before Vernon could bark anything. The movement was careful, almost formal, and Hadrian understood why. A man who had spent 12 years denied gentleness did not trust his own hunger for it. "I am," Sirius said. "And I'm your godfather. I knew your mum and dad. I should have been here sooner." Harry looked at Madame Bones, then at Hadrian, then back at Sirius. "Were you in prison because of me?" "No," Sirius said at once, and the answer broke halfway through but held. "Never because of you, because Peter Pettigrew lied, and because too many adults accepted the easy story. You were a baby, Harry. None of it was your fault." Euphemia's quill scratched steadily near the mantelpiece. Petunia looked away. Hadrian saw that, filed it, and did not speak. Sirius reached slowly into his robe and stopped when the Auror shifted. "Photograph," he said. "Only that." He set it on the coffee table instead of handing it over. James and Lily smiled from old paper, alive in the careless way photographs could be when they had never learned what came next. Harry touched the edge with one finger. Sirius watched him do it with all the restraint Hadrian had ever seen in a man. "That's them?" Harry asked. "That's them," Sirius said softly. "And that idiot wedged in beside your dad is me. I was very handsome and deeply foolish." Harry's mouth trembled toward a smile. "You still look a bit foolish." Sirius gave a wounded little laugh that sounded almost alive. "Good. Family resemblance, then." The photograph stayed on the coffee table while the house around it lost the protection of pretending. Madame Pomfrey finished her notes with a face that had gone colder with every line, and the Gringotts' ward auditor, a compact goblin named Brack, moved from the stairs to the cupboard beneath them with a silver-tipped rod held between two claws. Vernon spluttered when Brack opened the cupboard door. Petunia made a thin sound when the rod brightened over the small bedding still folded inside, but neither of them moved quickly enough to stop the record being made. "This was his room?" Madame Bones asked. Vernon's neck flushed purple. "Only when he was younger. We gave him Dudley's second bedroom." "After Hogwarts letters began arriving," Euphemia said, without looking up from her notes. "Not before. Dumbledore arrived through the flow 10 minutes later, and Hadrian hated the timing because it was exactly right. The old man stepped from green fire into the Dursleys' fireplace with ash on his robes and sorrow already arranged on his face. His eyes moved to Harry, to Sirius kneeling beside the sofa, to the cupboard door, and finally to the bars visible through the open stairwell above. "This should never have taken this shape," Dumbledore said quietly. Sirius stood so fast the healer caught his elbow. "This shape?" He was locked up. "The blood protection required a home where his mother's blood dwelt," Dumbledore said, and his voice tightened beneath the calm. "If Harry is removed without care, we may endanger the very life we mean to protect." Hadrian stepped between the old man and the boy before Sirius could turn grief into a shouting match. "Then we audit the protection instead of worshipping your summary of it. Brack has the threshold. Madame Bones has the warrant. Miss Quill has the record. Petunia Dursley can be blood connection without being jailer." Petunia flinched at the word. Harry noticed. Hadrian wished he had not, because children should not have to watch adults finally name what they had survived. Brack tapped the silver rod against the inner doorframe. "Blood ward remains active, damaged by resentment, neglect, and hostile threshold practice. Strong at boundary, weak inside. It recognizes the boy as sheltered. It does not recognize comfort." The room went silent except for Dudley chewing in the kitchen before Petunia hissed his name. Madame Bones took the temporary placement order from Euphemia and laid it on the table beside the photograph. "Then this is the ruling. Harry James Potter is removed from Dursley custodial control pending full review. The blood ward will be preserved under monitored threshold obligation until replacement or restructuring is lawfully approved. Mr. Black may receive supervised temporary placement at a secured Black property, with healer visits, or a notice, and ward oversight." Sirius stared at the parchment as if it might vanish. Harry looked at him instead. "Does that mean I don't have to stay here tonight?" No, Sirius said, rough and immediate. Not tonight. Packing Harry's things took less time than it should have, which was its own kind of evidence. One trunk, already battered from school. One owl cage with Hedwig clicking her beak at everyone except Harry. A few textbooks, robes, broken trainers, and a handful of small possessions that looked lonely when placed together on Dudley's bed. Hadrian stood in the doorway and watched Sirius ask before touching anything, watched Harry answer in small careful phrases, and made himself accept that this was what winning looked like when it had arrived 12 years late for one man and 11 years late for another. You can leave anything you don't want, Sirius said, holding up one of Dudley's cast-off shirts with open disgust. In fact, I vote we leave this on moral grounds. Harry's smile came quicker this time, though it still looked unused. Aunt Petunia says it's perfectly good. Then Aunt Petunia can wear it, Sirius said, folding it with exaggerated care and setting it on the bed. We are beginning a new household tradition. No clothing that can be mistaken for a tent unless requested by the wearer. Madame Pomfrey pretended not to hear him, but her mouth twitched as she checked Harry's trunk for potions, pests, and anything the Dursleys might claim had been stolen. Downstairs, Vernon's voice rose twice and fell twice under Madame Bones's colder replies. Petunia did not come upstairs. Hadrian was glad of that. Harry had enough to carry without one last performance of injured respectability. At the front door, Euphemia made Vernon sign acknowledgement of temporary removal, property inventory, and non-interference orders with a Muggle pen because she said she wanted him to feel every line. Vernon gripped the pen as if it had personally insulted him. You can't just take him. Madame Bones took the signed page before Euphemia could answer too sharply. The order says we can. Harry stood on the path with Hedwig's cage in one hand and Sirius beside him, close but not crowding. The summer evening had cooled. Mrs. Figg watched from behind her curtains across the road, and Hadrian caught the flicker of recognition in her eyes before the fabric fell still. Good. Let Dumbledore's watchers report the truth this time. Let them say the boy left under order, witnessed, recorded, and carrying his own owl into the open air. Dumbledore stopped beside Hadrian as the Auror opened the secured portkey case. You are making yourself necessary very quickly. Hadrian kept his gaze on Harry, who was looking back at number 4 as if trying to understand why the house seemed smaller from the outside. No, I'm making records necessary. People are harder to erase when the ink is dry. Sirius offered Harry the photograph before the portkey activated. Keep hold of that, and my sleeve if you want. Portkeys are vile things. Harry took both. Green light folded over them, and for one breath Hadrian saw the family circle close without him inside it. Then they vanished toward the small warded black house where Harry would have a bedroom, Sirius would learn fearfully how to be gentle, and Hadrian would remain what he had chosen to be. Not father, not godfather, not replacement, but the man outside the door making sure no one locked it again. 20. A room with no lock. The portkey set Harry down on a rug instead of a road, and that was strange enough that he forgot to be sick for almost 3 seconds. Then his stomach turned over, his knees bent, and Sirius's hand came under his elbow without gripping him. The room around them smelled of beeswax, old wood, and something warm from a kitchen beyond the hall. It was not Grimmauld Place, though Harry didn't know why he knew that mattered. The ceilings were too low for grandeur, the wallpaper too plain for a house trying to impress anyone, and the windows had been warded with a faint silver shimmer that made the dusk outside look like it was being held at a safe distance rather than shut away. Madame Pomfrey steadied Harry with brisk hands, checked his eyes, then glanced toward the Auror who had arrived half a step behind them with the portkey case already closing. No nausea draft unless he asks. He's upright, responsive, and breathing properly, which is more than I can say for half the Quidditch teams have scraped off the pitch. Harry swallowed and tried not to lean too obviously toward Sirius. I'm all right. Sirius gave a laugh that didn't quite know what it wanted to be. Brilliant. First thing you say in my house and it's a lie. Very Potter of you. The words should have been light. They landed softly instead, because Sirius looked terrified after saying them, as if teasing might have been too much, too soon, too close to a family he had lost and a child he didn't yet know how to keep. Harry looked at him, at the clean robe sleeves hanging loose on thin wrists, at the man kneeling in the Dursleys' sitting room with a photograph between them, and decided not to take the safest answer. It's better than Privet Drive. Sirius's face changed so quickly Harry almost wished he hadn't said it. Joy, pain, fury, and guilt all crossed it before Sirius managed to make himself only smile. That is the lowest standard ever set for a black property, and I intend to exceed it disgracefully. The Auror cleared his throat near the door. Mr. Black, under the placement order, I'm required to confirm the ward line, emergency flow access, and sleeping arrangements before I leave. Yes, Sirius said at once, too quickly, then slowed himself by force. Yes, of course, sorry, this way. Harry followed because everyone else moved, but the house seemed to shift around him as if each ordinary thing had been chosen on purpose. A coat peg stood low enough for him to reach. Hedwig's cage had already been set on a table near a window, with a bowl of water beside it and a folded cloth beneath the perch. His trunk waited at the foot of a bed in a room with blue curtains, a small writing desk, a wardrobe, and shelves that held nothing yet except space. The bed was made, the pillow was clean, the window opened onto a little back garden, and there were no bars. Sirius stopped in the doorway and didn't cross the threshold until Harry did. "This is yours," he said, voice roughening around the simple words. "Not forever if you hate it. Not a trap if you want something changed. Just yours tonight." Harry stared at the bed, then at the door, where the brass key rested in the lock on his side. That should have made him feel safer. Instead it made his chest go tight, because a room prepared for him felt more impossible than a room used to keep him in. "Do I have to lock it?" Sirius went very still. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened by a fraction, then hardened again at the edges. "No, Harry," Sirius said carefully. "You never have to lock me out to be safe here." Sirius stepped into the room only after Harry nodded, and even then he moved as if the floorboards might object to him taking up too much space. He crossed to the wardrobe first, opened both doors, and revealed shelves stacked with folded jumpers, shirts, socks, nightclothes, and robes still wrapped in brown paper from Madame Malkin's. Nothing was Dudley's size. Nothing had frayed cuffs or stretched collars or old stains hidden badly by washing. Harry looked at the neat piles and felt suspicion rise before gratitude could reach them. "I didn't know what you liked," Sirius said too quickly, pulling one sleeve free and then putting it back because he seemed to realize he was fussing. "So there's too much, probably all wrong. We can change it, we can burn it, not literally, unless you want that, though I'm not opposed on principle where ugly jumpers are concerned." Madame Pomfrey made a small warning sound from the doorway. "Mr. Black." "Right, less arson." Sirius shut the wardrobe with care, then opened the desk drawer and showed parchment, ink, spare quills, sealing wax, and a little brass reading lamp that turned toward Harry when Sirius tapped it with his wand. "Desk. Yours. For schoolwork, letters, drawing rude pictures of professors, whatever 11-year-olds do when adults aren't hovering. I'm told hovering is bad, so I'm attempting to hover from a respectful distance." Harry touched the edge of the desk with 2 fingers. "I don't draw rude pictures of professors." "Excellent. You can teach me restraint." Sirius's smile wobbled, and he turned toward Hedwig's table before Harry had to decide what to do with it. "She has the window by right of conquest. There's a perch coming tomorrow, unless she disapproves, in which case I will surrender immediately." Hedwig clicked her beak with the grave authority of an owl already judging the household. Harry's mouth twitched, but the little movement vanished when Sirius reached the door and pointed to the key still sitting inside the lock. The brass caught the lamplight. It was not hidden, not held by an adult, not placed on the outside where someone else could decide when he was allowed out. Sirius's voice changed. "You may close the door whenever you like. You may lock it if you want privacy. You may leave it open if you want to hear the house. No one comes in without knocking, not me, not healers, not Aurors, not anyone. If there's an emergency, I'll shout first and apologize after." Harry looked from the key to Sirius's face. "What if I forget?" "Then I remember for both of us," Sirius said, and the words came out fierce enough that he had to stop, breathe, and soften them. "Sorry, not fierce at you. Fierce at the idea of anyone making you ask for a door." The Auror by the landing shifted his clipboard. "For the record, Mr. Potter has been informed of room access rights and privacy conditions." Harry flinched at his name being put into official words. Sirius saw it and stepped back at once, hands open again. "Too many adults, yes. We'll get them gone as soon as the forms stop breeding." Madame Pomfrey came forward, placed a small vial on the desk, and kept her hand beside it rather than pushing it toward him. Dreamless sleep, if you ask for it. Not required. Not hidden in pumpkin juice. You choose. Harry stared at the vial, then at the unlocked door, then at Sirius standing outside the line of the rug as if the room already belonged to Harry enough to keep him waiting. Can I just sit here for a bit? Sirius swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, of course you can. Harry sat on the edge of the bed until the room began to feel less like a question someone expected him to answer. The adults withdrew one by one after that, not all at once, which helped. Madame Pomfrey checked his pulse again, gave Sirius 3 instructions in a voice that allowed no argument, and left the dreamless sleep vial on the desk without mentioning it a second time. The Auror inspected the window, the door, the flow mark in the hall, and the ward token hanging beside the stairs, then wrote too much on his clipboard before finally taking himself away through the green fire. When the house quieted, Harry listened for shouting, cupboard bolts, or Vernon's heavy tread on the stairs. What he heard instead was Sirius dropping something in the kitchen and swearing under his breath. A minute later Sirius appeared at the bedroom door and knocked even though the door was still open. Dinner is either ready or about to become evidence. I'm afraid the distinction may require expert testimony. Harry stood too quickly, because dinner meant movement and movement usually meant being useful before anyone had to tell him twice. I can help. Sirius's smile flickered. You can come downstairs. That's help enough tonight. Harry followed him down to a small kitchen where a wooden table had been set for two. There were bowls, bread, butter, a plate of sliced ham, roasted potatoes under a warming charm, and a pot of stew that smelled rich enough to make Harry's stomach hurt before he had eaten any of it. He stopped near the chair closest to the door and waited, because there had to be a right seat, a right amount, a right way to reach for food that wasn't really his. Sirius pulled out the chair opposite, then seemed to realize Harry hadn't moved. Any seat you like, he said, and then winced at himself. No, that's vague. Sorry, that one's fine. This one's fine. The chair is not secretly Black family law. Harry sat with his hands in his lap. Should I serve you first? No, Sirius said, too sharply, and Harry's shoulders tightened before Sirius set the serving spoon down with careful control. Sorry, no, you don't serve me. We both eat. You can take what you want, and if you're not sure what you want, we try a bit of everything and blame me if it's awful. Harry looked at the stew. What are the rules? Sirius sat down slowly, as if sudden movement might break something invisible between them. House rules? Harry nodded, keeping his eyes on the bowl. For meals, chores, when to get up, what I'm allowed to touch, whether Hedwig can stay upstairs. Things like that. Sirius's hand closed around his napkin. For 1 second Harry thought he had made him angry, but the anger on Sirius's face seemed aimed somewhere else entirely. Right, Sirius said, voice rough. Specific and practical. Meals are for eating, not earning. You don't have to finish anything that makes you ill. You don't clean before breakfast unless you spill something and feel like wiping it up. Hedwig can stay wherever Hedwig permits us to live. You ask before touching dangerous things, and I ask before touching your things. Bedtime exists, but we'll make it sensible, not prison camp. Harry breathed out very slowly. And chores? We'll both have some because houses are sneaky beasts that become disgusting when ignored, Sirius said, watching him carefully now. But not tonight. Tonight your job is to eat enough that Madame Pomfrey doesn't come back and hex me through a wall. Harry picked up the spoon. The first mouthful was too hot, too good, and too much like being allowed to stay. Sirius looked away before Harry had to hide his face, and for the first time that evening, Harry thought that maybe kindness could be quiet enough to trust. Dinner lasted longer than Harry expected because no one told him to hurry. Sirius talked when silence grew too large, mostly about safe things badly disguised as nonsense. He explained that the kettle in the kitchen had belonged to a cousin who claimed it could predict rain, that the sitting room clock was banned from offering moral advice after insulting a healer, and that the garden gnome colony had been relocated before Harry arrived because Sirius refused to begin guardianship by explaining bites. Harry listened, ate half a second bowl of stew because Sirius asked once and then stopped asking, and tried to understand the strange relief of a table where mistakes did not gather like thunder. Afterward, Sirius carried the bowls to the sink before Harry could stand. Harry froze with one hand already braced against the table, and Sirius turned back with a plate balanced awkwardly against his wrist. This is not a test, Sirius said. catching himself before the words became too quick. "You can help another night if you want. Tonight I need the heroic honor of dropping crockery without witnesses." Harry looked at the sink, then at the stairs. "Can I take Hedwig up?" "She'd probably complain to the Wizengamot if we tried to stop you," Sirius said, setting the plate down with exaggerated care. "Yes, and you can come back down if the room feels strange. Or stay up, or sit on the stairs and make me pretend I don't notice. We're very flexible for a household that's existed for less than an evening." The photograph waited on the hall table where Sirius had left it during the ward inspection. James and Lily smiled from the old paper, and younger Sirius leaned in at James's shoulder with the bright, foolish face of someone who had never seen Azkaban. Harry stopped without meaning to. Sirius stopped too, but he did not reach for the photograph until Harry looked at him. "Can it go upstairs?" Harry asked. Sirius's throat moved. "Anywhere you like." Harry carried it himself. In the bedroom, he set Hedwig's cage by the window, then placed the photograph on the desk beside the brass lamp. It looked too alive for the quiet room, too precious to leave where someone might take it, but the door was still open and the key still rested on his side of the lock. Sirius stayed in the hallway with one shoulder against the frame, watching the carpet more than Harry. "I've seen moving pictures before," Harry said softly, eyes fixed on the photograph. "But not them." Sirius's throat moved. "No, not them." He looked at the photograph then, and something almost like a smile touched his mouth before pain caught up with it. "Your dad always leaned into frame. Terrible habit. Your mum used to shove him back if he blocked anyone." Harry touched the desk beside the photograph, not the paper itself. "Did they know I'd be here?" "No," Sirius said, and the answer hurt because it was honest. "But they wanted you somewhere like this. Somewhere safe. Somewhere yours." A soft chime sounded from downstairs before Harry could answer. Sirius closed his eyes for one brief second, then opened them with the look of a man remembering that rescue had paperwork behind it. "That'll be the ward token. Bones said she'd send the morning review time." Harry's fingers tightened on the desk. "Do I have to go back if they change their minds?" Sirius came one step into the room, stopped, and let Harry see him stop. "No one takes you back tonight. Tomorrow we answer questions. We do it with Madame Bones, Madame Pomfrey, Lord Peverell, and Miss Quill watching every word. But tonight, you sleep here." Harry looked at the key again, then left the door open. "Can you leave the hall light on?" Sirius smiled, small and shaken. "I can do that." 21. The Shape of Guardianship. The hall light was still burning when Harry came downstairs in the morning, and that small proof that Sirius had remembered made the kitchen harder to enter than it should have been. He paused on the bottom step with one hand on the banister, listening to voices through the half-open door. They were not shouting. That helped. It also didn't help at all, because quiet adult voices had a way of becoming decisions before children were told they had happened. Sirius looked up first. He was already standing, though the chair behind him had clearly been scraped back too quickly, and his face changed when he saw Harry in the doorway. For one second he looked as if he wanted to cross the room, gather Harry close, and fight everyone at the table with his bare hands. Then he stopped himself and held the back of the chair instead. "Morning," he said, rough and careful. "There's tea, toast, eggs, porridge, and one thing that may be bacon if the kitchen forgives me." Madame Pomfrey stood at once with her wand down by her side, not pointed, not hidden. "Sit before he tries to feed you everything at once. I want your pulse after breakfast, not instead of it." Harry glanced past her. Madame Bones sat squarely at the end of the kitchen table in traveling robes, her monocle catching the pale morning light. Euphemia Quill had a neat stack of parchment beside her cup and a quill already uncapped. Hadrian stood near the window rather than at the table, hands folded behind his back, looking too still beside the ordinary curtains. Beside Madame Bones, a short, hard-faced goblin in a dark waistcoat examined a silver ward token with the expression of someone judging both magic and housekeeping. Sirius pulled out the chair nearest the hearth, then froze as if remembering last night's warning about choices. "This one's warm," he said, correcting himself before panic made him foolish. "But you can sit wherever you like." Harry chose the warm chair because Sirius had noticed it for him, and because refusing it would have made Sirius's face do that wounded thing again. The table did feel too small once he sat down. The teapot, toast rack, legal folders, potion case, ward token, and everyone's careful attention crowded the scrubbed wood until breakfast looked like it had been summoned into court. Madam Bones waited until Harry had buttered half a slice of toast before she spoke. "Mr. Potter, this is a morning review, not an interrogation. We need to confirm that last night's emergency placement remains safe, that you were treated properly, and that no adult has tried to rush the law faster than the law can hold." Sirius's fingers tightened on the back of his chair. "No one is rushing him." Euphemia Quill looked over her spectacles. "You stood up when he entered as if expecting a duel over porridge, Mr. Black. Let us not begin with heroic inaccuracies." Harry's hand stopped above the toast. Sirius inhaled sharply, but before he could answer, Hadrian shifted by the window. The movement was small, but it drew the room's attention like a wand being lifted. "Sirius," Hadrian said quietly, "let them build the record. A record is why he slept here last night instead of being carried back through somebody's polite concern." Sirius looked at Harry, then at the papers, then sat down as if every inch of the chair had been negotiated out of him. "Fine," he said, voice low. "Build it properly." The goblin set the ward token on the table with a precise click. The outer line held. The bedroom threshold accepted the child's claim overnight. No coercive containment charms, no keyed exterior locks, no monitoring charms inside the room. Privacy condition is clean. Madame Pomfrey's face softened by the smallest amount. "And he slept?" Harry swallowed a mouthful of toast before anyone could answer for him. "Some." The light stayed on. Sirius looked down at his untouched tea. Madam Bones made a note. Euphemia's quill paused only long enough for the words to matter, then moved again. Harry watched the ink dry on the page and understood, uneasily, that morning had turned his open door, his chosen chair, and the hall light into evidence. Madam Bones turned the next parchment toward Sirius, not Harry, and that small mercy kept Harry's toast from turning to dust in his mouth. The heading was neat, official, and horrible. Conditions of supervised placement pending guardianship review. Sirius read it too quickly, then read it again more slowly, and color rose under the hollows of his cheeks as if each line had found a bruise. He did not shout at first. That somehow made the room tighten more. "Supervised placement," Sirius said, and his voice had gone very flat. He was kept in a cupboard for years while everyone supervised from a comfortable distance. Now he's here, in a house with an unlocked door, with me, and the word you choose is supervised. Madam Bones did not flinch. "The word I choose is lawful. The alternative is vulnerable. The alternative is family," Sirius snapped, and Harry's hand jerked around the toast before he could stop it. Crumbs scattered onto the plate. Sirius saw the movement and looked stricken at once, but anger had already carried him too far to land neatly. "I'm his godfather. James and Lily chose me. They didn't choose committees, ward auditors, or ministry forms." "No," Euphemia said, cool as sharpened glass. "They chose a man who was then imprisoned without trial for 12 years, nearly kissed by dementors last night, and is currently one badly phrased outburst away from giving Cornelius Fudge a headline he can use." Sirius stood so quickly his chair struck the floor behind him. Harry froze because chairs hitting floors meant things were about to become his fault, even when they were not. Madame Pomfrey moved one step nearer, but Hadrian reached the table first. He did not touch Sirius. He put one hand on the fallen chair, righted it quietly, and kept his voice low enough that Sirius had to stop raging to hear him. "Sit down," Hadrian said. "Not because they outrank you. Because Harry is watching you learn whether love can survive being told no." Sirius's face twisted. "Don't you dare make this about me frightening him." "It is about you frightening the record," Hadrian said, and his eyes did not leave Sirius's face. "It is about Fudge hoping you prove unstable, Dumbledore hoping everyone slows down until he can shape the answer, and the Dursleys waiting to claim any removal was reckless. If you make lawful caution look like betrayal, you hand all three of them a handle." Sirius looked at Harry then, really looked, and whatever answer he had been building broke apart. Harry did not know what his own face showed. He only knew he was still holding toast too tightly and that Sirius seemed to see the crumbs, the stiff shoulders, the careful breathing, and the boy who had already learned adults could love loudly enough to become dangerous. Sirius sat down. It was not surrender, because his hands were still shaking and his jaw still looked carved out of pain, but it was a choice made in front of witnesses. "Fine," he said, hoarse now. Tell me what I have to do without pretending this doesn't feel like being locked outside my own family. Madam Bones's expression softened by the smallest amount. You remain in the house. You remain present. You follow healer instructions. You attend every review sober, rested, and represented by counsel. You do not contact the press. You do not threaten the Dursleys. You do not remove Mr. Potter from this property without notice until the emergency order is converted. Sirius swallowed hard. And Harry? Harry expected everyone to look at the parchment. Instead, Madam Bones looked at him. Harry eats breakfast, she said. Then we ask him questions no one should have waited this long to ask. Euphemia Quill set down her quill, which somehow made the kitchen quieter than all the scratching had. Harry had nearly finished the toast by then because Madam Bones had told him to eat and because Sirius looked as if every bite counted against some invisible failure of his. The egg sat beside the toast in soft yellow pieces, too rich and too warm, and Harry kept taking careful mouthfuls while adults arranged his life in words like placement, review, and conditions. No one touches the next parchment until Mr. Potter has spoken, Euphemia said. Harry looked up too quickly. Me? Yes, Euphemia said, not gently but not unkindly either. You are not luggage under improved storage. You are a child with wishes, fears, habits, loyalties, and a legal personhood too many adults have treated as decorative. Sirius made a sound as if the words hurt. Madam Bones glanced at him once, and he closed his mouth around whatever he had been about to say. Harry noticed that. He noticed everything now. Sirius holding himself still, Hadrian by the window with his jaw tight, Madame Pomfrey watching Harry's hands instead of his face, and the goblin auditor turning a fresh page as if answers could be weighed by how long they took to write. Madam Bones folded her hands on the table. Harry, no answer you give will send you back to Privet Drive today. Do you understand me? Harry did not fully, because adults had said safe things before and meant them only until another adult disagreed. Still, Madam Bones's voice did not wobble, and Sirius had gone so pale that Harry thought lying would be cruel. Today, Harry repeated. Today, Madam Bones said. And tomorrow cannot happen without more signatures than Vernon Dursley has ever frightened out of anyone. That startled a tiny breath from him that might have been a laugh if he had known what to do with it. He put the toast down and wiped butter from his thumb with the napkin because answers mattered more if his hands were clean. I want to stay here, he said, then looked at Sirius because saying it made the whole room tilt. If I'm allowed. Sirius's face broke open. He did not move, but his eyes shone like movement had only been forced inward. You're allowed to want that, he said hoarsely, even if the papers take longer. Euphemia nodded once, as if Sirius had passed a test nobody had announced. Good. What frightens you about staying here? Harry's stomach tightened. The question was wrong because staying here was the good thing, and good things were not supposed to come with complaints. He looked at the hall beyond the kitchen, where the stairs led up to the room with no bars and the key on his side. That I'll do it wrong, he said quietly. That there are rules I don't know yet. That I'll forget and touch something, or eat too much, or make noise when someone's tired, and then everyone will remember I'm not supposed to be here. Sirius pushed back from the table by an inch, then stopped himself with both hands flat beside his plate. Madame Pomfrey's mouth tightened until it looked like a line drawn by anger rather than age. Madam Bones wrote nothing for several seconds, then dipped her quill and made a slow, deliberate note. And what frightened you last night? Euphemia asked. Harry glanced toward Sirius again. That he'd be sent away because he wanted me too much. The room did not gasp. That made it worse. Sirius bowed his head, and Hadrian turned slightly toward the window as if the garden needed watching. Madam Bones looked at Harry over the rim of her monocle, and her voice was firm enough to stand on. Then the order will say this plainly. Protection of Harry James Potter includes his expressed wish to remain with Sirius Black, his fear of adult anger causing removal, and his need for privacy, food, ordinary choice, and rules explained before they are enforced. The goblin auditor's quill scratched across the page. Euphemia picked up her own quill again. Agency, she said, writing the word with a hard, clean stroke. Not ownership. Put that where even Fudge can read it. The next parchment did not look much different from the others, but everyone changed when Madam Bones pulled it free. Sirius leaned forward despite himself. Euphemia turned her inkwell a quarter inch to the left. The goblin auditor laid the ward token beside the page as if magic and law had been brought to the same table and told to behave. Harry sat very still with his napkin folded under both hands, because the room had stopped asking what he wanted and begun deciding whether wanting could survive paperwork. Madam Bones read each line aloud before she let anyone sign it. Emergency placement at the secured Black residence continues for 7 days, renewable by review. Healer oversight remains with Madam Pomfrey or her appointed substitute. Ward monitoring remains external only, with no internal privacy breach. School coordination is to pass through Headmaster Dumbledore for educational matters, but not for custody, placement, or household authority. Sirius's head came up sharply. Say that last part again. Madam Bones looked at him over the parchment. Albus Dumbledore is headmaster of Hogwarts. He is not Mr. Potter's guardian, custodian, solicitor, healer, or ministry case authority. Harry felt Sirius breathe out across the table. It was not a relaxed sound. It was the sound of a man setting down a weapon because someone else had finally pointed in the right direction. Euphemia dipped her quill. Add that any attempt to remove Mr. Potter from this residence requires written approval from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, notification to Council, and healer review unless there is immediate physical danger witnessed by a named officer. Madam Bones nodded once. Accepted. Hadrian spoke from near the window, his voice quiet enough that Harry almost missed the danger under it. The Dursleys? Madam Bones's mouth tightened. Non-interference order. No contact with Mr. Potter except through counsel or a ministry-appointed interviewer. No demand for return, no press statement, no Muggle police complaint to be triggered by magical omission. If they attempt one, Obliviator office involvement becomes evidence of their knowing concealment of a magical child's abuse. Sirius's hands shook once on the table. Good. No, Madame Pomfrey said, and everyone looked at her. She stood beside Harry's chair like a small, furious wall. Not good. Necessary. Don't pretty it up. Sirius looked at her, then at Harry, and the anger in his face folded into something quieter. Necessary, he said. The goblin auditor pressed one claw to the ward token. Silver light moved over the kitchen table, touched the parchment, and settled around Harry's plate without crossing onto his skin. Child's household claim remains voluntary. Threshold accepts him. No ownership mark present. No binding attempt detected. Harry did not know why that made his throat hurt. He only knew Sirius looked as if he might never forgive himself for being relieved by goblin words, and Hadrian had turned his face slightly away, toward the little garden beyond the window. Madam Bones signed first. Euphemia signed second. Madame Pomfrey signed as healer. The goblin scratched a mark that made the parchment hum. Then Sirius took the quill, stopped, and looked at Harry instead of the page. I'll earn the next signature, he said. I won't make you pay for it. Harry nodded because words were too large for his mouth. Sirius signed. Hadrian did not. When Harry looked at him, Hadrian's expression was steady and sad and firm all at once. I'm a witness, Hadrian said. Not a claimant. Madam Bones gathered the parchment. Full guardianship review begins after Pettigrew's evidence is entered beyond emergency status and Mr. Black's rights are restored in law rather than sympathy. Until then, this house holds. The kitchen seemed to breathe around that. Harry looked toward the hall, where the stairs led up to his room, his desk, Hedwig, the photograph, and the door he had not locked. For now was still not forever. But for now had signatures, witnesses, and a house that could not be taken by one adult changing his mind. That was more than Harry had known how to ask for yesterday. 22. The House That Learns Harry. By the time the last official cloak left the kitchen, the house felt larger than it had while adults were filling it with paper. The signed order lay in Euphemia Quill's case. Madam Bones had gone through the flow with the goblin auditor, and Madame Pomfrey had made Sirius promise not to turn breakfast into a victory feast or a funeral. Harry stood by the hearth with one hand tucked around the back of the warm chair, listening to the quiet that came after decisions. It was not a cupboard quiet. It had too many rooms behind it. Sirius hovered near the door with the restless care of someone trying very hard not to look as if he was hovering. You don't have to see the rest of it today, he said. Or ever, really. We can keep to the kitchen, your room, the library if you want it, and anywhere that doesn't smell like my mother's opinions. Harry glanced toward the hall. Is it all yours? Sirius's mouth twisted. Legally, yes. Morally, I'd like to blame someone else for most of it. He rubbed a hand over his face, then caught himself and lowered it. I had people through before you came. Curse breakers, house elves, ward auditors, Pomfrey, Hadrian glaring at anything that looked too ancestral. The worst things are gone. Harry did not move at once. At Privet Drive, tours had meant being shown what not to touch, where not to stand, and which doors were not for him. Sirius seemed to understand some of that without being told, because he stepped into the hall first and kept his hands visible at his sides. Harry followed, not because he felt brave, but because the house had already held him for one night and he needed to know what had held him. The corridor beyond the kitchen smelled of old wood, soap, and a faint sharpness that reminded Harry of hospital charms. Pale ward lines had been painted into the skirting boards in silver so thin they almost disappeared unless the light caught them. Empty rectangles marked the wallpaper where portraits had been removed. A cabinet near the stairs stood open, its shelves bare except for dust shadows shaped like things Harry was glad he had not seen. Sirius stopped beside it and stared at the empty space as if it still accused him. There were heads there, Sirius said, too lightly. Elf heads. My family thought that was tradition. Hadrian called it evidence of a house needing supervision, and Creature nearly bit him. Harry looked at the clean shelves, then at Sirius. Where are they now? Buried, Sirius said. Properly. Names recorded where Creature could give them. I didn't know all of them, which says plenty about me and worse about the house. His voice roughened before he forced it steady. You won't have to look at that here. They went on. The drawing room had been scrubbed until the air felt raw, but some darkness remained in the carved mantel and the old green curtains. A tapestry covered one wall, though half of it was hidden behind a plain linen sheet fastened with pins. Harry could see burned places in the fabric where names had been blasted away. Sirius reached for the sheet, then stopped and looked back at him. Not today unless you ask. Harry thought about that. The covered tapestry frightened him less than the question did. Not today, he said. Sirius nodded, and something in his shoulders eased because Harry had chosen and the room had not punished either of them for it. They crossed into a smaller sitting room where the windows had been opened, the furniture had been cleaned, and a low shelf waited empty beside a chair with a faded red cushion. On the mantel stood nothing but a single framed photograph of James and Lily, newly polished, facing the room instead of guarding a shrine. Harry moved toward it before he meant to, and Sirius stayed by the door. This room can be yours too, Sirius said quietly. Not instead of mine, not instead of the house. Just somewhere that learns you slowly. Harry touched the edge of the mantel, careful not to disturb the frame. The room did not feel safe yet. It felt possible, which was more dangerous and more precious. Can Hedwig sit by that window? Sirius swallowed, then smiled like the answer had given him something to hold. She can have the window, the shelf, and possibly half the house if she negotiates with Creature. They had almost reached the window when the house objected. It began as a shudder inside the wall, not loud enough to be a scream yet, but sharp enough to make Harry's fingers leave the mantel. Sirius turned before Harry did, face already changing, and the narrow door beside the bookcase rattled once in its frame. Someone had painted over it in cream to match the wall, but the old carving showed through where the paint had not taken. A serpent, a crown, and 3 words cut in thin, ugly letters. Blood before guest. Sirius crossed the room in 2 strides and put himself between Harry and the door. No, absolutely not. We're not doing that today. His wand was already in his hand, but he didn't point it at the door so much as hold it like a shield against a family that had learned how to survive being dead. The painted door rattled again. A woman's voice seeped through the wood, muffled and furious. Stain. Half-blood stain. Thief's whelp in a black house. Blood before guest. Blood before guest. Harry went cold all at once. It was not the words exactly, though they were horrible. It was the way Sirius flinched as if the voice had found an old place to strike and known the route by heart. Sirius's hand tightened around his wand, and for a moment Harry thought he would blast the little door apart and call that protection. Please don't, Harry said quickly. Sirius stopped, breathing hard. Harry, that thing doesn't get to speak in a room I'm offering you. I should have had it torn out with the rest. I thought it was only a linen cupboard. Harry looked past him at the trembling door. What is it? A rule cabinet, Sirius said, the words coming out like he hated knowing them. Old family nonsense. The house used to store guest tokens and blood permissions in there. If someone stayed more than a night, my mother made them register who outranked whom, what doors they could use, what they were allowed to touch. It's vile. The voice behind the door hissed again, thinner now. Guest, guest, guest. Harry swallowed. But I'm not a guest. Sirius turned back to him, and the fury in his face broke into fear so quickly it hurt to watch. No, you're not. That's why it has to go. Harry stepped around him slowly, stopping well short of the door because bravery and stupidity had always looked too similar when adults were frightened. Maybe it needs to know that properly. Not because it's right, because if the house has rules like that hidden in walls, I'd rather know where they are before I trip over them. Sirius stared at him. You shouldn't have to learn my family's rot. I had to learn the Dursleys' rules without anyone explaining them, Harry said, keeping his voice careful because Sirius looked close to cracking again. Explained rules might be better. For a few seconds Sirius looked as if Harry had handed him something too fragile and too heavy to hold. Then he lowered his wand by inches, turned toward the painted door, and opened his free hand. All right, he said, hoarse and deliberate. We don't obey it, we identify it. Then we decide what happens next, together. The door rattled once more, but softer this time, as if the house had heard the last word and disliked it. Harry stood beside Sirius, not behind him, while the old cabinet muttered in the wall in the room that might become his learned its first harder lesson. Belonging could not be built by pretending the house had never known cruelty. The cabinet had not stopped muttering when the flow flared green in the kitchen. Sirius turned at once, wand still in hand, and Harry felt the small shift in him, the way fear tried to become defense before thought could catch it. A moment later Hadrian stepped into the hall with a leather folder beneath one arm and soot on the edge of his sleeve, pausing when he saw them standing shoulder to shoulder before the painted door. I can come back, Hadrian said, his gaze moving from Sirius's wand to Harry's face, then to the carving on the door. He did not ask whether Harry was all right, which helped more than Harry expected. Adults asked that when they wanted either comfort or permission to panic. Sirius lowered his wand another inch. Old black rule cabinet. It decided Harry was a guest and I nearly decided it was kindling. Nearly, Harry said, because the word mattered. Hadrian's expression changed by almost nothing, but Harry saw the approval because he was learning to look for small things. Hadrian stepped closer, not enough to crowd them, and opened the folder on a little writing table near the window. Then the house is teaching in the wrong order. I brought clothing allowances, household authority notes, and a list Euphemia insists must be answered by the people living here rather than by frightened men with checkbooks. Sirius blinked. A list? A practical one. Hadrian drew out the first parchment and set a quill beside it. Where does Harry want his parents' photograph? Does he want new clothes bought in person, measured here, or ordered by Madame Malkin with privacy charms? What does breakfast look like on school mornings? Which chores are ordinary household participation, and which are banned because they resemble punishment? The cabinet hissed at the word household. Sirius looked ready to hex it again, but Harry reached for the parchment before he could. The questions sat in neat lines, strange and heavy because no one had hidden the choice inside kindness. I can choose where the photograph goes. Sirius's face did something complicated. It's yours. Of course you can. Harry looked toward the mantel, then toward the shelf by the window where Hedwig might sit. Not in my bedroom yet, he said carefully. I'd look at it too much. Maybe here, if this room is for learning. Hadrian's hand stilled over the folder. Sirius swallowed, then took the photograph from the mantel and held it out rather than placing it himself. Harry accepted it with both hands and set it on the low shelf, angled so he could see the room without watching the door. That made no sense, but Sirius nodded as if it did. And chores? Hadrian asked, voice gentle enough not to soften the question. Harry's stomach tightened anyway. I don't mind chores. I know, Sirius said too quickly, then caught himself. Sorry, try again. Chores here mean everyone does some because they live here, not because someone has to earn food. Harry looked down at the parchment. Could I feed Hedwig and help with breakfast sometimes? Not cook all of it. Just help. Sirius smiled shakily. You can crack eggs badly beside me while I burn toast with confidence. The cabinet gave one last offended rattle, and then went quiet. Harry did not think it had surrendered. Not really, but the photograph was on the shelf, the quill was waiting, and the first rules written for him in this house were not warnings. They were choices. Hadrian did not let the quiet cabinet become a victory. He drew a second parchment from the folder, laid it on the writing table, and tapped the margin once with his quill. The ink shimmered, then settled into plain black lines Harry could read without squinting. Household occupancy notes, temporary child placement, Grimmauld Place. The words looked less frightening than the ministry order, mostly because Euphemia Quill had left space beneath them for additions written by hand. Sirius read over Harry's shoulder and went still. She made a household charter. She made a draft, Hadrian said. A charter would be presumptuous before Harry has lived here long enough to hate the wallpaper honestly. Harry glanced at him, surprised into something almost like a smile. Can wallpaper be part of a legal document? In old houses, wallpaper is often the first witness, Hadrian said, and then his face gentled before the joke could become escape. This one says no room is assigned to Harry without his consent, no private drawer, trunk, desk, cage, or shelf is opened without asking. Food is not conditional on behavior, and correction must be explained before punishment is even considered. Sirius's mouth twisted around the last word. No punishment. Hadrian looked at him. Then write that carefully, not wildly. Children need boundaries. They don't need fear pretending to be structure. Harry looked down at the waiting line. His fingers felt clumsy when Hadrian gave him the quill, but no one took it back. He wrote slowly, pressing too hard at first. People knock before coming in. He stopped, then added, even grown-ups. Sirius stared at the line for a moment, then took the quill when Harry offered it. His handwriting was rougher, larger, full of impatience trying to behave. I knock. I wait. If I forget, Harry may remind me, and I don't get to be offended. He looked embarrassed by the last part, but he did not cross it out. The cabinet clicked once in the wall. The sound made Harry tense, but this time no voice followed. A thin silver line ran from the painted door to the parchment, touched the fresh writing, and sank into the page as if the house had been forced to hear a rule in a language older than prejudice. Hadrian's eyes sharpened. Interesting. Sirius gave the cabinet a deeply suspicious look. Interesting good or interesting call the goblins back? Both, probably. Hadrian sanded the ink, folded the page, and held it out to Harry rather than Sirius. Keep the first copy. The house answered your rule, not ours. Harry took the parchment with both hands. It was only paper, but it felt warmer than paper should. From the hall came the soft scrape of creature moving somewhere near the kitchen, followed by a muttered, resentful sniff that stopped just short of words. Sirius heard it too and sighed. Harry looked toward the doorway, then back at the shelf where his parents' photograph watched the room without watching the door. Does creature have rules too? Sirius closed his eyes briefly, as if the question had found another cupboard hidden inside the house. Hadrian did not answer for him. After a moment, Sirius opened his eyes and nodded. Yes, he said quietly. And I think tomorrow we start learning those before this house teaches them badly. 23. Summer Letters and Old Alarms. The next morning began with toast, ink, and creature pretending not to listen. Harry sat at the kitchen table with Hedwig on the back of the chair beside him, one hand resting near the folded household parchment from the day before as if the rules might wander off if no one watched them. Sirius had made eggs badly, as promised, and Harry had eaten them anyway because burnt edges tasted different when no one expected gratitude to come with every bite. Creature moved between cupboard and stove with stiff offense, muttering under his breath about new masters, improper breakfasts, and owls near plates, but he placed a little dish of bacon scraps near Hedwig's perch before anyone asked. The tapping came at the window just as Sirius reached for the teapot. Harry turned first, already recognizing the school owl by the square shape of the envelope tied to its leg. His stomach tightened in a strange way. Hogwarts letters had once meant escape, but this one arrived at a table where people were watching him with care instead of indifference. Sirius opened the window, and the owl swept in with damp feathers, landed beside Harry's plate, and stuck out its leg with the brisk impatience of a ministry clerk. Looks official, Sirius said, too lightly, as Harry untied the envelope. Could be school things. Could be Dumbledore asking whether I've turned breakfast into a duel yet. Harry slid a finger beneath the seal. The parchment inside smelled faintly of ink and old stone, and his name looked steady across the top. It's the book list, he said, reading down the page. Second year, standard spells, history, potions ingredients, new robes if needed. He paused as the list kept going, one title after another in glossy, confident print. Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests. Voyages with Vampires. Break with a Banshee. Gadding with Ghouls. Holidays with Hags. Travels with Trolls. Year with the Yeti. Sirius leaned over his shoulder, then made a strangled sound. That's not a book list. That's a man trying to wallpaper a classroom with his own face. Creature's ears twitched sharply from the stove. Bad books, he muttered. Loud books. Books that smell of teeth and perfume. Harry looked up despite himself. Books can smell loud? In this house, unfortunately, yes, Sirius said. But the joke faded as he looked at the letter again. This means Diagon Alley. The kitchen changed around the words. Not loudly, not with any old cabinet rattling in the wall. But Harry felt Sirius go still, felt Creature stop polishing the same spoon, felt the house hold its breath around a simple errand that was not simple at all. Harry had not been in public since leaving Privet Drive under orders, witnesses, and the heavy gaze of adults who wrote things down. Hadrian entered through the flow before anyone answered, soot brushing the hem of his robe and a narrow folder tucked beneath his arm. His eyes went first to Harry's face, then to the letter in his hand. Hogwarts? Harry held it out. Second-year supplies. We have to go shopping. Hadrian read the list, and his mouth tightened at Lockhart's name before smoothing again. Then we go properly, not rushed, not hidden, and not alone. Sirius's hand closed around the back of Harry's chair. You knew this was coming. Yes, Hadrian said, setting the letter down between them. And now it's here, so we stop thinking of Diagon as a treat and start treating it as a public operation Harry still gets to enjoy. Hadrian drew a clean sheet from the folder and placed it beside the book list, turning the breakfast table into something that looked too much like one of Euphemia Quill's office desks. Harry watched Sirius notice the same thing and begin to bristle before the words had even been written. The kitchen, which had almost learned how to be ordinary around toast and Hedwig's bacon scraps, tightened again around ink, names, and the thought of Diagon Alley full of people who might stare. No, Sirius said before Hadrian could dip the quill. If this becomes a military exercise, Harry's not going to enjoy a second of it. Hadrian paused with the quill above the page. If it isn't planned, other people will turn it into their exercise. Reporters, gawkers, old families, anyone who thinks Harry Potter in public is an invitation. Harry's fingers curled around the edge of his chair. He had liked Diagon Alley once, even with everyone looking. Hagrid had been there, large and warm and proud, and Harry had been too dazzled by owls, cauldrons, and gold in a vault to understand how many strangers were taking pieces of him with their eyes. The thought of going back now with Sirius beside him should have felt simple. It didn't. Sirius leaned over the table and jabbed a finger at the blank parchment. Then write this first. Harry is not being hidden under a cloak, shuffled through back doors, or treated like contraband. Agreed, Hadrian said, and wrote it down without argument. That stopped Sirius more effectively than disagreement would have. Harry looked at the words as they appeared in dark ink. Not hidden, not rushed, not alone. They were not exactly comforting, but they were solid. He could look at them and know what shape the day was meant to have. Hadrian added 3 columns. Escort, witnesses, errands. Escort is Sirius, myself at a lawful distance if necessary, and 1 additional adult whose presence makes trouble less convenient. Witnesses should include Euphemia's clerk at the Leaky Cauldron and a Gringotts note confirming Harry is shopping for school supplies with his guardian. Errands are robes if needed, apothecary, stationery, books, and no unnecessary wandering. No Nocturne Alley, Sirius said sharply. Harry blinked. What's Nocturne Alley? A place you don't need, Sirius said, too quickly. A place some adults will use if they want a child separated, frightened, or blamed for being where he shouldn't, Hadrian said, gentler but not softer. So we remove the chance. We enter together. We leave together. No flow travel for Harry unless the receiving end is controlled. Sirius breathed out through his nose, anger bending into reluctant agreement. Fine. Controlled entrance, controlled exit, but he gets ice cream if he wants ice cream. Harry looked up. That can be in the plan? Hadrian's mouth softened as he wrote one more line. It should be. A public operation Harry still gets to enjoy, remember? Creature muttered from the stove. Master Harry should have proper robes before loud bookmen breathe on him, then froze as if he had not meant to say anything useful. Sirius turned slowly. Creature, was that advice? Creature sniffed, clutching the spoon like a weapon. It was an observation. Master is disgracefully thin, and bad cloth invites bad eyes. Harry looked down at Dudley's old shirt beneath his jumper, suddenly aware of every loose seam. Sirius's face changed at once, fierce and stricken together, but he did not reach for Harry without asking. Hadrian set the quill down, and the plan on the table became heavier than shopping. It was not only about Diagon. It was about letting the public see Harry as someone cared for before anyone tried to see him as a symbol again. Hadrian did not answer the look on Sirius's face at once. He turned the parchment over, took a fresh sheet, and moved the school list aside so Lockhart's titles no longer sat in the center of the table like a row of smiling accusations. Harry was still looking down at his jumper, fingers worrying the loose cuff, and Hadrian felt the old temptation to solve everything at once rise like a fever. He pushed it down. Too much truth given too quickly could become another kind of theft. Sirius, Hadrian said quietly, Harry should choose cloth for Hedwig's window shelf before we discuss the rest. That's household business, and he gets to make that decision. Harry looked up, wary of being sent away and trying not to show it. Sirius saw it too, because his voice softened before impatience could sharpen. You're not in trouble. We're not planning around you like furniture. I need to hear something ugly, and I'd rather not make you carry it before breakfast has even settled. Harry studied him for a moment, then nodded once. Can Creature show me where the spare cloth is? Creature stiffened as if offered an insult and a duty in the same breath. Creature knows where proper cloth is kept. Not rag ends. Proper cloth. He shuffled toward the door, muttering, and Harry followed with Hedwig balanced on his arm, glancing back only once before the kitchen swallowed the small sounds of his footsteps. Sirius waited until they were gone, then turned on Hadrian with fear under the anger. What ugly thing? Hadrian did not write the words yet. He set the quill down and met Sirius's eyes. Before I tell you, I need an oath. Not to me, to Harry. You don't repeat what I'm about to say to anyone unless Harry's immediate survival requires it. Not to Dumbledore, not to Remus, not because you're frightened, not because you want advice, and not because an old man with kind eyes asks the right question. Sirius went very still. You think I'd hand Harry to Dumbledore? I think you love loudly when you're afraid, Hadrian said. And I think Dumbledore is very good at making fear sound like responsibility. The words hit. Sirius looked toward the hall where Harry had gone, and when he spoke again his voice had lost its heat. I swear on my name, my magic, and my duty as Harry's godfather. I won't tell Albus Dumbledore or anyone else what you say unless Harry's life is in immediate danger and silence would kill him. The kitchen answered with a soft pulse from the wards, not dramatic, but enough to make the candle flames lean. Hadrian took up the quill and wrote 6 words down the left side of the page. Diary, ring, locket, cup, diadem, scar. Sirius stared at them. What are those? Anchors, Hadrian said. Fragments of Voldemort's soul tied outside his body. That is how he survived Godric's Hollow, and why killing a body may not be enough if the anchors remain. Sirius's hand struck the table, hard enough to make the teacups jump. No, you don't put that boy on a list with cursed objects. I don't, Hadrian said, holding his gaze. Voldemort did, and that is exactly why no one touches the scar crudely, no one frightens Harry with half-truths, and no one pretends love is a treatment plan. Sirius dragged in a breath, visibly fighting himself back into the chair. Can it be removed? Yes, not today, not by panic. The work must be exact, witnessed, and built around Harry surviving it. Until then, we keep every other anchor away from him. Sirius looked down again, and this time his eyes stopped on one word. Locket. The house creaked overhead, old pipes settling or old gilt pretending to be timber. Hadrian's grip tightened around the quill. There may be one in this house. Not because fate is kind. Because cruelty leaves things behind. And the diary? Sirius asked, voice rougher now. Lucius Malfoy has handled it before, Hadrian said. Diagon gives him crowd, distraction, and children. If he brings it near the Weasleys, we do not let that book leave the shop in a child's hands. By the time Harry returned, the ugly list had vanished beneath a folded sheet and Sirius had both hands braced on the table as if he were holding himself in place by force. Creature came behind Harry carrying a square of dark blue cloth with offended ceremony, while Hedwig rode Harry's arm and clicked her beak at the room as though she had already judged everyone's competence. Harry noticed the table first, then Sirius's face, and the question entered his eyes before he asked it aloud. Sirius made himself straighten. "Nothing for you to fix," he said, and the words came out rough but steady. Adult business stayed adult business. Hedwig, however, appears to have acquired a very fine throne covering. Harry looked down at the cloth, reassured but not fooled. Creature said white would show feathers too much. Creature said white is for hospital beds, death rooms, and foolish laundry, Creature muttered, then placed the cloth on the table beside the shopping plan with more care than his tone admitted. Blue is proper. Owls approve of dignity. Hadrian slid the visible plan toward Harry before silence could invite sharper questions. "We have choices left, not orders. Madame Malkin can measure you privately, or we can ask her to close a fitting area with Sirius present. Flourish and blots will be crowded because of Lockhart. We can buy the books quickly, or we can let the crowd see you calmly and leave only if it becomes unpleasant." Harry touched the edge of the parchment. The words were neat, but they did not feel like the cupboard door's hidden rules. They waited for him. "I don't want everyone staring," he said slowly. "But I don't want to run away from a bookshop either." Sirius's face softened with something painful and proud. "Then we don't run. We walk in, buy the ridiculous books, glare at anyone who deserves it, and get ice cream afterward." "Not too much glaring," Hadrian said, taking a fresh card from his folder. "Visible hostility creates stories. Calm guardianship creates a different one." He wrote a short note in precise script, sanded it, and folded it beneath Euphemia Quill's name. "This goes to council. She'll have a clerk at the Leaky Cauldron and a written guardianship confirmation ready if anyone tries to make the day about custody." Sirius took the next card when Hadrian offered it, read the line addressed to Gringotts, and added his signature beneath Hadrian's. "And this makes it banking business if anyone asks strange questions about Harry's money. Or his school purchases," Hadrian said. "Especially books." Harry glanced at the Lockhart titles again and frowned. "Are his books dangerous?" "Mostly to taste," Sirius said at once, and the quickness made Harry smile despite the tightness in the kitchen. Hadrian did not smile as fully. "Any book can become dangerous in the wrong hands. So tomorrow, you don't take a book from anyone unless Sirius or I have seen it first. Not because you're careless, but because adults sometimes are." Harry absorbed that, then nodded. It should have made the trip feel smaller, but somehow it made the day ahead more solid, as if the danger had edges they could walk around together. Sirius sealed the Gringotts note, Creature sniffed at the wax and pronounced it barely acceptable, and Hedwig stepped onto the blue cloth as if claiming the whole household by right. Outside the kitchen, Grimmauld Place creaked quietly around them, and Harry felt the house learning another rule: protection did not have to mean being locked away. 24. Flourish and blots. Diagon Alley looked brighter when Harry was allowed to walk through it instead of being hurried past as a famous problem. Sirius kept one hand loose near Harry's shoulder without steering him, while Hadrian moved several paces behind and to the left, close enough to intervene and far enough that the crowd saw a guardian, not a cage. Euphemia Quill's clerk waited near the Leaky Cauldron with a folded confirmation visible in her gloved hand, and a Gringotts runner with brass buttons pretended deep interest in an apothecary window whenever anyone stared at Harry for too long. Harry noticed more than Hadrian wanted him to. His eyes flicked from the clerk to the runner, then to Hadrian's reflection in Quality Quidditch Supplies glass. "Is everyone here because of me?" Sirius bent a little, keeping his voice light with visible effort. "Mostly because your book list is ridiculous. Also because adults become unbearable when they decide something matters." "That's not an answer," Harry said, but his mouth twitched. "No," Hadrian said, stepping nearer as a witch with a camera slowed too obviously beside them. He turned his shoulder just enough to break her view and offered Harry the plain truth. "It's a shield with jokes painted on it. You're shopping. We're making sure no one else decides the day belongs to them." Harry looked at the book list in his hand. The Lockhart titles ran down the parchment like someone had copied a shop display instead of a school requirement. "Can the day still belong to me if everyone's watching?" Sirius's face changed, quick and fierce, but Hadrian answered before anger could sharpen the air. "Yes, you choose the ink, you choose the parchment, you choose whether robes come before books, and whether ice cream happens before or after the apothecary." "After," Harry decided, with more firmness than the question deserved. If we do ice cream first, the potion ingredients will smell worse. Sirius pressed a hand over his heart. Practical, sensible, betrayal from my own godson. Harry laughed, small but real, and the sound carried them past Madame Malkin's front window, past the stationer where he chose dark blue ink after far too much solemn comparison, and finally toward Flourish and Blots. The bookshop windows were crowded with Lockhart's smiling face on stacked covers, posters, and one moving display that winked so often Harry took an instinctive half-step back. Hadrian saw the Weasleys before Harry did. Arthur stood near the entrance with a battered money pouch in one hand and a school list in the other, Molly already counting heads with the grim skill of a battlefield commander. Fred and George were pressed together beside a display, whispering with identical concentration over a Lockhart poster whose smile had been given a mustache that kept trying to flee across his cheek. Ginny stood half-hidden behind a pile of books, small, red-haired, and watching Harry with the startled brightness of someone meeting a story in human form. Ron saw them first. Harry. Harry turned, surprise opening his face before caution could close it again. Ron. Molly's eyes moved from Harry to Sirius, then to Hadrian, and tightened with protective calculation rather than simple welcome. Arthur adjusted his glasses and offered a careful smile. Well now, school shopping seems to have brought half the world to the same doorway. Sirius stepped forward, polite because Harry was listening. Arthur, Molly, good to see familiar faces that aren't printed 7 times on a book cover. Fred looked up from the poster. That's 8, actually. George nodded gravely. One of them's on the back. It winked at Mum. Harry smiled, but Hadrian's attention had already moved through the crowd pressing behind the Weasleys, past cameras, stacked books, and bright robes. Flourish and Blots had become exactly what he feared: noise, fame, children, and too many hands near too many schoolbags. The moment Harry stepped fully into the shop, it seemed to notice him before the people did. Shelves pressed close on either side, stacked high with Lockhart's smiling face, and the queue twisted between tables where witches clutched books to their chests as if they had come to be blessed rather than sold to. Hadrian kept his attention moving, not on the posters, not on Lockhart's gold-lettered name, but on gaps between elbows, bags left open, hands dipping toward baskets, and Ginny Weasley standing too near a tottering pile of glossy hardbacks. A flash popped near the back of the shop. Harry flinched before he could hide it, and Sirius's hand came up at once, hovering near the boy's shoulder without closing around him. Easy, Sirius said, smiling in a way that showed too many teeth. Just a camera, horrible little thing, but not dangerous unless it's attached to a journalist. Harry Potter. Gilderoy Lockhart's voice rang out from the signing table, bright enough to make every head turn. He rose in lavender robes with his hair shining under the lamps, one hand already extended as if the whole meeting had been staged by destiny and good lighting. Ladies and gentlemen, what a delightful surprise. The boy who lived has come to buy my books. Harry froze. The queue breathed in together, and the photographer shoved forward with another flash. Molly's face tightened at once, one hand going to Ginny and the other reaching instinctively toward Ron, while Arthur looked between Lockhart and Harry with startled discomfort, caught between public politeness and a father's sense that something was becoming improper. Sirius stepped half a pace in front of Harry, but Lockhart was already moving through applause, taking Harry by the arm with practiced ease before anyone could decide whether stopping him would make a scene. There we are, Lockhart said, turning Harry toward the cameras. A brave young reader, returning to Hogwarts with the finest possible preparation. Smile, my boy, this is one for the prophet. Harry's smile arrived thin and late. Hadrian felt Sirius gather to break the man's wrist, saw Arthur shift as if to speak and lose the opening under the applause, and saw Molly's indignation turn sharp when Ginny was jostled by a witch pushing closer. Hadrian moved instead of flaring. He stepped to the photographer's side, placed 2 fingers on the camera's brass rim, and angled it away from Harry's face with courteous pressure. Mind the children, Hadrian said, his voice carrying just enough to cut through the applause. A crowded shop is poor ground for careless flashes. Lockhart turned, still smiling, but his eyes measured the interruption. Lord Peverell, isn't it? Splendid. Hogwarts' newest champion of practical instruction. Come, come, there's room in the picture for every guardian of young minds. Sirius's laugh was low and unfriendly. Harry isn't a prop for your table. The shop went quieter around the words. Harry looked down at Lockhart's hand on his sleeve, then gently pulled free before anyone else could do it for him. "I only came for my schoolbooks," he said, not loudly, but clearly enough that the front row heard. Hadrian saw the moment change. Lockhart's smile held. Sirius's anger found pride instead of explosion. Arthur straightened, and Molly drew Ginny back against her side. The applause faltered into murmurs, and in that loosened, embarrassed space near the entrance, Lucius Malfoy stepped into the shop with Draco at his side and a cane in his hand. Lucius let the silence receive him before he spoke, which told Hadrian more than the words did. The man's gaze moved from Harry to Sirius, then to the Weasleys with polished distaste, and only after that did it settle on Hadrian, as if the shop itself had arranged the meeting for his convenience. Draco lingered at his side, eyes flicking toward Ron with familiar contempt, but he looked less certain when Sirius stepped closer to Harry and smiled without warmth. "Mr. Potter," Lucius said, inclining his head by a fraction. "How reassuring to see you properly escorted." The prophet made rather less of that detail than one might wish. Sirius's hand tightened at his side. "Try wishing somewhere else, Malfoy." Arthur moved before Molly could. He set his school list down on the nearest stack of books and faced Lucius with weary civility stretched over old anger. "We're here for our children's supplies, Lucius. So are you. Let's not make a bookshop uglier than it already is today." Lockhart laughed too brightly, trying to reclaim the room. A little spirited exchange among distinguished families, perhaps. Nothing a signed copy of Magical Me can't improve. Fred leaned toward George and murmured, "That book would improve if it fled." George nodded, "Or if it developed shame." Harry made a small sound that might have been a swallowed laugh, but Hadrian did not let the humor take his eyes from Lucius. The man's right hand rested on the silver head of his cane. His left held Draco's books, clean new volumes stacked neatly beneath the required Lockhart set. At the edge of that stack, almost hidden under lavender gloss, a thinner black book showed for less than a breath before Lucius shifted his grip. Hadrian's pulse slowed, not fear, recognition. The diary looked ordinary because evil often survived by understanding how little adults inspected ordinary things carried near children. Lucius turned toward Ginny with a smile that made Molly's shoulders rise. "And this must be the youngest Weasley. Starting Hogwarts, are you? Your father must be delighted to buy another set of second-hand disappointments." Ginny flushed scarlet. Arthur's face hardened, and Ron stepped forward before Harry caught his sleeve. Lucius moved during the flare of anger, smooth as habit. One book slid from his stack into the battered cauldron at Ginny's feet, its black cover vanishing beneath a scuffed copy of Standard Book of Spells. Hadrian crossed the distance before Lucius's hand had fully withdrawn. He did not snatch. He bent, lifted the cauldron by its rim, and set it on the display table between both families with enough care that every eye followed the motion. "Miss Weasley," he said, keeping his voice level, "before anyone carries this away, shall we make sure all your books are yours?" Molly's anger faltered into alarm. "What do you mean?" "I mean crowded shops invite mistakes," Hadrian said, and reached beneath the charm's text. His fingers closed around the black diary, and the old scar on his brow gave one cold, silent pulse that did not belong to Harry's face anymore but still remembered Voldemort's work. He lifted the book into view. "This one isn't on the Hogwarts list." For one brittle second, no one moved. The diary lay in Hadrian's hand as plainly as any misplaced exercise book, black, unmarked, and old enough that its silence felt deliberate. Ginny stared at it with widening eyes, her hands pressed against the sides of her cauldron as if she could keep every other book from changing shape. Molly drew her daughter back another inch. Arthur's face, usually mild even under insult, had gone bloodless with anger he did not yet understand. Lucius looked at the diary, then at Hadrian, and the flicker behind his eyes was gone almost before it arrived. "A second-hand shop mistake, perhaps," he said smoothly. "The Weasleys do rely on such economies. One never knows what a battered cauldron may collect." Sirius stepped closer, and this time there was no joke left in him. "Funny, I saw it fall from your stack." Draco's head turned sharply toward his father. Lucius did not look down at him. That, Hadrian thought, was the first real wound the moment had made. Not enough to ruin Lucius, not yet, but enough to put a crack where certainty had been. Hadrian kept the diary level in his palm and did not open it. The scar's cold pulse had faded, but his instincts still treated the object like a snake pretending to be rope. "Then we'll not rely on memory," he said. "Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, this book appeared in your daughter's cauldron while several families were being jostled in a crowded shop. Lord Black witnessed the movement. I witnessed its recovery. Miss Weasley has not touched it." Arthur's eyes sharpened at the wording. "You're making a record." "I'm preventing one from being made against her," Hadrian said. Molly's arm tightened around Ginny's shoulders. "Ginny, sweetheart, did you pick that up?" Ginny shook her head hard, mortified and frightened. "No, I didn't. I only had my school books. Mum, I didn't." "I know," Molly said at once, and the force of it steadied the girl more than softness would have done. She looked back at Lucius with a mother's fury held behind her teeth. "I know exactly what my daughter did not do." Lockhart hovered near the signing table, smile strained by the discovery that scandal without flattering light was much less enjoyable. "Surely there's no need for unpleasantness. A little confusion, easily solved. I'd be happy to sign the book if that would settle the matter." Fred stared at him. "How would that help?" George gave the diary a wary look. "It might frighten the book into confessing." Harry did not laugh this time. He had moved nearer to Ginny without seeming to notice it, and his eyes stayed on Hadrian's hand. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. Hadrian hated that Harry had asked the right question in a room full of adults trying not to. "It is unknown," he said. "Unknown objects found among children's school supplies are treated carefully until proven harmless." Lucius's mouth tightened by a fraction. "A cautious doctrine. One wonders whether Hogwarts will survive your nervousness, Lord Peverell." "It survived your generosity," Hadrian said, and the shop heard the blade under the courtesy. Sirius gave a low, delighted sound, but Hadrian had already turned toward the Gringotts runner visible through the shop window. He lifted 2 fingers, and the goblin looked up at once. "This item goes to Gringotts' sealed custody through council," Hadrian said. "Not the ministry desk, not the shop counter, not anyone's pocket." Lucius's cane tapped once against the floor. "You overstep." Hadrian wrapped the diary in a clean sheet of brown shop paper without letting the cover touch his skin again. "No," he said, placing his Peverell seal across the fold as the goblin entered. "I'm teaching practical defense." 25. The diary changes hands. The Gringotts runner took the wrapped diary from Hadrian's hand with both palms, not because the paper looked heavy, but because the seal on it made the whole shop breathe differently. Flourish and blots had not gone quiet. Lockhart still stood beside his signing table with a smile that kept trying to recover its audience. Witches still clutched lavender books against their robes, and Lucius Malfoy still held himself as if nothing vulgar had touched him. Yet the space around Ginny's cauldron had opened, and Hadrian used that space before anyone else could fill it with panic. "Miss Bletchley," Hadrian said, and Euphemia Quill's clerk stepped forward from near the door with her folded confirmation already in hand. "We'll need the property and safety confirmation now. All purchases made in this crush should be separated by buyer, counted against school lists, and witnessed before the children leave the shop." Molly's face tightened. "Are you saying our things have been interfered with?" "I'm saying a crowded shop, a publicity display, and several families pressed into one another make confusion easy to exploit," Hadrian said, keeping his voice low enough that the nearest listeners had to work for it. "I'm also saying your daughter is not going to walk out carrying anything that someone else placed near her." Arthur looked at the sealed paper in the goblin's hands, then at Ginny's pale face. His mildness had not returned. "And this can be done without turning my child into tomorrow's story?" "That is exactly why it must be done formally," Miss Bletchley said, unfolding the parchment with brisk precision. Madame Quill anticipated a regular public contact during the Potter party's Diagon visit. "This authorizes a witnessed separation of purchases where child safety, property confusion, or planted items are reasonably suspected." Sirius gave Hadrian a sharp sideways look that said he understood the trap now, or enough of it to be angry about understanding late. "You had paperwork ready for a shopping trip." "I had paperwork ready for adults behaving predictably around children," Hadrian said, then turned before Sirius's expression could become an argument. "Mr. Weasley, if you'll permit it, your family's books first. Mrs. Weasley should stand with Miss Weasley, and Miss Bletchley will read from the Hogwarts list. Nothing goes back into the cauldron until it has been named aloud and witnessed." Ginny swallowed hard. "I didn't take it," she whispered. Molly bent at once, one hand firm on Ginny's shoulder. "No, you didn't, and no one here with sense is saying you did." Hadrian let that answer stand because Ginny needed her mother more than she needed him. He shifted the nearest display table clear with Arthur's help, ignoring Lockhart's offended little cough when a tower of signed books had to be moved aside. Fred and George stopped joking long enough to pass over volumes with unusual care, while Ron hovered between indignation and fear, and Harry stood close without crowding Ginny, his eyes flicking from the sealed parcel to Hadrian's face. Lucius watched from beside Draco, polished and still, but his cane tapped once against the floor. Hadrian heard it. The goblin heard it too. Miss Bletchley began reading titles. Arthur began answering purchase marks, and one by one the Weasley books came out into the open while the sealed diary waited in goblin custody, ordinary black paper hiding the first real proof that Lucius Malfoy's hand had not been empty. Miss Bletchley's voice made the audit feel smaller than the watching crowd wanted it to be. "Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, she read, and Arthur placed the scuffed volume on the cleared table before nodding once. A faint line of blue ink appeared beside the title on her parchment, neat and harmless, while Molly kept Ginny close and glared at anyone who tried to lean nearer. Hadrian did not touch the wrapped diary again. He watched the table, the children, and Lucius Malfoy's hands, because dangerous men often revealed less through anger than through the effort of not appearing angry. Fred passed over a glossy Lockhart volume with 2 fingers, as if it might try to smile at him. "Break with a banshee. We can confirm this one's ours, unfortunately." George set another lavender-covered book beside it with exaggerated care. "This one winked at Mum earlier. That may count as assault." Lockhart's strained smile sharpened. "Young men, one hopes Hogwarts will teach you proper respect for published achievement." "Harry already got dragged into your published achievement," Sirius said, and the words landed hard enough that the nearest witches stopped whispering. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Let the clerk finish. Harry's face flushed, but he stayed where he was, shoulder angled a little toward Ginny as if he could make the crowd less real by standing between her and the stairs. Hadrian felt the old ache of seeing children protect each other because adults had made protection unreliable, but he did not let it pull him from the work. He drew his wand and touched the corner of the table, not casting at the books themselves, only waking the trace charm already laid into Miss Bletchley's parchment. The ink flickered, blue for purchased and witnessed, gray for uncertain handling, then settled into narrow lines beside each title. When the goblin runner placed the sealed diary near the table's far edge, the lines went wrong. Not loudly, not dramatically, they faded, then returned as if the parchment had politely forgotten there was an object to name. Hadrian felt the cold answer under his skin before the ink failed again, a deadened pressure like a closed room pretending no one had ever breathed inside it. Arthur saw his expression. "What is it?" "Nothing ordinary," Hadrian said, and lifted his wand without pointing it at the parcel. Miss Bletchley marked the object as unlisted, unpurchased, and resistant to passive catalog recognition. "Mr. Weasley, please confirm aloud that it was not in your family's possession before the shop crush." Arthur swallowed once, then squared his shoulders. "It was not ours. I didn't buy it. Molly didn't buy it. Ginny didn't carry it in." Lucius gave a soft, bored sigh. An old blank book resists a shopping list, and suddenly we are all meant to admire the theater. Hadrian turned the parcel just enough that his Peverell seal caught the light. "No theater, Mr. Malfoy. Theater requires an audience. This requires witnesses." He looked to the goblin. Record observed transfer opportunity from a non-Weasley adult stack into a Weasley child's cauldron during crowd pressure, supported by Lord Black's statement, "My recovery," and trace refusal. The goblin's quill scratched across a small slate with a sound like claws on bone. Draco stared at the parcel now, no longer bored, and for one moment Lucius's fingers tightened on his cane before smoothing again. That was enough. Not enough to accuse him cleanly. Not enough to win a public fight. Enough to keep the diary from becoming Ginny's shame. Enough to make the next move happen under seal instead of under a child's pillow. Lucius allowed the goblin's quill to finish before he moved, which was clever enough to be dangerous. He did not lunge for the parcel, did not deny the wording too loudly, and did not give the watching shop the satisfaction of panic. Instead, he took one measured step toward the table and let his gaze pass over Arthur's worn cuffs, Molly's protective arm, Sirius's open hostility, and Hadrian's seal as if arranging them into a problem he meant to solve later. "You are recording insinuation as evidence," Lucius said, his voice polished smooth enough that several of the watching witches leaned back toward him by instinct. "That is a grave habit for a new governor, Lord Peverell. One might almost think you came to Diagon Alley hoping to manufacture an incident." Sirius laughed once, sharp and ugly. "You put a cursed-looking book in a child's cauldron and want to talk about manufacturing?" "I placed nothing," Lucius replied, turning his head just enough to make Sirius look like the wild one in the exchange. Lord Black's memory, while dramatic, has not always been the wizarding world's most stable foundation. The word struck the shop harder than an insult should have. Sirius went very still, and for half a breath Hadrian saw Azkaban in the hollows around his eyes. Harry saw it too, because his hand twitched toward his godfather before he stopped himself. Hadrian stepped into the space before Sirius could answer from pain rather than judgment. "Lord Black was removed from wrongful custody after evidence was reviewed," Hadrian said, his voice even. "If you wish to challenge his competence as a witness, do it through counsel and under oath. Not beside a frightened first year." Molly's chin came up, "and not beside my daughter." Arthur's hand settled on the table near Ginny's checked books, flat and steady. "Lucius, if this is a misunderstanding, then let the record show that. If it isn't, then I want every word written down before anyone remembers it more conveniently." That changed the room. Arthur Weasley, mild and shabby and easy to underestimate, had not shouted, but he had chosen the record over the retreat Lucius expected from him. Hadrian felt Ginny breathe shakily behind Molly's sleeve. Across the table, Draco looked from Arthur to his father with a child's quick, unwilling calculation, and Hadrian wondered whether this would be the first time Draco understood that polished adults could be caught by plain ones refusing to move. Lockhart swept forward with desperate brightness, lavender robes whispering, "Surely, surely, we needn't burden the children further. I can offer the Weasley family a complete sign set, and perhaps young Harry might accept one as well, just to turn the day towards something more cheerful." Harry looked at the stack of books, then at Ginny's pale face. "I don't want one," he said quietly. "And I don't think she does either." For once, no one laughed. Lockhart's smile froze in place, and Fred and George exchanged a look that held no joke at all. Hadrian turned back to the goblin runner, who had finished scoring the record into the slate. "Seal the statement packet with the parcel," Hadrian said. "The item goes to Gringotts' custody first, then to Marchbanks, Gallivan and Quill for legal witness handling. No shop employee, journalist, ministry clerk, or interested parent touches it on the way." Lucius's eyes narrowed by the smallest degree. Interested parent? Hadrian met his gaze. Any parent whose child stood close enough to be used. He let the words sit there, clean and public, then nodded to the runner. "Go now." The goblin tucked the wrapped diary into a brass-edged satchel, snapped 3 locks shut, and walked for the door with Miss Bletchley beside him. The crowd parted because goblins did not ask twice and because everyone present understood that the story had just left the shop without asking permission from the man who had brought it there. The door closed behind the goblin runner, and Flourish and Blotz seemed to remember how loud it had been before the diary appeared. Whispers started again in pieces, cautious and hungry, but they no longer had an object to feed on. Hadrian felt the pressure shift from immediate danger to aftermath, which was almost worse because aftermath invited people to reshape what had happened once fear stopped holding their tongues still. Lucius drew Draco back with a gloved hand on his shoulder. "Come, Draco, we have seen enough disorder for one afternoon, and I would hate for your school supplies to suffer by proximity." Draco's eyes stayed on Harry for a second, then on Ginny, then on the table where the diary had been. "Yes, father," he said, but the words came late enough that Lucius's fingers tightened briefly before he guided him toward the door. Arthur watched them go with a face gone still from too many held-back words. Molly's arm remained around Ginny, but her fury had begun changing shape, moving from the sharp, public heat of a mother defending her child toward the colder anger of someone realizing how narrowly that child had escaped being made helpless. "What happens now?" she asked, not at Lucius's back, but at Hadrian. "Now you finish buying your daughter's school things," Hadrian said. He picked up Ginny's checked transfiguration book and placed it gently back into her cauldron, making the movement ordinary on purpose. "Then you take her for something warm or sweet, and you let her have the rest of her first Diagon day without letting his shadow own it." Ginny looked up from beneath Molly's sleeve, small and pale and trying very hard not to cry in front of everyone. Will people think I did something? Harry answered before Hadrian could. No, he said, awkward and fierce at once. Everyone heard your dad. Everyone saw Professor Peverell take it out before you touched it. Sirius gave Harry a quick, proud glance, then looked at Ginny with a gentleness that sat strangely on his reckless face. And if anyone says otherwise, they can say it where adults with witnesses can hear them. Fred picked up the last of Ginny's books and set it in the cauldron with exaggerated care. We're excellent witnesses. George nodded, too solemnly. Very intimidating. Practically legal furniture. Ginny made a tiny sound that was not quite a laugh, but it loosened Molly's hold by a fraction. That was enough. Hadrian let the children's ridiculous courage do what his authority could not, then turned to Harry before the boy could retreat into the background of someone else's rescue. You still need your books, Hadrian said, and you still choose whether ice cream happens before or after the apothecary. Harry blinked, caught by the return of the earlier promise. After, he said, though his eyes followed the door where the goblin had gone. But I want to know what that book was. So do I, Hadrian said, and gave him the truth without giving him the burden. That is why it went somewhere safe before anyone curious could make it useful. Lockhart cleared his throat beside the signing table, smile brittle but alive. Well, perhaps we can all agree that vigilance is a splendid quality, especially when accompanied by a signed set of required texts. Sirius looked at the towers of lavender books, then at Hadrian. Can we buy them without giving him the satisfaction? Unfortunately, Hadrian said, lifting the school list. Practical defense doesn't yet cover surviving assigned reading. Harry's mouth twitched. Fred and George looked personally betrayed by the limits of education, and even Arthur's shoulders eased a little as he reached for his money pouch. Outside, the goblin runner was already gone, carrying the diary towards Stone, Seals, and Council. Inside the shop, Hadrian watched the families gather their books and understood the victory for what it was. A child had been spared, a weapon had changed hands, and Lucius Malfoy had left with enough dignity to begin planning his answer. 26. The Book That Writes Back. The lower consultation room beneath Marchbanks, Gallivin and Quill had no portraits, no windows, and no fireplace connected to the flow network, which made Hadrian trust it more than any elegant chamber wizards usually chose for dangerous work. The brass-edged satchel from Flourish and Blots rested on a slate table ringed with goblin wards and solicitors' witness cords, while Euphemia Quill stood at the side with 3 signed statements, 2 sharpened quills, and the expression of a woman prepared to sue a curse for improper conduct. Across from her, the Gringotts curse auditor checked the custody locks with a hooked silver probe, each click making the room's wards brighten by a narrow degree. State the handling limits, Euphemia said, her quill already poised over parchment. No one opens this object casually, no one writes in it, no one consults Hogwarts, and no one sends notice to the ministry until custody, nature, and risk have been witnessed. Hadrian kept his wand lowered but ready. No interested party touches it. No child's name appears in the record except as protected victim of attempted placement. If the object responds to authority, memory, blood, possession, loneliness, or spoken invitation, all examination stops until containment is strengthened. The goblin auditor gave him a sideways look. You speak as if you expect paper to hunt. I expect men who hide weapons among schoolbooks to choose weapons that like children, Hadrian said, and Ginny's pale face rose in his mind so clearly that his fingers tightened around his wand before he made them loosen. Open it. The auditor broke the first custody lock, then the second, then the third. The satchel's lid lifted without a sound, and the wrapped diary lay inside beneath Hadrian's Peverell seal, black paper grayed at the edges where the object had pressed against it. When the auditor slid it onto the slate, the nearest witness cord recoiled half an inch, not breaking, only refusing intimacy. Euphemia's quill scratched faster. Hadrian cut the wrapping with a silver knife. The diary beneath looked shabby, blank, and harmless enough to be forgotten under a child's pillow, which was exactly why his stomach went cold. The auditor touched a testing strip to the cover, and the parchment curled, blackened, and wrote a single word in wet-looking ink before splitting down the middle. Hello. Euphemia stopped writing. The auditor's lip peeled back from sharp teeth, and Hadrian stepped between the table and both witnesses before the diary could decide who seemed easiest to answer. Record active response to passive test, child targeting plausibility confirmed by placement method, and no conversational engagement permitted. The auditor stared at the ruined strip, then at the closed black cover with open disgust. Not a cursed diary, he said. Horcrux. The word struck the room with a weight no cursed name should have carried. Euphemia's face did not change at once, but her fingers widened around the quill, and the goblin auditor's disgust sharpened into something older than anger. Hadrian knew enough of goblin law to understand the shift. A cursed object was a hazard. A murder-bound soul fragment was an offense against ownership, death, witness, and the sanctity of vault custody all at once. Under whose authority was this made? Euphemia asked, and her voice had gone very quiet. None that Gringotts recognizes, the auditor said. He opened a narrow bone-lined case at his belt and drew out a spike of ancient goblin silver. Runes covered it from point to head, so densely cut that the metal looked scaled rather than engraved, and a dark green stain lived deep inside the silver, not on the surface but through it, as if the blade had swallowed old poison and made it part of itself. No wizard owns the right to cut his soul and hide the wound in another's keeping. Hadrian's gaze fixed on the spike. Basilisk venom? Basilisk death, the auditor said, and the words carried a grim pride. This silver drank from the serpent it slew. Goblin silver keeps what strengthens it. Euphemia's quill moved again, fast and precise. Gringotts requests immediate destruction? Gringotts insists, the auditor said. The bank will not warehouse soul murder under solicitor's string because a human court may one day wish to admire its paperwork. Hadrian looked at the diary, at the ruined strip still showing that wet black hello, and thought of Guinea's small hands. Then we destroy it under witness. No one writes, no one bargains, no one gives it time to learn the room. The auditor drove the ancient silver through the diary's center. The book screamed without sound, its cover buckling around the metal as if the pages had become flesh trying to pull away from the point. Euphemia flinched but did not stop writing. Hadrian cast into the outer circle, feeding the ward without touching the thing itself, and blue-white fire climbed the spike's runes in a narrow column. The pages curled, blackened, and thrashed inside the containment ring while ink bled upward in twisting threads. Hold the third ring, the auditor snapped. Hadrian shifted his wand and poured power into the line. For a breath the diary collapsed inward, ash folding into ash, and the room seemed to exhale. Then something pale and furious tore free from the burning spine, not smoke, not ghost, but a ragged vapor with a face almost forming inside it. It struck the containment circle, recoiled, then plunged down through the slate as if the warded table had become water. The auditor shouted in gobbledygook, and every silver line in the floor answered red. Euphemia slammed her palm over the witness sheets before the rush of magic could scatter them. Hadrian stepped toward the table, wand raised now and heart cold. It's not gone. No, the auditor snarled, already dragging open a brass alarm tube set into the wall. It ran deeper. The alarm tube screamed in brass and stone, and Gringotts answered faster than any ministry office Hadrian had ever seen. A panel opened in the far wall before the sound had finished climbing, revealing a narrow stair and 3 goblins in dark mail with hooked ward knives already drawn. The curse auditor spat a command in gobbledygook, slammed his palm onto the red-lit floor mark, and the slate table split its surface into a moving map of lines, vault seals, and descending passages. English, Euphemia said sharply, gathering the witness sheets against her chest without stepping clear of the circle. This record remains human readable unless you want me filing obstruction notices while a soul fragment runs loose under our feet. The auditor's eyes snapped to her, furious and impressed despite himself. It seeks kin, not body, not blood, a matching wound. Hadrian's heart went cold in a way panic could not improve. Another Horcrux. Or something fouler wearing the same crime, the auditor said, and drove the ancient silver spike into a slot beside the table. The map brightened around the point, showing a pale thread dropping through 3 levels of bank warding before bending hard toward the older vault roads. No carts, too slow. You, solicitor, stay behind the witness cord. You, Peverell, if you come, you obey curse command. I obey instructions that keep children and bystanders alive, Hadrian said, already moving. Give them clearly. The auditor bared his teeth and led them into the stair. The descent was steep, carved for goblin stride and goblin balance, and Hadrian had to keep one hand near the wall as the steps twisted through colder stone. Silver tracking marks ran ahead of them, bright and quick against the floor, and the sight did nothing to soften what they were chasing. The vaporous fragment was not fleeing blindly. It turned at ward junctions, pressed through old seams, and drove toward a name buried behind layers of gold, blood, and inherited arrogance. A lower gate opened before the curse team reached it. 2 goblin guards stood beyond, both with crossbows raised until the auditor snarled a phrase that made them pale under their gray skin. One guard struck a vault ledger with a copper rod, and the pages flipped themselves into a blur before stopping on a black-edged entry. "Vault owner?" Hadrian asked. The guard looked at the auditor first, then answered with visible distaste. "Bellatrix Lestrange." Euphemia, breathless from the descent but still somehow writing, said, "Record that the pursuit entered Lestrange custody territory under active soul contamination emergency." The vault door ahead shuddered before anyone touched it. Something inside answered the fleeing fragment with a faint golden pulse, and Hadrian knew the shape of the answer before the goblins forced the locks wide. Treasure crowded the chamber in glittering heaps, ugly with cursed plenty, but the pale soul thread ignored almost all of it. It struck a small gold cup with badger handles, recoiled from its own reflection, and wrapped around it like a starving hand. The auditor stared at the cup, and every goblin weapon in the passage lifted. "Second anchor confirmed." "Do not touch anything," the auditor said, and the words came out low enough to make every goblin in the passage obey before pride could argue. He stepped over the vault threshold with the ancient silver spike held flat across both palms, eyes fixed on the gold cup as the pale vapor coiled tighter around it. "Lestrange property now holds active soul contraband. By Gringotts law, containment outranks custody." Euphemia's quill scratched even while her face remained bloodless. Recorded. Emergency breach of vault privacy caused by hostile soul contamination, not search warrant, theft, or discretionary inspection. Hadrian kept his wand trained on the floor between the cup and the door, feeding only the edge of the ward the auditor had pointed to. The vault hated them. He could feel old curses prickling through heaps of coins, jewelry, and goblets, each treasure waiting for greed, error, or breath drawn too close. "Tell me where to stand." "There," the auditor snapped, pointing to a black stone square just outside the threshold. "Anchor, not hero. If the cup calls you, you do not answer." The cup pulsed again. For a moment Hadrian heard nothing with his ears and everything with old memory, a thin suggestion of power, loss, command, and survival offered in a voice that wanted to become familiar. He locked his jaw and thought of Ginny's cauldron, Harry's cupboard, and Voldemort's ruined future stretching across years because too many adults had let dark things remain useful. The auditor barked another order, and 4 goblins slammed ward rods into the passage stones. Silver chains leapt from rod to rod, making a cage of hard light across the vault mouth. Euphemia stepped back only when a chain hissed close to her sleeve, but she did not stop writing. "If this destroys property beyond the cup, who bears liability?" "Lestrange," the auditor said with vicious satisfaction. Her vault sheltered it. The goblins drove the cage inward. It pressed through gold without disturbing a coin, through curses without waking them, and closed around the cup until the pale vapor writhed like smoke trapped under glass. The auditor entered last, fast and precise. He pinned the cup through the bowl with the basilisk-kissed silver spike, then twisted the runes with both hands. This time the scream had sound. It struck the vault walls, rattled treasure, and died against the silver cage instead of fleeing through stone. The cup blackened from the wound outward. The vapor tried to rise, found no seam, and folded in on itself until the last pale thread vanished into a flash of green-white fire. Silence fell hard. The auditor held the spike in place until the cup cracked into dull fragments beneath it. Hadrian did not lower his wand until every ward line dimmed. Euphemia swallowed once, then wrote the final sentence with a hand that only shook at the end. "Second Horcrux destroyed under Gringotts containment. No escape observed." The auditor looked from the ruined diary residue staining the tracking line to the broken cup inside Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, and his voice turned cold enough to carry into law. "Now we find who knew." 27. Under the school. The broken cup remained inside the silver cage, dull fragments scattered across black stone, while the basilisk-kissed spike stood through the largest piece like a nail through rotten wood. Hadrian kept his wand raised until the curse auditor made a sharp cutting motion with 2 fingers and the last word line dimmed. Only then did he let his arm lower, and even then his hand did not leave the wand. The diary had written back from a child's school things. The cup had answered from a Death Eater's vault. Between those 2 facts, the future he had known began rearranging itself into a shape no one in the passage could afford to ignore. Euphemia drew a fresh sheet from her folio with fingers that were steady because she had decided they would be. "You are about to tell me something that belongs in a sealed addendum rather than the main witness record," she said, looking from Hadrian to the goblin auditor. "So choose your words with care before either of you tries to be dramatic." The auditor gave her a look sharp enough to cut parchment. "The human soul fragment came from a school weapon. That is in your record." "It was placed among school books," Hadrian said. He stepped closer to the tracking map still glowing faintly across the open slate table, and his eyes followed the path the diary's vapor had taken toward the cup. "It was meant to reach Hogwarts through a child, answer loneliness, and grow strong enough to act there. That makes the school part of the weapon, not merely the delivery address." Euphemia's quill paused above the page. "You know more than the evidence alone proves." "Yes," Hadrian said, and forced himself not to look away. "Enough to say there is likely a hidden access point inside Hogwarts, old enough to be missed by staff and dangerous enough that waiting for term would be negligence." The auditor's ears angled back. "You mean a chamber?" Hadrian felt the word pass through him like cold iron. He saw wet stone, a dead rooster, a girl lying pale beside a black book, and a boy with too much courage facing a monster alone because every adult path had failed him. "I mean the Chamber of Secrets," he said. "Slytherin's basilisk. The diary was always meant to wake something already under the school." Euphemia wrote the name once, then underlined nothing, which somehow made the words worse. "And how does one enter a legendary murder room no governor, headmaster, or ministry inspector has found?" "Parseltongue," Hadrian said. His throat tightened around Harry's name before he made himself continue. "Which means the only known living child who can help open it must not be treated as a key." The auditor stared at him with sudden, hard approval. Euphemia's expression became solicitor cold. "Then we proceed by consent, guardian authority, curse team supervision, and written safety limits." Hadrian nodded once. "Send to Hogwarts for Dumbledore. Send to Sirius for Harry's guardian. Tell Madame Pomfrey to prepare Phoenix tears if she can obtain them, and tell Gringotts we need a basilisk response team, not a treasure recovery party." He looked back at the dead cup, then at the route the diary's soul had burned through the bank. "No child goes back to that castle until the serpent under it is dead." Sirius arrived through the Gringotts emergency passage with Harry half a step behind him and one hand already braced in front of the boy as if the stone itself might lunge. He looked thinner than anger should allow, still healer pale beneath the dark robe someone had forced him into, but his wand hand was steady and his eyes found Hadrian before they found the goblins, Euphemia, or the dead gold cup under silver containment. Harry looked from face to face with the careful silence of a child who had learned that adults speaking quietly often meant worse trouble than adults shouting. "No," Sirius said at once, before anyone explained. He shifted fully in front of Harry, shoulders hard. "Whatever this is, no. He's had one summer of people deciding things around him. I'm not handing him to a bank, a school, or one of Dumbledore's clever little emergencies." Dumbledore stood near the stair in travel robes, his expression grave enough to make the absence of twinkle feel deliberate. "Sirius, no one is suggesting that Harry be handed anywhere. You don't get to start with reassurance," Sirius snapped. "You start with what you want from my godson." Hadrian accepted the blow because it had been earned by too many dead versions of this room. He lowered his wand, turned so Harry could see both his hands, and crouched enough that he wasn't speaking down from adult height. "Harry, there may be a hidden door inside Hogwarts that only Parseltongue can open. We believe there is a basilisk behind it. I'm asking whether you'll help us find the entrance by speaking to it, under your godfather's authority, with healers, curse breakers, and escape plans already in place." "You can say no." Harry's eyes widened, not with fear alone, but with the startled pain of being asked when he had expected to be moved. "You're asking me?" "Yes," Hadrian said, "not using you, asking." Sirius's jaw worked as if he wanted to refuse for both of them and hated that Hadrian had made that harder. He looked down at Harry, and the fury in his face cracked around something more frightened. You don't have to prove anything, pup. Not to him, not to me, not to anyone. I know, Harry said, though he sounded as if knowing was new and fragile. He swallowed, then looked toward Dumbledore. If there's a basilisk under the school, why didn't anyone find it before? Dumbledore's face tightened. Because we mistook legend for exaggeration, and secrecy for safety. Euphemia's quill scratched once, clean and sharp. Recorded. Hadrian rose. Then we don't repeat it. Harry speaks only from outside the suspected entrance. He doesn't descend first, doesn't stand alone, and doesn't remain if Sirius withdraws consent. Sirius looked at Dumbledore, and all the old betrayal between them seemed to stand in the narrow space. You heard him. No elegant secrecy. No sending the boy ahead because destiny makes a pretty excuse. Dumbledore bowed his head. I accept those terms. Harry drew a breath, small but steady. Then I'll help open it, he said, and Sirius flinched before catching himself. But I'm not going in alone. Hadrian met his eyes and felt the future shift by the width of one rescued choice. You won't. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom had never looked smaller to Hadrian than it did with the curse team at the door. Madame Pomfrey behind a layered screen charm, Sirius gripping Harry's shoulder, and Dumbledore standing beside the sinks like a man watching an old mistake put on a body. Myrtle hovered near the ceiling with both hands clutched under her chin, more fascinated than frightened, though she kept drifting away from the goblin ward rods as if they offended her sense of tragedy. This is a girl's bathroom, Myrtle said, peering down at the gathered adults. People usually pretend to be embarrassed before invading it. Sirius looked up despite himself. Sorry. Myrtle sniffed. You should be. He isn't, though. She pointed at Hadrian with transparent accusation. He looks like he came here to murder the plumbing. Only if the plumbing started it, Hadrian said, and the faint sound Harry made beside Sirius was almost a laugh before nerves swallowed it. The small break mattered. Hadrian took it, then stepped to the sinks with the curse auditor at his left and Dumbledore at his right. The snake mark was exactly where memory said it would be, small and easy to miss, a little carved serpent on a tap no one had used in decades. Seeing it in daylight, under wards and witness, made the old nightmare feel less like fate and more like a neglected hazard adults had finally cornered. Harry looked at the mark, then at Hadrian. What do I say? Open, Dumbledore said softly. Hadrian turned his head. Harry asks it to open while standing behind the red line. If the sink moves, you step back to Sirius immediately. You don't lean in, you don't look down, and you don't answer anything that speaks from below. Harry nodded, pale but steady. Sirius crouched beside him, not to restrain him, but to put his face level with Harry's. One word, then back to me. I don't care what anyone else says. One word, Harry agreed. The sound that left Harry's mouth was not human speech. It slid through the bathroom like scales over stone, and the tap answered with a shudder that made Myrtle squeak and vanish halfway into a cubicle door. The sinks began to turn. Stone grated against stone, slow and heavy, and the opening below breathed out cold air that carried rot, old water, and something reptile deep enough to make Hadrian's scar prickle beneath his hair. Back, Hadrian said. Harry stepped back at once. Sirius's hand closed around his shoulder, and Madame Pomfrey moved near enough to touch him without crowding. The goblins advanced in pairs, lowering mirrored shields over the shaft while Dumbledore conjured a silver-lit probe and sent it down ahead of them. The light dropped, dimmed, and came back green along the edges. The auditor's mouth tightened. Large living serpent. Deep chamber. Shed skin residue. Old bones. Hadrian felt the old pattern trying to form anyway, a child, a voice, a monster waiting in the dark. He lifted his wand and broke it with a choice. No one descends alone. Mirror discipline. Eyes down, shields first, phoenix ready. We go as a team. The descent did not give Hadrian time to think of memory as anything noble. The pipe carried them down in controlled drops rather than a child's panicked slide, with goblin anchors biting into the stone behind them and Dumbledore's silver probe lighting the slick curve ahead. By the time Hadrian's boots struck the lower passage, his palms were damp inside his gloves, and the smell of old rot pressed close enough to make every breath feel measured. Behind him, two goblins lowered the mirrored shield frame into place, and above, Sirius remained with Harry beyond the red line, exactly where consent and sense had put him. Movement ahead, the auditor said, holding one hand up. His other hand rested on the basilisk-kissed spike at his belt. Slow, large. It knows the door has opened. Hadrian angled his wand toward the floor, not the darkness. Then don't let it make us look at it. Shields forward. Sound and movement only. Dumbledore, if Fawkes is coming, now would be a helpful time for impossible birds. A flash of fire answered before Dumbledore could speak. Fawkes appeared in a burst of gold and crimson above the broken stone, wings beating once as his song slipped through the passage and steadied the air. Hadrian felt the terror in his own chest loosen by a fraction, not vanish, and that difference mattered. The basilisk moved beyond the turn with a deep scrape of scale over stone, and the mirrored shield nearest the bend fogged at the edge as something huge breathed against the dark. Eyes down, Hadrian said. No heroics. The basilisk struck like a collapsing wall. Its head slammed into the shield frame, fangs punching through mirrored silver as goblin chains snapped tight around the jaw. One goblin went down hard under the force, and Hadrian cast without looking up, driving a blasting hex into the floor beside the serpent's skull. Stone burst into its cheek and turned the head half a span. Fawkes screamed, bright and terrible, then plunged onto the basilisk's face with claws and beak tearing at the eyes. Dumbledore's spell wrapped the creature's neck in bands of white fire. The auditor darted under the shield's edge, impossibly fast, and drove the ancient silver spike beneath the hinge of the jaw where scale gave way to softer shadowed flesh. Venom hissed across the stone. Hadrian caught the fallen goblin by the back of his mail and dragged him clear as the basilisk thrashed, breaking old bones and pipes in the walls. Hold it, the auditor snarled. Hadrian planted his feet and poured power into the chain line until his arm shook. The serpent's body convulsed once, twice, then crashed down with a weight that made dust fall from the ceiling. Fawkes landed on a broken statue, blood and venom smoking along one talon before his tears fell, bright and clean, onto the wound. The hissing stopped. The auditor rose breathing hard, spike black with venom. Dead. Hadrian did not trust the word until the mirror showed no movement, the probe found no pulse, and Fawkes gave one soft note that sounded less like victory than permission to keep living. He looked at the fangs, the venom, the phoenix tears shining on stone, and the impossible road opening ahead of Harry without a forest or a killing curse at the end of it. Secure the venom, he said quietly. Collect the tears under witness. We have what we need for the scar. 28. The Parasite Expulsion. Madame Pomfrey refused to let the work happen in the chamber, and for once no one in the room tried to argue with her. The basilisk lay dead below the school, its fangs sealed under goblin glass and its venom drawn into narrow crystal phials by hands that trusted neither courage nor haste. Fawkes had given 3 tears under Dumbledore's witness, each caught in a silver cup and transferred into a vial lined with phoenix ash, and the goblin auditor had marked every movement with a chain of custody charm that clicked softly whenever someone breathed too near the evidence tray. By the time Hadrian reached the hospital wing, the room had been emptied of ordinary beds, screened with privacy wards, and stripped of anything Poppy Pomfrey considered needless clutter around a living child. Harry sat on the nearest bed with Sirius at his side, small against white sheets that made his black hair look even darker. He wasn't being brave in the loud way adults praised because it made fear easier to ignore. He was watching everything, knees drawn up, fingers curled into the blanket while Pomfrey checked his pulse for the 3rd time. Sirius kept one hand near Harry's shoulder and the other wrapped around his wand, and Hadrian couldn't blame him for either. The sight of them together struck harder than the dead basilisk had, because this was what the future had stolen from Harry before he ever knew it was his. Euphemia set the Peverell folio on a transfigured examination table and opened it only after the goblin auditor laid 3 ward rods beside the venom tray. Name the procedure for the record, she said, her quill already poised. And use words a guardian can understand before anyone starts hiding behind old family phrasing. Hadrian turned the folio until Pomfrey, Dumbledore, Euphemia, and the auditor could all see the page. Old ink showed a narrow circle drawn around a sleeping figure, with 3 marked anchors outside the body and a black fleck suspended between 2 silver lines. Parasite expulsion ritual, he said. Old Peverell family magic. It isn't for pulling a Horcrux out of an object, and it isn't sacrificial separation. It was made for a living host when something foreign has latched onto the soul and has to be driven out without treating the host like the container. Pomfrey's mouth tightened. I dislike every part of that sentence. So do I, Sirius said, voice low and dangerous. Especially the part where you're talking about my godson like something's latched onto him. Harry went very still. Hadrian saw the boy's hand lift halfway toward his scar before Sirius gently caught his wrist, not stopping him harshly, only keeping the movement from becoming panic. Hadrian lowered himself to one knee beside the bed, because he had asked Harry once and would not stop asking now merely because urgency had sharpened its teeth. The scar was made by the curse that killed your mother, he said. Something of Voldemort caught there when the curse broke. Not you, not your fault, not anything you invited. Harry's eyes searched his face. Can it hear us? No, Hadrian said, not like the diary, not awake like that, but it doesn't belong in you, and after tonight we finally have what we need to remove it properly. Dumbledore leaned over the folio without touching it, his face grave behind his half-moon spectacles. You are relying on Lily's protection to distinguish Harry from the intruding fragment. I'm relying on Lily's protection to show the ritual what is Harry and what isn't, Hadrian said. He set a small black stone bowl inside the chalked circle at the foot of the bed. The Peverell work opens a path outward. The basilisk venom destroys the expelled fragment once it's contained. The phoenix tears are for Harry, and they are ready before venom comes near anything. Sirius looked at Pomfrey rather than Hadrian. Poppy? Pomfrey kept her fingers around Harry's wrist, counting pulse by touch while her eyes moved across the folio. No one begins until I have heard every danger aloud, she said. And if his breathing changes, if his heart stutters, or if that scar so much as bleeds wrong, I stop this ritual and everyone in this room obeys me. Amelia Bones arrived before Pomfrey finished setting out her conditions, and the hospital wing changed the moment she crossed the ward line. She did not come in like a rescuer, or like a ministry official looking for a chair from which to scold people. She came in with a gray traveling cloak over her shoulders, a legal satchel in one hand, and the expression of a woman who had been told that an 11-year-old child, an immortal terrorist soul fragment, a dead basilisk, and Albus Dumbledore were all in the same building after midnight. Someone will explain this in words suitable for a court record, Madame Bones said, stopping beside Euphemia's table. And then someone will explain why I was not called before a school basilisk was killed beneath a bathroom. You were called as soon as the immediate threat was contained, Euphemia said without looking up from her notes. Had you preferred to be invited while the serpent was still mobile, I will amend future emergency etiquette accordingly. Sirius made a sharp sound that might have become laughter in a kinder room, but his hand stayed on Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore inclined his head, and the movement had enough humility in it to irritate Hadrian more than pride would have done. Madame Bones, your presence is welcome. The situation concerns Harry's scar and a dangerous magical remnant lodged there by Voldemort's failed curse. Amelia's gaze cut to Harry, then softened by a fraction before she turned cold again. A remnant in a child is not a school matter. It is not a headmaster's discretion, and it is not a family curiosity for old blood to test. It's also not a ministry exhibit, Sirius said. His voice came rough, too close to the edge. He's my godson. Nobody starts measuring him for a report. Harry's fingers tightened in the blanket. Hadrian saw the pressure building around him, not as malice, but as adult fear taking shape in adult voices until the boy at the center became smaller with every protective claim. He stepped between the bed and the table, not blocking Harry from sight, only changing where the room's force gathered. Then let the order be plain, he said. Sirius holds guardian authority. Madame Pomfrey holds medical stop authority. Madame Bones holds legal witness and child welfare oversight. Euphemia records consent, limits, and objections. Dumbledore provides Phoenix support and school access. Gringotts audits containment because the venom and vessel are cursed evidence. I anchor the Peverell ritual and take the magical strain. And Harry? Amelia asked. Hadrian looked back at the boy. Harry decides whether we begin. Sirius's grip flexed. He's 11. Yes, Hadrian said, which is why his yes alone is not enough. But his no ends it. Dumbledore's face tightened, pain and memory moving behind his eyes. If the fragment remains, there may come a time when the only way to destroy it is through Voldemort himself. Then we make certain that time never arrives, Hadrian said. The words left him quietly, but the room stilled around them. Harry does not die to make old men's arithmetic balance. No one answered at once. Harry stared at Hadrian with his mouth slightly open, as if some terrible rule had been named and broken in the same breath. Sirius shut his eyes for half a second, and when he opened them again, the anger was still there, but it had found somewhere to stand. Pomfrey reached for a fresh diagnostic strip and held it over Harry's scar until the paper trembled black at the edge. "Then we proceed like people who mean that," Pomfrey said, slowly, aloud, and with my hand on the stop line. Pomfrey made them prove they meant it before she allowed a single ward to close. She made Hadrian describe the circle again, then made Dumbledore name exactly where Fawkes would stand, then made the Goblin Auditor show her the containment vessel from 3 angles while Amelia watched the explanation like a woman memorizing testimony for a trial. Only when Sirius repeated, in a hoarse voice, that he understood the danger and still consented if Harry did Pomfrey turn to the bed and soften by the smallest possible degree. Harry looked at the chalk circle, the black stone bowl, the silver vial of phoenix tears, and the crystal phial of basilisk venom waiting under goblin glass. His face had gone pale enough that the freckles across his nose stood out like tiny ink marks, but he did not pull away from Sirius. "Will it hurt?" he asked, and the quiet honesty of it cut through the room more cleanly than panic would have done. "Yes," Hadrian said, "because anything else would have been a betrayal." He crouched beside the bed again, close enough to be heard without forcing Harry to look up. "Not like poison, not like being cursed. It may feel as if the scar is trying to hold on to something, and the ritual is telling it to let go. You won't be alone in it." Harry swallowed and looked at Sirius. "You'll stay?" Sirius took Harry's hand at once, folding both of his around it as if grip alone could become a shield. "Right here, pup. If you say stop, I shout stop. If anyone ignores me, I start hexing important people in order of smugness." Euphemia's quill paused. "For the record, that is not a recommended legal remedy." "It'll make me feel better," Sirius said, and Harry's mouth trembled into something almost like a smile before fear pulled it back. Hadrian stood and stepped into the anchor position at the foot of the bed. The Peverell folio lay open on the table, its old ink darkening as his wand passed over the ritual marks. He set the black stone bowl inside the inner ring, placed the sealed venom phial beyond it, and touched the rim of the phoenix tear vial only long enough to confirm its warmth. "Harry James Potter," he said, keeping his voice steady through the weight in his chest. "Do you consent to the parasite expulsion ritual, under your guardian's authority and Madame Pomfrey's stop command?" Harry squeezed Sirius's hand. "Yes," he said. His voice shook, but it did not break. "Get it out." The circle answered before Hadrian spoke the first formal word. Lily's protection rose as a soft gold line around Harry's scar, not bright, not grand, only unmistakably alive, and the black fleck inside it recoiled like something caught in a lantern's glow. Harry gasped, Sirius swore, and Pomfrey's wand snapped toward the stop line, but Hadrian lifted his free hand without taking his eyes off the mark. "Not yet," Hadrian said. The Peverell magic caught in his palm and bit down hard enough to make his bones ache. "It's moving the right way." The black fleck crawled beneath the gold line like a trapped insect trying to find skin to hide under. Harry's breath hitched, and Sirius bent over him at once, one hand locked around Harry's and the other hovering near the ward line as if he could seize the pain itself by the throat. Hadrian kept the Peverell channel open and felt the ritual answer through his bones, not as a spell he commanded, but as an old family road that had been waiting too long for someone to use it properly. "Talk to me, Harry," Pomfrey said, her wand following the pulse at his throat while her other hand pressed 2 fingers to his wrist. "Words, Mr. Potter. I need words." "It burns," Harry whispered. His face twisted, but he did not pull away. "It's pulling." "Pull back," Hadrian said. His voice came low because shouting would make the room break around the boy. "Not with magic, with yourself. Think of Sirius's hand. Think of your own name. Think of your mother, not the curse." Dumbledore's face tightened, and Fawkes opened his wings on the foot rail, song trembling through the white walls until the lamp steadied. The gold line around Harry's scar brightened. The fleck recoiled, then tore free in a thread of oily shadow that rose from the lightning mark and snapped toward the stone bowl. The bowl struck like a bell. Harry cried out once, sharp and young, and Sirius lurched forward before Amelia caught his sleeve. "Hold," Amelia said, her own voice strained. "He's still breathing. Let Pomfrey read him." The Goblin Auditor broke the venom seal with a hooked silver tool. 1 drop fell into the bowl. The shadow inside convulsed, folding in on itself with a thin sound Hadrian felt behind his teeth rather than heard, and then basilisk venom did what no argument, prophecy, or sacrifice had ever needed to do. It ended the fragment outside the child. Pomfrey moved first. She tipped phoenix tears across Harry's scar and pressed a glowing diagnostic charm over his brow. The angry red lines softened beneath the light, leaving the scar present but quiet, no longer a wound with a listener behind it. Harry blinked, then frowned and squinted toward Sirius's face. "What's wrong?" Sirius asked at once, panic returning fresh. "I can't see properly," Harry said, sounding confused rather than frightened. "Everything's blurry." Sirius gave a shaking laugh that had no humor in it. "Maybe you need a new prescription. Gimme those specs, pup." Harry let him take the glasses. His eyes widened. "Oh," he breathed, "I can see perfectly." Pomfrey stared at him, then ran 3 charms in quick succession, each one gentler than the last. "The fragment must have been pressing on or interfering with the optic nerve," she said, wonder fighting professional outrage in her voice. "Now it's gone. His magic has corrected his vision." Hadrian looked at Harry, seeing the room clearly for the first time, and the victory hurt more than he had expected. The boy had not gained power. He had simply been given back something that should never have been stolen. 29. A day that didn't bite. Harry woke in a room that had chosen warmth while he slept. The curtains at Grimmauld Place had been drawn back from the narrow window, and pale morning light rested on the bedspread instead of stabbing through it. Hedwig sat on the new shelf by the glass, puffed round and watchful, while a tray hovered beside the bedside table with toast, eggs, tea, pumpkin juice, and a folded note in Madame Pomfrey's sharp handwriting. For a few seconds Harry lay very still, waiting for the hospital wing smell, the burn in his scar, or the blurred shape of his glasses on the bedside table. None of them came. The scar was quiet. The room was clear. His glasses were there because someone had set them beside him out of habit, but he could see every scratch on the frame without touching them. Sirius knocked once and opened the door before Harry could decide whether to answer. He came in carrying a stack of folded clothes, a measuring tape dangling from one hand, and an expression of theatrical seriousness that would have worked better if his hair had not been sticking up on one side. "Morning, pup. Poppy says you're to eat everything on that tray, drink both potions, avoid heroic nonsense, and report any pain, dizziness, curse residue, strange dreams, or sudden desire to become a Dark Lord." Harry blinked at him, then pushed himself up against the pillows. "That last one was on the note?" "No, that one was mine," Sirius said, setting the clothes at the end of the bed with great care. "I'm expanding the medical checklist. Very responsible of me." Harry smiled before he remembered to stop himself. The motion felt strange on his face, not because it hurt, but because no one was asking him to be brave while he did it. He reached for the tea, then hesitated when Sirius picked up one of his old shirts from the chair and held it against the folded pile. The sleeves were noticeably short. The collar looked tired, thin, and wrong against the better room around him. Sirius's joke faded into something gentler. "You've grown again," he said. "Pomfrey says proper food, sleep, and not having a soul parasite camping in your scar may do that to a boy." Harry looked down at his wrists, where yesterday's cuffs would have ridden too high. "I didn't notice." "I did," Sirius said. He snapped the measuring tape open, then seemed to remember himself and held it out instead of stepping closer. "So today we're fixing it. Clothes that fit, shoes that don't look like they lost a duel, maybe a robe or two that isn't school-issue black and despair." Harry's fingers tightened around the cup. "I don't need much." "That isn't the question," Sirius said, and his voice stayed light only because he was trying very hard. "The question is whether my godson is going to walk around dressed like he's apologizing for taking up space." Harry looked toward the open door, where Hadrian stood just beyond the threshold with a file tucked under one arm and his face carefully still. He did not enter as if the room belonged to him. He only looked at Harry, then at Sirius, and the faintest approval moved through his tired eyes. Harry swallowed, set the cup down, and took the measuring tape from Sirius's hand. "All right," he said, "but not too much." Sirius's grin returned, bright and dangerous. "Excellent. We'll begin by agreeing that, too much, is a term under review." Sirius proved that, too much, had been under review only in the sense that he had already appealed, overturned the ruling, and appointed himself the entire Wizengamot. By the time Harry came downstairs washed, fed, and wearing yesterday's shirt with the cuffs tugged self-consciously toward his knuckles, Sirius had a flow address written on a card, a pouch of gold on the hall table, and Creature standing nearby with the air of someone enduring a collapse in ancestral standards. Master Black intends to parade Master Harry through commerce like a newly acquired sofa, Creature muttered, though the words lacked the old poison. Proper blacks summon tailors. Proper blacks do not chase measuring women through public shops. Sirius pointed at him with the flow card. Proper blacks also mounted elf heads on walls, so we're taking their advice selectively. Harry froze halfway through reaching for his cloak. His eyes flicked toward Creature, then toward the corridor where the old house seemed to listen. Hadrian saw the moment catch, not because Harry feared Creature, but because he had learned too well that other people's arguments could become his fault if he stood near them. Creature's ears flattened. Mistress Walburga would have screamed. Almost certainly, Sirius said, and his mouth twitched in a way that made the answer less cruel than it might have been. That's part of the appeal. Hadrian stepped closer to the hall table and set down a slim packet. Madame Malkins can adjust school robes, but this address is better for ordinary clothes. They work with magical children who change size quickly. No spectacle, no measuring in the front window, and no sale switch trying to sell Harry Dragonhide evening boots because Sirius looks rich enough to deserve punishment. Sirius looked wounded. I would never buy Dragonhide evening boots without consulting the victim. Harry's shoulders loosened a little. Are Dragonhide evening boots real? Not after today if I can help it, Hadrian said, and held out the packet to Sirius. Pomfrey included measurements from last night, but she wrote that they're already provisional. Buy for now, not for some imagined adult shape. He needs clothes that fit him today. Sirius took the packet, and the joking brightness in his face softened into attention. Right, today. They left through the flow into a small fitting house off Diagon Alley, where the front room smelled of clean wool, cedar boxes, and steam charms. A witch with silver pins floating around her wrist greeted Sirius by name, then looked at Harry without staring at his scar. That alone made Harry stand a little straighter. Mr. Potter, she said, setting a measuring cord loose with a flick of her fingers. Stand on the marked rug, please. Arms out when you're ready, and tell me if anything pinches. Harry obeyed, stiff as a boy facing inspection, while the cord looped around his shoulders, wrists, waist, and ankles with brisk gentleness. Sirius prowled between shelves, holding up shirts, jumpers, trousers, and one dark green jacket with far too much hope in his eyes. Harry watched the growing pile with mounting alarm. That's enough, Harry said, as the fifth shirt joined the stack. Really, 1 or 2 is fine. Sirius lowered the jacket. Pup, 1 or 2 is what you buy when you already own things that fit. Harry's face warmed. I don't want to waste money. The fitting witch pretended not to hear. Hadrian did not. He took a soft blue jumper from the shelf and held it out, not to Sirius, but to Harry. Then don't waste it. Choose something you'll actually wear. Harry looked at the jumper as if liking it might make it more expensive. Slowly, he touched the sleeve between finger and thumb. This one, he said. Sirius smiled, but this time he did not cheer. He simply laid the jumper on the counter with the others and said, good choice. By the time the fitting witch finished, Harry had new trousers that did not drag under his shoes, shirts with cuffs that met his wrists, soft jumpers folded in brown paper, and a pair of boots that made him stand oddly still when he tried them on. Sirius paid before Harry could ask the total, then handed the packages to the shop's delivery charm with an address card for Grimmauld Place. Harry watched the parcels vanish one by one and looked as if part of him expected someone to snatch them back. Sirius saw it too. He did not tease this time. He clapped his hands once and turned toward the door with brisk cheer. Right, necessary things done. Now we do the important thing. Harry followed him out into the side alley, adjusting the sleeve of the blue jumper he had been allowed to wear away from the shop. More clothes? Merlin, no. Even I have limits, despite what certain slanderous professors might suggest, Sirius said, glancing back at Hadrian with open accusation. We're going to the Tornadoes match. Harry stopped so abruptly that a witch carrying a basket of self-warming pasties nearly walked into him. A real match? A real match, Sirius said. Tutshill versus Carfilly. Proper seats. Terrible snacks. Men and women being paid actual money to make school Quidditch look like children falling off garden chairs. Hadrian had known Sirius was planning something after the shopping, but he had not expected the look that crossed Harry's face. It was not simple happiness. It was suspicion, wonder, and the delicate fear that joy might be taken away if he reached for it too quickly. Hadrian stepped to the side, giving the boy room to look at Sirius without being watched too closely. Harry touched the ticket Sirius held out. But I haven't written to Ron and Hermione. I should tell them I'm all right. We'll buy postcards at the stadium, Sirius said. You can write to them there. Dear Ron, saw a professional keeper make a save you'd pretend was easy. Dear Hermione, nobody died and I ate something probably illegal. Very reassuring. Harry gave a startled laugh, and it changed his whole face. Sirius's grin softened with something fiercely private, then he offered his arm with ridiculous formality. Harry looked at it, rolled his eyes in a way that was still shy, and took it. The flow took them to a stadium gate outside Tutshill, where the roar of the crowd hit before the green flames had cleared from their robes. Vendors shouted over one another. Children in tornadoes blue waved little charm banners that spun in tight circles above their heads. A boy no older than Harry argued with his father about broom balance while biting into a pie so hot steam curled past his nose. Harry turned in place, eyes bright and bare without glasses, trying to see everything at once. Sirius bought 3 meat pies, 2 pumpkin fizz bottles, and a program before Hadrian could point out that lunch had happened less than 2 hours ago. Stadium rules, Sirius said, pressing a pie into Harry's hands. Food consumed while watching Quidditch doesn't count against ordinary meals. Harry looked down at the pie, then up at the high hoops visible through the gate. That's definitely not true. No, Hadrian said, accepting his own program. But I've seen worse legal arguments survive committee. Sirius laughed and steered Harry toward the stands. Harry went with him, no longer checking the price of every good thing before allowing himself to want it. The match ended with Tutshill winning by 40 points and Sirius declaring that the Carfilly Seeker had been robbed by bad wind, worse refereeing, and possibly a conspiracy involving 3 blind bats in ministry robes. Harry argued the point all the way back through the flow, cheeks flushed from the stadium air, program clutched in one hand and a half-finished postcard to Ron tucked carefully inside it. He was still explaining the final dive when Grimmauld Place closed around them, dark walls, old portraits, and all, but the house did not swallow the sound. Sirius's laughter reached the stairwell ahead of them, and Harry's voice followed it. Creature has placed Master Harry's purchases in the young master's room, Creature announced from beside the umbrella stand, thin hands folded over his tea towel. His eyes flicked over the blue jumper, the stadium ribbon Sirius had tied badly around Harry's wrist, and the crumbs on the front of Sirius's robes. Creature has also removed pie flakes from the entry carpet before Mistress could begin screaming in her frame. Sirius looked toward the curtained portrait with wary satisfaction. Excellent initiative. 10 points to the forces of not waking my mother. Creature sniffed. Points are for schoolchildren and fools. Harry glanced at Sirius, then at Creature. Thank you, he said, a little awkwardly, for putting the clothes away. Creature stared at him as if gratitude from a Potter-shaped child had not been covered by any house rule he trusted. Young Master Harry's room should not look like a storage cupboard, he muttered at last. Ancient houses are judged by how they keep their children. The words landed too sharply. Sirius went still, and Hadrian saw the flash of anger cross his face before he caged it. Harry did not seem to hear the insult in the way the adults did. He only looked up the staircase, toward the room that had been given to him and still had not become entirely his. Hadrian set the match program on the hall table. Then perhaps it needs one thing chosen by the child who sleeps there. Sirius seized on the offer with almost desperate cheer. Yes, brilliant. Posters, curtains, shelves, a proper desk, anything. We can start small or start ridiculous. I vote ridiculous. Harry laughed under his breath, but he climbed the stairs more slowly than he had entered the house. In his room, the new clothes sat folded in neat stacks on the chair and bed, too clean and numerous to look real. Hedwig's shelf had been polished. The old curtains still hung heavy and dark, making the morning warmth from earlier feel like something temporary. Harry stood in the middle of the room and turned once, considering it with the serious uncertainty he had brought to broom choices and jumpers. Could I have a Tornadoes poster? He asked. Not loads, just one. Maybe near Hedwig, if she won't peck it. Sirius's grin softened. 1 Tornadoes poster, subject to owl approval. And lighter curtains, Harry added, quicker this time, as if saying the second thing before courage changed its mind. Not bright, just not these. Creature made a strangled noise from the doorway, but when Sirius looked at him, the elf only bowed stiffly. Creature will find cloth that does not shame the room. Hadrian watched Harry touch the stadium ribbon on his wrist and look at the dark curtains with quiet decision. The house had not been healed. Not yet, but it had been asked to make room for a boy who expected so little that 1 poster felt like a claim, and today, that was enough. 30. The Hogwarts Express. Platform 9 3/4 did not wait politely for anyone's heart to settle. Steam rolled beneath the iron ribs of the station roof, owls complained from stacked cages, trunks bumped over shoes, and parents called last instructions over the whistle of the Scarlet engine. Harry stood beside his trolley in a new dark jacket that actually fit his shoulders, one hand resting on Hedwig's cage and the other curled around the strap of his school bag. The Tornadoes poster had been packed carefully between books. His glasses were gone from his face, and the absence kept drawing glances from people who remembered him only as a thin boy with round frames and too much fame. Sirius noticed every glance. He stood close enough that Harry could lean into him if the platform became too much, but not so close that he trapped him there. That restraint cost him. Hadrian could see it in the set of Sirius's jaw, in the way his hand kept starting toward Harry's shoulder and stopping halfway. You've got your books, your robes, your potion schedule, Hedwig's treats, the emergency parchment, and the mirror, Sirius said, checking items off on his fingers with solemn attention. You'll write if anything hurts, if anyone threatens you, if Snape breathes too dramatically in your direction, or if you decide Hogwarts food is inferior to creatures in need rescuing. Harry looked up at him, mouth twitching. Creature made porridge 3 times this week because he said children shouldn't trust castle breakfasts. Creature is a mad old tyrant with excellent priorities, Sirius said. He bent slightly, lowering his voice without making it private enough to feel secret. And you are coming home for Christmas unless you decide otherwise. Not because I'm letting the castle keep you. Because you choose. Harry's fingers tightened on the trolley handle, and Hadrian looked away for half a breath because the boy's face had gone too open. The choice mattered more than the destination. Home was no longer a place adults debated over his head. It had become a word Sirius kept handing back to him until Harry learned how to hold it. A burst of red hair broke through the crowd before Harry could answer. Ron came first, dragging his trunk with one hand and waving with the other, Hermione close behind him with her book bag already packed as if exams might ambush her before lunch. Molly and Arthur followed, and their welcome checked itself when they saw Sirius standing there, not as scandal, not as rumor, but as Harry's godfather with a hand on his trunk and goodbye written all over his face. Harry, Ron said, skidding to a stop. His eyes jumped to Harry's face. Where are your glasses? Harry shrugged, trying for casual and not quite managing it. Don't need them anymore. Hermione's mouth opened, then shut again as she clearly filed away 6 questions for later. That's wonderful, she said instead, and then looked at Sirius with careful politeness. Good morning, Mr. Black. Sirius said at once. Mr. Black is either my father or a family curse, depending on the day. Molly made a soft disapproving sound, but it did not have much force behind it. She stepped forward and adjusted the collar of Harry's jacket with brisk motherly fingers before Harry could flinch away or lean into it. You look well, dear, she said, and her voice warmed around the words. Properly fed. Arthur smiled at Sirius, a little uncertainly but honestly. He does. Hadrian watched Harry stand between them, no longer swallowed by anyone's rescue. The Weasleys still loved loudly. Sirius loved like a man trying not to clutch. Hermione watched with sharp concern, and Ron looked relieved that Harry was there at all. Around the boy, the platform rearranged itself, and the train waited to carry that new shape back to Hogwarts. The whistle blew before Molly could fuss a second time, and the platform answered with a surge of motion. Parents leaned through windows for last kisses, trunks thudded into place, and the scarlet train breathed steam across everyone's ankles. Ron grabbed one handle of Harry's trunk without asking. Hermione took Hedwig's cage with both hands in a warning glance at anyone who might bump her, and Harry found himself moving toward the carriage door with friends on either side and Sirius still close behind. Right tonight, Sirius said, catching Harry's sleeve before the step up. His grip was light, but the words weren't. Not tomorrow, not when you've settled, tonight, even if it only says you arrived and the castle hasn't eaten you. Harry nodded, then hesitated with one foot on the step. The platform pressed around them, noisy and impatient, but Sirius's face held him in place more firmly than any hand could have done. All right, Harry said. And I'll come home for Christmas. Sirius's breath left him in a way that almost became a laugh. Good, excellent, sensible child, terrible taste in Quidditch teams, but otherwise promising. Harry smiled, and this time he stepped back down long enough to hug him. Sirius folded around him at once, fierce for one heartbeat and careful the next, as if remembering in the middle of holding on that Harry was not something to be locked away from the world. Hadrian stood near the trolley line and looked toward the engine until the moment had somewhere private to land. Ron waited until Harry climbed into the carriage before speaking, which for Ron counted as heroic restraint. You really don't need glasses? Like, at all? No, Harry said, pulling his trunk along the corridor while Hermione carried Hedwig ahead with grave attention. Madame Pomfrey checked 3 times. Then Sirius made her check again because he thought I might be pretending to avoid looking bookish. Hermione glanced back over her shoulder. That's not how eyesight works. That's what Madame Pomfrey said, Harry replied. Ron shoved open an empty compartment with his shoulder and grinned. Brilliant. You can see Snape sneering from farther away now. Harry laughed as they dragged the trunk inside. Hermione set Hedwig carefully beside the window, then turned on him with the expression she used when patients had been granted a very limited lease. Harry, what happened? Harry sat by the window, the platform moving beyond the glass in flashes of red hair, black robes, and waving hands. He could see Sirius clearly through the steam, one hand raised, Hadrian beside him like a quieter shadow. A lot, Harry said, and the truth of it made the compartment smaller for a second. But I'm all right. Hermione's eyes softened, though her jaw stayed stubborn. That is not an answer. No, Harry admitted. The train lurched, and the platform began sliding away. He lifted his hand to Sirius until steam swallowed the last clear shape of home. It's the part one can say before I know where to start. Ron bought them time by treating the question as a food problem. He dragged open the compartment door the moment the sweet trolley rattled past, bought enough chocolate frogs to make Hermione frown, and began piling wrappers between them as if sugar could build a wall around anything too serious. Harry led him. The rhythm of the train helped, wheels clacking under the floor, Field sliding past the window, Hedwig dozing beside the glass while Hermione watched Harry over the top of an unopened book. You can ask, Harry said at last, because Hermione's restraint had become almost painful to look at. Hermione set the book down immediately. Did it hurt? Ron's hand froze halfway into a packet of Drooble's best blowing gum. His face changed, all the jokes dropping out of it at once. Harry looked down at the chocolate frog card in his hand and found Dumbledore smiling up at him with painted patience. He turned the card over. Not like being cursed, he said. It was more like something that didn't belong was being pulled loose. Hermione's eyes went bright with horror she refused to spill. And it was in your scar all this time? Harry nodded once. Hadrian said it wasn't awake like the diary. It couldn't talk to me. It was just there, from the night my mum died. Ron swallowed. Bloody hell. Hermione reached across the gap before she seemed to think better of it, then stopped with her hand hovering near his sleeve. Harry looked at it, then moved his arm just enough that her fingers touched the new jacket. The small contact steadied him more than he expected. I'm not telling everyone, he said. Sirius says some things belong to me before they belong to the papers. They do, Hermione said fiercely. They absolutely do. The compartment door slid open before Ron could agree. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor with Crabbe and Goyle behind him, his eyes going first to Ron, then Hermione, then Harry's bare face. The pause was tiny, but Harry saw it now without glass between him and the world. Well, Draco said, drawing the word out. Potter, new clothes, no spectacles, and Black himself waving you off. I suppose some people improve when someone finally decides to keep them. Ron was on his feet before the insult had finished landing. Say that again. Harry stood too, not quickly, not with his wand out. He only stepped between Ron and the door because the corridor had gone quiet around them, and because Draco was watching for the old shape of him. Don't, Harry said. Draco's pale eyebrows lifted. Don't what? Don't try to work out which part hurts, Harry said. His voice stayed even, and that made the words feel stronger than anger would have. You're not good enough at it. For a second Draco looked more startled than offended. Hermione's breath caught softly behind Harry. Ron stopped moving. Crabbe and Goyle glanced at each other, waiting for the order to become something they understood. Draco's mouth tightened. Careful, Potter. New guardian or not, you're still on this train. Yes, Harry said. With friends, not retainers, like you. The words left him quietly, but they changed the compartment. Draco looked from Ron's raised chin to Hermione's sharp, furious face, then back to Harry standing straight in clothes that fit. Crabbe and Goyle shifted behind him, slow understanding moving across their faces just enough to make Draco's ears color. Whatever answer he had prepared no longer matched the boy in front of him. He sneered because he had no better exit, then slid the door shut hard enough to rattle the glass. Harry sat down only after the footsteps moved away, and Ron stared at him as if the train had just done something brilliant. For a while after Draco left, the compartment held a silence that did not know whether it wanted to laugh or breathe. Ron solved that by dropping back onto the seat opposite Harry and staring at him with open admiration, a chocolate frog melting forgotten between his fingers. Hermione recovered first in the practical way she often did, taking the sweet from Ron before it could ruin his robes and setting it on the wrapper with unnecessary precision. Retainers, Ron said at last, as if tasting the word. You called Crabbe and Goyle retainers. Harry looked down at his hands, suddenly less certain now that Draco was no longer there to make courage simple. Was that awful? It was accurate, Hermione said, though her voice carried the faintest warning that accuracy did not always excuse everything. Then her mouth betrayed her by twitching at the corner. Possibly also awful. Ron leaned back with a grin that looked ready to last until Christmas. It was brilliant. His face went all pink round the ears. I didn't know Malfoys could do that. Harry laughed, and the sound loosened the last tight place the confrontation had left behind. The corridor outside had begun to murmur, not loudly enough to become a scene, but enough for Harry to know Draco's exit had not gone unnoticed. A pair of second years passed too slowly by the glass, peering in until Hermione looked up with such sharp disapproval that they hurried on. Harry expected embarrassment to close over him. Instead he found himself sitting straighter, not because he wanted attention, but because shrinking would have made the words he had just spoken untrue. By late afternoon, the windows had darkened and the train lamps turned the compartment warm gold. Ron was halfway through an argument about whether professional keepers made school Quidditch look better or worse when Harry drew out the postcard he had started at the stadium. He added one careful sentence beneath the scribbled report of the match, then held it where Hermione could inspect the ink without reading over much. Dear Sirius, Ron read upside down before Hermione smacked his arm. Train hasn't eaten me. Malfoy tried. Failed. It does not say that, Hermione said, but she was smiling now. It should, Ron said. That's news. Harry looked at the card and imagined Sirius reading it at the kitchen table, probably while pretending not to have waited beside the owl window. He wrote, I'm all right, and for once the words did not feel like something adults had taught him to say so they would stop asking. The train slowed as Hogsmeade Station came into view, lanterns glowing through mist and rain-dark air. Students surged into the corridor, dragging trunks, calling names, and pressing toward the doors. Harry lifted Hedwig's cage while Ron wrestled with the trunk and Hermione guarded the postcard from bending. When the door opened, cold Highland air swept in, smelling of wet stone, smoke, and the lake beyond the dark. Harry stepped down onto the platform without stumbling. No glasses slid down his nose. No scar burned under his fringe. Behind him, Ron complained about his trunk's wheel, Hermione told him to lift rather than drag, and somewhere ahead Draco's pale head vanished into the Slytherin crowd without turning back. Harry looked past all of them to the castle lights high above the water, and Hogwarts looked different, not safer exactly, but less able to pretend he was arriving unchanged. 31. The Empty Smile. Hadrian heard Lockhart before he saw him, which was becoming an unfortunate pattern. Laughter rolled out of the second-floor classroom in bright, polished waves, followed by the sharper sound of a girl yelping, a desk scraping, and Gilderoy Lockhart declaring, "Excellent reflexes, Miss Pottle." Panic is merely enthusiasm wearing untidy shoes. Hadrian stopped at the doorway with his marked lesson roll under one arm and found 3 Cornish pixies loose among the curtains while the second years ducked, dodged, and shielded their faces with considerably more competence than Lockhart seemed to notice. That, at least, steadied Hadrian's temper. They were not the frightened, untrained first years they had been a year ago. Seamus had already dropped low rather than flailing when a pixie dived at his ear. Hermione had her wand in hand but not raised, waiting for permission rather than adding spellfire to a chaotic room. Ron had dragged Harry half a step behind an overturned desk, and Harry was watching the pixie's flight pattern instead of the professor's smile. Hadrian saw a year of soft tennis balls, chalk circles, paired movement, and patient failure in those small choices. Lockhart saw an audience. "Professor Lockhart," Hadrian said from the doorway, "one of your teaching aides is attempting to tie Mr. Creevy's camera strap to the chandelier." Lockhart turned with delight, so practiced it arrived before recognition. "Lord Peverell, splendid timing. I was just demonstrating that courage begins with composure." "Composure helps," Hadrian said, stepping inside as Colin Creevy clutched his camera to his chest and tried not to look rescued. "Containment helps more." He flicked his wand once. The pixie at the chandelier spun backward into the open cage with an offended shriek. A second charm turned the curtain rail smooth as glass, sending 2 more pixies sliding helplessly down into the cage after it. The latch clicked shut before Lockhart could transform the recovery into theater. Around the room, the second years exhaled with the careful restraint of children who had learned that adult embarrassment could be dangerous. Lockhart's smile remained, but it emptied at the edges. A neat little intervention. Of course, I had matters well in hand. Harry's eyes met Hadrian's for half a heartbeat, too old with understanding and too young to hide it perfectly. Hadrian looked away first, because this was not the place to answer that look. "Then your class is fortunate," he said. "Mine begins in 10 minutes. I'll expect the same students with fewer bite marks." By the time the second years reached the practical room, they were already whispering. Hadrian let them see the marked lanes, the padded screens, and the basket of charmed practice balls waiting beside the wall before he spoke. "Last year, you learned not to stand still. This year, you learn not to move alone." He let the first pass begin gently, because second-year confidence was still a fragile thing and Lockhart's classroom had already left its bright fingerprints on them. The first charmed ball floated between the marked lanes, bobbing at shoulder height, and Harry moved when Ron moved instead of after him. Hermione shifted with them, wand low, eyes tracking not only the ball but the gap it left behind. When Hadrian sent a second ball curving toward Seamus and Dean, Seamus ducked right, Dean stepped left, and neither collided. That was improvement. It was also not enough. "Stop," Hadrian said, and the balls dropped neatly into his waiting basket. "Better. Not good, but better. Mr. Weasley, why did you move when Mr. Potter moved?" Ron glanced at Harry, then back at Hadrian. "Because if you went one way and I went the other, we'd block each other, sir." "And if you were being chased by something worse than a practice ball?" Hadrian asked. "Then I'd rather not trip Harry into being eaten," Ron said, which earned a nervous laugh from half the room and a very pointed look from Hermione. Hadrian allowed the laughter to breathe and then cut through it before it softened the lesson too far. "Good instinct. Poor plan if it remains instinct. This year, you will learn to signal, cover, and move as a pair before fear makes the choice for you." He tapped his wand against the nearest padded screen, and 2 chalk arrows appeared on the floor. Again, Potter and Weasley, left lane. Granger and Pottle, right lane. Finnegan and Thomas, center. You're not dodging as individuals. You're making sure the person beside you has somewhere to go. They began again, clumsy but willing, and Hadrian watched Hermione with particular care. She moved well when the rules were clear, better than most, and she corrected Parvati's angle with a quick whisper rather than a lecture. Yet when the door clicked softly behind them and Lockhart's voice drifted past in the corridor, Hermione's head turned by a fraction. It was tiny. It still cost her the lane. The practice ball clipped her shoulder, soft enough not to hurt but firm enough to make her stumble. Hadrian caught the ball before it could rebound into Parvati. "Miss Granger," he said quietly, "what took your attention?" Hermione flushed, more embarrassed than frightened. "Professor Lockhart was passing, sir." So he was. Hadrian set the ball back into motion, slower this time, and kept his voice even. "Admiration is allowed. Distraction is not." He's written a great many books, Hermione said, and the defense came too quickly. He must know a great deal, even if the pixies were more difficult than he expected. Hadrian felt the old future stir behind his ribs, not as anger at Hermione, but as dread for every clever child who mistook print, polish, and applause for proof. Books can preserve experience, he said. They can also preserve a performance of it. Your task is not to sneer at either. Your task is to test what stands when the room stops clapping. Hermione's chin lifted, wounded pride meeting thought halfway. How, sir? Hadrian sent the ball toward her again. This time she did not look away. She stepped back, touched Parvati's sleeve, and made space for both of them. Like that, Hadrian said. You keep watching what happens. The lesson did not end with Hermione's answer. Hadrian kept them moving until the first flush of embarrassment had worn off and been replaced by something more useful. He paired Neville with Lavender after Neville apologized twice for stepping into her path, then made them repeat the crossing until Lavender touched his sleeve first and said, "Left," before the ball came. Neville obeyed, startled by being trusted quickly enough to move, and the practice ball passed between them without striking either shoulder. That, Hadrian said, lowering the basket with his wand, is the beginning of a plan. Not a victory, a beginning. You don't need to be brave enough to solve the whole corridor at once. You need to be trained enough not to make the corridor worse for the person beside you. The second years gathered their bags with the noisy relief of children released from concentration. Harry lingered near Ron, watching Hermione with the careful concern he had learned too early. Hermione was pretending to examine her sleeve where the practice ball had touched her, and Parvati stood beside her instead of leaving with Lavender. Hadrian marked that quietly. Small loyalties mattered more than speeches. "Miss Granger," Hadrian said as the others filed out, "one moment." Hermione stopped at once, shoulders tightening. Harry stopped too, and Ron stopped because Harry had, which proved the lesson had landed deeper than any of them knew. Hadrian set the practice balls back into their basket one by one rather than looming over her. "You weren't wrong to value books," he said. "I'd be a poor teacher if I told you otherwise." Hermione's face lifted a little. "Then I wasn't foolish?" "No," Hadrian said. "You were loyal to the thing that has served you best. That's not foolish. It's only dangerous if loyalty keeps you from checking whether the thing deserves it today." Harry looked toward the door, where Lockhart's laughter echoed faintly down the corridor. What if everyone else believes him? Then everyone else can be mistaken, Hadrian said, and saw Hermione take the words as permission she hadn't known she needed. He softened his voice before it became too sharp for children. "But you don't win truth by shouting first. Watch, test, remember what happens when performance meets pressure." A quiet step sounded beyond the open doorway. Dumbledore stood there in purple robes, hands folded lightly before him, his expression mild enough to make the room feel colder. "A thoughtful closing note, Hadrian," he said, "though one hopes our students will not become too suspicious of their teachers." Hadrian turned to face him, aware of Harry going still behind Hermione. "I hope they become appropriately suspicious of danger, Headmaster." Dumbledore's smile remained gentle, and of applause, apparently. "Especially applause," Hadrian said. He lifted the basket and set it on the shelf with care, giving his hands something ordinary to do. Applause tells children where a room is looking. It doesn't tell them whether anyone is safe. For a moment the old man's eyes sharpened behind his spectacles, and Hadrian saw the headmaster beneath the grandfather. Then Dumbledore inclined his head toward the children. "Run along now. Supper will not wait forever." Harry moved only when Hermione did. At the door, he glanced back once, not asking for rescue, only measuring the room he was leaving behind. Hadrian gave the smallest nod he could. Harry accepted it and went after his friends, while Dumbledore watched him go with the same kind expression that had once taught a generation to trust closed doors. Hadrian waited until Dumbledore's footsteps had faded completely before he shut the classroom door. He did not slam it. Anger spent too loudly became evidence for other people's stories, and Hogwarts was full of portraits, ghosts, listening stone, and old men who had taught themselves to call delay wisdom. He set a light privacy charm across the frame, not strong enough to announce secrecy, only neat enough to turn idle curiosity aside, then crossed back through the chalk-marked lanes where second years had learned to move together while a smiling fraud filled the corridors above them. The room felt too ordinary after Dumbledore left. Practice balls rested in their basket. Padded screens stood in disciplined rows. Chalk dust clung to the edge of Hadrian's boot, pale against black leather. Beyond the walls, students would be washing ink from their hands, complaining about homework, and wondering whether Lockhart would sign their books at supper. That was how danger survived in schools. It wore timetable robes, smiled beneath floating candles, and let children mistake performance for protection until the corridor narrowed. Hadrian opened the narrow drawer beneath his desk and removed a black folder sealed with plain wax. The folder held no title. Titles made men dramatic, and drama made them careless. Inside lay lists written in his own hand, each one plain enough to survive scrutiny if read by the wrong eyes and precise enough to cut when used by the right hands. He set them on the desk, weighted the corners with inkpots, and read the first page until his breathing steadied. Diary, destroyed. Cup, destroyed. Scar fragment, removed. The 3 lines were crossed through in dark ink, and the last had been crossed twice, once with a pen and once with a hand that had shaken after Harry took off his glasses and saw the room clearly for the first time. Hadrian touched that line with one finger, then forced himself onward. Relief was dangerous when the work had only become less impossible. A dead diary and a dead cup did not make Britain safe. They only proved the anchors could die. The remaining lines waited beneath them. Gaunt ring, black locket, Ravenclaw diadem, Albania wraith, probable serpent fixation. He did not write Nagini because names had habits, and some habits became doors. Beside the ring he wrote Little Hangleton land records, Gaunt ruin, ministry nuisance filings, local death notices. Beside the locket he wrote Black family inventory, creature testimony when lawful, Sirius first, no theft from wounded trust. Beside the diadem he wrote Hogwarts internal search only after cover established, no disturbance near students, no direct approach while Dumbledore watched. He drew 3 fresh sheets from the drawer. The first letter went to Euphemia Quill, requesting title histories, land transfers, and buried complaints connected to the Gaunt property near Little Hangleton. The second went to Gringotts, asking for lawful estate channels by which a Peverell lord might examine abandoned pure-blood property records without triggering ministry gossip. The third he did not address immediately. He stared at the blank space until the ink on the first 2 letters dried, because Black family business was no longer abstract with Sirius alive, damaged, and trying so hard not to clutch Harry too tightly. At last Hadrian wrote Sirius's name. He did not ask for the locket. He asked for permission to discuss old Black heirlooms, house inventories, and things Creature might remember better than people had thought to ask. Secrets did not become kinder because they belonged to family. Hadrian folded the letter, sealed it, and listened to Hogwarts pretending it was only the start of term. 32. Black Archives. Sirius's answer arrived before breakfast in a hand that had pressed too hard into the parchment. Come after supper. Not Harry. Hadrian read the line twice, then folded it into the black folder beside the crossed-through anchors and the waiting names. By evening, he was standing in the hall of the old London Black House, not the safer property where Harry slept, breathing dust, old polish, cold stone, and the sour temper of a place that remembered being obeyed. Sirius shut the door behind him with more force than necessary. He looked better than the man who had walked out of Azkaban, but old houses knew how to strip improvement back to bone. You said heirlooms and inventories, he said, keeping his voice low as though the walls might correct him. If this is about using my family's rubbish because one of Voldemort's toys might have passed through here, say it plainly before Creature hears it from a wall. Hadrian kept his hands visible and away from the folder. The restraint was deliberate, and Sirius noticed it with the wary irritation of a man who had survived too many people making gentle shapes before reaching for chains. It may be about that, Hadrian said. That's why I ask permission before opening anything. Black grief isn't mine to rifle through because it's useful. The word struck Sirius crookedly. Anger rose first, then confusion, then a tired suspicion that hurt more because Hadrian had earned some of it. Sirius crossed the hall to a narrow cabinet whose silver handles had been wrapped in black ribbon long ago and never removed. Half this house is poison, he said. The other half is poison pretending to be silverware. If you're looking for meaning in it, you'll be disappointed. A scrape sounded near the skirting board. Creature appeared with a crack like breaking twigs, hunched and gray, his eyes bright with loathing. Master brings the false potter face to dirty old treasures, he muttered. Master lets blood traders and thieves breathe in Mistress's hall. Creature sees. Creature remembers. Sirius's jaw tightened at the old venom in the elf's voice. He turned half toward Creature, one hand still near the ribboned cabinet. You'll speak civilly or not at all. Hadrian crouched before Creature could vanish, lowering himself until the elf had to look at him instead of up at him. I'm not here to take from your house without witness, he said. I'm asking what the house remembers, and what Regulus Black left behind. The name changed the air more than any spell. Creature's mouth snapped shut, and Sirius went still by the cabinet, one hand on the ribboned handle. Hadrian saw it then, not proof, not yet, but a thread half buried under rage, dust, and obedience. Regulus was not a clue in this house. He was a wound no one had cleaned. Sirius's hand jerked away from the cabinet as if the name had burned him. The ribboned handles clicked together, silver against silver, and one of the portraits on the stair gave a soft, sleeping murmur before settling again. Don't, Sirius said, and the word came out rougher than anger. Don't come into this house and turn Regulus into some tragic little mystery. He made his choices. He wore the mark. He stayed when I left. Creature's ears flattened. Master Regulus was not like filthy blood traitor Master Sirius, he hissed, then rocked back at Sirius's glare as if defiance and fear were old partners in the same dance. Master Regulus was proper. Master Regulus listened to Mistress. Master Regulus did not run to shame and mud and potter broths. Sirius laughed once, ugly and sharp, and the sound made the portrait on the stair twitch inside its frame. There you are, he said. Proper. That's what he was. Mother's good little pure-blood son, until whatever madness got him killed. You want family truth, Peverell? That's it. He chose them. Hadrian stayed crouched a moment longer, then rose slowly because speed would only make the room defend itself. He took the black folder from under his arm, looked at it, and shut it without opening the cover. Then we stop here. Sirius stared at him, surprise cutting through anger before he could hide it. His hand flexed once beside the cabinet. What? I said we stop. Hadrian set the folder on a narrow table beneath a row of tarnished silver-framed silhouettes and kept his hand resting on it, not claiming, only holding it still. If Regulus is only a Death Eater in your mouth and only a good son in Creature's, anything we find tonight will be twisted before it reaches the floor. Creature's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He shifted closer to the table as though the folder might sprout hands and start stealing silver. The false potter faced tricks. He asked soft to steal hard. No, Hadrian said, looking down at him. I'm asking badly because I came here hunting a thing, and this house reminded me that a person stood in front of it first. So we begin with the person, or we don't begin. Sirius's expression buckled in a way he clearly hated. He turned from Hadrian to the dark hallway beyond the stairs, where closed doors waited like old accusations. He was 16 when I left, he said, voice lower now. Thin, quiet, smug when mother praised him, scared when father didn't. I told myself he deserved the house because I couldn't bear that he might have been trapped in it after I ran. Creature made a small sound, not quite a sob and not quite a growl. Hadrian did not reach for the folder. He looked instead toward the corridor Sirius had been avoiding. Show me his room. Regulus's room had not been opened like an ordinary bedroom. It resisted Sirius's hand at the latch, shivering under old family wards until Creature limped forward and pressed 3 crooked fingers against the black wood. The door sighed open around him, not welcoming, only recognizing a grief that had never left. Inside, dust lay over a narrow bed, green hangings, a desk too neat for a boy, and shelves where schoolbooks stood beside pure-blood genealogies with their spines aligned like soldiers awaiting inspection. Sirius stayed on the threshold. He kept it like this, he said, and his voice tried for contempt before failing into something thinner. Even when we were boys, I used to throw things in here just to see if he'd shout. Creature shuffled to the desk and stroked one claw along the edge. The motion was careful, almost reverent, and it made Sirius's mouth tighten. Master Regulus put everything proper again, Creature whispered. Mistress said Master Regulus had dignity. Mistress said Master Regulus would make the house proud. Hadrian crossed the room only after Sirius nodded once, sharp and unwilling. He did not open drawers first. He studied the ward lines tucked into the corners, the dust disturbed near the desk but not the shelves, and the small brass star fixed under the window frame where a child might hide something from parents who inspected everything at eye level. There's a private lock here, he said. Not Walburga's, not Orion's, Regulus's. Sirius came in then, pale with the effort of crossing an old border. He glanced from the brass star to the desk and then to the narrow bed, as if the room had begun speaking in a language he had once refused to learn. He had private wards? Small ones. Hadrian touched the brass star with the tip of his wand and felt the magic recoil, then settle when Creature made a broken little sound behind him. Not against you, I think. Against being read. Creature's ears twitched, and his hands twisted in the tea towel around his waist. Master Regulus wrote things Mistress mustn't know, he whispered. Master Regulus burned some. Master Regulus cried once, only once, and told Creature never to say. Sirius turned on him, anger suddenly helpless. He looked younger for half a breath, not like a guardian or a survivor, but like a brother hearing the door close years too late. You knew he was frightened? Creature was ordered not to tell, Creature said, rocking hard enough that his hands scraped together. Master Regulus said Master Sirius had gone and would not come back. Master Regulus said the Dark Lord had taken too much. The brass star clicked. A narrow compartment opened beneath the sill, releasing 3 folded parchments, a scorched family inventory page, and a strip of black ribbon stiff with old magic. Hadrian lifted the top sheet carefully. The writing was Regulus's, controlled until the last lines broke pressure into ink. It named a cave, a basin, an elf forced to drink, and a locket worn by Voldemort like proof that he had placed part of himself beyond death. Sirius reached for the page, then stopped before touching it. The question came out so quietly the room seemed to lean toward him to hear. What did he do? Hadrian gave him the parchment because this truth had to pass through Sirius's hands before it became strategy. He found out Voldemort had made a soul anchor, Hadrian said. He took Creature back to steal it, and he died trying to make sure it could be destroyed. Creature folded to the floor with a thin, keening breath. Sirius read the page once, then again, and the hatred he had held ready for his brother found nowhere clean to stand. Sirius held Regulus's parchment so carefully that the tremor in his fingers became impossible to hide. The page did not accuse him. That seemed worse. It lay between them in controlled black lines, naming Voldemort, the cave, the basin, the stolen locket, and the order that had sent Creature home while Regulus stayed behind. Sirius read the last line again, then lowered himself onto the edge of the narrow bed as if his legs had stopped accepting instructions. Creature pressed his forehead to the floorboards. Master Regulus ordered Creature to come home, he whispered. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the locket. Creature tried. Creature failed. Bad Creature. Useless Creature. Creature could not obey. Sirius flinched. Hadrian saw the old habit rise in him, the urge to lash out at the house, the elf, himself, anything near enough to carry blame. Sirius swallowed it with visible effort and looked down at the bowed gray head. Did he know he was going to die? Creature's fingers dug into the floor. Master Regulus knew the lake was waiting, he said. Master Regulus said the Dark Lord would not think a house elf mattered. Master Regulus smiled like Master Sirius when Master Sirius was about to do something wicked, and Creature begged, but Master Regulus ordered. The room went still around that answer. Sirius looked at the parchment again, and Hadrian let him have the silence because this was not a tactical pause. It was a brother reaching, too late, for a shape he had once made simple because hatred was easier to carry than uncertainty. At last Sirius stood, crossed to the desk, and placed Regulus's note flat under both hands. You knew about the locket before tonight. Yes, Hadrian said. I knew the shape of it. I didn't know what your brother had written here, and I didn't have the right to turn his death into my shortcut. Sirius's mouth twisted, but the anger no longer knew where to land. He looked down at the letter, then toward Creature, and for once the old insult did not come. So what happens now? Now you decide what belongs to the House of Black, Hadrian said. Not me, not the mission, you. Sirius looked from the note to Creature, then to the neat, dust-covered room where a frightened boy had tried to betray a monster with no one beside him but an elf the monster dismissed. When he spoke, his voice was rough but steady. We finish it, not because Voldemort needs killing, though he does. Because Regulus started it, and he shouldn't be left alone in that cave any longer. 33. The Cave and the Locket. The cave received them with cold salt air, black stone, and the hush of water moving somewhere beyond sight. Hadrian stepped through the first threshold before anyone else, Wand raised low because old protections often watched for confidence before they watched for fear. Sirius followed with one hand on Creature's shoulder and the other locked white around his wand. Remus came last, quiet as a drawn breath, carrying the satchel of files, chalked cord, preservation linen, and the small black shroud Sirius had chosen from the least poisonous cabinet in Grimmauld Place. No young Harry, no audience, no child asked to prove courage in a place built by a monster. Creature trembled as soon as his bare feet touched the stone. The sound he made was small and bitten off, but Sirius heard it and turned at once. His face had been set since Regulus's room, hard around the letter, harder around the old truth he had not known how to hold. Now the set of it cracked. "You don't go ahead alone," he said, rough and too sharp because gentleness still came to him like a foreign language. "You hear me? Not this time." Creature's fingers twisted in the edge of his tea towel. "Master Regulus ordered Creature once," he whispered. "Creature came here. Creature remembers the water. Creature remembers the bowl. That's why you stop us before memory turns into obedience," Hadrian said. He crouched beside the first ward line, letting the tip of his wand hover over the damp stone without touching it. The cave magic answered with a thin pull against his skin and then slid away, searching for younger blood, easier terror, loneliness shaped like sacrifice. "Regulus came here with one elf and no exit except command. We came with witnesses, anchors, counters, and permission to retreat." Sirius gave a short, ugly laugh that did not reach his eyes. Permission to retreat. He'd have hated that. "No," Remus said, his voice soft from the rear of the ledge. He might have lived long enough to learn it. Sirius looked back at him, wounded by the truth and steadied by it all at once. Hadrian did not give him time to answer. He drew the chalked cord from Remus's satchel and passed one end to Sirius, one to Remus, then knotted the center through Creature's thin wrist with the care of a man binding a lifeline, not a prisoner. No one crosses a ward alone. No one drinks anything because the room asks politely. No one obeys a voice that sounds like the dead unless all four of us hear it and name it. Creature stared at the cord around his wrist. Master Regulus had no cord. Sirius swallowed hard and closed his hand over the line. "Then he gets one now." Hadrian rose and touched his wand to the air before the cave mouth. The first concealment charm split like old skin, showing the narrow black path curving inward above the hidden lake. The darkness beyond seemed to lean toward them, patient and hungry, but this time it did not find a lonely boy walking in with only shame and an elf's devotion beside him. Hadrian stepped onto the path, felt the cave's first test tighten around his boots, and looked back once. "Stay close. We recover Regulus if the cave has left enough to recover. We take the false locket he left behind. Then we go home and finish what he actually stole." The narrow path accepted their weight one careful step at a time. Black water lapped below with no proper echo, swallowing sound until even Sirius's breathing seemed too loud. Hadrian kept the chalked cord loose enough for movement and tight enough for warning, testing each stretch of stone with a low sweep of his wand before placing his boot. Twice the cave offered a smoother route along the inner wall, pale stone showing dry and safe beneath his light, and twice the spell trace crawled over it like oil-seeking skin. "False path," Hadrian said, stopping Sirius with 2 fingers against his sleeve before the older man could follow the easier curve. "It wants us closer to the wall." Sirius looked where Hadrian pointed. The pale stone had begun to show scratches now that it had been named, tiny crescent marks at child height, elf height, and then higher where fingers had dragged down hard. His face tightened until anger almost rescued him from grief. How many people did he bring here? "Enough to learn what fear does before the bowl," Remus said, keeping his wand angled toward the lake. "Or enough to make the next victim imagine it." Creature shook under the cord, eyes fixed on the false path. "The Dark Lord laughed," he whispered. He let Creature walk. Creature thought the stone was kind because it was dry. Sirius's hand closed around the lifeline so hard the chalk smeared into his palm. "Then we don't take kindness from him." Hadrian nodded once and drew a phial from Remus's satchel. It held 3 drops of his own blood, sealed under a Peverell stopper and wrapped in a thread cut from the black family ribbon Regulus had left behind. The cave's magic leaned toward it the moment he uncorked the glass, hungry and old, and the path ahead shimmered as a hidden toll woke beneath the stone. Hadrian tipped 1 drop onto the rock rather than his skin. The blood hissed, smoked, and vanished into a black line that ran across the path like a mouth closing. Sirius jerked toward him. You said no unnecessary suffering. I said we bypass what can be bypassed, Hadrian answered, recorking the phial before the cave could drink more than he allowed. His fingers had gone numb from the pull, but he flexed them until they obeyed. A drop on stone is cheaper than a hand on the wall. We don't give it anything living unless there's no other choice. The cave answered by changing the air. Lily's voice came from somewhere ahead, soft and terrified, calling Harry's name as if death had learned tenderness well enough to counterfeit it. Hadrian stopped so sharply that the cord tugged against all three of them. The sound found the oldest wound in him and pressed there, promising that one more step taken quickly enough might reach her. Remus moved before Sirius did, placing a firm hand between Hadrian's shoulder blades. Name it. Hadrian closed his eyes, not because that made the voice weaker, but because it stopped the darkness shaping hope out of empty stone. False dead, he said, each word dragged through his teeth. Borrowed grief. No body, no witness, no consent. Sirius's voice came rough behind him. James next, probably. No, Hadrian said, opening his eyes as the path steadied under wandlight. Regulus next, if it's clever. The cave fell silent as if insulted by being understood, and Hadrian stepped over the black toll line without letting it taste another drop. Keep moving. It's learning us while we learn it. The path ended on a ledge overlooking the lake's center, where a small island waited beneath wandlight with the quiet patience of something that had learned the shape of fear. The boat lay half hidden against the rock below, no larger than a coffin, its chain vanishing into water so black Hadrian's light did not enter it cleanly. Creature saw it and made a sound that pulled Sirius forward before the cord stopped him. Hadrian caught the line and held. Tell us before we step into it. Creature rocked once, eyes fixed on the boat. Master Regulus stood there, he whispered, pointing with one long finger to the edge of the ledge. Master Regulus cut his hand. The boat came. Creature begged Master Regulus not to go, but Master Regulus said Creature had been there once and knew the way. Sirius's face changed at the word begged. He looked at the boat as if it had become a room in his childhood house, one he had walked past for years while someone cried behind the door. He made you bring him back here. Creature told Master Regulus everything, Creature said, and his voice thinned until each word scraped out of him. Creature told him the Dark Lord made Creature drink. Creature told him the water hurt and the dead hands came from the lake, and Master Regulus listened. Master Regulus listened to Creature. Then Master Regulus said the Dark Lord had trusted cruelty too much. Remus moved closer to Sirius's shoulder, not touching him yet. Hadrian lowered his wand toward the boat chain and watched the old blood call wake beneath the metal, sluggish but alert. The cave wanted the same mistake repeated. One servant, one desperate young man, one order strong enough to send love away from death. Sirius crouched in front of Creature so abruptly that the elf flinched. He stopped himself halfway through reaching, then lowered his hand to the stone between them instead. What did he say at the end? Creature's ears folded flat. Master Regulus said, tell no one unless they come to finish it. Master Regulus said, if Sirius ever asks, do not let him think I was brave all the way. Master Regulus said he was afraid. His thin chest hitched, and the cord trembled between all of them. Then Master Regulus ordered Creature home. Sirius bowed his head. The cave answered at once, giving them Regulus's voice from the dark ahead, young and strained and horribly close. Creature, go. No, Sirius said, but the word broke before it could become denial. He pressed both hands to the stone and breathed through a grief Hadrian could not carry for him. No, you stupid little brother. You don't get to make that the last thing. Hadrian held the cord steady while the boat chain rose from the water with a slow metallic scrape. Then make it testimony, he said quietly. Not punishment, not obedience, testimony. Sirius lifted his head, eyes wet and furious, and looked at Creature as if seeing the elf had become part of seeing Regulus. You did obey him, he said. You came home. You kept the secret. You waited until someone came to finish it. Creature stared at him, trembling harder now. Master Sirius does not blame Creature? Sirius closed his eyes once, then opened them on the boat waiting below. Not for surviving my brother's last order. The boat took all four of them because Hadrian would not allow the cave to choose who mattered. It sank lower than it should have under their weight, black water kissing the rim as Sirius stepped in last with Creature pressed between him and Remus, But the chain accepted the old blood on Hadrian's stopper and drew them silently toward the island. Shapes moved beneath the surface, pale hands turning slowly under the water, and Creature whimpered once before Sirius tightened his grip on the cord. "Eyes on me," Sirius said, voice raw but steady enough to hold. "Not the lake, not them, me." Creature obeyed with visible effort, and Hadrian felt the cave recoil from the broken pattern. The island rose ahead, bare stone around a basin of empty green glass. The liquid that had once filled it was gone, drunk down by Creature first and Regulus after him, but the magic had not forgotten the shape of suffering. It pressed against their throats as Hadrian stepped out and set 3 ward pins into the rock, each one flaring silver as Remus anchored them with a muttered charm. The false locket lay at the bottom of the basin, dull gold in the wandlight, its chain coiled like something strangled. It should not have looked important. It had no soul inside it, no hunger, no whispering malice, yet Creature stared at it with more pain than he had shown at the thought of Voldemort's real one. Hadrian reached into the basin with dragonhide gloves and lifted it free. The note inside had swollen with old damp, but the initials remained legible enough to cut the air between them. Sirius took one look and had to turn away. He left that for Voldemort. He left it where Voldemort would understand he'd been robbed, Hadrian said. He held the false locket out, not to Sirius, but to Creature. This was Regulus's answer, not the Horcrux, not the thing you were ordered to destroy. This. Creature did not take it. His hands curled against his chest as if touching the locket might be another failure. Creature could not destroy the real one. Creature tried with fire, hammers, knives, poison, wicked things from Mistress's cupboards. It laughed at Creature. It called Creature weak. Hadrian's voice gentled without softening the promise. "Then I'll destroy it, not because you failed, but because your master gave you a task no elf should have had to carry alone." The lake stirred before Creature could answer. A hand broke the surface near the island, white, waterlogged, and horribly careful. Then another rose beside it. Sirius swore and lifted his wand, but Hadrian caught his wrist before the curse left him. "Wait," Hadrian said, "we came for him." The body that climbed from the black water wore robes that had once been fine, torn now by years of lake and death. Its face was not untouched enough for comfort or ruined enough for denial. It was young. That was the worst of it. Sirius Black rose among the dead with a chain of cave weed wrapped around one wrist and the remains of a family ring still dark on his hand. The cave moved him like a weapon, but the black blood in Sirius answered before the curse could. Sirius stepped forward with the cord taut around his waist and his wand shaking in his hand. "Regulus Arcturus Black," he said, voice breaking around the name he had once used like an insult. "Come home." The Inferius faltered, not stopped, not freed, but faltered long enough for Remus to cast the binding charm and Hadrian to drop the black shroud over the dead boy's shoulders. The other hands in the lake rose higher, hungry for the pattern to become panic, but Sirius did not curse wildly and Creature did not flee. Together, shaking and silent, they drew Regulus down onto the stone. Creature crawled the last foot to him and pressed his forehead to the wet shroud. "Master Regulus came home," he whispered. "No," Sirius said, kneeling beside them both with the false locket still in Hadrian's hand. "We brought him." Hadrian waited until the boat carried them back to the ledge before he gave Creature the false locket. The cave tried twice more to speak with Regulus's voice and once with Lily's, but its hunger had lost precision now that its old story had been interrupted. Remus kept one hand on the shrouded body and the other on the cord. Sirius did not let go of the edge of the linen, not even when the boat scraped stone and the path opened before them like a throat that no longer trusted its teeth. Creature stood on the ledge with the false locket cupped in both hands. His face had changed in some small, terrible way. He did not look healed. Hadrian did not trust healings that arrived neatly after one correct sentence. The elf looked wounded around something cleaner than shame, and that was enough for one night. "This is not your failure," Hadrian said. "This is proof that Regulus stole from Voldemort before Voldemort knew he'd been robbed." Creature's fingers closed slowly around the locket. "The real one hates Creature," he whispered. "The real one bites and lies. It wears Master Regulus's order like a chain around Creature's neck." "Then we take that chain off," Sirius said, his voice hoarse from the crossing and from things older than the cave. He looked at Hadrian, not as a man demanding rescue, but as a brother finally willing to ask for help too late and still needing it. Tell him. Hadrian met Kreacher's bright, devastated eyes. I promise you this. The real locket will be found in Grimmauld Place, opened under control, and destroyed with venom before it can hurt that house another day. You won't have to do it alone, and you won't have to keep failing at an impossible order. Kreacher bowed over the false locket until his long nose almost touched the damp gold. Master Regulus made this, he said, as if the words themselves were shelter. Master Regulus tricked the Dark Lord. Yes, Sirius said, and this time grief did not turn the sentence ugly before it left him. He did. They left the cave slowly, because carrying the dead demanded care and because none of them had strength left for dignity theater. At the final threshold, Hadrian paused and looked back at the lake, the island, and the basin where Regulus's defiance had waited longer than his body should ever have been made to wait. Voldemort's real locket was still elsewhere, hidden in the house Regulus had tried to save and Kreacher had failed to cleanse. That failure would end next. For now, Sirius carried one corner of the shroud, Kreacher carried the false locket, and the cave behind them had lost the right to be the last place Sirius Black was remembered. 34. The Gaunt Shack. By morning, the real locket lay split beneath basilisk venom in a silver-lined tray at Grimmauld Place, and the house seemed to breathe differently around the wound it had kept for too long. Kreacher had not left the false locket's side after they returned from the cave, but he had stood in the doorway while Hadrian worked, Sirius beside him with one hand braced against the table and the other clenched so hard his knuckles whitened. When the Horcrux finally shrieked itself into smoke and ash, Kreacher made no sound at all. That silence followed Hadrian into the Black Library hours later, where Regulus's recovered body waited under wards in another room and the next name on the list had already begun to pull at him. The Peverell records did not make the Gaunts easy to find. They made them uglier to understand. Hadrian spread 3 ledgers across the long table, one Peverell, one Potter, and one Black, each weighted open with brass clips while Remus copied dates into a clean hand. Dumbledore stood opposite them, blue eyes lowered to a narrow family line that ran through Slytherin pride, Peverell blood, bad marriages, hoarded relics, and a little shack in Little Hangleton that had once held more arrogance than food. The old man had grown very still when Hadrian placed Marvolo Gaunt's name beside Cadmus Peverell's descent. This is not merely a Horcrux search, Dumbledore said, and his voice was careful in the way it became when some part of him had already seen the blade and disliked its angle. You believe the ring itself matters. I know it does, Hadrian said, touching the copied line with one gloved finger. The ring held a stone set into the Gaunt claim. Voldemort used it because it was old blood, old pride, and family proof. He didn't understand everything it was. Sirius looked up from the end of the table, face gray with exhaustion and grief kept moving only by anger. Everything it was meaning what, exactly? Hadrian did not look at Dumbledore at once, because that would have been too much like accusation before evidence. He lifted the Peverell ledger instead and turned it until the old mark of Cadmus sat between them. The resurrection stone. The room changed around the words. Remus's quill stopped. Sirius's mouth parted, then closed again as he looked instinctively toward the room where Regulus lay. Dumbledore did not reach for the ledger, but Hadrian saw his fingers curl against his robes, as if an old hunger had remembered the shape of a ring before the man had given it permission. No one touches it bare-handed, Hadrian said, letting the order land on all of them and most of all on the old man across the table. No one lifts it for grief, scholarship, family, apology, or curiosity. We go to the shack prepared for a Horcrux, a curse, and a Hallow wearing the face of forgiveness. The journey to Little Hangleton took them through rain-wet lanes, hedges stripped thin by autumn, and a village that looked too ordinary to have bred so much ruin. Hadrian kept the party small despite Sirius's visible dislike of being left behind with Regulus's body and Kreacher's grief. Remus stayed at Grimmauld Place as witness and guard. Sirius stayed because Hadrian had asked him to keep Kreacher from turning recovery into punishment. That left Hadrian and Dumbledore walking up the broken path toward the Gaunt shack with 2 warded cases between them, dragonhide gloves already on, and enough silence to make every footstep sound like a warning. The shack crouched beyond the village like something ashamed of being seen. Its windows were filmed with dirt, its roof sagged under old neglect, and the wards around it had gone sour with age rather than weak. Hadrian stopped at the gate and set the first case on a flat stone. You don't cross until I've named the outer curse and you've agreed to the handling order again. Dumbledore looked at the leaning door, not at him. I have not forgotten your instructions. No, Hadrian said, opening the case and removing silver tongs, a folded containment cloth, and a small vial of basilisk venom sealed in crystal. But forgetting isn't the danger. The old man's hand stilled on his wand. For a moment he looked merely old, not headmaster, not general, not the man who had moved children and secrets around Britain with a smile. Ariana would have liked you, I think, Dumbledore said softly. She always noticed when someone was frightened and pretending to be severe instead. Hadrian felt the name enter the air and change it. The wards around the shack answered with a faint tightening, as if grief had become a knock on the door. That's exactly why you don't get to feed this place names. Dumbledore closed his eyes once, then opened them with visible effort. You are right. Hadrian wanted that to be enough. It wasn't. He crossed the gate first, touched his wand to the nearest rotted post, and drew out a thin black curse thread that writhed in the air before snapping under a binding charm. Dumbledore followed too closely, gaze caught now by the cracked threshold, where something beneath the floor had begun to pulse with a dull, buried pull. Albus, Hadrian said. Dumbledore stopped, but his eyes had gone distant and bright with pain. I hear her. Hadrian stepped between him and the door before the old man could take another pace. No, you hear what Voldemort left for men who think grief gives them rights. Dumbledore's face changed as if the sentence had struck flesh instead of pride. The pull from beneath the floorboards strengthened, drawing dust through the cracks and thin gray lines, and Hadrian felt the magic testing the shape of the old man's longing. Not a shout, not a command, a hand extended from the past, small enough to be trusted and cruel enough to kill. Step back, Hadrian said. Dumbledore did not move. You speak as though grief were theft. No, Hadrian said, setting his wand against the doorframe and driving a containment line through the rotted wood. Silver light crawled down the frame, crossed the threshold, and pinned the buried pulse beneath the floor with a hiss like rain on hot iron. I speak as though grief stops being grief when it decides the dead owe us comfort. The old man's eyes sharpened then, pain finding dignity because dignity was safer than pleading. You know nothing of what my sister owes me, Lord Peverell. Hadrian opened the second warded case without looking away from him. I know no dead girl owes her brother a second chance because he finally dislikes the price of the first one. For one breath, the shack seemed to stop rotting around them. Dumbledore's hand lowered from his wand, but the tremor in it had worsened. That was a cruel thing to say. Yes, Hadrian said, lifting the silver clamp and passing it through a sterilizing charm. It was also the only thing sharp enough to reach you before that ring did. The floorboards buckled inward. A blackened knot of magic pushed up between them, wrapped around something small and gold that gleamed under dirt, old blood, and a curse layered so tightly Hadrian's scar went cold in sympathy. The ring did not call to him. It had nothing to offer a man who had already heard the dead and paid for answering. But Dumbledore swayed toward it as if the shack had become a doorway. Hadrian snapped the clamp shut around the ring before it cleared the boards. The curse surged up the metal, black veins racing toward his glove, and he slammed the whole clamp down into the open containment cloth. Runes flared blue-white, the ring screamed without sound, and the shack's window glass cracked from corner to corner. Look at it, Hadrian said, folding the first containment flap with brutal care. Not with your grief, with your mind. Voldemort made this for someone exactly like you. Dumbledore stared at the half-hidden shape beneath the cloth, his face pale through the dust. Someone like me? Someone brilliant enough to recognize power, Hadrian said, pressing the second ward pin through the cloth before the curse could crawl beneath the seam. Someone wounded enough to mistake temptation for answer. Someone arrogant enough to believe he could touch a cursed thing and remain the exception. Dumbledore's mouth tightened, but he did not look away. You have a severe opinion of me. I have a practical one, Hadrian said, setting the final ward pin. The curse bucked once beneath the cloth, furious and contained but not dead. That's why you're still alive. The final ward pin held. Hadrian waited through 3 full breaths before he trusted the containment cloth enough to move his hand, and even then he kept the silver clamp locked around the ring. The shack groaned around them, old boards settling back into place as if disappointed that no one had died for its secret. Beneath the cloth, the Horcrux beat once, twice, then settled into a low pressure that made the air taste of metal and old hate. Dumbledore stood very still by the threshold. Dust clung to the hem of his robes, and his wand remained lowered at his side, but his eyes did not leave the wrapped shape on the floor. "You knew what it would show me," he said. "I knew what the stone does to men who come to it hungry," Hadrian said, opening the venom case with one hand. The crystal vial lifted under a steadying charm, green dark and vicious in the gray light. "I knew Voldemort would trust pride, grief, and exception to do part of the killing for him." "That is not an answer." "No," Hadrian said, setting 3 drops of venom onto the exposed seam of the cloth. The runes drank the poison and flared. "It's the answer you're getting while we still have a soul fragment fighting the wards." The Horcrux reacted before the 3rd drop sank through. The cloth snapped tight around the ring, and a thin, furious voice hissed from under it in Parseltongue, too broken to shape meaning but hungry enough to make the hairs rise along Hadrian's arms. Dumbledore flinched at the sound. Hadrian did not. He pressed the clamp harder, opened the inner fold with the silver hook, and let the venom touch gold. The ring screamed. This time the sound entered the room properly, high and cold and threaded with a child's sob, an old woman's laugh, and Voldemort's rage stripped of language. Dumbledore took one involuntary step forward. Hadrian's wand snapped up before his foot landed. "Stay there," Hadrian said. Dumbledore stopped. His face had gone white, but his eyes were clear enough now to hate what he had nearly done. The ring split beneath the venom with a sharp crack, and black smoke spilled upward, clawing briefly at the shape of a hand before the containment runes crushed it flat. The pressure vanished so suddenly that the shack felt hollow in its absence. Hadrian folded the cloth closed again and sealed the remains inside a second silver case. Only then did Dumbledore speak. "No foreign-raised Peverell should know my sister's name." Hadrian locked the case and met his eyes. "No headmaster should have been alone with that ring." "That also is not an answer." "It's the one that kept you alive," Hadrian said, and picked up the case before the old man could ask the next question gently enough to make refusal harder. "We're done here. Now you decide whether suspicion matters more than the fact that Voldemort just lost another road back." 35. The Room of Hidden Things. Hadrian returned from Little Hangleton with Dumbledore beside him and the gaunt ring already dead in a sealed silver case. Rain clung to both of them when Grimmauld Place admitted them, and the old house received the news without creaking, as if even its bad-tempered walls understood that another dark thing had been cut out of the world. The victory did not warm the hall. Regulus still lay under wards in the room beyond the library. Kreacher still knelt near the doorway with the false locket cupped between both hands, and Sirius stood at the long table with grief held so tightly in his shoulders that anger had nowhere left to go. Remus had prepared the ledger before they arrived. He had also set out clean parchment, basilisk venom notes, and a pot of ink beside Euphemia Quill, who waited near the hearth with her spectacles low on her nose and the expression of a woman prepared to make catastrophe obey procedure. Hadrian placed the silver case on the table and did not open it. There was nothing inside worth seeing again. Sirius looked at the case first, then at Hadrian. "Tell me this one's finished." "The ring is destroyed," Hadrian said. He drew the ledger closer and opened it to the anchor list. The stone survived only as ruin. The soul fragment didn't. Dumbledore's gloved hands folded at his waist. He had not spoken since the flow from Little Hangleton, and Hadrian could feel the old man's silence pressing against the room almost as strongly as Sirius's grief. Euphemia dipped her quill and looked at none of them gently. "Say the full state aloud, Lord Peverell. No assumptions, no hopeful memory. We record what is true." Hadrian nodded once. "Diary destroyed. Basilisk dead and venom recovered. Cup destroyed before this point and no longer active. Harry's scar fragment removed. Locket destroyed here at Grimmauld Place. Ring destroyed at the Gaunt Shack." Kreacher bowed his head over the false locket. Sirius's mouth tightened at the word locket, but he did not interrupt. Remus wrote steadily, though the scratching of his quill sounded too loud in the room where Regulus's body waited for burial. Euphemia's quill paused. "Remaining?" Hadrian drew 3 empty boxes beneath the crossed lines, each one careful, each one a refusal to let relief become stupidity. "Diadem. Snake Host Contingency. Wraith." Remus looked up. "So the next one is Ravenclaw." "The next deliberate object, yes," Hadrian said. "After that, Voldemort has no proper hidden anchor left. Only a living refuge if he has already prepared one, and whatever remains of his wraith when every road back has been cut. Dumbledore's eyes lifted at last. You believe the diadem is at Hogwarts? I believe it was hidden at Hogwarts, Hadrian said, closing the ink bottle before his hand could betray how tired he was. I believe Voldemort trusted the castle's secrets, Ravenclaw pride, and a room full of lost things. But belief isn't proof, and I won't turn the school upside down on suspicion while children sleep above us. Sirius gave a short, humorless laugh. That's new, someone worrying about children before making Hogwarts part of a war plan. Dumbledore flinched almost imperceptibly. Hadrian let the hit land, because Sirius had earned more than politeness tonight. Then he tapped the empty box marked diadem. We start with records, ghosts, old Ravenclaw stories, and the room of hidden things. Quietly, if the diadem is where Voldemort's pattern points, we end this before the castle knows what we came to kill. Hadrian brought them to Hogwarts after curfew, when the 7th floor corridors belonged to torchlight, portraits pretending to sleep, and the castle's own restless breathing. Dumbledore had cleared the route with the kind of quiet authority that left no visible order behind it. Sirius came under his own disillusionment charm, though the charm sat badly over grief and impatience, while Remus walked beside him with a satchel of containment cloths, silver pins, and enough caution to make the air feel measured. They stopped opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, where trolls in painted tutus tried to look innocent and failed. Hadrian stood before the blank stretch of wall and let the silence gather. He knew the number of steps. He knew the request. He knew the vast, cluttered graveyard of hidden things waiting beyond stone. Knowing did not make it safer. It only made the lie of discovery harder to wear. Sirius looked from the tapestry to the bare wall. This is it? This is where the castle answers certain needs, Hadrian said. Dumbledore's eyes moved to him at once. That is a very old piece of Hogwarts knowledge. Yes, Hadrian said, and kept his gaze on the wall. And Voldemort was always fond of believing he alone understood old things. Remus set the satchel down and opened it without fuss. Before any door appears, rules. No touching loose objects. No separation. No vanishing anything. No fire unless everyone here has agreed aloud that the alternative is worse. Sirius gave him a sharp look. You think I'm going to start throwing fire in a room full of cursed junk? I think your brother is dead in a room at Grimmauld Place. Voldemort marked his courage as a footnote, and you badly want something to pay, Remus said quietly. So yes, I'm saying the rule out loud. The words hit. Sirius looked away first, jaw tight, then nodded once. Fine. No fire unless the room is eating someone. Hadrian began to walk, once past the empty wall. I need the place where hidden things are left. Twice. I need the room that keeps what students and fools and frightened people wanted forgotten. On the third pass, he felt the castle shift under his feet like a creature deciding whether to obey or judge. Stone darkened. A narrow outline formed where no door had been, iron-banded and tall enough to make the corridor seem suddenly too small. Dumbledore did not step forward. That restraint said more than curiosity would have done. You have done this before, Dumbledore said. I have found enough hidden rooms to respect this one, Hadrian said. It was not an answer. It was also not quite a lie. And I know Voldemort would have mistaken respect for ownership. Remus lifted the containment satchel. Wards first? Threshold first, Hadrian said. He drew his wand and traced a thin silver line across the base of the door. The spell did not bite. It sank into the wood, vanished, and returned as a faint shimmer along the frame. It will let us enter. It will not promise to keep us safe. Sirius gave a humorless breath. Hogwarts hospitality. Hadrian opened the door. Warm, stale air rolled out, carrying dust, old paper, cracked leather, tarnished metal, and the sour undernote of too much magic left to rot in private. Beyond the threshold, the room of hidden things rose in impossible aisles and leaning towers, broken cabinets, chipped statues, rusted cauldrons, bent cages, school trunks, portraits turned face down, and generations of secrets piled higher than any one lifetime should have allowed. Dumbledore stared into the vastness, and for once the old man looked less like a master of the castle than another person it had not trusted with everything. Sirius's impatience drained into wary disgust. Remus tightened his grip on the satchel. Hadrian stepped over the threshold first. Stay close, he said. Voldemort hid a crown in a kingdom of rubbish because he thought no one else would know the difference. The room did not make searching difficult by hiding the path. It made searching difficult by offering too many paths at once. Aisles forked between towers of cracked wardrobes and leaning desks, then vanished beneath heaps of rusted cauldrons, chipped mirrors, torn portraits, old broomsticks, and boxes that rattled softly when no one touched them. Hadrian moved with his wand low and his eyes fixed ahead, careful not to look as certain as he felt. Certainty was useful. Certainty was also evidence, and Dumbledore walked behind him with the patient silence of a man collecting it. Sirius brushed past a stack of broken school shields, then stopped when one slid an inch toward his boot. Remus caught his sleeve before instinct could make him kick it away. No touching, Remus said. I breathed near it, Sirius muttered, but he stepped back. This place is a dragon horde for idiots. For frightened children, Dumbledore said quietly, lifting his lit wand so the light ran across a pile of confiscated dung bombs, cracked ink bottles, and a tiny silver frame turned face down. For ashamed teachers. For generations of people who believed a hidden thing had stopped being their responsibility. Hadrian kept walking. The words followed him too closely. He passed a cabinet with one door hanging open and saw, for one sick breath, the ruined future laid over the room. Children hidden in cupboards during raids, records buried until trials were impossible, bodies left unnamed because someone had decided silence was safer than scandal. Hogwarts had always been full of secrets. He had once loved that. Now the affection tasted like dust. Hadrian, Remus said softly. He stopped before a narrow gap between two mountains of rubbish. Ahead, half buried under a moth-eaten tapestry and a stack of warped music stands, stood the old blistered cabinet he remembered. Near it, perched on a chipped bust of a forgotten wizard, was a tarnished diadem dulled by dust and neglect. Someone had set an old wig beneath it, absurd and pathetic, as if mockery could make a founder's relic into costume jewelry. Sirius went very still. That's it? Hadrian did not answer at once. The diadem sat quietly, but quiet had become one of Voldemort's favorite lies. He lifted his wand and drew a containment circle in the air. The line trembled before it reached the diadem, bending inward as if the metal had inhaled. Dumbledore's voice came from behind him, low and strained. Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Here, among discarded school things. Not lost, Hadrian said. Used. Hidden where arrogance could call itself cleverness. The diadem answered then. A cold pressure slid through the aisle, not a voice, not yet, but the suggestion of thought pressing against thought. Sirius swore under his breath and raised his wand. Remus opened the satchel with hands that had gone very steady. Dumbledore looked heartbroken in a way Hadrian could not afford to comfort. Hadrian stepped closer, holding the containment line between himself and the crown. No one touches it, he said. No one listens if it starts sounding wise. The diadem did not speak at first. It waited while Hadrian widened the containment line, while Remus unfolded silver-threaded cloth across a cleared crate, and while Sirius kept his wand fixed on the aisles as if Voldemort might step out from behind a broken wardrobe with a body worth hitting. Then the pressure sharpened. The air around the tarnished crown rippled, and a voice slid into the space between thoughts, soft, young, and terribly reasonable. Wisdom belongs to those brave enough to take it. Dumbledore drew in a slow breath. Sirius's wand jerked, not toward the diadem, but toward his own temple as if swatting at an insect no one else could see. Remus whispered a grounding charm under his breath and pinned the cloth's first corner to the crate. Hadrian did not answer the voice. He had learned long ago that some conversations were hooks pretending to be doors. Containment now, Hadrian said. Remus, left edge. Sirius, keep the aisle clear. Albus, if it speaks with a student's voice, you do not move toward it. Dumbledore's face tightened, but he obeyed. It has already chosen the method. Of course it has, Hadrian said, drawing the silver line down until it touched the bust beneath the diadem. It was made by a boy who thought every room existed to admire him. The diadem flared. Dust lifted from the surrounding junk, swirling into pale shapes. A laughing girl in Ravenclaw blue, a faceless student reaching for a book, a younger Dumbledore bending over a ring, Sirius standing beside a dark water cave while Regulus vanished again beneath the surface. Sirius made a strangled sound and stepped forward. Remus caught him hard around the arm. That isn't him, Remus said. voice rough but steady. "Padfoot, look at me. That isn't him." Sirius shook once, then dragged his eyes away from the illusion with visible pain. "Kill it." Hadrian lifted the basilisk venom vial from its padded case. The green-black liquid clung to the crystal as if reluctant to pour, and the diadem's pressure turned suddenly cold enough to ache in his teeth. The voice changed, older now, amused beneath panic. "You think destruction proves wisdom? You have learned nothing from death." "No," Hadrian said, setting 3 silver pins into the containment line. "I learned not to keep pieces of murder because they flatter the hand holding them." He tipped the vial. 1 drop fell. The diadem screamed before the venom touched it, a high metallic shriek that tore through the stacked rubbish and set 100 hidden things rattling in answer. The drop struck the central jewel. Black veins spread through tarnished silver, racing along the delicate curve of Ravenclaw's lost crown. Dumbledore raised a shield as glass shattered somewhere behind them. Remus threw the containment cloth over the diadem with both hands, and Sirius drove a binding charm into the crate hard enough to split the wood. Hadrian added the second drop through the cloth. The scream became a hiss, then a furious rush of shadow that pressed upward beneath the silver thread. For 1 heartbeat the smoke formed a narrow face with red eyes and a mouth open around a word it no longer had the strength to finish. Hadrian lowered the vial for the final drop and watched the shape collapse inward. The diadem cracked with a small, ugly sound. The pressure vanished. In its place came only dust, old metal, and the sour smell of venom eating what murder had tried to make permanent. No one moved at once. Sirius breathed like a man who had run too far. Remus kept 1 hand on his sleeve. Dumbledore stared at the covered remains, grief and wonder tangled in his eyes. Hadrian sealed the ruined diadem inside the silver cloth, then locked it into the prepared case with hands that didn't shake until the clasp clicked shut. "That's the last deliberate object," Remus said quietly. Hadrian looked back through the aisles of hidden things, toward the door and the sleeping school beyond it. "Yes," he said, "now only the living refuge and the wraith remain." 36, 3rd year. By the time the new term opened, the ruined diadem had joined the ledger of dead things, and Hogwarts greeted September without Dementors at the gates, without Sirius Black's face on every notice board, and without the train carrying cold through its corridors like a warning. That absence should have felt like victory. Instead, Hadrian stood near the staff entrance with the old Horcrux list folded in his pocket and watched ordinary school noise pour through the castle, knowing how easily peace taught adults to lower their wands. Remus arrived with Sirius rather than alone, which made the moment less like an appointment and more like a family argument that had followed them from Grimmauld Place by flow. His robes were clean, his case was shabby, and the employment packet Euphemia had bullied through the board was tucked beneath one arm with the air of paperwork that had already been read 3 times and distrusted twice. Sirius walked beside him, too casual by half, wearing the expression of a man prepared to bite the first person who looked pityingly at his friend. "You're hovering," Remus said without looking at him. "I'm escorting," Sirius said. "Different thing entirely." Hadrian took the case from Remus before either of them could turn the corridor into theater. "He's hovering." "Thank you," Remus said, dry enough that Sirius huffed. "I did suspect." Sirius pointed at Hadrian. "Don't encourage him. He's already insufferable with lesson plans and legal seals." Hadrian glanced at the packet under Remus's arm. "You signed the final Wolfsbane disclosure?" "I signed Quill's version," Remus said. "It threatened 3 different committees if anyone misplaced the information, so I assumed it was affectionate." "That is affectionate from Euphemia." Remus's mouth softened, but the humor did not quite hide the strain in his face. He looked past them toward the great hall doors, where students were beginning to gather in noisy clumps, older ones calling greetings, younger ones clutching timetables as if parchment could save them from staircases. "It's strange," he said quietly, "coming back without hiding from a headline, without wondering whether Sirius is still rotting somewhere because I was too poor, too tired, or too cowardly to force the question." Sirius's expression changed at once. "Moony." "No," Remus said, still watching the children. "Let it stand. If I'm teaching here, I should begin by not lying to myself in the corridor." Hadrian felt the line settle between them, not cleanly, but honestly. "Then begin with the part that matters now. Peter is exposed. Sirius is free. Harry is not going back to Privet Drive. And you're here to teach children who need a competent defense professor as well as practical defense." Remus looked at him then, old grief and new resolve sitting together behind his eyes. Beside your class, not under it? Beside it, Hadrian said. Theory, creatures, curse recognition, counter charms, fear discipline. I'll handle pressure drills, team response, and the habits children need when adults fail to arrive in time. Sirius muttered, cheerful syllabus. Accurate syllabus, Remus said, and tightened his grip on the packet. All right, let's see whether Hogwarts can survive 2 defense teachers who actually mean it. After the feast, Hadrian brought Remus to the practical defense classroom rather than the Dada office, partly because the room already knew how to be honest. The desks were stacked aside, the padded screens stood in ordered rows, and the marked lanes waited on the floor like quiet accusations against every year Hogwarts had trusted speeches more than practice. Remus set his shabby case beside the nearest basket of charmed balls and studied the layout with a teacher's eye rather than a patient's caution. You've been busy, Remus said, touching one of the padded screens and testing its give with 2 fingers. Not ornamental. Good. Children learn very quickly whether a safety measure is decoration. Hadrian watched the small motion, the clean assessment, the way Remus noticed sightlines, exits, spacing, and student height without needing any of it explained. Competence was there, unshowy and real. So were the gaps. The case had been mended in 3 places instead of replaced. The cuffs of his robe had been brushed nearly threadbare. When Remus reached the moon chart on Hadrian's wall, his hand stopped half an inch from the parchment before retreating as if even paper could accuse him. It's not there to corner you, Hadrian said. Remus looked back with tired amusement that didn't quite survive his eyes. That depends on whether it's for lesson planning or containment. Both, if we're being sensible. Sirius, who had been leaning in the doorway with his arms folded, straightened at once. He's taking Wolfsbane. Pomfrey has the schedule. Quill has the paperwork nailed to 3 different legal doors. We are not doing the suspicious corridor whispering thing. Remus closed his eyes briefly. Padfoot. No, don't padfoot me. Sirius stepped into the room, anger moving faster than judgment. I watched the world call me a murderer because everyone found silence convenient. I'm not watching them do the same to you because the word werewolf makes decent people suddenly forget grammar, law, and shame. Hadrian let the outburst land, then crossed to the equipment cupboard and unlocked it. Then we make the arrangements visible enough to be defensible and private enough not to feed gossip. Remus keeps authority over his class. Pomfrey keeps medical control. Euphemia keeps the legal knife. I keep backup plans. Remus's mouth tightened. You say that as if I've agreed to be managed. No, Hadrian said, taking out a clean ledger and setting it on the front desk. I say it because you're used to needing less than you're owed. That habit will hurt the students if it makes you refuse equipment, rest, or support until failure proves you needed them. The room went quiet. Sirius's anger shifted toward Remus, wounded now because the truth had found a second target. Remus looked down at the ledger, then at the case beside the basket, and Hadrian saw the old pattern clearly: poverty disguised as modesty, secrecy disguised as consideration, friendship trained to protect him by hovering because the world had taught them both that honest provision was too much to ask. Remus opened the ledger himself. Fine, he said, voice rough but steady. We write it down properly. My lessons, your drills, Pomfrey's limits, Quill's protections, and the places where pride is not allowed to masquerade as professionalism. He dipped the quill and looked up with a thin smile. But if you make me sound helpless, I'll hex your baskets to sing Celestina Warbeck during drills. Hadrian allowed himself a small breath of humor. Then we'd better be accurate. By the second week, the shared plan had stopped being ink and started becoming noise, sweat, and frightened honesty. Hadrian took the older third years first, with Remus standing at the side of the classroom rather than behind him, sleeves rolled neatly back and wand loose in his hand. The padded screens had been rearranged into staggered lanes, the charmed balls waited in 3 baskets, and a covered wardrobe stood near the far wall, rattling softly whenever the room grew too quiet. Harry noticed it at once. So did Hermione. Ron noticed after the wardrobe thumped hard enough to make Neville step sideways into Dean. That thing had better not be part of your lot, Ron muttered. It's mine, Remus said, and his mild voice made half the class straighten because he did not sound worried by the thing trying to get out. Professor Peverell is lending me the room. I'm lending him a problem. Hadrian tapped the chalk line with his wand. A problem is often more useful than a lecture. Today, you're not only avoiding a strike, you're learning to notice when a room is trying to choose your fear for you. Hermione's hand rose. Is that the anti-possession portion, Professor? Partly, Hadrian said. Possession, coercion, panic, glamour, praise, authority, fear. Different tools, same first test. Something presses on your choices. You learn to notice the pressure before you obey it. Draco Malfoy folded his arms. So we're being taught to mistrust everything. No, Remus said before Hadrian could answer. You're being taught not to confuse obedience with safety. That shifted the room. Hadrian felt it move through Gryffindor first, then Slytherin, then the quieter students who had learned too early that adults liked being agreed with. Remus had not raised his voice. He had still changed the lesson. Hadrian sent the first ball down the lane. Pairs. One moves, one calls. The caller may warn, redirect, or order retreat. The runner must decide whether the caller is helping or panicking. If you follow bad guidance blindly, you're marked. If you ignore good guidance from pride, you're marked twice. Ron groaned. That feels personal. It will, Hadrian said. Harry ran first with Hermione calling. She was sharp, precise, and almost too fast. Left. No, wait, screen, duck now. Harry obeyed the duck and missed the charm-marked ball by inches, but he ignored the second call and shifted right before Hermione finished speaking. The next ball struck his sleeve and bloomed blue. Hermione frowned. I said screen. You also said left before you changed your mind, Harry said, breathing hard but not angry. I thought you were guessing. Good, Hadrian said, before Hermione could turn correction into injury. That is the lesson. A good voice can still rush. A brave runner can still carry old habits. Again, slower. Remus moved to the wardrobe and laid one hand on the latch. After this round, the boggart comes out one at a time. No one performs bravery for the class. You name what you see only if you choose. You answer it with shape, humor, or help, but you do not let it command the room. Neville went pale. Harry looked toward the wardrobe, then toward Remus, and Hadrian saw the boy measure fear against trust. That was progress too, painful and real. Sirius, watching from the doorway under the excuse of delivering paperwork, said quietly, and the Patronus? Hadrian did not look away from Harry. Foundations only. Memory, breath, boundary, refusal. No one casts one today. No one is asked to save the room with a spell they haven't earned. Remus's expression softened by a fraction. Good. The wardrobe rattled again. This time, no one laughed. No one ran either. Hadrian lifted his wand, and the next ball rose from the basket, waiting for a choice. Remus opened the wardrobe only after Hadrian had moved the class into a crescent rather than a line. No one would be trapped with everyone staring at their back, and no one would be able to pretend the lesson belonged to someone else. The latch clicked beneath Remus's hand, the door sprang outward, and a dark shape spilled onto the floor before rising into Augusta Longbottom with her mouth pinched tight and disappointment sharp in every line of her face. Neville made a small sound and went rigid. Gran, he whispered, and the word carried too much apology for one child to hold. Remus did not step between them. Breathe, Mr. Longbottom. Name the pressure before it names you. Neville's wand trembled in his hand. She's angry. She may be, Remus said gently. But this isn't your grandmother. This is fear wearing her face because it thinks you'll obey it. Hadrian watched Neville's shoulders hitch, watched Harry lean forward and stop himself, watched Hermione press her lips together around a dozen helpful facts. The class held still, not from discipline alone, but because Remus had made the room safe enough for fear to be seen without turning it into sport. Neville swallowed. Ridiculous, he said, barely loud enough to disturb the air. Nothing happened. Augusta Longbottom loomed closer, her handbag clutched like a weapon, and Neville flinched so hard Dean moved as if to catch him. Hadrian lifted one hand, holding the rest back without a word. Again, Remus said, not louder, clearer, choose the shape. Neville's breath came in a jagged little laugh. The hat, he said, and then his wand steadied by a fraction. Ridiculous. The boggart's severe hat blossomed into a tower of stuffed vultures, wobbling so absurdly that Ron made a strangled noise and Lavender laughed before clapping both hands over her mouth. Neville did not laugh at first. Then he did, sudden and shaky. and the boggart snapped sideways toward the next nearest fear before pride could punish him for relief. It landed on Harry. For one heartbeat there was nothing. Then the classroom light seemed to narrow around a plain cupboard door, too small, too clean, with a brass latch and a thin line of darkness beneath it. The handle rattled from the outside. Harry's face emptied. Sirius moved in the doorway. Hadrian was faster, not with his wand, but with his voice. "Harry, look at me." Harry did not. His fingers had curled around his wand, but he held it like something he had forgotten was allowed to help him. Behind the cupboard door, a man's voice began to rise, muffled and furious. "Harry," Hadrian said again, quieter this time. "That door is not here. You are not inside it. Choose the room you're standing in." Hermione stepped beside him without being told. Ron followed half a breath later, pale and angry. Harry blinked when their sleeves brushed his, and the cupboard door wavered. Remus's voice came from the side, steady as a handrail. "You don't have to make it funny today. Sometimes the first answer is proving it doesn't get to shut." Harry raised his wand. His voice shook, but the word held. "Ridiculous." The cupboard door did not turn comic. It opened. Sunlight spilled through it onto the classroom floor, and the latch dropped away with a bright, harmless clatter. The boggart recoiled as if openness had burned it, then folded back into shadow when Remus flicked his wand and shut it inside the wardrobe. No one laughed. That was the lesson too. Hadrian looked across the crescent of students, at Neville wiping his eyes, at Ron standing too close to Harry and not pretending otherwise, at Hermione's face set with fierce new understanding. "Good," he said, because the word mattered. Fear doesn't have to become amusing before it can be answered. Sometimes the answer is a door that opens. The class emptied more slowly after that, as if the students had to remember how corridors worked after seeing fear given shape and then denied command. Neville left between Dean and Seamus, still pale but no longer folded inward. Hermione walked close to Harry without touching him, her face set in the fierce, quiet way that meant she had found a new injustice and was already building shelves for it in her mind. Ron kept glancing at Harry, then at the floor, then back again, trying to be subtle with all the grace of a thrown cauldron. Sirius waited until Harry had passed the doorway before speaking, and even then his voice came out too controlled. "A cupboard." Harry stopped. His shoulders tightened, not with fear this time, but with the sudden misery of being seen too clearly. Hadrian looked at Sirius once, hard enough to halt the next word before it became an apology that would land on the boy like another burden. Remus saved it with gentleness that still had spine. "Mr. Potter, 10 points for holding your place in the room and accepting help from your classmates. Mr. Longbottom, 10 points for choosing the shape after the first attempt failed. The rest of you, remember that laughing was not the victory. Control was." Harry turned back just enough to nod. "Yes, Professor," he said, and his eyes flicked once to Hadrian before he followed Ron and Hermione into the corridor. Only when their footsteps faded did Sirius move. He crossed the room, gripped the edge of the nearest desk, and bowed his head over it as if the wood were the only thing keeping his hands from becoming claws. "I knew it was bad," he said. "I knew. I still didn't know that." "No," Hadrian said, closing the wardrobe's latch and setting the locking charm with care. "You knew enough to act. That matters more than knowing every shape the harm took." Sirius looked up, eyes bright with fury. "Don't make that sound clean." "I'm not." Hadrian turned from the wardrobe as a small bronze disc on his desk chimed twice. The sound cut through the room, clipped and metallic, and all three men went still. It was not Hogwarts magic. It belonged to Gringotts courier metal, precise, unpleasant, and designed to make delay feel like stupidity. Remus's hand moved toward his wand. "Quill?" "Ragnarok," Hadrian said, crossing to the desk. He pressed his thumb to the disc, and the bronze peeled open like a flat flower around a folded strip of treated parchment. Hard black script waited beneath the goblin seal. Hadrian read the first line, then laid the strip flat and touched the lower corner. Ink crawled outward into a rough map of eastern routes, forest crossings, port whispers, and 3 marked reports from traders who had known better than to ask why dead animals were found stiff around abandoned camps. Sirius leaned over his shoulder. "Albania?" "Near the Black Drin," Hadrian said. 2 old travelers dead near a forest shrine. No dark mark, no human followers seen, no possession report in the old pattern." Remus looked from the map to the locked wardrobe, then back to Hadrian. You think destroying the anchors changed how he moves? I think he felt enough vanish to stop assuming he can afford mistakes. Hadrian folded the parchment along its original crease, but the marked report stayed vivid behind his eyes. No public move, no grand return, no obvious call to the old faithful. He's hiding lower than pride should allow. Sirius's voice was flat. So we go. No, Hadrian said, and the cost of the word settled in the room at once. Not because a map frightens us into haste. Not with children in term and not while Azkaban still holds people he may reach for if he panics. Remus studied him carefully. Then what changes? Hadrian sealed the parchment beneath the bronze disc. Everything. 37. The prison that must hold. Hadrian did not leave the bronze disc on the classroom desk. He took it, the Albanian report, and the old Horcrux list into the small warded room Euphemia had bullied Hogwarts into granting him beside the practical defense stores, then sealed the door against portraits, Flo Ash, and helpful old men with too much interest in closed conversations. Sirius followed him in without waiting to be invited. Remus came after him more quietly, shutting the door with care, but his eyes had already gone to the parchment in Hadrian's hand. You said everything changes, Sirius said. That's not an answer. That's what people say right before they make the rest of us guess where the floor went. Hadrian laid the Albanian map flat on the table and pinned the corners with 4 plain brass weights. Voldemort is hiding lower than he did before. That means he knows enough to be afraid, or enough to be cautious. Either way, we stop thinking only about where he is and start thinking about who can still help him become worse. Sirius's mouth tightened. Death Eaters. Death Eaters, money, old safe houses, foreign roots, wand access, ministry records, family influence, prison weakness, and anyone who can provide a body, a ritual space, or a lie that keeps one of his people useful, Hadrian said. He took a fresh sheet from the drawer, wrote Bellatrix Lestrange at the top, then Barty Crouch Jr., Augustus Rookwood, Walden McNair, Lucius Malfoy, and known sympathizer channels beneath it. Each name landed too cleanly on the page. We don't need all of them to move. We need to know which one he would reach for if he was cornered. Remus leaned closer, face sharpening as the list grew. Bellatrix is in Azkaban. So was I, Sirius said, and the room went cold around the words. Hadrian looked at him, not away. Yes, that's why Azkaban goes on the audit. Sirius gave a short, ugly laugh. Finally, I was starting to wonder whether everyone had decided the place was only unforgivable when I was inside it. Remus's hand twitched toward him, then stopped. Padfoot. No, Sirius said, eyes fixed on the names. No, don't smooth it over. If Bellatrix is still breathing in that pit, I want to know who visits, who signs the records, who looks away, and who decided Dementors were good enough guards for people who served a monster. Hadrian wrote Azkaban handling, visitor logs, ministry custody chain, and Dementor control beneath the names. Good. Wanting the record opened is useful. Wanting punishment is understandable, but prevention comes first. Sirius's gaze snapped up. You think I don't know that? I think you know it and hate that knowing it doesn't make the rage smaller, Hadrian said. He slid the parchment toward him. So help me make it useful. Bellatrix, Crouch, Rookwood, McNair. Who had family money? Who had ministry access? Who had friends clever enough to survive by pretending they were never friends at all? Sirius stared at the list for one hard breath, then reached for the quill. Start with Rookwood, he said, voice rough but steady. Unspeakable, information man. If anything rotten survived in the records, he'd know where it was buried. By the time Euphemia's return owl reached them, the table had changed from a list of names into a map of official cowardice. Rookwood's old ministry access had survived longer than his trial record admitted. McNair's work for the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures gave him legal movement near restricted sites. Bellatrix's visitor column was clean in the way only scrubbed records were clean. Worst of all, a thin ministry extract on Barty Crouch Jr. named a prison death without a healer's counter-signature, without a body release notation, and without the usual Dementor custody closure mark. Hadrian placed that sheet in the center and watched Sirius read it twice. Sirius's face emptied of humor. They lied again. Or buried uncertainty until it became easier to call it fact, Remus said, but even he sounded as if the distinction tasted foul. Sirius rounded on him so sharply the chair behind him scraped the floor. Don't tidy it. If a man dies in prison, someone records the body. If there's no body, no healer, and no proper closure, then someone decided the truth was inconvenient. Hadrian kept one hand on the parchment before Sirius could snatch it up and turn rage into movement. Yes, and if Crouch is alive, or was removed, or died somewhere else under a name his father could control, then he becomes more than proof of another ministry crime. He becomes a possible bridge. A bridge, Sirius said, voice rising. That's what you call it. They stole 12 years from me, maybe smuggled another Death Eater out under paperwork, left Bellatrix breathing behind Dementors, and you're already turning it into strategy. Hadrian felt the blow land because Sirius had aimed with the accuracy only family could manage. He looked at the sheet, at the missing marks around Crouch's supposed death, and forced himself to answer as the man in the room, not the boy Sirius's anger still knew how to reach. If I start with punishment, the guilty will defend themselves. If I start with prevention, they have to produce records. Records give Euphemia teeth, Bones authority, and Gringotts a trail. Then punishment has somewhere lawful to stand. Sirius laughed once, harsh and wounded. Lawful. That word did wonders for me. No, Hadrian said, and he let the word cut through the room. It didn't. That's why I won't hand them a righteous disaster they can dismiss as black instability, Peverell overreach, or personal revenge. You deserve justice. Harry deserves not to face Voldemort wearing one of these old failures as a body. Sirius flinched at Harry's name more than he had at the argument. Remus's shoulders lowered by a fraction, not in relief, but in grief finding the right target. Hadrian slid the Crouch sheet toward Sirius, then set a second parchment beside it, blank except for the heading Euphemia had suggested, Emergency Custody Integrity Review. Sirius stared at the heading. You're asking me to wait. I'm asking you to aim, Hadrian said. Sign the request as Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned survivor and restored head of House Black. I'll sign as Peverell governor and interested party. Remus signs as witness to the pattern. Euphemia files it before anyone hears we're coming. Sirius picked up the quill with a hand that still shook. And when we find the rot. Hadrian watched the ink darken under Sirius's name. Then we pull it into daylight before it can learn to run. Euphemia filed before sunset. By supper, the first ministry replies had begun arriving with the offended speed of people who had discovered that old paper could still bruise. Hadrian read them in the warded room with Sirius pacing behind him and Remus seated at the table, one hand pressed flat beside the signed review request as if he could keep the whole thing from sliding into catastrophe by weight alone. The first letter objected to scope. The second objected to standing. The third did not object at all, which made Hadrian set it aside with greater care than the others. Bones, Remus said, reading the seal upside down. She answered directly. She wants the records preserved before anyone tidies them, Hadrian said. He broke the wax and unfolded the parchment, eyes moving over each clipped line. Temporary hold on Azkaban visitor logs, custody closure sheets, Dementor duty rosters, and transfer authorizations tied to marked prisoners. She'll accept sworn supplementary testimony from Sirius and an independent legal packet from Quill. Sirius stopped pacing. That's good. That's dangerous, Hadrian said, though he let the edge of approval stay in his voice. Good comes after we see who tries to stop her. A fourth owl struck the outside ward hard enough to make the bronze disc rattle. Remus rose before Sirius could lunge for the window, crossed the room, and accepted the message with a cautious wand movement that made Hadrian's chest ease by one fraction. Competence, again, quiet and real. Remus brought the folded parchment back without opening it. No ministry seal. Hadrian touched the edge with his wand. The parchment smoked once, then unfolded by itself, revealing 3 lines written in a careful hand that had tried too hard not to be recognized. Some graves are best left closed. Some prisoners are safest forgotten. Lord Peverell should remember that old names can be buried too. Sirius went very still. Give me that. No, Hadrian said, and placed a clear evidence charm over the parchment before Sirius's anger could become fingerprints, ash, or a duel. This is the first gift they've given us. It's a threat, Sirius snapped. It's a confession wearing a mask, Hadrian said. He slid the parchment into a preservation sleeve and wrote the time across the top. People comfortable with buried rot have learned someone is digging. That means the operation worked. Remus looked toward the sealed ministry letters. What routes are closed? Azkaban records are frozen. Bellatrix's visitor chain can't be quietly edited. Crouch's supposed death can't be rewritten without crossing Bones, Quill, and Gringotts. Rookwood's old access gets reviewed under custody integrity instead of political gossip. McNair's movement near restricted sites becomes documented, not casual. Hadrian stacked the papers, each one aligned until the table looked less like panic and more like a blade. Voldemort can still hide, he can still crawl, but he loses some doors. Sirius stared at the anonymous threat, then at the official seal from Bones. His voice came rougher when he spoke. And we gain enemies. Hadrian sealed the packet for Euphemia and felt the future shift again, not safely, but forward. No, we make them admit they were already there. 38. Severus and the Debt. The anonymous threat had been sealed, copied, and sent to Euphemia before Hadrian slept, but the handwriting stayed with him through the morning like ink that had found its way under the skin. By breakfast, Bones had acknowledged preservation orders, Gringotts had confirmed receipt of the custody packet, and Sirius had taken Harry down to the Black Wards for a flying lesson that was really an excuse to be somewhere no ministry owl could reach him for an hour. That left Hadrian with the next problem, and the next problem wore black robes, taught potions below ground, and had once carried Voldemort's mark close enough to know where fear traveled when it stopped calling itself loyalty. Snape was in his office when Hadrian arrived, the door closed, the corridor empty, and the wards sharp enough to sting when Hadrian touched the frame with his wand. He waited for the inner latch to release rather than forcing it. A moment later, the door opened inward, and Snape stood behind his desk with one hand resting beside a stack of marked essays. "Lord Peverell," he said, each syllable dressed for insult. "How comforting. I had begun to worry the castle might endure an entire morning without your supervision." Hadrian stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Azkaban records are being frozen. Bellatrix's visitor logs, Crouch's custody sheet, Rookwood's ministry access, McNair's restricted site movements, and the old money channels attached to them. Someone objected before the ink dried. Snape's expression did not change quickly enough to fool him. The stillness came first, then the sneer. "If you have discovered that Death Eaters dislike audits, I congratulate you on catching up with 1981. "This isn't about dislike," Hadrian said. He placed a copied slip on the desk, not the original threat, because Snape would notice that too. Someone knew which names mattered before the packet was public. Someone knew enough to warn me off old prisoners and old graves. I need the roots that don't appear in ministry language. Snape looked down at the copy without touching it. "You mistake me for an informant." "No," Hadrian said. "I know exactly what kind of man I'm asking." Snape's eyes lifted, black and flat. "Do you?" Hadrian held that gaze and let only a measured fraction of the future sit behind his voice. "I know Voldemort doesn't need a loyal army first. He needs a frightened helper, a hidden room, a wand, a body, and one person desperate enough to believe serving him is safer than being found by him. I know foreign rumors matter. I know old marks can pull men before they admit they felt the tug. I know Albania is not a children's ghost story." The office seemed to narrow around the last word. Snape's hand closed once beside the essays, careful, almost invisible. "You say his name too easily for a man who claims not to have stood near him." "I've stood near what he leaves behind," Hadrian said. "So have you." Snape's mouth tightened. "And now you come to me for redemption dressed as intelligence." "I didn't come for redemption," Hadrian said, quiet enough that the words had to be heard rather than survived. "I came because you know the roads cowards used when they still thought they were clever, and because if one of those roads opens again, children will pay before adults finish arguing about whether the evidence is polite." Snape's gaze stayed on Hadrian for long enough that the copied threat between them might as well have vanished. The office smelled of ink, bitter potion residue, and cold stone, but beneath it Hadrian caught the faint metallic tang of old wardwork tightening around a man who disliked being cornered in his own room. Snape lifted his wand at last, not toward Hadrian, but toward the shelves. 3 jars shifted half an inch, a book spine clicked back into place, and a privacy charm settled over the door with a soft pressure that made the air feel thinner. "You speak in moral injuries and battlefield assumptions," Snape said. "That is not the language of a foreign lord who spent the last war abroad counting family silver." "No," Hadrian said, "it isn't." Snape's mouth curved without humor. "How refreshing. A lie that admits it has worn Polish thin. He came around the desk slowly, robes brushing the stone floor, and stopped close enough that the threat on the desk sat behind him like bait. Tell me, Lord Peverell, when you look at former Death Eaters, do you see men, evidence, or tools that have failed to become useful quickly enough? Hadrian felt the old anger answer, but he did not let it take the room. Snape wanted outrage. Outrage would simplify him into another righteous adult who had come below ground to demand confession from the ugly man in black. I see what happens when useful men are allowed to become excuses, he said. I've seen that do more damage than open hatred. Something moved in Snape's face then, too brief to name cleanly. Recognition, perhaps, or offense because recognition had arrived wearing Hadrian's voice. You presume a great deal about damage. I watched you teach Harry Potter as if James Potter could be punished backward through him, Hadrian said, and the sentence landed harder because he did not raise his voice. I watched you help protect him too. Both are true. I won't pretend one cleans the other. Snape went very still. The ward over the door hummed once, sharpened by magic or temper. Careful. I am being careful, Hadrian said. Careless would be telling myself your courage made you safe for children, or that your cruelty made your information worthless. For the first time, Snape looked away. It was not surrender. It was the controlled turn of a man refusing to show where a knife had gone in. His hand moved to the desk, and one long finger tapped the copied thread beside the phrase safest forgotten. There were houses after the war where no one said his name, but no one threw anything away. Wands hidden in nursery walls. Portkeys buried under family chapels. Gold moved through widows, cousins, and respectable charities. Men like Rookwood did not need loyalty from fools. They needed clerks who feared being named. Hadrian stepped closer to the desk, careful not to crowd him. And the prisoners? Snape looked back at him, eyes black and unpleasantly clear. Azkaban was never a prison alone. It was a cupboard where the Ministry put truths it preferred not to sort. If you have found one false death, assume there are 3 more silences protecting it. The words hung between them with more weight than the copied threat. Hadrian looked at Snape's finger resting near the phrase safest forgotten and thought of Sirius behind bars. Barty Crouch Jr. possibly buried under a father's name and a Ministry convenience, and Bellatrix breathing hatred behind dementors that could be bribed, redirected, or simply trusted by fools who wanted no further questions. Then write the silences down, he said, drawing a blank sheet from the edge of Snape's desk and turning it toward him. Not names you can prove. Patterns. Families that kept portkeys. Clerks who learned not to hear. Houses that still sent money after trials. Snape stared at the parchment as if Hadrian had asked him to cut open his own arm and label the veins. You mistake memory for evidence. No, Hadrian said. I'm building the path evidence can walk. A silver phoenix slipped through the privacy charm before Snape could answer. The office wards flared, not enough to stop it, only enough to complain, and Dumbledore's voice unfolded with patient gentleness that made Hadrian's shoulders tighten before the words fully formed. Severus, Hadrian, I had hoped we might discuss this matter together before further action was taken. Old wounds can become dangerous guides when urgency grants them authority. Snape's face closed like a door. The parchment lay blank beneath his hand, and Hadrian saw the old shape settle over the room at once. Dumbledore above, Snape useful and contained. The truth softened until it could be managed by men who called delay wisdom. It had worked for years. It had helped build graves. Hadrian turned toward the Patronus. No. The phoenix light flickered. Snape's eyes shifted to him, sharp with something almost like warning. A brave response to a message. It wasn't for the message, Hadrian said. He kept his voice level, because anger would let Dumbledore turn this into pain requiring guidance. It was for the arrangement. You don't get to call secrecy care when it keeps the same damaging pattern alive. Not with Sirius, not with Harry, not with Severus. Useful adults don't become harmless because they're useful. The Patronus held its shape in the air, bright and silent. Snape's mouth tightened. Do not include me in your rescue doctrine. I'm not rescuing you, Hadrian said, looking back at him. I'm asking you to choose whether the knowledge you kept from becoming worse can finally be used without a child standing underneath the cost. Snape's hand flattened over the blank parchment. The gesture was small, but it was not refusal. And if I choose not to provide your tidy little road? Then I go through Bones, Gringotts, Euphemia, And every ugly record I can force open, Hadrian said. But I'll be slower, and Voldemort has always profited when decent people and guilty people both decided slow felt safer. The phoenix dimmed, then vanished without another word. In the quiet that followed, Snape picked up the quill. Mulciber, he said, writing the name with a hard, precise stroke. Not because he was clever. Because his aunt was. Snape did not stop with Mulciber. Once the first name touched parchment, others followed in a line too precise to be confession and too ugly to be only memory. He wrote Selwyn beneath it, then a half circle beside Travers, then 3 ministry office initials with no names attached yet. Each mark was made with the careful economy of a man who knew exactly how much truth could be dangerous before it became useful. Hadrian stayed silent while the quill moved, because interrupting would let Snape remember pride before the list had finished bleeding. There was a courier route through Trieste before the war ended, Snape said, eyes on the parchment rather than Hadrian. Not official, not even trusted, a chain of frightened men who preferred to be paid in favors and silence. It moved letters, potion ingredients, wand cores when Ollivanders became too visible, and occasionally people who wished not to appear on ship manifests. Hadrian's attention sharpened at the shape of it. Albania. Snape's quill paused. Eventually. Not directly. Direct routes are for idiots and men already dead. Trieste to old family contacts in the Balkans, then through smugglers who believed they were moving cursed objects or fugitives from continental warrants. If the Dark Lord is reduced enough to need lesser hands, he won't call a marked inner circle first. He'll look for cowards close enough to old paths to smell familiar and far enough away to believe themselves safe. Hadrian reached for the parchment, then stopped before touching it. Who still knows the route? Snape's mouth twisted. Anyone intelligent enough to know it was a route is either dead, imprisoned, pretending to be respectable, or pretending more successfully than you will enjoy discovering. Mulciber's aunt kept correspondence with a man named Varkos. A broker, not a believer. He traded in things decent men claimed not to need until they needed them urgently. He drew a small mark beside the name and added, last rumored near the Albanian border after the fall. The room changed around that line. Not dramatically, not with prophecy, but with the quiet click of one locked piece entering place. Hadrian saw forest, snakes, cold tracks in wet leaves, and a wraith learning to stop reaching for grand resurrection long enough to survive. You held this back from Dumbledore. Snape looked up then, and the old bitterness was almost restful compared to the rawness beneath it. I held many things back from Dumbledore. Some because I was ashamed. Some because he would have forgiven the wrong part and used the rest. He set the quill down beside the list. Do not mistake this for trust. I won't, Hadrian said. He folded the parchment with deliberate care, then sealed it in a plain evidence sleeve. And I won't mistake it for absolution either. Snape's eyes narrowed, but he did not strike back at once. That restraint cost him something visible in the line of his jaw. You are very determined to keep accounts balanced. No, Hadrian said, tucking the sealed sleeve inside his robes. I'm determined not to pay one debt by creating another. He opened the office door himself. The corridor beyond was empty, but the castle felt less empty than it had before, full of listening stone, old men, and roots that had just become roads. Behind him, Snape spoke without softness. Lord Peverell. Hadrian turned at the threshold. If you follow that thread, Snape said, do not go loudly. The thing you are hunting survived by being diminished. It may have learned from that. Hadrian held his gaze for one breath, long enough to accept the warning without accepting the man. So have I, he said, and left with the first true road toward Albania hidden against his heart. 39. The Wraith Learns Fear. Hadrian did not take Snape's parchment straight to Dumbledore. He carried it through the lower corridors inside a sealed sleeve, past portraits that pretended not to track him, past a suit of armor that shifted as if deciding whether to gossip, and up to the small staff room Euphemia had warded for legal correspondence whenever Hogwarts became too fond of listening. The room had no fireplace, no portrait, and only one narrow window looking over rain-dark stone. Hadrian checked the hinges, the wall seams, the underside of the writing table, and the air around the lamp before he broke the outer seal on the Gringotts packet that had arrived during breakfast. Euphemia Quill's covering note sat on top, precise enough to be a blade. Lord Peverell. 3 reports matched the old foreign route inquiry. 1 Balkan traveler dead near the Albanian border. 2 shepherd claims of snakes behaving in unseasonal coordination. 1 local healer describing a child with memory loss after touching a dying adder. The ministry dismisses all as provincial superstition. Gringotts does not. Hadrian set the note down beside Snape's list and opened the first report with hands that had learned not to shake where paper could see. The traveler had been found beside an abandoned chapel road, no purse taken, no curse trace strong enough for local officials to record, and eyes open in an expression the clerk had described as extreme fright. The healer's account was worse because it was quieter. A child had gone into the brush after a goat and returned speaking in a voice his mother did not recognize, then slept for 2 days and woke with no memory except cold earth and something moving under leaves. The door opened after Hadrian's answering charm accepted the knock. Euphemia entered first, hat still pinned straight despite the wet hem of her traveling cloak, and Madame Bones followed with a leather document case under one arm. Bones looked at the papers already spread across the table, then at Hadrian's face. "You found a route." "Snape found a route," Hadrian said, placing one finger beside Trieste, then Varcos, then the Albanian border mark. "The reports found the thing moving near the end of it." Euphemia removed her gloves one finger at a time. "Are we speaking of a fugitive, a curse, or the problem no one sensible wants named in writing?" Hadrian looked down at the healer's report, where a frightened mother had signed with a cross because she could not write her own name. "A wraith that has stopped believing followers are safe," he said. "He's trying animals now, snakes, mostly, small hosts, easy to lose, easy to deny." Bones's jaw tightened. "That is not enough for an international operation." "No," Hadrian said, folding Snape's list around the border names with deliberate care. "It's enough to know what happens if we wait for enough." In the Albanian hills, far from the staff room where Hadrian measured reports against old fear, a thin black snake slid beneath the roots of a broken oak and stopped moving when the man came too near. The man was not important. He smelled of sweat, cheap spirits, iron charms, and the small greed of someone who had carried packages without asking what was inside them. Years ago, that kind of man would have knelt if the right name reached him. Now he walked with one hand on a knife and the other closed around a charm against possession, muttering prayers in 3 languages because stories traveled even when loyalty did not. Voldemort waited inside the snake and hated waiting. The body was narrow, cold, and stupid, full of scent, hunger, ground vibration, and simple animal fear. It did not understand conquest. It did not understand memory. It wanted warmth, prey, and a hole deep enough that larger things would pass overhead. He had worn bodies before and despised them, but Quirrell had at least possessed hands, speech, and a mind that could be bent into use. This creature offered only silence and scales, yet silence had become safer than men. The courier stopped near the chapel stones and whispered, "Varcos is dead. I don't carry for ghosts." The name struck no pride in Voldemort. Pride had become expensive. The diary was gone. The ring was gone. The cup, the locket, the diadem, and even the wound in the boy had vanished from reach one by one, each absence not pain exactly, but a door closing in the dark. He had reached for old marks after the first loss and found distance, wards, prison walls, and fear sharpened into caution. He had brushed one sleeping mind in Britain and recoiled from the taste of watchfulness around it. Peverell's work, Potter's shadow wearing another name. "Tell them I'm done," the courier said, though no one had answered him. No more chapels. No more snakes. No more children waking wrong. Rage rose through the snake's tiny body and made it coil too tightly around itself. Once, rage would have been command. Men had obeyed because death stood behind his voice. Now command was risk. A marked fool might run to orders. A bribed clerk might sell a whisper twice. A frightened servant might speak a name near someone listening. The snake struck from the roots, not to kill, only to taste blood. The courier screamed, staggered back, and fled down the track with mud on his knees and terror ruining whatever courage he had purchased from drink. Voldemort did not follow in the snake's body. He loosened from it instead, a colder pressure sliding through brush, stone, and the startled minds of small things. A rat froze. A crow took flight. Another snake raised its head beneath wet leaves and received him without language. Men were doors that betrayed. Animals were holes in the world. For now, holes would do. Hadrian returned to the staff room with Bones and Euphemia after the reports had been copied, numbered, and placed under 3 separate seals. Snape was already there, standing near the narrow window with his arms folded and his face arranged into the kind of dislike that asked questions before words did. He looked at the Albanian border marks on the table, then at Hadrian. You have the expression of a man preparing to do something stupid with paperwork nearby so witnesses may call it strategy. Good, Hadrian said, setting the last sealed copy beside the map. Then you understand why you're here. Snape's eyes narrowed. I understand that I am apparently useful enough to be summoned and not trusted enough to be told in advance. Bones opened her document case and removed a ministry movement form. If this becomes an Auror operation, I need authority, jurisdictional notice, foreign liaison, and a stated target. I can get some of that quietly. I cannot get all of it quietly. Then it doesn't become an Auror operation, Hadrian said. Euphemia's quill paused above her notes. That answer is satisfying only until someone asks who authorized you to cross a border hunting a disembodied dark wizard through snakes. No one sensible writes that authorization down, Snape said. Hadrian looked at him. Exactly. Bones's mouth tightened. I do not like unofficial action. I don't like public action that warns him, Hadrian said. He touched the border mark where the healer's report met Snape's old route. A public crusade gives him panic, symbols, followers trying to prove loyalty, and frightened officials who will seal records instead of sharing them. He is weaker than he has ever been, but he's learning. If we turn Albania into a banner, he'll use the shadow beneath it. Snape stepped closer to the table, his gaze on the map rather than Hadrian's face. You need someone who knows the old movement language, someone who can recognize magical absence without calling it superstition, and someone who won't mistake a dead snake for victory. And someone who will tell me when I'm overreaching, Hadrian said. That made Snape look up. For one clean second, the sneer did not arrive in time. You are asking me to go. I'm asking whether you'll be more useful in a classroom pretending this road doesn't exist, or on it making certain no child pays for what adults delayed. Euphemia looked between them with sharp, lawyerly displeasure. A small team, then. Lord Peverell, Professor Snape, one field healer or curse specialist, and no speeches. Bones shut the empty movement form with a snap. I can give you deniable records, emergency contact wards, and a statement that you are traveling on private Peverell business. I will not give you a ministry parade. Hadrian folded the map until Albania disappeared beneath his palm. That's the point. Hadrian did not leave from Hogwarts. Too many portraits watched the corridors, too many old stones remembered footsteps, and Dumbledore would hear an absence differently if it began under his own roof. He returned instead to the secured Black property under a private portkey Euphemia had bullied through 3 layers of paperwork, arriving in the back garden just as Sirius was showing Harry how to trim a practice broom's tail twigs without taking half the binding charm off with them. Harry looked up first, because he always looked for the thing that changed the room. His glasses were gone now, his scar was quiet, and the absence of that old squint still caught Hadrian in the chest each time he saw it. Professor, Harry said, lowering the broom. Is something wrong? Sirius turned too quickly, one hand already near his wand. He saw Snape step out of the portkey's second pull behind Hadrian and stiffened as if the whole garden had been insulted. Why is he here? Snape's lip curled. Your hospitality remains as legendary as your judgment. Enough, Hadrian said, before Sirius could reach for a family curse and before Harry could decide adults were about to make him the center of another argument. He crossed the wet grass and stopped at the edge of the practice mat, close enough to be honest and far enough not to claim. I have to leave Britain for a few days, Harry. Private Peverell business. Harry's fingers tightened around the broom handle. Dangerous business? Sirius's eyes cut to Hadrian. That wasn't the answer you promised me. I promised not to vanish without telling you, Hadrian said. I didn't promise to make the truth pretty. Harry glanced from Hadrian to Snape and back again, too sharp to be soothed by adult shapes around a lie. Is it about him? The garden went still. Sirius inhaled through his teeth. Snape looked away first, which told Harry too much and not enough. Hadrian crouched slowly, bringing himself nearer Harry's height without making it theater. It's about making sure something old and cruel can't find its way back to you or anyone else. Harry's free hand rose toward his scar, then stopped before touching it. But it's quiet. I know, Hadrian said, and the gentleness cost him more than the journey waiting in his pocket. That's why I'm going now. Quiet is something we protect before someone tries to break it. Sirius stepped closer and put one hand on Harry's shoulder, not gripping, only there. "You're coming back." Hadrian stood. He looked at Harry first, because that was the danger and the reason both, then at Sirius. "Yes." Snape made a soft, bitter sound. "Touching. Are we finished reassuring the symbolic center of the war?" Harry flinched at symbolic, but Sirius's hand steadied him. Hadrian turned to Snape with cold restraint. "He is not a symbol. That is why we're leaving before the enemy remembers how useful symbols can be." No one answered that. The portkey warmed in Hadrian's palm, waiting. Harry swallowed, then lifted the broom slightly as if remembering what ordinary life had been doing before danger arrived in the garden. "Be careful, Professor." Hadrian closed his fingers around the portkey with Snape beside him and Sirius watching like a man being asked not to follow his own fear. "I'm trying to be," he said, and the garden vanished. 40. Into Albania. The portkey dropped Hadrian into wet leaves, slanted ground, and the kind of silence that made every living sound feel watched. He landed on one knee, wand already out, and held still until the pull in his stomach faded enough for the forest to become separate pieces again. Trees crowded the slope in black ranks. Mist clung low between roots and stones. Somewhere higher up the hill, water moved over rock with a thin, patient sound, and somewhere nearer, a bird stopped calling too abruptly. Snape appeared 3 paces to his left with more grace and less color, one hand pressed briefly to the trunk of a beech before he straightened. "A charming destination, damp, foreign, and full of reasons to regret trusting you." "Then begin with the nearest reason," Hadrian said, not looking away from the ground. "Tracks by the root line. Too small for the courier, too clean for ordinary snake movement." Varga, the Gringotts curse runner Bones had insisted on through Ragnarok's back channel, crouched beside the exposed mud without letting her cloak touch it. She was narrow, dark-haired, and practical in the way goblin-trained humans often became after enough vault doors tried to kill them. "Not tracks alone," she said, drawing a thin brass probe from her sleeve. Something passed through the animal and left pressure behind. Possession residue, but old and badly held. Snape stepped closer despite himself. Badly held because the host was unsuitable or because the occupant is weakened? "Both," Hadrian said. He touched his wand to the air above the mark, not the mud itself, and felt the faint recoil of magic that had never learned to belong to a body. "He's not riding men unless he must. Men talk, men bargain, men get frightened and sell names. Animals don't know what they're carrying until they break." Healer Kovac crossed herself before she seemed to remember she was standing with British wizards, then tightened her grip on the case of warded files at her side. She had met them 2 miles back near the abandoned Chapel Road and had not asked for proof after Hadrian named the child who had woken with no memory but cold earth. "The boy's mother said the snake came from the brush after," she said quietly. "It died before dawn. Its eyes were white." Snape's gaze cut toward Hadrian. "That detail was not in the report." "No," Kovac said. "The officials laughed before I finished speaking." Hadrian looked up the slope where the broken chapel stones waited beyond the trees. Old death, frightened animals, magical absence, and a trail no public authority wanted to admit existed. Not open signs, not the road from the future. Something smaller, meaner, and already learning. "Concealment holds for now," Varga said, checking the gray charm at her throat. "But if this thing notices us, I cannot promise the forest won't notice with it." "Then no fire, no patronuses, no names spoken loudly," Hadrian said. He moved first, placing each step where the mud had already been disturbed. "We follow what he leaves behind, not where I remember he should have gone." Snape fell in beside him, black robes brushing wet fern, an unexpectedly sane instruction. Hadrian kept his eyes on the next mark under the leaves. "Don't get used to it." The trail did not hold. It frayed less than 20 yards beyond the root line, vanishing under pine needles, wet stone, and a stretch of bare earth where nothing should have crossed without leaving some sign. Hadrian crouched anyway, one hand braced against a slick rock, and forced himself to look at what was actually there rather than at the root his memory insisted should exist. In the future, the Chapel Road had been the beginning of a longer silence, a place where men disappeared and rumors learned to walk carefully. Here, the road was still half wild, half forgotten, and the monster had already become smaller than the story Hadrian had carried back. Snape stopped behind him with audible impatience. If you intend to stare the soil into confession, I suggest beginning before nightfall. Hadrian lifted one fallen needle with the tip of his wand. Beneath it lay a shallow scrape, not a full track, only the faint drag of scales where something had crossed from stone to moss. He turned away from the chapel. Varga's head came up sharply. That is not what the reports suggest. No, Hadrian said, and the word tasted worse than disagreement. It's not. Kovac looked toward the broken line of trees above them, where the chapel stones were barely visible through mist and branch shadow. If he avoided the road, then he knew someone might follow it. Or he learned after the courier fled, Snape said. His voice had gone quieter, which made the bitterness more useful. A disembodied coward inside a snake still possesses memory enough to recognize exposure. Hadrian stood too quickly, and pain tugged along his knee before he made himself steady. The old map in his head shifted and refused to fit the ground. The chapel should have mattered more. The courier should have been another step toward a human host. The first bodies should have gathered fear into a pattern he could cut through before it widened. Instead, Voldemort had slipped sideways, away from the obvious place, away from the road that memory offered like a trap disguised as certainty. Varga drove the brass probe into the moss and twisted it once. The charm at its head dulled, then gave a weak black flicker. Residual pressure here, thin, but fresher than the root line. He passed this way after changing hosts. Kovac knelt beside a patch of crushed fern and drew back one frond with gloved fingers. Something frightened the animals before he crossed. Not a predator. These bends are wrong. They pressed away in several directions at once. Snape looked at Hadrian. Your future knowledge appears to be depreciating. Hadrian's grip tightened around his wand. Good. Then we stop treating it as a map and start treating it as a warning. That made Snape's mouth close before the retort escaped. Hadrian stepped off the chapel approach and into the darker trees where the scrape led, each footfall slower now, each breath measured against the urge to hurry. Voldemort was not waiting where history said he should be. He was learning, shrinking, choosing holes over doors, and that meant the hunt had become real. The darker trail drew them down rather than up, away from the chapel stones and into a hollow where the trees grew close enough to turn rain into a slow, irregular dripping. Hadrian moved first because he could not make himself do otherwise, but every step made the old future press harder against the back of his eyes. A bent sapling, a run of scattered feathers, a narrow smear of mud on pale stone where a snake had passed after feeding or fleeing. Each sign was small, but small signs had once become graves because no one had known when to begin being afraid. Snape's voice cut through the wet hush behind him. You are walking faster. Hadrian stopped only long enough to listen. Nothing moved ahead except water and the soft settling of leaves. The trail's fresher. That was not an answer, Snape said. Varga came up on Hadrian's right, brass probe held low. The tip shivered toward a fallen log split open by rot. There's residue inside the wood. Not on it. Something hid under there long enough to leave pressure in the hollow. Kovac crouched at the far end of the log and drew in a sharp breath. There was an animal den here. She used 2 fingers to move a piece of bark, revealing a small nest of leaves, fur, and 3 tiny bodies gone stiff in the damp. Mice, I think. No wounds. Hadrian's chest tightened so abruptly that he barely felt the rain on his face. In the future, the first village that went silent had started with animals found dead without blood, their little bodies cooling under porches and in sheds while people argued about poison, weather, or bad luck. By the time anyone thought to look for magic, the children were already speaking wrong in their sleep. He stepped over the log and lifted his wand toward the hollow beyond it. Back. Snape moved at once, but not backward. He caught Hadrian's sleeve with a grip sharp enough to stop the casting motion before the spell formed cleanly. No. Hadrian turned on him, fury rising too fast for thought. Let go. Not while you are about to curse half a forest because 3 dead mice resemble a nightmare only you remember, Snape said, his face pale and hard in the gloom. If he is near, panic will announce what caution has hidden. Varga's probe gave one thin black pulse, then went dull. Professor Snape is right. The trace isn't spreading. It's folded inward. This was a hiding place, not an outbreak. Kovac looked from the dead nest to Hadrian's wand hand, and her fear did not make her soft. If you burn the hollow, you may erase the only direction he left us. Hadrian looked past them into the trees, breathing through the brutal need to act before history had room to repeat itself. His wand remained lifted for one heartbeat longer than it should have. Then he lowered it by force, inch by inch, and the restraint felt less like wisdom than tearing a hook from flesh. "Mark the hollow," he said, voice rough. "No fire, no wide spells. We take the direction, not the fear." Varga marked the hollow with 3 shallow cuts in the moss and 1 quiet charm that did not shine, smoke, or announce itself to anything watching from the trees. Hadrian made himself wait while she worked, though every nerve in him wanted movement. Restraint had kept the trail intact. That did not make standing still easier while the dead mice lay cold under bark and the forest held its breath around them. Kovach closed the little den again with a gentleness that made Snape look away. "They were not used as hosts," she said, wiping her gloves with a cloth from her case. "No tearing inside the mind, no residue behind the eyes. They died because something passed too near and took what warmth they had." "An inspiring distinction," Snape said. "It matters," Hadrian said. He looked past the fallen log to the slope beyond, where the undergrowth thinned into stone. "He's not strong enough to spend hosts carelessly. If small creatures die beside the trail, he passed through them or over them. If one keeps moving after that, we have him." Varga's probe turned slowly in her hand without her touching it. The brass tip pointed downhill, away from the chapel and toward a line of gray shapes barely visible through mist. "Ruins," she said. "Not the chapel. Older." Snape's eyes narrowed. "How many abandoned stones does this miserable country require?" "Enough for things people wanted forgotten," Kovach said, and there was local anger under the professional calm. "Old watchpost, perhaps. Shepherds avoid it. Children dare one another to touch the wall and run." Hadrian started down the slope, slower than before, and the others followed without needing the order spoken. The trees opened by degrees. Rain showed broken masonry ahead, low walls half swallowed by thorn, a collapsed arch, and black gaps beneath slabs where animals could hide from hawks, men, and daylight. The place smelled of wet stone, old dung, and something colder underneath that Hadrian felt before he understood. A snake lay across the nearest fallen block, thin and dark, its body arranged too neatly for a wild creature caught in rain. Its head lifted as they approached. White filmed the eyes, not death white, not yet, but clouded with pressure from something looking through what nature had made too small to hold it. Snape stopped beside Hadrian, wand already angled low. "That," he said softly, "is not animal hunger." The snake did not strike. It watched Hadrian, and the tiny head turned with a human patience that made the ruined future lean close again. Hadrian's hand steadied around his wand, but this time he did not cast wide. He let the fear pass through him without becoming command. "No," Hadrian said, "it's him." 41. The Snake in the Ruins. The snake moved before anyone cast. It slid from the fallen block with a smoothness too deliberate for panic, dropped between 2 slabs, and vanished into a black seam beneath the ruined wall. Hadrian's wand followed the motion, but he held the spell behind his teeth. The white cloud over its eyes had not dulled its attention. If anything, it had made the thing behind them more patient, as if Voldemort had remembered that bodies were only useful until they were cornered. "Do not chase it blindly," Varga said, already lowering 3 brass pins into the wet earth. "There are gaps under these stones. If it can pass through them, it can come up behind us." Snape's wand angled toward the collapsed arch, his face bloodless and hard. "A comforting observation. Shall we also invite it to select the order in which it prefers to kill us?" Hadrian stepped sideways rather than forward, keeping the nearest wall to his left and the open ruin in view. "It doesn't want us dead yet. It wants us turned around, separated, and listening to the wrong thing." The ruin answered him with a whisper. Not from ahead, not from behind, but from the broken stones themselves, thin as breath through old mortar. "Harry." The voice was Lily's, soft and frightened in a way no memory had any right to be. Hadrian's hand tightened once, and the snake's dark head appeared for an instant beneath a thorn-choked lindel, watching him with human attention before slipping away again. Kovach crossed herself with shaking fingers and moved closer to Varga. "That was a woman." "That was bait," Snape said, but his voice had gone rough, and Hadrian knew he had heard Lily too. Another whisper came, warmer this time, carrying James's careless courage warped into pleading. "Promslet, look at me. The word struck so precisely that Hadrian's chest locked around it. Voldemort had no right to that name. He had never known it from love, only from stolen fragments, borrowed minds, and the dirty scraps left where soul magic had torn through lives. Hadrian forced himself to breathe and lowered his wand by a fraction, not in surrender, but in discipline. "He's pulling from me," he said. "Not full memory, surface wounds, names with hooks." Varga's pins clicked into place with small, dull sounds. "Then stop feeding him motion. Hold the center." The snake struck from the right. Snape snapped a cutting curse across the stones, too fast and too angry, and the spell shattered a corner of masonry where the tail had been a heartbeat earlier. Pebbles rained over wet leaves. The snake was gone again, but laughter hissed from the cracks, high, breathless, and almost young. Hadrian turned with it, slow enough not to be led. "No more wide spells," he said, and this time the order was for himself as much as Snape. "He wants fear to make the ruin bigger than it is." The ruin did not become smaller because Hadrian named the trick. Rain kept tapping through thorn and broken stone, and every narrow gap between slabs seemed to breathe with the possibility of scales. Varga's brass pins held 3 points of dull light in the moss, no brighter than wet beetle shells, but the space between them stayed uncertain. Voldemort had no army here, no robed circle, no frightened servants waiting to kiss his hem. He had a snake, old stones, and grief sharpened into a hook, and Hadrian hated how much damage there was still enough to do. Snape lowered his wand by inches, not because he liked the order, but because missing had given him no dignity to defend. "If you have a method beyond allowing it to hiss insults until dawn, I suggest employing it." "I have several," Hadrian said, and the first one that rose inside him was ugly enough that he did not speak it. Fire through every crack, crushing force through the stones. A curse driven hard enough to pulp snake, host, and hiding place together before anything could flee. The thought came with relief, immediate and vicious, and that was why he distrusted it. The snake whispered from somewhere beneath the fallen arch, using Lily's voice again, but weaker this time, stretched too thin around malice. "Harry, please." The sound slid over wet stone and found the boy in the cupboard, the man in the forest, the body on the office floor beside the pensieve, every version of him that had ever wanted his mother badly enough to make danger look like mercy. Hadrian stepped forward before thought caught him. Varga's hand closed around his sleeve, hard and practical. "No." He looked down at her fingers, then at the nearest crack where the whisper had come from. "Let go." "No," Varga said, and her voice did not rise. "You told us no wide spells. If Lord Peverell cannot obey Lord Peverell, the rest of us require revised command." Kovach swallowed, pale under the rain, but she moved to Hadrian's other side instead of back. "If you crush the host wrongly, will the thing inside die with it?" Hadrian did not answer at once. That was answer enough. The absence of Horcrux anchors had changed the arithmetic, not simplified it. Voldemort was more vulnerable than he had ever been, but vulnerable did not mean harmless, and killing the snake too crudely might give the wraith one desperate instant to tear free into the ruin, the forest, or one of them. Snape heard the silence and smiled without humor. "Precision, then. How irritatingly moral of us." "Not moral," Hadrian said, forcing his wand hand steady. "Necessary." The snake moved again, a dark line beneath a cracked slab, and Hadrian did not strike. He knelt instead, set the tip of his wand against the wet stone, and began drawing the first containment mark small enough that rage could not fit inside it. The first mark bit into the stone as a thin black line, not burned, not carved, but persuaded into being by wand tip, blood, and old Peverell law. Hadrian kept his hand low and his body lower, one knee pressed into moss while rain ran down his sleeve and gathered at his wrist. The mark wanted breadth, it wanted command. He gave it limits instead, shaping each curve no wider than his thumb, each crossing precise enough that the magic had nowhere to become anger. Varga moved when he moved, placing brass pins just beyond the reach of his wand. "Slowly," she said, though her eyes stayed on the gaps. "The left seam has shifted twice. He's circling the line before you close it." "I know," Hadrian said, and drew the second mark across a cracked slab. The stone trembled under his wand, and beneath it something dragged scales with an almost thoughtful slowness. Voldemort was listening to the work now. The whispers had quieted, which meant fear had failed or he had found another way in. Snape stood over them with his wand angled down, jaw tight enough to make every word look cut from bone. If it breaks through while you decorate the masonry, I will not ask permission before preventing our collective slaughter. Prevent, Hadrian said, setting the third mark. Don't indulge. Snape's eyes flashed, but he did not cast. That restraint mattered more than any insult he might have swallowed. Kovach opened the warded case at her side and withdrew the silver-capped vial with both hands. The basilisk venom inside did not slosh like liquid. It clung to the glass in a dark green thread, heavy with finality and old murder turned into tool. The venom line? Kovach asked. Not yet, Hadrian said. He stretched his free hand toward her without looking away from the stone. Give me the carrier. She placed the narrow goblin silver thorn into his palm. Its surface had been kissed with venom and sealed beneath a translucent wardskin, safe only because several people had decided safety mattered before pride. Hadrian set the thorn into the hollow where 3 marks met, then pressed his wand beside it. The containment answered with a sound too low to be heard properly, a tightening in the teeth and bones. The snake struck upward through the seam beneath Varga's nearest pin. Snape moved first, not with a wide curse this time, but with a sharp stunning cut that forced the head sideways without breaking the body. Varga drove a brass pin down through the air, and the pin stopped an inch above the snake's spine as if the ruin itself had caught it. Now, she snapped. Hadrian closed the line. Black marks leapt from stone to stone, not bright, not theatrical, only certain. The goblin's silver thorn sank through the wardskin and touched the ground. Venom entered the containment in a single dark thread, and the snake convulsed hard enough to crack wet masonry. A scream tore out of it that no animal throat had made. White mist ripped from the snake's open mouth, thin at first, then gathering into a shape above the trapped body. Hadrian rose slowly, wand steady, while the thing that had been hiding behind scales twisted in the rain and looked at him with red, furious recognition beginning too late. The white mist dragged itself higher above the trapped snake, tearing free in ragged threads that the rain could not wash down. For a moment it had no shape, only hunger refusing to disperse, but then the ruin darkened around it and the mist gathered into the suggestion of a face. Not flesh, not ghost, something thinner and meaner than either, with red sparks buried where eyes should have been and a mouth that opened before it remembered how to make sound. Hadrian kept the wand steady. The containment marks pulled against his arm through the stone, a deep pressure that wanted to become struggle if he let it. He did not. He had learned too late in the dead future how many battles Voldemort had won by convincing everyone else to become louder, wider, crueler, and more afraid. This time, Hadrian gave him a ring of black marks, a poisoned thorn, and no theater at all. The wraith's head turned with a shuddering motion, first toward Snape, then Varga, then Kovach. Recognition brushed Snape and recoiled into old possession, old service, old expectation. Snape's face went white, but his wand did not shake. Then the red sparks fixed on Hadrian, and the thing above the snake stilled. Potter, Voldemort whispered, and the name came out wrong, scraped through death and disbelief. No, older, impossible. Snape inhaled sharply through his teeth. Kovach stepped back half a pace, but Varga snapped another brass pin into the moss before fear could make her hands useless. Hadrian felt the word Potter move through him and pass without opening the old wound. It was not his public name now. It was not young Harry's burden here. It was the mistake Voldemort had made by thinking names stayed where he left them. Not the boy from your prophecy, Hadrian said. He shifted his wand a fraction, and the containment tightened until the snake thrashed once beneath the slabs. Not the child you marked. Not the weapon you meant to leave behind. The red eyes burned brighter. What are you? Hadrian looked at the wraith, at the thing that had made graves out of school corridors, safe houses, ministry offices, forests, kitchens, and children's beds in a future no one else had to remember. The answer that rose in him was not grand. It was colder than that, and steadier. Consequence, Hadrian said. The word struck harder than a curse. Voldemort recoiled, and the trapped snake convulsed beneath him, but the containment marks held. Black lines tightened over wet stone. The goblin's silver thorn pulsed once, and the venom thread darkened inside the ring like a sentence waiting for its final word. Voldemort hissed, gathering himself into a taller, thinner shape above the ruins. You think you have ended me? No, Hadrian said, and stepped fully into the circle's outer edge without crossing the line. I think I finally found where you have nowhere left to go. 42. No return this time. Voldemort rose higher above the trapped snake, stretching the white mist of himself until the ruin seemed built around his hunger. Red sparks burned where eyes should have been, and the old stones answered him with small cracking sounds as if even dead mortar remembered command. Hadrian did not look up far enough to grant him height. He kept his attention on the containment marks, on the wet black lines gripping stone to stone, on the goblin silver thorn feeding basilisk venom into the circle one measured pulse at a time. Snape shifted beside him, wand lifting toward the wraith's face. We have him exposed. We have him contained, Hadrian said, and the correction stopped Snape's arm halfway. That isn't the same as finished. Don't give him a duel. The snake's jaws opened beneath the mist, and a hiss slid through the rain, cold and intimate. To Varga and Kovac, it was only the sound of scales, venom, and a dying animal forced past nature. Hadrian understood it as clearly as English. Still commanding servants, Potter? Hadrian pressed his wand tip to the nearest mark and fed it one more thread of Peverell magic. The line tightened, and the snake beneath the slabs thrashed once, weaker now, its white clouded eyes rolling toward nothing. No servants here. That must be disappointing. Kovac stared at him, rain shining on her face. It spoke? It hissed, Snape said, but his eyes had sharpened toward Hadrian with old suspicion and older memory. He understood it. Later, Hadrian said. He drew a second mark through the water pooled on the stone, careful not to cross the circle. Right now, he wants us discussing language while the host dies under him. Varga crouched near the outer edge, brass pin ready between her fingers. The host is failing. If the body dies before the wraith is fully bound, he may tear free. The mist snapped toward her without a word, and for one instant the ruin filled with pressure. Not speech, not spell, old fear pushed against the air, the memory of a name whispered in corridors, the shape of children learning to run before they understood why. Snape went rigid. Kovac made a small strangled sound. Varga drove the pin into the moss with both hands, and the pressure bent around it instead of through them. Hadrian felt it touch him and found no scar answering. No pain split his brow. No cold laughter moved behind his thoughts. Only grief remained, and grief was his own. He looked at Voldemort properly then, not as prophecy, not as nightmare, but as a starving remnant trapped above a dying snake. No speeches, Hadrian said, lifting his wand into the final position. No performance. You don't get to make this beautiful. The wraith tried to rise when Hadrian named him small. White mist pulled upward in long torn strands, but the black marks dragged back through the dying snake and the wet stones with a pressure that made the ruin creak. The red sparks fixed on Hadrian, and the voice that came next no longer belonged only to a serpent's throat. It scraped through the rain and broken masonry, thin enough to make Kovac flinch and clear enough for every living person there to understand. You came back for him, Voldemort whispered. Still the same frightened boy. Still running toward sacrifice when someone says his name. Snape's wand twitched, but he did not cast. He is baiting you. Yes, Hadrian said, and pressed his wand to the next small join in the containment. The line blackened under his touch, steady and narrow. Badly. Voldemort's mouth widened. Harry Potter was always mine. Marked by my hand. Named by prophecy. Fed by guilt. You cannot hide what answers to me. The old words should have struck deeper. Hadrian remembered the cupboard, the graveyard that never happened here, the forest walk, the office floor beside the pensieve, and the terrible relief of believing his life could balance everyone else's deaths. Voldemort reached for all of it, pushing through fear as if fear were a key he had owned too long to question. Hadrian let the pressure touch him and found no answering wound. No scar burned. No foreign hunger woke beneath his skin. Young Harry's quiet brow at breakfast rose in his mind instead, scar silent, body his own. Life no longer built around being a door. Try again, Hadrian said. The wraith shuddered, red eyes sharpened, and the ruined air seemed to bend toward Hadrian's forehead. Voldemort searched there with a sudden, naked need that made him uglier than rage. No. Varga drove another brass pin into the outer line. He found absence. Kovac's face tightened with understanding before she reached for the venom vial. The boy? Beyond him, Hadrian said. He did not look away from the wraith. Beyond prophecy, beyond scar, beyond your reach." Voldemort screamed then, not loudly enough to break the containment, but with such spite that water shook in the cracks between stones. Snape stepped forward despite himself, face pale and hard. "You removed it." Hadrian shifted his wand a fraction, and the marks closed another inch. "I saved a child." The wraith thrashed against the line, dragging the snake's failing body with him until the host convulsed under the slab. "You stole what was mine." Hadrian's hand stayed steady. "No, I ended your trespass." Voldemort's cry thinned into a sound like glass under pressure, and the snake convulsed beneath him until rainwater jumped in the cracks around the containment. The host was almost gone. Hadrian could feel the body failing through the marks, each pulse weaker than the last, while the wraith fought to drag itself loose before basilisk venom and Peverell law finished closing the road. This was the place where vengeance wanted a grand gesture, a curse through the face, a shouted name, something large enough to answer every grave. Hadrian gave it none of that. "Kovach," Hadrian said, keeping his wand tip pressed to the final join. "Open the vial to the carrier line. 1 drop, no more." Kovach's hand shook once before discipline steadied it. She knelt beside the warded case, thumbed the silver cap loose, and tipped the basilisk venom until a single dark bead touched the prepared channel. It did not fall like liquid. It sank into the air, caught the goblin silver thorn, and pulled itself through the black marks with a slow, hungry certainty. Snape stared at the thread. "That is not enough to kill him." "No," Hadrian said. "It's enough to give the containment teeth." Varga drove 2 brass pins down in quick succession, one at the cracked lintel and one beside the seam where the snake had first vanished. "All exits I can see are closed. If there's an unseen one, it will bite us soon." "Then we don't leave it time," Hadrian said. He lowered his free hand to the wet stone and pressed his palm flat against the mark he had drawn small enough for rage not to enter. "By blood refused as weapon, by death refused as throne, by the line of ignotus holding witness, bind what remains to the harm it chose." The wraith recoiled as the words took hold. "You dare use death's law against me?" Hadrian lifted his eyes to the red sparks trapped inside the mist. "You used murder to make yourself less human. I'm only making sure it counts." The marks tightened inward. Black lines crawled over the slabs and up through the snake's failing body, not burning flesh, not tearing it apart, but defining the boundary Voldemort had mistaken for shelter. The wraith struck at Hadrian then, not with claws, but with memory. Green light, forest leaves, a mother's scream, a boy walking to die because no one had given him another shape for courage. Hadrian's hand trembled, and Snape stepped sharply toward him. "Peverell." "I have it," Hadrian said, though the words scraped on the way out. He breathed once through the old terror and found the living world behind it. Young Harry at breakfast with Sirius beside him. Hermione arguing over a footnote. Ron laughing too loudly. Neville standing straighter each week. "I have them." He pushed the containment closed. The basilisk thread snapped through the thorn and into the white mist, and Voldemort's shape folded around it with a scream that lost language before it lost malice. Red sparks flared, scattered, and were dragged back into the black ring. The snake gave one last shudder beneath the stone, and the wraith above it began to collapse into the venom dark line Hadrian held shut with both hands. The venom dark line tightened until the white mist had nowhere left to fold. Voldemort's scream sank into it by degrees, losing shape, losing height, losing the red sparks that had made even ruin feel watched. Hadrian held both hands against the wet stone and felt the containment bite through the last scraps of resistance. The snake beneath the slab gave a final shiver, then lay still, and the silence that followed was not peaceful. It was too empty for peace, too newly made. Varga did not relax. She crawled one step around the circle, rain dripping from her chin, and pressed 2 fingers near the nearest black mark without touching it. "Hold until the line goes cold. If anything moves before then, I pin it." "Nothing moves," Hadrian said, but he did not release the spell. His arms shook from shoulder to wrist, and the old Peverell marks pulled at him as if they wanted to keep going through his bones. "Kovach, watch the host." "Snape, watch me." Snape's answer did not come. Hadrian turned his head enough to see him standing rigid beside the broken arch, wand lowered, face stripped of all its sharpness. Snape's left hand was clamped over his forearm. For one strange second, Hadrian thought Voldemort had struck him after all. Then Snape dragged the sleeve back with fingers that looked suddenly untrustworthy, exposing the skin where the dark mark had once lived like a curse with teeth. The black skull was fading, not dimming under rain or distance, not retreating into dormancy, but unwriting itself from Snape's skin in thin gray threads. The serpent vanished first. The skull blurred after it, its edges dissolving into ordinary flesh until only a bruise-like shadow remained. Snape stared at his arm as if the ruin had opened beneath him and shown a world he had never believed he would enter. Kovac saw it and stopped breathing for a moment. Is that proof? Snape closed his hand over the place where the mark had been, too late to hide the shaking. It was never gone before. Not like this. Hadrian let the containment mark cool beneath his palms. The last black line sank into the stone, leaving only wet cracks, brass pins, the goblin silver thorn, and the dead snake under the slab. The pressure in the ruin collapsed inward, and nothing answered. No whisper wore Lily's voice. No red eyes gathered in mist. No scar in any living child burned across the sea. Varga pulled the first brass pin free and held it up to the rain. No pull, no residue seeking direction. Kovac stepped closer to Snape, not touching him, but near enough that the offer of steadiness existed. Then he's gone. Hadrian stayed kneeling until his breath obeyed him. Victory should have felt larger. Instead it felt like a door closing quietly in a house where everyone had learned to fear noise. He looked at the dead snake, then at Snape's bare forearm, then at the empty air where Voldemort had tried to make himself eternal. Yes, Hadrian said, and the word came out tired rather than triumphant. This time, he doesn't come back. 43. The silence after. The rain kept falling after Voldemort ended, ordinary water striking stone, moss, brass, cloth, and dead scales with the same patient indifference it had shown before the world changed. Hadrian did not move from the circle at once. His palms remained pressed to the wet slab where the last black mark had sunk away, and he waited for the old answering pain that should have come from victory if victory were ever that simple. Nothing answered. No scar burned in his memory. No foreign pressure reached toward the child across the sea. No whisper in the ruin tried to borrow a dead voice. Varga circled the broken stones with 3 brass pins still held between her teeth and another ready in her hand. She paused at each seam, crouched low, and touched the air above the stone with a strip of copper mesh that fluttered whenever it met active residue. It hung limp over the first line. It hung limp over the second. At the third, near the snake's crushed body, it twitched once, and Varga drove a pin down so sharply that Kovac flinched. The pin rang against stone, then settled without smoke, heat, or pull. Dead residue, Varga said, wiping rain from her brow with the back of her wrist. Ugly, but dead. If it were seeking a path, the copper would twist toward it. Hadrian made himself lift one hand from the slab. The skin stuck for a moment where blood, rain, and spent magic had dried into the shallow cuts across his palm. Check the host again. Kovac knelt beside the snake, careful not to put her knee inside the faded circle. She used silver forceps to draw the head clear of the broken edge, then held a small blue lens over the clouded eyes. The charm light moved across scale and fang, pausing at the skull, throat, and heart. No possession pressure, no life, no secondary movement. Her voice tightened, but she kept it professional. The animal is only an animal now. Snape stood apart beneath the broken arch, sleeve still shoved back, one hand closed over the bare skin where the mark had been. He had not hidden it again. Hadrian noticed that and understood enough not to name it too quickly. Severus, he said, your arm. Snape looked down as if the limb belonged to a stranger who had handed him proof he had never asked to carry. It has not returned. Not dimmed? Varga asked, glancing up. Not dormant? Snape's mouth twisted with something too raw for scorn. I know what dormant feels like. Hadrian breathed in through the cold air and drew his wand across the ruined circle, not casting outward, only listening through the old Peverell work for any tug of soul, name, blood, or broken anchor. The spell found venom, pins, dead snake, 4 living witnesses, and the echo of something destroyed so completely it had left absence with edges. He let the spell fade before his hand could begin shaking badly enough for the others to see. Again, Hadrian said, because 1 check was relief and 2 could become truth. Please. They checked every point again because none of them had yet found the courage to trust a world where Voldemort could end quietly. Varga moved pin by pin around the ruin, copper mesh in one hand and a small bone-handled hook in the other, lifting moss, testing cracks, and waiting for the twitch that never came. Kovach repeated her lens work over the snake until the blue light dimmed from overuse, then changed to a second charm and watched the dead body through it in silence. Snape stayed under the arch with his sleeve still back, jaw clenched so hard that the muscles along his cheek looked carved. "It remains gone," Snape said at last, as if each word had to cross broken glass to reach the rain. "If you intend to make me say it again, Peverell, I may begin to suspect you're enjoying yourself." Hadrian looked at him, at the bare forearm, at the place where the dark mark had been. No. The answer was too small for the ruin. It fell between them and did nothing, and that was when the unreality struck him harder than Voldemort's last scream had. There should have been something after a life built around this ending. A shout from the castle walls. A sunrise over broken battlements. Ron swearing, Hermione crying, Ginny laughing through tears, Neville standing with blood on his face and victory in his hands. The future had trained him to expect endings to arrive surrounded by bodies, noise, and someone else needing him upright. Instead there was only a dead snake, 4 witnesses, wet stone, and Snape's arm without a mark. Hadrian tried to stand and failed. His hand slipped on the slab, his knee struck stone, and the breath left him in a rough sound he could not turn into speech. Kovach crossed the circle's edge before caution could stop her, catching his shoulder with a healer's grip rather than pity. "Stay down if standing is only pride." "I'm fine," Hadrian said, but his voice had gone thin enough to betray him. "No, you're alive," Kovach said, tightening her hold when he tried to pull away. "Those aren't the same thing." Varga looked up from the last pin, rain running off her nose and chin. "She's right. The work held. You don't need to hold the whole ruin afterward." Hadrian shut his eyes, and the dead future came close without sound. He saw Hogwarts open to rain through broken towers. He saw names on lists. He saw himself older, emptier, still hunting because the world had mistaken survival for victory too many times. Voldemort was gone, but no crowd had gathered to prove it. No one who had died in that other road stood up. Prevention left no bodies walking backward into life, no bells ringing, no proof that absence could be trusted. Snape's voice cut through the place where Hadrian was falling. "Peverell." Hadrian opened his eyes. Snape looked as if he hated needing to steady him, but he did not take the word back. His bare forearm remained turned outward, pale in the rain. "He is not answering. Not in the mark. Not in the air. Not in me." Hadrian stared at the vanished mark until breath found him again, shallow but real. Then he nodded once, not because peace had arrived, but because proof had. "Then we go." Varga quieted the ruin without making ceremony of it. She drew each brass pin free with care, touching copper to stone only long enough to confirm nothing pulled back, then sealed the pins away in a narrow warded strip. The goblin's silver thorn came last. It resisted her hook for a moment, not with life, but with the stubbornness of a thing that had done its work too well. When it came loose, the final black thread in the stone sank away into rainwater and did not return. Kovach wrapped the snake's head and heart separately in silver-threaded cloth, her hands steady now that the fear had a dead shape to work around. She did not speak much while she worked. None of them did. There was nothing generous to say over the animal Voldemort had used, nothing grand enough to fit the thing it had carried. When she finished, she rested one gloved hand on the folded cloth for a heartbeat, almost an apology, then closed the case. Snape stood watch at the broken arch with his wand low. The forest beyond the ruin did not move. No red sparks gathered between the trees. No hiss slid through the grass. His sleeve had fallen back into place, but his hand kept finding the cloth over his forearm and stopping there, as if memory expected pain where skin now gave him none. Hadrian noticed the motion and looked away. Some freedoms were too raw to witness closely. Varga set the portkey stone on a flat piece of broken altar and traced one crooked line above it with her hook. "The way here is still open from our arrival thread. I can cut it. We leave by the reserve line, and nothing follows our footprints backward." Hadrian placed his bloodied palm over the stone long enough for the Peverell trace to answer. The magic stirred under his skin, tired and old in his. "Cut it." Varga drove the hook through the wet air above the stone and twisted once. The ruin gave a low sigh as the path behind them closed. Hadrian felt the future shift again, not loudly, not kindly, but with the finality of a door locked from the other side. He looked once at the spent circle, the dead snake sealed away, the broken arch, and the rain washing over stones that would never understand what they had held. Home, he said, and it sounded less like victory than surrender to the fact that he had survived it. The reserve portkey did not feel like escape. It took them hard, dragging rain, cold, sealed remains, and the smell of wet stone through a narrow twist of magic before dropping them into a low, warded room lit by 3 blue lamps and a banked hearth that had not been allowed to burn openly. Hadrian landed on one knee despite Kovac's grip, and the sealed case struck the floor beside him with a dull sound that made all 4 of them look at it before they looked at one another. Varga was the first to move. She crossed to the door, pressed 2 fingers to the upper hinge, then to the threshold stone, and waited until the ward line glimmered dull gold. Reserve room is clean. No pursuit on the line. No hook in the portkey wake. She looked back at Hadrian, rainwater still dripping from her hair onto the floorboards. Albania is closed behind us. Snape stood very still near the hearth, one hand half raised toward his sleeve before he forced it down. The motion was small, but Hadrian saw it. The absence under that cloth had become heavier than the mark itself, and Snape seemed to distrust his own skin for having changed without permission. Kovac set the case on the table and loosened only the outer clasps. It held through transit, she said. The remains are quiet. Hadrian sat because his legs had started considering betrayal. The chair took his weight with a faint wooden creak, and for one humiliating moment he was grateful to an object for not asking him to stand. Good. Varga laid the sealed pins beside the case, then braced both hands on the table and bowed her head. Then it's done. Snape's mouth twitched, not quite amusement and not yet life returning. Dangerous words. Yes, Hadrian said. He looked from Snape's hidden forearm to Kovac's careful hands, to Varga's wet sleeves and the sealed remains of a snake that had carried the last shadow of a war no one here would ever remember. The room was warm enough to make the cold in his robes begin to steam, but nothing inside him thawed cleanly. Say them anyway. Varga looked at him. Kovac stopped with one hand on the clasp. Snape was the last to move, and when he did, he pulled his sleeve back just enough to show ordinary pale skin beneath the hearth's blue light. Voldemort is gone, he said, voice low and sharp. Not escaped, not diminished, gone. Hadrian stared at the bare forearm, at the impossible plainness of it, and thought of the boy at breakfast who would never know why his scar stayed quiet. He thought of Hermione's hand in the air, Ron laughing too loudly, Neville standing straighter each week, Sirius learning how to knock before entering a child's room. He thought of all the dead from the future who would not thank him because, if mercy held, they would never become those dead at all. Yes, Hadrian said. The word did not heal anything. It only sat there in the small warded room, quiet and real, while the rain from Albania dried on the floor around their boots. 44. What the living are owed. The small warded room did not become easier to stand in after Snape said the words. Voldemort was gone, and the lamps still burned blue, the hearth still muttered under its banked ash, and rainwater from Albania still gathered in dark patches beneath their boots. Hadrian looked at the sealed case on the table, then at Snape's bare forearm, then at Varga's waiting hands, and understood that the next danger would not come with fangs, soul smoke, or a borrowed body. It would come with people wanting the ending to mean something clean. Varga opened the flow connection only after checking the hearth twice with copper and one muttered goblin charm. Green flame rose low and contained, and Dumbledore's face appeared within it a moment later, spectacles catching firelight, expression already too careful. Hadrian, he said softly. Is it done? Hadrian stepped close enough for the heat to sting his wet robes. Yes, the snake host is dead. The wraith is gone. Severus's mark hasn't returned. No anchor answered. Dumbledore closed his eyes for one slow breath, and when he opened them again, H showed plainly through all his composure. Then Harry is free of him. Harry was free before we left, Hadrian said, sharper than he meant to be, because the boy's name in Dumbledore's mouth still touched old wounds. He forced his voice level. Now the thing that wanted a road back is gone as well. Snape moved beside the table, sleeve still loose at his wrist. If you intend to inform the public that the Dark Lord survived in spirit for 12 years, hid abroad, and was finished by Lord Peverell in a ruin no one will ever see, I recommend preparing for hysteria, worship, accusations, and several idiots asking why Potter didn't do it. Kovach's fingers tightened on the outer clasp of the case, and people asking whether the boy was ever truly safe. He was never going to be safe once they made him a symbol, Hadrian said. The words came out low, but everyone heard them. The public already has its story. Harry Potter defeated Voldemort as a baby. Let them keep it. Dumbledore watched him through the fire, kindness and calculation fighting behind his eyes. That leaves you uncredited for the final work. Hadrian thought of young Harry laughing at breakfast, Sirius pretending not to hover, Hermione arguing over homework, Ron smuggling extra toast, and Neville growing braver without blood on his face. Credit felt suddenly obscene. Good. Varga looked up. Good? Hadrian put one hand on the back of the chair until the wood steadied under his grip. I won't turn victory into another machine with Harry at the center. No speeches. No profit article. No ministry medal. No adults standing around him explaining what he means. He gets to be a boy who survived, not proof for everyone else to use. For a moment, no one answered. Then Snape tugged his sleeve down over ordinary skin and said, with quiet bitterness that sounded almost like agreement, a rare mercy, if anyone manages not to ruin it. Snape's words stayed in the room longer than the fire did. Varga closed the flow connection to Dumbledore only halfway, banking the green flame low enough that it became a listening mouth rather than a public doorway. Hadrian watched her set 2 brass clips into the grate and twist them until the flames narrowed. It was a small, careful act, but it made the choice real. They were not hiding from Voldemort now. They were deciding who deserved truth and how much of it could be carried without becoming another chain. Dumbledore's voice came through the reduced fire, quieter and stripped of ceremony. Sirius must know the danger has ended. He is Harry's guardian, and he has earned more than reassurances. Yes, Hadrian said, his hand still on the chair. He'll be told Voldemort is gone. No anchors remain, and Harry's scar is quiet for good. He won't be handed Albania as a story to retell over breakfast. Kovach looked from the sealed case to the fire. And the boy? Hadrian's fingers tightened on the chair back. The wood creaked once, a small honest sound in a room full of careful ones. Harry gets the truth that matters to his life. He's safe from Voldemort. He doesn't have to train for a prophecy. He doesn't have to wait for a monster to come back and finish a sentence other adults began before he was born. Dumbledore's face shifted in the flame, sorrow pulling at the familiar lines. That is a kinder silence than many he has known. Hadrian laughed once without humor. That's a low bar, Albus. Snape looked at him sharply, but did not interrupt. Varga moved to the table and began placing plain tags beside the sealed objects, not enough to make a public archive, only enough that the few who had stood there could later swear they had not imagined it. Kovach wrote the medical confirmation in a narrow hand, noting dead host, absent possession pressure, and no sign of secondary survival. Each word seemed to remove a road from the world. Dumbledore said, "You understand what you are accepting." Hadrian looked at the case, at the tags, at Snape's covered arm, and at the fire where an old man waited to see whether he would flinch from becoming something he had once condemned. "Yes, I'm choosing what Harry doesn't need to carry." Snape's voice cut dryly through the room, a noble phrasing for withholding information. "It is," Hadrian said, meeting him without defense. "And I'll own the ugliness of it. If Harry ever asks why he wasn't told everything, he can blame me, not Sirius, not you, not Dumbledore, not some convenient war. Me." No one softened that for him. That, at least, was mercy. Hadrian lowered himself back into the chair, feeling every bruised part of the body he had dragged through 2 lives, and accepted the silence as his to keep. By breakfast the next morning, Hogwarts had already begun proving that peace was not an announcement but 100 small interruptions. Owls scattered toast crumbs across the Gryffindor table. Neville leaned too far over a herbology note and nearly dipped his sleeve in pumpkin juice. Ron complained that history of magic should be illegal after pudding heavy evenings, and Hermione corrected him without looking up from her timetable. Harry sat between them with Sirius's latest letter folded beside his plate, one finger resting absently near the scar that no longer hurt. Hadrian stood near the staff entrance with a cup of tea cooling untouched in his hand. He had come to watch only long enough to be certain Harry had slept, eaten, and smiled at least once, but ordinary life had trapped him more thoroughly than any curse. The boy laughed when Ron tried to trade a kipper for Hermione's untouched mushrooms, and the sound struck Hadrian with a quiet, brutal tenderness because no battlefield had ever promised this. No prophecy had ever deserved it. It was only breakfast, and that was exactly why it mattered. Dumbledore stepped beside him, his hands folded into his sleeves. Sirius told him last night? Yes, Hadrian said, keeping his eyes on the Gryffindor table. Not all of it. Enough. And how did he receive it? Hadrian watched Harry unfold the letter, read one line, and glanced toward the staff table with confusion still caught behind the green of his eyes. Like a child who has been told he's safe after too many adults made danger sound like destiny. He asked whether the prophecy was finished. Sirius told him he didn't have to live inside it anymore. Dumbledore's gaze moved toward Harry, then returned to Hadrian with that strange, piercing quiet he had carried since the flow call. And when he asked how, I told him Voldemort had no anchors left, and that the last remnant was destroyed far from Britain by adults whose job was to stop it before it reached him. Hadrian set the untouched tea down on the sideboard before his grip could tighten too much. He didn't like not knowing everything. No, Dumbledore said. I imagine he wouldn't. Hadrian looked at him then. I told him some truths could wait until he was older, and some belonged to the people who had to carry them. Dumbledore's expression did not soften. If anything, it sharpened with grief, recognition, and something too close to warning. You sound very certain, Lord Peverell. Hadrian looked back as Harry stood with Ron and Hermione, Sirius's letter tucked safely inside his robe and his quiet scar hidden beneath messy hair. I'm not certain. I'm responsible. That evening, Sirius came through the Hogwarts flow with a covered basket, a badly hidden grin, and the air of a man who had decided that legal guardianship included smuggling food past school routines whenever possible. Harry arrived 5 minutes later with Ron and Hermione in tow, though Hermione insisted twice that they were not intruding and Ron looked as if any room containing Sirius Black and a food basket deserved investigation. Hadrian stayed near the window of the small staff sitting room, one hand resting on the curtain cord, while Sirius spread sandwiches, pumpkin pasties, and a tin of biscuits across the low table with unnecessary ceremony. Harry looked at Hadrian with shy gratitude rather than recognition, and that was both wound and mercy. Professor, Sirius said you should come too. He said family friends count, especially when they're the reason everyone's being weird but happy. Ron glanced up from the basket. I didn't say weird. Hermione gave him a look. You absolutely did. Hadrian's mouth twitched despite the ache beneath his ribs. I'm not sure your guardian should be defining social categories while armed with biscuits. Sirius looked wounded. I'll have you know biscuits are the foundation of civilization, and I'm excellent at categories. Friend, ally, nuisance, ministry official, enemy, and people who need feeding. Simple. Harry laughed, quick and unguarded, and Hadrian had to look away for a heartbeat because Sirius heard that laugh with his whole face. This was the family the living boy had earned. It was not a restored photograph, not James returned, not the dead future forgiven. It was messier, warmer, and absolutely not Hadrian's to claim. He reached for the door with some quiet excuse already forming. Sirius caught the movement at once. Don't. Hadrian stopped with his fingers on the latch. You have Harry with you. That's what matters. Nice try, Sirius said, and the grin faded into something steadier. You keep standing just outside every room as if someone's going to charge you rent for wanting to be in it. Harry looked between them, uncertain but not frightened. You can stay, Professor. I mean, you don't have to, but you can. The simple permission struck harder than any plea would have. Hadrian let go of the latch, and Sirius stepped closer, not crowding him, only making retreat less tidy. James and I had rules about this sort of thing, Sirius said. If someone saves the day, broods too much, refuses proper credit, and looks tragic near windows, we drag him back to the table before he becomes unbearable. Hadrian stared at him, then laughed. It came out rough, surprised, and grateful enough that he could not make it elegant. That is a terrible rule. It's the best kind, Sirius said. Comes with no salary, questionable reputation, and a lifelong obligation to mock authority responsibly. Hermione sat straighter. Responsibly is doing a lot of work there. Ron reached for a biscuit. What's his marauder name then? Harry's smile widened, alive and curious. Sirius pointed at Hadrian with solemn authority. and Hadrian crossed the room at last to take the chair Harry had left open beside the fire while they began arguing over names. Epilogue: The Boy Who Lives Free. The argument over Hadrian's supposed marauder name never properly ended. It followed Harry home in Sirius's letters, reappeared whenever Ron found biscuits, and somehow became one of those household topics that could be revived by a raised eyebrow, a badly timed cough, or Sirius looking too pleased with himself over breakfast. By the first September morning after everything, Harry had learned that arguments could be safe things. They could sit beside toast, school lists, Hedwig's offended cliques, and Sirius checking his trunk latch for the third time without meaning that anyone was angry enough to send him away. "You've packed your potions kit?" Sirius asked, crouched beside the open trunk with one hand on the strap and his hair falling into his face. He had already asked twice, but this time he looked inside anyway, moving Harry's folded jumper aside with the solemn care of a man inspecting treasure. Books, robes, socks, emergency chocolate, second emergency chocolate, and the extremely secret third emergency chocolate which I definitely didn't put under your Quidditch gloves. Harry leaned against the kitchen table with his fourth-year book list in one hand and tried not to smile too widely. The scar above his eyebrow sat still beneath his fringe, with no ache, no whisper, and no cold warning behind the bone. He touched it with 2 fingers because habit still woke before reason, then dropped his hand when Sirius looked up too quickly. "Still nothing," Harry said, before Sirius could ask. "It's just skin." Sirius's face changed in the way it did when relief reached him before wit could defend him. He shut the trunk a little too carefully and fastened both straps, then gave the lid a pat as if reassuring himself that packed school things could be trusted to stay ordinary. "Good. Excellent. Skin is underrated. Very traditional. Most respectable families approve of it." Harry laughed, and the sound moved through the kitchen without making either of them flinch. That still felt new sometimes. He crossed the room, took the lunch packet Sirius had forgotten beside the kettle, and tucked it into the side pocket of his school bag himself. "You don't have to keep checking everything." "I do, actually," Sirius said, standing with exaggerated dignity and picking up Harry's cloak from the chair. He shook it once, found no hidden horrors in the lining, and draped it over Harry's shoulders with hands that had learned to be careful without becoming timid. "It's in the Godfather contract. Feed child, embarrass child, ask too many questions, glare at suspicious book lists, and threaten trunks that don't close properly." Hedwig hooted from her cage as if agreeing with the last part. Harry glanced toward the clock, then toward the flow powder waiting in its brass bowl by the hearth, and the thought of Hogwarts settled in him without the old hook of dread. It waited now as school. Lessons, friends, Quidditch, homework he would complain about and still do. He lifted his trunk handle, felt Sirius's hand settle briefly over his to take some of the weight, and led him. By the second week of term, Harry had remembered that Hogwarts could still surprise him without trying to kill him. Practical defense no longer lived in one cleared classroom with baskets of softened tennis balls and blue marks on sleeves. It had claimed a larger practice room off the old dueling gallery, where movable barriers slid across the floor, lanterns hung from brass rails, and a painted line near the exit reminded every student that escape counted as victory if escape kept you alive. "Pairs," Hadrian called from the center of the room, wand lowered but attention everywhere. "Shield, step, answer. If your shield holds but your feet freeze, you haven't defended yourself. You've only delayed being hit." Harry lifted his wand beside Ron while Hermione took position opposite Neville. The 4th years had the middle lane today, with 5th years working obstacles to the left and 7th years drilling stupefy chains beyond the far barrier. No one looked glamorous. Robes were rolled at the sleeves, hair had escaped pins and combs, and Seamus had a green mark across one shoulder where Parvati had caught him turning too slowly. It was brilliant in a way Harry wasn't sure legends ever managed to be. Ron swallowed as Hadrian flicked 3 red practice sparks into the air. "I miss the tennis balls." "No, you don't," Harry said, setting his feet the way Hadrian had taught them. "You miss being able to blame them for having opinions." "Begin," Hadrian said, and the room moved. Harry's shield snapped up as Ron's did, 2 pale surfaces forming and breaking under the first harmless impacts. Harry stepped sideways before the 3rd spark struck, pulled Ron with a quick warning sound, and sent a soft stupefy toward the target dummy before it could swing its padded arm. Across the lane, Hermione called, "Accio wand, not at Neville's hand but at a wooden decoy mounted behind him. The decoy shot forward, crossed his casting line, and forced him to abort cleanly instead of throwing a spell through bad space. Good interruption, Hadrian said, already turning toward the 7th years as one of them chained shield, stupefy, disarming charm with steady rhythm rather than flourish. Again, Miss Granger. Mr. Longbottom, don't apologize to the mistake. Move past it. A lantern flashed white near the obstacle lane. Someone swore, then ducked, and Susan Bones came out of the glare low and laughing because she had found the exit line while her partner was still blinking. Harry lowered his wand at Hadrian's signal, breathing hard and grinning before he could stop himself. This was defense that ended with students sweaty, annoyed, marked, and walking out under their own power. Hadrian looked over the room, and his gaze paused on Harry only as long as it paused on everyone else. Reset, he said. Surviving once is luck. Surviving twice means you learn something. By the end of the session, the practice room looked as if a small, disciplined battle had passed through it and cleaned up after itself badly. Barriers rested at uneven angles, chalk dust marked the floor in pale smears, and students filed toward the door with flushed faces, untidy robes, and the noisy satisfaction of having been tested without being broken. Hadrian stood beside the nearest lantern rail, returning practice sparks to their brass housing one by one, while Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville lingered near the exit as if none of them wanted to be the first to admit class was over. Ron rubbed the green mark fading from his sleeve and gave Hadrian a deeply wounded look. Professor, I'd like it noted that your target dummy has a personal grudge. Hadrian checked the latch on the spark housing and let his mouth curve. Noted and dismissed. The dummy holds no grudges. It merely recognizes opportunity. Hermione tucked her wand away, but her attention stayed on the obstacle lane. The decoy crossing Neville's casting line worked better than I expected. It made him stop instead of forcing the spell through. Neville looked embarrassed, then steadied when Hadrian turned toward him without pity. Stopping was the correct choice. A spell you don't cast can still be cast properly later. A spell you throw through a friend's space becomes everyone's problem. Harry smiled at that, quick and open, and Hadrian felt the old ache move through him without turning sharp. The boy had grown taller over the summer. Sirius's care showed in little things no speech could counterfeit. Robes that fit, shoulders less ready to fold inward, laughter that arrived before permission. He was not the child from the cupboard now, and he was not the man from the ruined future. He was simply Harry, alive in the middle of his own life. Sirius appeared in the corridor beyond the door, leaning against the stone with deliberate casualness and failing to look as if he had arrived early. Are you lot finished being professionally endangered? I've been sent by Madame Pomfrey to make sure nobody limps dramatically into lunch and calls it character building. Harry brightened before he thought to hide it. We're fine. Ron got hit by the dummy. Betrayed, Ron said, by wood and upholstery. Sirius's eyes found Hadrian over the students' heads, warm and too knowing. You're coming Saturday, aren't you? Harry says Hermione's bringing notes, Ron's bringing appetite, and I'm supposed to provide food that doesn't count as a school meal. Hadrian gathered the last practice lantern, buying himself a breath he didn't need and almost took anyway. That sounds like a family afternoon. It is, Sirius said, softer now but not less firm. That's why I asked. Harry looked between them, no longer confused by this particular silence, only careful with it. You can come as Professor Peverell if that's easier, he said. Or just Hadrian. Sirius keeps saying names shouldn't do all the work. Hadrian closed the lantern case and set both hands on the lid until the room steadied around him. He would never be the boy Sirius had lost, never Harry's father, brother, godfather, or future returned to its rightful chair. The ritual had left him outside that exact circle, and love had not erased the line. It had only placed a chair near it and waited to see whether he would sit. I'll come, Hadrian said, and Harry's smile made the answer worth its cost. But if Ron blames the furniture again, I'm assigning footwork drills before pudding. Saturday came with rain against the staff sitting room windows, pumpkin pasties on the low table, and Sirius pretending he had not brought enough food for a Quidditch team. Harry arrived with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, laughing before he crossed the threshold because Sirius had already accused the corridor of poor hospitality. Hadrian stood inside the room this time instead of near the door, and when Harry glanced at the empty chair beside the fire, He sat before anyone needed to ask. Sirius noticed, of course. His grin softened around the edges, but he had mercy enough to make a joke instead of naming the moment. "Progress," he said, handing Hadrian a plate. "Next week we'll try getting you to take the first biscuit without a formal invitation." Hadrian accepted the plate and looked toward Harry, who had flopped onto the rug beside Ron with his transfiguration notes already sliding from his bag. The scar beneath his fringe was only a scar now. No anchor answered from it. No wraith waited beyond it. No hidden object, beast, book, ring, cup, locket, diadem, or borrowed body held a road back to the boy. Voldemort had no claim left on Harry Potter, and Harry was complaining because Hermione thought Saturday revision should begin before pudding. "That," Hadrian said quietly, "may be the strongest argument for peace I've ever heard." Hermione looked up at once, suspicion already sharpening into grammar. "Revision? Pudding," Ron said with conviction, reaching for a pasty before anyone could assign moral weight to it. Harry laughed. Sirius declared Ron a student of rare promise, and the room went on living around the sound. Years later, when Hadrian married a clever Muggle-born witch who argued with him about lesson plans before agreeing to the vows, more than 100 people crowded the hall, and Sirius wept so badly that Harry had to pass him a handkerchief twice. Time flowed and years went by. Hadrian's 3 children grew up knowing Hogwarts corridors as places of chalk dust, portraits, and students calling their father professor with affection, exasperation, or both. Generations passed through his classroom learning to move, shield, think, retreat, stand together, and survive without waiting for legend to rescue them. When Hadrian Peverell died an old man, Hogwarts lowered its banners, and more than 2,000 came to stand beneath a soft gray sky. Harry stood at the front with Sirius's old walking stick in one hand and Hadrian's youngest grandchild holding the other. No one there knew every truth, and no one needed to. They knew he had stayed, taught, loved, and been loved in return. He was greatly missed, and that was enough. Author's note: Hadrian's portrait frame was usually empty. His portrait lived, more or less, with his wife's portrait, and rumor claimed there were wild parties all night with Sirius's and Remus's portraits. No living person ever admitted to seeing them. The end.